Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage Ultimate Modifier System. I'm Invincible 1 Chapter 1. Modify the value and max it out directly. It was raining heavily in the city, and raindrops kept falling on the road. Suddenly, a huge raindrop fell from the sky and hit a man in a dark red robe. The man was smashed into a pulp before he could even scream. The huge raindrop swallowed and opened its eyes. It turned out to be a person. FK. He looked at the pool of flesh under his butt and couldn't help but scream out, and quickly stood up from the ground. Fortunately, he was a mercenary and had seen these bloody things, otherwise he might have been scared to death. A black robe with dark red auspicious clouds. Is this person playing cuz? He looked at the muddy clothes on the ground. Wasn't it the robe of the Akatsuki organization of the Hokage ninja in the anime he always watched? Anyway, I'm really sorry for you. One life for another. If it weren't for you, I would be finished. If I'm lucky enough to know your identity, I'll take care of your wife, don't worry. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the man heard a swish sound. He looked up and was stunned. He was more surprised than seeing the puddle of meat. Pain. Aren't these 5 people in front of us the puppets of Nagato, the boss of the Akatsuki organization among the Hokage ninjas? Pains? You know us. The short-haired Tendo Pain who was in the lead looked at him and said with great confusion. His identity was now completely secret and it was impossible for anyone to know it. How did the man in front of him know it? What? How did you know that? I mean, bah, he knew he had to play dumb now. It took him only a moment to realize that he had traveled through time. Although his martial arts skills were pretty good, if he fought a ninja, especially a ninja with a Rinnegan, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? You must die here. Tendo Pain frowned, and a black stick slipped out from the sleeves of the 5 Pains and rushed towards him. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears. Ding ding ding. A traveler has been detected. The modifier is activated. The traveler's crossing point is detected to be in danger, and forced teleportation is activated. Ding 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 ding. Then his eyes went dark and he immediately disappeared from the spot. Advertisement. The 5 gangsters of pain all came to nothing. Is it space ninjutsu? Tendo Pain asked in confusion, looking at the place where he disappeared. Why the hell am I flying again? The man was falling from the sky, but this time he was landing much lower, about as high as a tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground with a bang. It hurts, it hurts. The man got up from the ground, held his waist and sat on the ground. What is going on? Who are you? The man just sat up when he heard a voice behind him. He immediately turned around and his pupils dilated. In front of him was a middle-aged man with white hair and a blonde boy. Jiraiya and Naruto. This day is also exciting, the man whispered. Judging from your attire, you don't look like a Konoha native. What are you doing in the woods of Konoha? Jiraiya asked, staring at the man while protecting Naruto behind him, as if ready to fight. Good man, I am a very good man, the man said hurriedly, and stood up and took a few steps back. He felt the wetness on his feet and looked back. It was a river. The water was extremely clear. In the reflection of the river, he found that his appearance had changed. He was now a teenager who looked about 17 or 18 years old. He fell from the tree. Was he picking fruits to eat? Naruto looked at the tree and saw that there were indeed some unknown fruits on it. What's your name? Where are you from? What's your purpose in coming to Konoha? When did you arrive in Konoha? And what are you doing here? Tell me. Jiraiya looked at the man and threw a bunch of questions. Well, my name is Yin Xiang, and I'm from the Fire Nation, an orphan whose family was destroyed. I've been wandering around. I passed by here and got hungry, so I went up to pick some fruit. But I lost my balance and fell down. Yin Xiang just made up a story. You are so hesitant. I think you should come back to Konoha with me to be questioned, Jiraiya said as he shook his white hair. He raised 2 fingers and made a seal. The white hair instantly grew longer and directly trapped Yin Xiang. No chakra fluctuations. At this time, Jiraiya felt that Yin Xiang had no chakra fluctuations, and his vigilance was immediately lowered. Maybe what this kid said was true, but he still had to take him back. After all, this place was too close to Konoha village, and it was hard to guarantee that he was not a spy. Naruto, tie him up, Jiraiya then said to Naruto. Advertisement, okay. Naruto nodded, took out a rope from his bag, and walked up to tie Yin Xiang's hands. Jiraiya then took back his hair. You can catch a spy just after returning from training. Grandma Tsunade will praise you, pervy sage. I told you, don't shout that name in front of outsiders. Jiraiya shouted to Naruto, go back quickly. Then Jiraiya led the way in front, and Naruto followed behind, holding Yin Xiang with a rope. Ding ding ding. The modifier starts to activate. Activation is successful. A novice gift pack is given as a gift, and any value can be directly increased to max. Please select. Just as Yin Xiang was following Jiraiya and Naruto weakly, a panel appeared in his mind and a woman's voice sounded in Yin Xiang's mind. Yin Xiang suddenly became interested. He didn't need to close his eyes. He could operate this so-called modifier just by imagining it in his mind. The modifier provides a lot of options: strength, agility, intelligence, physical strength, and so on. Yin Xiang was dazzled by the options. Not only himself, but even external objects can be modified, such as money. But now he doesn't have a single coin on him, so he can't modify it even if he wants to. Yin Xiang flipped through the modifiers in his mind, and finally stopped his sights on learning ability. As long as he maxed out this talent, his learning ability would definitely be better than Sharingan. Yin Xiang decisively chose learning ability. The learning ability value on the modifier panel was 60, and it kept rising rapidly. After 5 seconds, Yin Xiang's learning ability was displayed as 9,999. Great! Yin Xiang couldn't help but yelled. Jiraiya and Naruto stopped and looked back, and found that Yin Fan seemed to be so excited that he was about to jump up. Pervy Sage. Is this guy stupid? He is so happy even after being caught. Naruto glanced at Yin Xiang and whispered to Jiraiya. It seems so. Jiraiya also glanced at Yin Xiang and nodded. Yin Xiang didn't notice their gazes at all at this time, and even walked forward consciously. Chapter 2. Walk into Konoha and meet Uchiha Madara. He is about to charge into Anbu and kick Danzo's head. Ouch. Yin Xiang was still immersed in excitement. She didn't even look at the road while walking and bumped into Naruto's arms. Unexpectedly, since they were almost the same height, they came into mouth-to-mouth contact. This is a parody tribute, the protagonist is not gay. What? Naruto jumped up, covered his throat, knelt on the ground and began to dry heave. Yin Xiang finally came to his senses at this time. He didn't even dry heave, he just vomited. I've been hanging around in nightclubs for years, and today I actually kissed a man. Yin Xiang screamed wildly in her heart. You kid, you wouldn't be into this. Jiraiya's eyes widened upon seeing this. What on earth is this guy doing? What are you doing, kid? Naruto retched for a while, jumped up from the ground, and shouted angrily at Yin Xiang. Fortunately, Naruto had experience in kissing a man before, otherwise he would have vomited. What are you doing? Why did you stop and look back? Yin Xiang also stood up from the ground, wiped the corners of her mouth with her clothes and shouted at Naruto. You blame me? Naruto got even angrier when he heard Yin Xiang's words and moved closer to Yin Xiang. Am I the one who leads the way? Yin Xiang shouted at Naruto, and moved closer to him. The two of them were facing each other head to head, as if they were going to fight at the next moment. Are you two going to kiss again? Seeing this, Jiraiya punched each of them on the head, knocking them both to the ground. Stop it, Konoha is right in front of us. Jiraiya then pulled the two up from the ground and said, just in case, I'll let him. Jiraiya then took the rope from Naruto and continued to walk forward, with Naruto and Yin Xiang quickly following. During this time, Naruto looked back at Yin Xiang indignantly from time to time, and Yin Xiang also glared at Naruto with gritted teeth. Others came to the two-dimensional world to conquer the queens and cute girls, but when she came, she kissed Naruto on the mouth. This is simply the top of the pillar of shame for the time traveler. Advertisement as expected, they saw the gate of Konoha village not far away. Naruto's mood immediately became better and he didn't even look back at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also looked at the gate of Konoha, which was more exciting than watching anime. It was not until he faced the gate of Konoha head on that he realized how big the gate was. It was morning time, and there was a breeze, rustling sounds in the woods, and coupled with the gate of Konoha, there was always a feeling of peace and tranquility. Hurry up. Seeing Yin Xiang in a daze, Jiraiya pulled the rope to let Yin Xiang take 2 steps forward. Then he followed. Yin Xiang inadvertently glanced at Jiraiya's feet, and the next moment his pace became exactly the same as Jiraiya's. Is this the ability of max learning? Yin Xiang thought to himself, this is too amazing, he learned the steps with just one glance, is it the same for learning ninjutsu? Walking into Konoha village, the two gatekeepers were dozing off. Yin Xiang glanced over and saw that they were none other than Konoha 10,000 years gatekeeper Uchiha Madara and... No, that's not right, it was Gang Zetsu and Kamijo Izumo. When they saw Naruto and Jiraiya walk through the gate, they also stood up with excitement on their faces. Hey, that's not... Gang Zetsu looked at Naruto and Jiraiya, his eyes full of excitement. Yes, that's right. Shenue Izumo also nodded happily. Yin Xiang saw their reactions, combined with Naruto and Jiraiya's previous conversation in Naruto's current image, and quickly realized that this was the beginning of Hokage Ninja Shippuden, when Naruto and Jiraiya had finished their training and had just returned to Konoha. I haven't been back for almost 2.5 years. Naruto sighed as he walked down the street. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded. 2.5 years? After hearing these 3 words, Yin Xiang suddenly moved for some reason. His left and right shoulders unconsciously pushed forward and twisted strangely twice. It seemed that he realized that this was inappropriate, so he quickly stopped his movements. At this moment, Naruto suddenly stopped in front of a telephone pole, threw his backpack on the ground, attached chakra to the soles of his feet, and ran up the telephone pole. By observing Naruto's movements, Yin Xiang directly learned how to use chakra and attach it to his body. Even the method of how to refine chakra appeared directly in Yin Xiang's mind. Advertisement bit. Is it really okay for me to learn how to control chakra from Naruto? Yin Xiang thought to herself, and the next moment Yin Xiang also tried to attach chakra to the soles of her feet. As a result, it was her first time using chakra, and she didn't control it well. The whole ground collapsed with a bang, and a huge pit appeared under the feet of Yin Xiang and Jiraiya. Jiraiya stared at Yin Xiang with wide eyes. You kid, did you do this? Of course not. I don't even have chakra. Yin Xiang said quickly. The ground in your Konoha is too fragile. This modifier is so cool. I just took a look at it and the way to use chakra is all in my mind. I just used a little effort and the ground collapsed. Conquering the ninja world is just around the corner, Yin Xiang thought to himself. Everyone, Uzumaki Naruto is back. Naruto shouted while standing on the telephone pole, seemingly not noticing the situation below. His shouting attracted a lot of people's attention, but at this time Naruto had not yet become the hero of Konoha, and many people were still looking at him with disgust, and no one paid any attention to him. Naruto? Is that Naruto? Not far away, a pink-haired girl ran towards this side. Yin Xiang looked and saw that it was little Sakura, followed by the Konohamaru trio. From a real perspective, little Sakura was quite good-looking. Naruto also jumped down, and only then noticed the huge pit under Yin Xiang's feet. He looked at Yin Xiang with a puzzled look. That's strange. This guy really has no chakra. Is it because the ground has been in disrepair for a long time? Jiraiya probed Yin Xiang again, making Yin Xiang feel uncomfortable. Who is this person? Before little Sakura and Naruto had time to reminisce about the past, they turned their eyes to Yin Xiang. He was wearing tattered clothes, was dirty, and his hair looked like it hadn't been cut for a long time. He looked like a homeless person. I caught this strange guy on the way back and was just about to send him to Grandma Tsunade. Naruto glanced at Yin Xiang and said to little Sakura. Brother Naruto. Konohamaru called out to Naruto from the side, and Naruto turned around to look at Konohamaru. With a bang, Konohamaru used seduction techniques and transformed herself into a woman with a curvy figure and very little cloth on her body. Ah! Jiraiya's blood immediately boiled and his eyes widened when he saw it. It's quite good, Yin Xiang exclaimed after seeing it, and his brain also recorded the seduction technique, as well as the transformation technique which is the prerequisite for using the seduction technique. Chapter 3 Such a huge Tsunade. And not only the transformation technique, but also the usage of the clone technique and the body replacement technique appeared in Yin Xiang's mind. This modifier is simply a magical tool. Ahahaha. Konohamaru, I'm not a child anymore, so stop playing that kind of ninjutsu. Naruto said with a smile. Konohamaru was stunned for a moment after hearing that. It seemed that he only listened to Naruto's words. Just when everyone thought Naruto had finally grown up. Your ninjutsu is not up to par. Watch carefully. I have developed a new ninjutsu, the new seduction technique. Naruto clenched his fist and shouted, here we go. Bump. Little Sakura punched Naruto on the head, you big idiot. Naruto flew far away. Little Sakura walked over and grabbed Naruto from the ground. She grabbed Naruto's collar and shouted, we haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. You've already revealed your true nature after just 2 minutes of seeing each other. Where can I put the bright and touching boyish feelings I had for you just now? That kind of aura and that kind of strange power, he's simply Tsunade too. Jiraiya said silently in his heart after seeing it. Thinking of how he was abused by Tsunade in the past, his face twitched. Sure enough, little Sakura hasn't changed, and is even more violent than before. Naruto, who was being shaken wildly by little Sakura, was thinking about this in his heart. Good fight. Yin Xiang suddenly shouted at this time. One reason was that he learned strange strength directly from the punch from little Sakura just now, and the other was that he finally vented his anger after Naruto kissed him. Hey, who the hell are you? Upon hearing that his brother Naruto was beaten, this guy even shouted. Well done. Konohamaru pointed at Yin Xiang and shouted. I was just passing by, and this uncle named Jiraiya kidnapped me without any reason, Yin Xiang said upon seeing this. The other party was the prince of the third Hokage, and maybe he could find a way to rescue her from Jiraiya. Okay, Naruto, it's time for us to find Tsunade. Jiraiya didn't give Yin Xiang any chance at all. He pulled Yin Xiang forward and said to Naruto. Advertisement, okay. Naruto nodded. Then you guys go do the mission first, I'll take them to see Lord Tsunade. Little Sakura also let Konohamaru and the others leave, and Konohamaru and the other two nodded and left. Led by little Sakura, the three met Tsunade. Tsunade's first words were not to reminisce with Naruto and the others, but to point at Yin Xiang and ask, who is this guy? I saw him near Konoha on the way back. He was acting sneaky and hesitant in his speech. I suspected he was a spy, so I brought him back. However, he has no chakra fluctuations, so he should be an ordinary person, Jiraiya said. Since everyone knew he was just an ordinary person, you still brought him back. Are you trying to take credit for it? Tsunade said to Jiraiya with a flattering expression. Yin Xiang didn't have the heart to listen to what they were talking about at this moment. She used her long hair to cover her face to stare at the object on Tsunade's chest. It was incredible. Was there really such a big thing in the world? You little brat. What are you looking at? Jiraiya is indeed a man known as the pervy sage. He immediately noticed Yin Xiang's gaze. After all, he is also an expert at peeping with his long hair. Eh? Lord Jiraiya, what are you talking about? Yin Xiang instantly became an actor. She pushed aside her hair and looked at Tsunade with a pitiful expression. Are you the Hokage? You can make the decision for me, Yin Xiang said and knelt down in front of Tsunade. My parents died in the war when I was young. I have been wandering the streets since I was 5 years old. I have barely survived until now by picking up garbage and chewing tree bark. Today, I wanted to climb a tree to pick some fruit, but I accidentally fell down, and Lord Jiraiya caught me. You have to stop me. Are the legendary Sannin such domineering people? Yin Xiang said while squeezing away tears. When she found that she couldn't squeeze it out, she secretly twisted her thigh, and ended up crying so hard that Jiraiya, Tsunade and others were stunned. So, what you said is true. Naruto looked at Yin Xiang's words and actions and started crying too. Why are you crying? Little Sakura yelled at Naruto when she saw this. Oh, I accidentally got infected by him, sorry. Naruto quickly came to his senses and wiped his tears. Is that so, Jiraiya? Tsunade seemed to be moved by Yin Xiang's sincerity. In addition, she did not feel any chakra fluctuations from him, so what the child said might be true, so she stared at Jiraiya. Advertisement Jiraiya was frightened by his look. I don't know if my life story is true, but falling from a tree is definitely true, Jiraiya immediately said awkwardly. Shizune, take him to take a bath and change into clean clothes first. Tsunade then looked at Shizune beside him and said. Yes, Master Tsunade. Shizune nodded, and Jiraiya also untied the ropes that trapped Yin Xiang. Thank you, Hokage. Thank you, Hokage. Yin Xiang's next move was even more outrageous. She rushed up and hugged Tsunade's thighs and started crying. You guy. Jiraiya pointed at Yin Xiang and shouted. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that this guy was taking advantage. Well, he's still a child. Tsunade said to Jiraiya, who was about to scold, just follow her and clean it up. Okay, thank you Hokage. Yin Xiang had taken enough advantage, so she let go and left with Shizune. You're just going to let him go? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said after Yin Xiang and Shizune left. Otherwise, a homeless boy from the Fire Nation who has no chakra fluctuations and lost his family in the war was captured by Konoha's Sannin Jiraiya and locked up for interrogation. If this news gets out, I will no longer be able to serve as Hokage. I am cleaning up the mess for you, Tsunade said to Jiraiya. Yin Xiang had already come to the bathhouse under Shizune's guidance. Shizune asked Yin Xiang to take a bath first while he prepared clothes for him. After entering the bathhouse, Yin Xiang was the only one there. The bathhouse owner saw that Yin Xiang was too dirty and insisted on not letting him enter the bathhouse. He could only take a shower at the side. It was also at this time that he tried out the moves he had learned along the way. Transformation. Yin Xiang formed seals with his hands, a puff of smoke dissipated, and he turned into Naruto, then changed again, and turned into Jiraiya, controlling himself with ease. Next was the body replacement technique. Using the shower water as an enemy to attack herself, Yin Xiang formed seals with her hands and used the body replacement technique. She directly exchanged positions with the water droplets in the bathtub, and at the same time, she stood on the water with chakra attached to the soles of her feet. Chapter 4 Pay Back the Money. This is ninjutsu. Yin Xiang stood on the water, feeling the power. The blue ripples under his feet were chakra. Through Jiraiya and Tsunade's repeated examinations of himself, Yin Xiang also mastered the method of detecting chakra. Later he discovered that his chakra would only burst out when he used ninjutsu. When he didn't use ninjutsu, no matter how they perceived him, he was just an ordinary person without any chakra fluctuations. Perhaps this kind of power should not be called chakra. After all, it is inexhaustible. Chaotic lion hair technique. Yin Xiang formed seals with his hands and swung his hair out. His hair grew longer and tied up the pillar opposite. When Jiraiya used this move on him today, he had not yet modified his learning ability. He did not expect that he could successfully learn even the ninjutsu he had seen before. Suddenly, Yin Xiang sensed that someone was walking towards him. He immediately released the chakra under his feet, fell into the water with a splash, and his long hair retracted. Hey, you little devil. Didn't I tell you not to go into the pool? The person who came was the bathhouse owner, and he shouted at Yin Xiang. But I have already washed it clean, Yin Xiang said to the boss. You are still wasting water, really? The boss saw that Yin Xiang had not turned off the shower he had used before, so he walked over and turned it off. If it weren't for the Hokage's instructions, I wouldn't have let you in, The boss snorted coldly and walked out. You old man, you are finished. Lousy will tear down your store tonight, Yin Xiang murmured as she watched her boss leave. When he washed himself clean and left the bathhouse, Shizune had already asked the boss to put his clothes in the locker room. It seemed that the boss came in just to tell him about this, but when he saw him enter the pool, he got angry and left. Yin Xiang picked up the clothes, and a pair of underwear fell out of it. Shizune was quite thoughtful and prepared some underwear for her. He hesitated and didn't know the size, so he bought a one-size-fits-all size. Fortunately, Yin Xiang could wear it, but it was a bit tight around her. Yin Xiang put on the clothes, which was a Japanese kimono with black and white stripes. After getting dressed, Yin Xiang blew his hair dry, letting his long hair spread on both sides. If his hair was a little messier, he would look a bit like Uchiha Madara. What a handsome guy. Yin Xiang praised herself in the mirror after looking at her clean and tidy face. When she showed this face to others, Yin Xiang was already looking forward to Shizune's surprised expression when he saw her. When Yin Xiang came out, Shizune was standing outside the door. He glanced at Yin Xiang, then looked away and continued to stand there waiting. Wow, he didn't even recognize me. Eh? Shizune then turned his head back and looked at the clothes on Yin Xiang carefully. Aren't these the clothes he bought for Yin Xiang? Are you Yin Xiang-kun? Shizune stared at Yin Xiang with his eyes wide open and shouted, his mouth wide open and unable to close. Advertisement, yes, Sister Shizune. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled. It's exactly the same expression as I thought. Yin Xiang's smile directly conquered Shizune, and Shizune blushed immediately. Well, then let's go, next we have to get a haircut. Shizune turned around and said with a blushing face. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded and followed Shizune. attracting many girls to stop and watch along the way. Ding ding ding. The second stage of the mission begins. Successfully conquer Tsunade and gain access to a modified talent. Ding 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 ding. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Yin Xiang's mind, and Yin Xiang frowned immediately. How to capture Tsunade? How to capture? Is it to win her favor or fall in love with Tsunade? Or to push Tsunade down? Yin Xiang felt a chill. Although Tsunade looked young, he was actually in his 40s or 50s. Wasn't this editor messing around? But, if she really wants to overthrow Tsunade, it's not impossible. Although she is actually over 50 years old, her 100 healings technique keeps her body in a young state. Owning one Tsunade means owning all the Tsunade. Ding ding ding. Falling in love with Tsunade and seducing Tsunade are both considered mission successes. Current Tsunade favorability, 10%. Alas, the difficulty coefficient is too high. Yin Xiang sighed. Tsunade is not that easy to conquer. If she had known earlier, she would have saved the ability to modify it for the first time and directly modified Tsunade's favorability towards her to 100%. Can I keep the opportunity to make changes? Yin Xiang asked in her mind when she thought of this. Ding ding ding. Okay, nice. If I could keep the opportunity to modify it, I could modify it directly whenever I encountered any problem. Wouldn't I be the only one in the world? I could just change the obedience of Uchiha Madara. No, Otsutsuki Kage are sage of 6 paths to 100%. I was excited just thinking about it. We're here. Shizune stopped and said, thank you for your money. Yin Xiang gave Shizune a scheming smile, and Shizune blushed again. Ding ding ding. Shizune's favorability increased, 18%. Advertisement, oh my goodness, did he capture Shizune before capturing Tsunade? Yin Xiang thought after seeing this number. It's okay, it's all Lord Tsunade's money, go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. Shizune said to Yin Xiang. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded, and at the same time thought, Tsunade's money? Where does Tsunade get the money? Yin Xiang walked into the barbershop and came out after a haircut. Shizune was stunned again. As the saying goes, hairstyle can change a person. With her current hairstyle, Yin Xiang can charm thousands of girls, and even the pig in old Wang's house at the village would be amazed. Ding ding ding. Shizune's favorability increased by 20%. Is Shizune a face-obsessed person? I haven't done anything yet, but his favorability rating is rising. Yin Xiang couldn't help but complain after seeing this. Now Shizune was too embarrassed to even talk to Yin Xiang, so he just led the way and took Yin Xiang to find Tsunade. After arriving at Tsunade's office, Tsunade was also stunned by Yin Xiang in front of him. Shizune. Who is this? Where's Yin Xiang? Tsunade said, pointing at Yin Xiang. Master Tsunade, he is Yin Xiang. Shizune whispered to Tsunade. Tsunade was surprised, but then she regained her composure. As expected of the Hokage, seeing such a handsome Yin Xiang, her favorability didn't increase at all. I didn't expect he's such a handsome guy. Thank you for the compliment, Hokage-sama. Thank you for paying for me to take a bath. Yin Xiang said quickly, like a flatterer. I didn't give you this money for free, Shizune. How much did it cost in total? Tsunade said with a bright smile. The total is 5,000, Shizune said after calculating. Pay back the money. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang, extending a hand. Chapter 5 Lone Shark Trafficker Tsunade. I have no money, Yin Xiang said as he rummaged through his pockets which were cleaner than his face. No money? Tsunade pretended to be puzzled. If you don't have money, then there is nothing you can do. Just stay and work. So this is your purpose, Yin Xiang shouted in his heart. This Tsunade is simply a profiteer, but this is exactly what he wants. This is the only way to complete his mission. Does it include food and accommodation? Yin Xiang asked. Food and lodging included? Then I have to do the math. Tsunade's eyes rolled in his sockets, and after a moment he clapped his hands. You owe me 5,000, and the interest will increase by 50 every day, plus another 50 for food and lodging, so you owe me an extra 100 a day, so the next day it will be 5,002, so the interest for the next day is 52. It increases a little bit every day. You are a loan shark. Yin Xiang shouted after hearing this. What? You don't want to? Tsunade changed his expression immediately when he heard Yin Xiang yelling, and said to Yin Xiang with a stern face, perfectly illustrating what the smaller the voice, the greater the aura. Yin Xiang is willing to serve Lord Tsunade at all times. Yin Xiang also immediately opened her mouth and shouted. That's a good kid. Tsunade smiled again after hearing that. Ding ding ding. The face-changing skill has been learned to max. I can even learn this. Yin Xiang complained in her heart after hearing this. It was really amazing. I wonder what Master Tsunade wants me to do. If you don't even know ninjutsu, what can you do? Tsunade thought for a moment, and was so focused on cheating him that he forgot to choose a job for him. I think with your looks, it would be nice for you to be a gigolo in a tavern. Hiss. Yin Xiang took a breath of cold air. This woman was so vicious. No, it's not good, Yin Xiang said tremblingly. I'm just kidding. How about this, you stay here and be my secretary? Tsunade thought for a moment and said. Shizune had to help out at the Konoha hospital now, and he didn't have time to go there, so it was a good opportunity for this kid to take over Shizune's position. Advertisement, that's great. Yin Xiang nodded quickly. Tsunade really understood her feelings. Wouldn't it be more convenient to capture her this way? Then you hand over to Shizune, and then come out with me later. Tsunade nodded and said. In fact, he kept Yin Xiang by his side because, firstly, he was a child who lost his family because of the war in the Land of Fire. It was really pitiful for him to have wandered for so many years. The second is that even if he was allowed to leave now, he would have nowhere to go and would have to fend for himself, so he took care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation under the pretext of paying back the debt. Then Shizune took Yin Xiang to the next room, which was full of documents that Tsunade had not had time to deal with, and some that had already been dealt with. Shizune told Yin Xiang about Tsunade's various schedules, which were almost full every day, and some of Tsunade's lil habits. Regarding the lil habits, Yin Xiang listened carefully and remembered them clearly. These are the shortcuts to conquering Tsunade in the future. His learning ability also showed its strength. Everything Shizune said was like engraved in Yin Xiang's mind. It was impossible for him to forget it. He could also apply what he had learned to other situations. After listening to Shizune's words, he knew how to deal with these files. After telling Yin Xiang a lot, Shizune asked Yin Xiang again, and Yin Xiang answered it all word for word. Shizune nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that this kid was so smart, his favorability rose to 25%. When Shizune had almost finished explaining everything to Yin Xiang, Tsunade also came to find Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang then realized that after Naruto came back, Tsunade arranged for Kakashi to test the results of his and Little Sakura's training over the past 2 years. It was about to begin now, and Tsunade was going to go and see, so that Yin Xiang would not get scared when seeing ninjas fighting and lose the Hokage. Of course Yin Xiang was very willing. If he could see this kind of battle, he knew how many ninjutsu he would have to learn. It would be exactly what he wanted. When Tsunade brought Yin Xiang to the training ground, Jiraiya was already waiting there. Yin Xiang was very conscious of being a secretary and always followed Tsunade half a step behind. Who is this person? Jiraiya asked when he saw Tsunade bringing the boy with him, your male lover. What? Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head without giving him any face. This is Yin Xiang, the brat you brought back. You will be my secretary from now on. What? This kid is your secretary? Jiraiya was shocked. He knew that this kid was a pervert and played a trick on him. He was not a good person. Can he do it? Tsunade-sama, get up at 7 o'clock every day, prepare breakfast at 7:30, prepare the documents to be processed today in the office at 8 o'clock, drink some sake and take a 10-minute break at 10 o'clock, prepare lunch at 12 o'clock, and have a lunch break from 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Advertisement, okay. No need to tell him so much. Tsunade interrupted Yin Xiang and said, how about it, is it okay? Jiraiya had a deflated expression on his face and was speechless. Just then Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi arrived at the training grounds. Shish. Tsunade made a gesture to silence them, and the three of them looked at them intently, waiting for them to start fighting. The three of them exchanged greetings and were sad for a while, during which they mentioned Sasuke. Sasuke's defection was a permanent regret for Team 7. After the sadness, Naruto also cheered up. Their goal is to grab Kakashi's bell, which is the same as the previous assessment project, except that there are fewer individual and ability changes. Naruto took the lead in attacking, jumping up and throwing several shurikens, but Kakashi ducked down, dodged the shurikens, and threw several shurikens back at Naruto. Just from the shurikens they threw, Yin Xiang's learning ability allowed him to learn how to throw multiple shurikens. Naruto was unable to dodge the shuriken in the air, so he used the shadow clone technique to pull his body aside in the air and avoid the shuriken. Shadow clone technique, I accept it. Yin Xiang smiled behind Tsunade. Naruto landed and turned shadow clone into a large windmill shuriken. Kakashi took the opportunity to rush forward, grabbed the shuriken with one hand, and pressed Naruto's head with the other hand, locking him up, and another shadow clone of Naruto appeared behind Kakashi, pointing a kunai at Kakashi's waist. Not bad, Tsunade said upon seeing this. That's my disciple. Jiraiya smiled proudly. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yin Xiang quietly used shadow clone to create an avatar. She said in the afternoon that she would destroy the bathhouse. She must destroy it. Chapter 6 I am the king of the night. Yin Xiang's original body stayed here to learn ninjutsu, while the clone used the transformation technique to transform into a man in black wearing a black cloak and mask and went to the bathhouse. As soon as it got dark, the clone directly demolished the bathhouse. You're so impatient. You haven't changed at all. I haven't even said start yet. Kakashi glanced at the kunai behind him and said, well, get ready, start. After Kakashi said start, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. To others, this might be shadow clone or body replacement technique, but Yin Xiang knew at the first time that this was Earth style. The decapitation technique in his mind, this might be one of the great advantages of the modifier. As long as the opponent used ninjutsu, he would be able to find it at the first time. Naruto and little Sakura also began to look for Kakashi everywhere. They couldn't find him in the 4 directions of up, left, down and back, so the only one left was underground. Little Sakura also showed the results of her 2.5 years of training. She clenched her right fist, condensed chakra, and punched the ground. This strange power was really amazing. The whole ground shook, and then a huge crack appeared, and the ground was divided into several large stones. Naruto was so scared. What would happen if he got punched by little Sakura in the future? Kakashi, who was underground, also dodged quickly, and was shocked. What a terrifying power. Well done. Tsunade smiled as he leaned against the tree, very satisfied with his disciple. Teacher Kakashi, I found you. Little Sakura said while staring at Kakashi who was lying on the ground. Kakashi also jumped out from the ground helplessly and looked at little Sakura to do tactical analysis. Come on, come on. Yin Xiang kept shouting in her heart. Of course it was Rasengan and Chidori. Come on, as long as she saw these two skills, she would be able to learn the Rasenshuriken directly through her learning ability. Kakashi then escaped into the woods. Little Sakura and Naruto looked at each other and followed in. Once they entered the woods, they would be stuck in a protracted battle. As ninjas, they had to hide their aura and conceal themselves to catch their opponents by surprise. The three of them hid somewhere in the woods. Before they knew it, the sun was almost setting and they hadn't fought yet. If it was the old Naruto, he would have rushed into fight. After waiting for a long time, Naruto finally found Kakashi and rushed towards him with a kunai in his hand. Kakashi immediately used a kunai to fight back. The two collided with each other with kunai in the air. Then Kakashi turned around and threw the kunai at Naruto. Naruto used the help of a tree to block the kunai. Then the physical battle began. Kakashi and Naruto fought each other. Yin Xiang recorded the whole process and learned their every move. After Naruto dodged, little Sakura rushed up to fight with Kakashi, and each punch was filled with the strange power of chakra. Advertisement. Kakashi could only keep dodging, and little Sakura punched the tree, breaking the whole tree. Then Naruto used Shadow Clone to fight Kakashi, but was blown up by Kakashi. He then jumped behind the three Narutos in the air and directly used Shadow Dance Leaf, tied up the three Narutos with bandages and smashed them to the ground. This move was also learned by Yin Xiang. Unfortunately, they are all clones. So, where is the real body? Kakashi landed and began to look for the real body. Here, Naruto jumped out of the bushes, put his hands together, and stretched out two fingers. Secret. Taijutsu secret. 1,000 years of death. Forget about this trick. Yin Xiang closed her eyes directly. Naruto always used such eye-catching tricks. By this time, it was already dark, and Yin Xiang's clone began to move. Go to hell. Yin Xiang, wearing a black cloak, jumped high into the air, and fell from the air. He punched the top of the bathhouse with incredible force. The whole bathhouse collapsed instantly, and not even a piece of debris was left. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Who are you? The bathhouse owner had just come out of the bathhouse and was about to go home when he saw this scene. His heart was broken and he shouted at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang was lifted up from the ground and landed on a telephone pole. With the light of the street lamp and the breeze blowing his cloak, he said in a very pretentious manner, I am the king of the night, the punisher of evil, the god of night. You look like a middle school boy to me. At this time, Yin Xiang's second-year soul has been burning to the extreme. Coming to the second dimension, how can she not suffer from the second-year syndrome? Who is it? At this moment, the ninjas of Konoha guard also ran over and shouted at Yin Xiang on the electric pole. Seeing this, Yin Xiang pretended to be cool again. HMPH, a bunch of good-for-nothings, come and catch me if you can. Then he disappeared on the electric pole with a thud. Is it Shadow Clone? The Konoha shinobi looked at each other in bewilderment after seeing it, without even seeing each other's faces. Advertisement. Oh my god. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Look at what we can do. The bathhouse owner said, pointing at the huge pit on the ground. There was no trace of a bathhouse here. What on earth happened? The leader was none other than Shenyu Chu-yun, who came up to the boss and asked. That guy called himself the king of the dark night, named Yi Shen. He jumped down from the sky and smashed my bathhouse into this state with one punch. The boss grabbed Shenyu Izumo and shouted. One punch. Hearing that only one punch was used, Akatsuki Izumo was also surprised. There were probably not many people in the entire Konoha who could do this. And when it comes to one punch having such great power, Akatsuki Izumo could only think of the extraordinary strength of the current Hokage, Senju Tsunade. Well, don't worry, go home first, and we will report this news to Lord Hokage. Akatsuki Izumo said to the bathhouse owner. You must make the decision for me. The bathhouse owner pulled Kamijitsuki Izumo's arm and shouted. Don't worry, we will definitely bring him to justice. Shenyu Izumo comforted, and then sent the bathhouse owner away. He came to the Hokage's office to find Tsunade, but Tsunade was not there, so he had to go to the hospital to find Shizune. Shizune told Kamiju Izumo the location of Tsunade, and he used the body flicker technique directly to come to Tsunade. Oh shit. Yin Xiang was so frightened by the sudden appearance of Shenyu Chu-yun that all the national essence came out. What did you say? Tsunade turned around and looked at Yin Xiang. This guy just said something that she couldn't understand. It's okay. I was just scared, Yin Xiang said, patting his chest. Master Tsunade. Izumo Kanzuki knelt in front of Tsunade. What's wrong? Tsunade asked. Just now, the Konoha bathhouse was attacked by unknown persons. The whole thing collapsed and the ground sank. According to the bathhouse owner, the attacker is called Yagami, the king of darkness. He destroyed the entire bathhouse with just one punch. Akatsuki Izumo reported to Tsunade. I am the king of the night, the punisher of evil, the god of night, so handsome. Yin Xiang was gloating beside him. Chapter 7. The best actor starts performing. What? Tsunade was also startled when she heard this, and Jiraiya immediately jumped up from the tree. You demolished the bathhouse with just one punch and made the ground dented. Tsunade was originally leaning against a tree, but now he stood up from the tree and looked at Komatsuki Izumo. Requesting the perspective of Komatsuki Izumo, Yin Xiang looked at the position where Komatsuki Izumo raised his head, which was right below Tsunade's chest. There is only one bathhouse in Konoha. Where can I get materials? Jiraiya shouted, holding his head. Now is not the time to care about this, Lord Jiraiya. Yin Xiang jumped out and pretended to be a good person. According to our on-site investigation, we think he might have used supernatural powers. When Komatsuki Izumo said this, he looked into Tsunade's eyes from time to time, meaning that this might be caused by one of your apprentices. How could that be? Tsunade frowned upon hearing that. His supernatural powers were only possessed by little Sakura, and how did that guy named Yagami enter Konoha so quietly? Let's go take a look. Tsunade said and was about to leave. Lord Tsunade, over here. Yin Xiang was naturally reluctant to leave. How could she let go of such a good opportunity to learn ninjutsu? Don't worry about it for now. We've seen what we need to see. Tsunade said and then left. Since it's related to supernatural powers, I'll go and take a look too. Jiraiya yawned and followed. Kamizu Izumo immediately ran to the front to lead the way. Yin Xiang could only quietly send a shadow clone to watch over here. They quickly arrived at the bathhouse, and Tsunade and Jiraiya were a little surprised when they saw the big hole in front of them. It's true that it's super strength, but the power seems to be stronger than yours. Jiraiya said, looking at the ground. There was a fist mark in the middle of the huge pit, which meant that it was indeed caused by a punch. Moreover, with such a large area, Tsunade couldn't have punched it out with just one punch. An S-class guy invaded. Tsunade bit her thumb as she thought. This was a little habit she had when thinking. Advertisement. The S-class she mentioned refers to the S-class rebel ninja, or more commonly known as the Kage-level strongman. Except for me and little Sakura, no one in Konoha can use super strength, and I have never taught anyone else. Tsunade frowned and said. Could it be that someone secretly learned it when you were teaching little Sakura? Jiraiya said. Even if you learn it secretly, it can't be so powerful. Tsunade said decisively. Super strength requires the whole body's chakra to be concentrated together, and it requires the ability to control chakra very accurately. When I taught little Sakura, it was impossible for anyone to hear our conversation. I am still very confident in sensing this. Well, this may be difficult to investigate. Jiraiya sighed when he heard this. Even if they racked their brains, they could not imagine that it was Yin Xiang who did it. By the way, when we arrived, he disappeared. It wasn't the body flicker technique, it was the shadow clone. Shen Yu Chu Yun said at this time. As just one shadow clone so strong, it seems that this character is more difficult to deal with than S level. Jiraiya became serious after hearing this and stopped thinking about collecting materials. Konoha is now facing an unprecedented powerful enemy. What are you going to do? At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice sounded, and everyone turned around to look. Danzo. Danzo walked up to Tsunade, surrounded by a group of Anbu. So what are you going to do? Tsunade said unhappily to Danzo, this nosy guy. I've investigated and found that there was only one person who had a conflict with the bathhouse owner today. Danzo said, then looked at Yin Xiang. Several Anbu appeared directly behind Yin Xiang and pressed Yin Xiang to the ground. At this moment, it was time for Yin Xiang to show off his best ever performance. Why are you arresting me? What does this have to do with me? Lord Tsunade, save me, save me. Yin Xiang's face was pressed to the ground, and he shouted at Tsunade. Stop. Tsunade immediately shouted to the two Anbu, but they were directly under Danzo and did not listen to Tsunade's orders at all. Danzo, what do you mean? Yin Xiang was with us when it happened. Didn't Izumo Komatsuki say that what they saw was a shadow clone? Danzo said calmly, his facial expression unchanged. Except for him, no one has ever had a conflict with the bathhouse owner. Advertisement. He's just a normal guy without chakra. Tsunade yelled at Danzo. Is it because she has no chakra or she has sealed it herself? We have to try to know. Take her away. Danzo said to the two Anbu. The two Anbu pulled Yin Xiang up from the ground and took her towards Danzo. Master Tsunade, save me, I am innocent. Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade pitifully and shouted, while thinking in her heart. This Danzo is really like that, he would rather kill 100 people by mistake than let one go. You are suspecting that he is a spy now, right? If he is a spy and has such strength, he would have resisted by now. Tsunade said, pointing at the ruins beside him. He did not try to stop the two Anbu. It was embarrassing enough for the Hokage to be unable to command the Anbu of his own village. It would be improper to stop them. What if he is just pretending to be pitiful and trying to gain your sympathy? He does this to get close to you and steal Konoha's secrets. Danzo said to Tsunade, not to be outdone. This day was so exciting. In just one day, I killed Pain's clone, met Jiraiya and was caught, became Tsunade's secretary, and now I'm caught by Danzo. The future is getting more and more promising. At this time, Yin Xiang seemed to be panicking, but in fact, he was as calm as an old dog. Because she found that Tsunade's favorability towards her increased by 2 points. It seems that her pretending to be pitiful aroused Tsunade's desire to protect her. But when Danzo said this, Tsunade's heart was shaken, and his favorability instantly dropped by 5 points. Danzo, This B asterisk 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 D, I'll smash your roots when I get the chance. Yin Xiang thought to herself, and I'll pop all your eyeballs out at the same time. Now, in order to complete the task and get the modifier points, Yin Xiang cannot resist directly, otherwise the task will be stuck here for the rest of her life. Maybe she can take this opportunity to increase Tsunade's favorability towards her. I thought so too. We can let Danzo take him for interrogation. Jiraiya also whispered in Tsunade's ear at this time. You old brat. Yin Xiang cursed in her heart. Why is Jiraiya also on Danzo's side? Come to think of it, Jiraiya has always felt that he is not a good person. It seems that Jiraiya and Danzo are much more careful than Tsunade. If the interrogation is over and it has nothing to do with him, how are you going to compensate him? Tsunade also looked at Danzo and said. No, Lady Tsunade, I didn't do anything. Yin Xiang understood after hearing this, and now she had to make a textbook-level speech as a weak position. Advertisement Chapter 8 Check into Tsunade's bedroom. Who are these people? Let me go. Yin Xiang struggled in Anbu's hands, and then Anbu chopped Yin Xiang with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Compensation. Let's talk about it when he's still alive. Then Danzo took Anbu and Yin Xiang away. First, let's use the village's money to rebuild the bathhouse, and then send people to strengthen defenses in Konoha to prevent Yagami from appearing again. Tsunade watched Yin Xiang being taken away, and then said to Komatsuki Izumo. Yes. Shen Yu Chu-yun nodded and left. Don't you think that Yin Xiang is Yi Shen? Jiraiya asked after Shen Yu Izumo left. Of course, he looks so powerful, doesn't he? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and said, we can take this opportunity to suppress Danzo and weaken his spirit, but it will be hard for Yin Xiang. At this time, Yin Xiang was trapped on a cross, and a bucket of cold water was poured directly on Yin Xiang. Ah, Yin Xiang exclaimed. In fact, he was not knocked unconscious at all. He was just pretending. It's so cold. Lord Danzo, I'm really not the night god. Yin Xiang shouted to Danzo. HMPH. Danzo snorted coldly and ignored Yin Xiang. He liked to use the simplest way and just waved his hand. An Anbu ninja came up and put his hand on Yin Xiang's head. Yin Xiang fainted in an instant. This time he really fainted, but at the same time his mind reminded him that he had learned the Yamanaka clan's mind-turning technique. This member of the Yamanaka clan explored Yin Xiang's brain, but unfortunately, Yin Xiang's brain was protected by Modifier. Even though he fainted, Yin Xiang's consciousness was still there. He used the mind-turning technique to let him see the images he wanted him to see. The content of the picture was exactly the same as what he had described to Jiraiya and Tsunade, with a broken family, wandering, and so on. After a while of exploration, Anbu of the Yamanaka clan also took his hand away from Yin Xiang's head. At this moment Yin Xiang woke up. What happened? What's wrong with me? Yin Xiang opened his eyes and pretended to be stupid. It's not him. The Yamanaka clan shook his head, and then told Danzo everything he saw. Danzo was immediately disappointed. It seemed that he had really guessed wrong this time. Advertisement. But as the leader of the root, how could he just let it go? He then waved to the Anbu beside him. The Anbu came over with a whip and whipped Yin Xiang directly. Yin Xiang immediately wailed, and then was whipped more. You go. Danzo said to Anbu of the Yamanaka clan. He nodded and left. In fact, he was not Danzo's subordinate, but was temporarily transferred to help. Yamanaka Feng of the Yamanaka clan, who was under Danzo's command, was currently performing a mission outside. After leaving the route, he immediately went to the Hokage's office and told Tsunade everything he saw in the cell. Tsunade slammed the table, stood up, and went directly to the route. When Tsunade arrived at the route, Yin Xiang had been beaten to a bloody mess and fainted. This time he was really dizzy. After all, Yin Xiang only learned ninjutsu secretly, and his physical fitness had not been enhanced. Since we've checked and found no problems, why don't you let him go? Tsunade directly stopped Anbu's whip, pulled the whip out of his hand and threw it into the corner. HMPH. Danzo snorted coldly, then stood up and left with Anbu. At this moment, he couldn't explain anything. Tsunade quickly took Yin Xiang down from the cross, carried Yin Xiang on his back, carried Yin Xiang back to his home, and put Yin Xiang on the bed to heal his wounds. Tsunade's treatment methods were indeed powerful. Yin Xiang regained consciousness soon. When she recovered and saw the green chakra used by Tsunade for treatment, all the medical knowledge appeared in her mind. Lord Tsunade. Yin Xiang spoke weakly, looking at Tsunade, her body covered in her own blood. Don't talk yet, Tsunade said to Yin Xiang, and then continued to treat Yin Xiang. What did I do wrong? Yin Xiang said in a weak and pitiful tone. Tsunade's heart was troubled. This child really did nothing wrong. He didn't know if Tsunade thought of his own brother when he looked at Yin Xiang, and at this moment his favorability towards Yin Xiang directly increased by 10 points. You did nothing wrong. Don't worry, I will get justice for you. Tsunade comforted Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also closed her eyes, enjoying Tsunade's treatment on her, and fell asleep after a while. Advertisement. When Yin Xiang woke up the next day, her injuries had almost healed and she could walk without any problem. She checked the time and it was 5 in the morning. Yin Xiang looked around and found herself in a room. The sheets and quilt covers were all dark green, and Tsunade's clothes were hanging on the hanger next to it. Especially the underwear is quite conspicuous. But Yin Xiang hasn't perverted to that extent yet, so she thinks this must be Tsunade's room. Yin Xiang walked out of the room and found Tsunade sleeping in the living room in her pajamas. She took out the quilt and covered Tsunade with it, then sat next to her waiting for her to wake up. As long as she opened her eyes, she would see herself, and she had covered her with a quilt, so her favorability would definitely increase. Yin Xiang didn't just sit there and wait, she went out to buy some groceries and cooked breakfast for Tsunade herself at her home. The quilt, companionship and loving breakfast were enough to win over Tsunade. Yin Xiang thinks so. Tsunade woke up at the same time Yin Xiang finished breakfast, yawned, stretched on the sofa, and rubbed her eyes. Yin Xiang immediately came forward and appeared in front of Tsunade. Master Tsunade, you are awake. Tsunade opened her eyes and let down her guard when she saw someone in front of her. Are you ready to get up? Yes, I have prepared breakfast for you. You can eat after washing up. Yin Xiang said, shaking the plate in his hand. I handed you over to Danzo, don't you blame me. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and asked. No, I know I had no choice. After all, I was a suspect, and you came to save me, didn't you? Yin Xiang said with a smile. You. Tsunade smiled relieved after hearing that. She was a very kind person and was very happy to get Yin Xiang's understanding. Coupled with the quilt and breakfast, Tsunade's favorability towards Yin Xiang directly increased to 35%, which was a big leap. I'm going to wash up first. Tsunade stood up from the sofa and prepared to take the quilt back to the room. Let me do this. Yin Xiang put the plate on the coffee table and took the quilt from Tsunade. Tsunade did not refuse. When Yin Xiang was about to enter the room, Tsunade seemed to suddenly think of something. Wait a moment. Tsunade shouted with a red face, and Yin Xiang stopped abruptly in front of the door. Chapter 9 San Shinobi's Call for Help. What's wrong? Yin Xiang turned back blankly, but she already had the answer in her heart. Don't go. Let me go. Tsunade dodged the quilt from Yin Xiang's hand, threw it into the room, and closed the door when she came out, with a red face the whole time. Nothing, don't go in. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang and quickly walked into the bathroom to wash up. By the time she finished washing up, Yin Xiang had already put the food on the dining table. Of course, she had to have breakfast with Tsunade. A single man and a single woman who had slept under the same roof for a night, and now had breakfast together, it was simply like living together. After the two of them had breakfast together, Yin Xiang also consciously cleaned up the plates and the table. Your clothes are no longer wearable. I bought you some new clothes last night. Change into them. Tsunade pointed to the clothes on the coffee table. Thank you, Lord Tsunade. Yin Xiang also nodded, took her clothes and walked into the bathroom, took off her blood-stained clothes, and changed into new clothes, which were not much different from her previous kimono. When Yin Xiang went out this morning wearing the blood-stained clothes, she attracted a lot of attention. Then the two of them went to the Hokage building together. It was already 7:30, and in another half an hour it would be Tsunade's work time. Today we have to go to the task posting place to assign tasks to the ninjas. Yin Xiang was standing behind Tsunade with a notebook in her hand, looking like a typical secretary. There's that guy Naruto today. It gives me a headache just thinking about assigning him tasks. Tsunade sighed and nodded. It's almost time now, we should go over. Yin Xiang said after looking at the time. Yeah, Tsunade nodded, then stood up and the two of them went to the room where the missions were issued. Naruto arrived soon after. An escort mission for gold bar transportation. When Tsunade told Naruto about the mission, Naruto was indeed dissatisfied. What, are you not satisfied? Tsunade supported her head with her hands and glanced at Naruto. Advertisement. This is totally a C rank mission. I can't praise this kind of mission. Naruto said to Tsunade. Looking at the entire Konoha, the only ones who dared to speak to the Hokage like this were Naruto and Konohamaru. Kakashi and little Sakura also had an expected expression. Last night, Yin Xiang's shadow clone learned a lot of ninjutsu, including fire-style Great Fireball, water-style Water Dragon Bomb, and Earth Flow Wall. It was a pity that we didn't see Naruto's Rasengan and Kakashi's Chidori. Perhaps it was because Kakashi once taught Sasuke that Chidori was not to be used against companions, and Jiraiya also said the same thing to Naruto. Naruto finally succeeded in getting the bell by revealing the ending of Intimate Paradise, and as a result, the three of them formed the Kakashi team, which was no longer like the master and apprentice team before, to carry out missions together. Naruto, you haven't grown mentally at all. Uruka on the side also said with a headache. Of course, Tsunade is not the only one who issues tasks, otherwise he would be busy every day. Naruto, considering this is your first mission after returning, I have assigned you a simple task. Tsunade was halfway through her words when Naruto interrupted her. Don't mind your own business. Naruto said unconvincedly to Tsunade. Seeing this, little Sakura put her arms around Naruto's neck to stop him from saying anything more. I'm sorry, master. I will teach him a lesson later. The contents of the mission are written here. Tsunade did not allow Naruto to refuse and pushed the mission details forward. Yes, Kakashi stepped forward to obtain the mission details. Really, the third generation grandpa is more reasonable than you. Naruto said in a low voice after being stopped by little Sakura. What did you just say? Tsunade shouted at Naruto with a dark face after hearing it. That's enough. Little Sakura grabbed Naruto's neck and almost strangled him to death. Oh no, 5th Hokage. Just then, the door of the room was opened and a short-haired woman rushed in. She was from the cipher class, responsible for deciphering coded letters. Before Kakashi could get the mission details, the woman rushed in front of Tsunade. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Tsunade asked when she saw this. I just received an urgent communication from Tsunade. This is what was deciphered. She handed the book in her hand to Tsunade. Advertisement. Tsunade's face changed drastically after reading it, and Yin Xiang also took a look. At this time, it was Tsunade's letter for help. The Akatsuki organization raided Tsunade last night and kidnapped Gaara. What? Iruka was also shocked after seeing it. What's wrong? Naruto asked after hearing that it was a letter from Tsunade and seeing how nervous they were. The Kage of the Sand Shinobi has been kidnapped by an organization called Akatsuki. Tsunade did not hide it from them. As expected, they were all shocked after hearing this, but Yin Xiang was a little happy now. Just by taking a look at the decoded code, he learned the skill of deciphering the code. Moreover, he could learn a lot of ninjutsu from this fight with the Akatsuki organization. We have more intelligence about the Akatsuki organization, so the Sand Shinobi sent us a request for help. Tsunade said to Naruto and others. Yin Xiang directly crossed out the mission of Kakashi class to escort the gold bars in the notebook. This is an emergency. We don't have time to slowly select people. Some of you have fought against Akatsuki head-on. Now we reassign the Kakashi squad a new mission. Go to Tsunade immediately, obtain intelligence, and report back to Konoha. Then follow the command of the Sand Shinobi and support them. Tsunade said to the 3 members of the Kakashi squad. Yes, this time Naruto agreed decisively, and the 3 of them left immediately. Because the place they were going to was far away, they had to pack up their equipment immediately. Tsunade naturally had no mood to issue tasks here, so he took Yin Xiang to the village gate to wait for Naruto and the others, and they arrived soon. Then we'll go, Master. Little Sakura said to Tsunade before leaving, and Tsunade nodded. Hey, Naruto, go on a mission. Just then, Jiraiya jumped down from the air. Yeah, Naruto nodded and smiled. Be careful, Jiraiya told Naruto, then came to Tsunade. I just received news that the wind shadow of the Sand Shinobi was. I already know this and I'm sending them to provide support. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya was stunned, looked at Naruto, then looked at Tsunade, and then said in a smaller voice. You also know the origin of Naruto and Akatsuki, let them go. 2.5 years ago, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame of Akatsuki had attacked Naruto, and if Jiraiya hadn't been there at the time, they would have succeeded. Chapter 10 Officially living together with Tsunade. But there are no more suitable candidates right now, so let them go, Tsunade said. This. Jiraiya also sighed. There was no other way, the other Jonin classes were all outside on a mission at the moment, he could only say a few words to Naruto, telling him to be careful, do what he could, not to use the power of 9 tails, and also told Kakashi to take good care of Naruto. Naruto naturally kept saying, don't worry, don't worry. Okay, stop wasting time and go, Tsunade shouted to Naruto and the others. Okay, Naruto rushed out first, while Yin Xiang quietly separated out Shadow Clone and used the body flicker technique to disappear on the spot. No one noticed what happened in an instant. After all, as the Hokage's secretary and without chakra, he certainly could not apply to go with them. Yin Xiang has no chakra, or it can be said that he has infinite chakra, so his clone is equivalent to his entire self and will not disperse the chakra. Sir Jiraiya isn't going with us. Yin Xiang looked at Jiraiya and asked, gradually remembering this part of the plot. Since Jiraiya was in Konoha, he should have gone with them, so why didn't he go? I have received other news from Akatsuki and I have to go investigate. I can't go with them. Jiraiya looked at Yin Xiang. Since this kid was able to get out of Danzo alive, it meant that he must be fine. Jiraiya also let down his guard against Yin Xiang. Oh, I see. Yin Xiang nodded. Okay, let's go back, there are still a lot of documents to deal with. Tsunade then turned around and said. The perspective now shifted to Yin Xiang's clone. Naruto and the others were moving very fast, and Yin Xiang's attainments in ninjutsu were now higher than any of them. He concealed his aura and followed behind, so even Kakashi couldn't detect him. On the way, Naruto talked about his battle with Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame 2 years ago. Speaking of Uchiha Sasuke is naturally indispensable. Little Sakura told Naruto that Sasuke was now staying with Orochimaru in order to gain strength, and Orochimaru's goal was only Sasuke's body. Advertisement. And that Orochimaru was also a member of Akatsuki before, so the closer you were to Akatsuki, the closer you were to Orochimaru, and then the closer you were to Sasuke. Little Sakura said to Naruto. Little Sakura is also very loyal. Even though she hasn't seen Sasuke for more than 2 years, she still hasn't fallen in love with someone else. Naruto nodded as well, and everyone sped up. The situation on the Sand Shinobi side was not good either. In pursuit of Deidara, who attacked Sand Shinobi and took Gaara away, Kankuro fought with Scorpion on the way and was poisoned. He was lying in bed and couldn't stand up. He could only use his will to tell the medical team the name of the enemy, which was Scorpion of the Red Sand. This name is still very famous in Tsunade. Baki, who was once Gaara and his friend's teacher and is now considered a high-ranking member of Sand Shinobi, can only turn to the two advisors for help in this situation. Later, they met Temari, who was returning to Sand Shinobi on the road. Temari came to Konoha yesterday morning to discuss the next Chunin exam with Shikamaru. After the discussion, she left this morning and walked all the way, so she was soon met by Kakashi and others. What's going on? Seeing the speed and direction Kakashi and others were traveling, Temari had a feeling that something had happened. Gaara has been kidnapped by Akatsuki, and we were just about to go over to support him. Naruto quickly stopped and said to Temari. What? Temari was also shocked after hearing this. Then let's go. Temari jumped onto the tree and ran with them. They had been traveling all day, but they still needed to rest and sleep in the middle, otherwise if they suddenly encountered the enemy, they would not be able to cope with it with their tired bodies. This was a tough time for Yin Xiang, as he didn't bring anything with him, including food, drinks, and even weapons. While they were eating dry food, Yin Xiang could only look for fruits everywhere to eat, and he couldn't sleep soundly at night, as he had to be on guard against them discovering him, and on the other hand, he had to pay attention to when they would set off. The sleeping time would not be too long, only 4 hours. When the sun just came out after 4 hours, they had to continue on their journey. Naruto did not sleep the whole night because he was very worried about Gaara. This made Yin Xiang suffer again. She didn't dare to sleep at all. It would be terrible if she was discovered by Naruto. At this time, there was still 1 day away from Sand Shinobi, and Yin Xiang had decided that the first thing to do when arriving at Sand Shinobi was to find something to eat. Advertisement. Okay, let's go. Kakashi woke up Temari and little Sakura, shouted to Naruto in the tree, and then everyone continued on their journey without stopping. No one knew what would happen in a whole day. On the Sand Shinobi side, Kankuro was tortured by the poison for a whole day and night and was in a half-dead state. Even though Baki invited Sand Shinobi consultant Chio Granny to treat him for a whole night, it was of no avail. That's it. Even though I have some knowledge of poisons, I can't solve the problem of this level of poison. Chio said helplessly. Even Grandma Chio, the medical ninjas, were disappointed after hearing this. He only has 1 day left at most. Really, that kid Scorpion has made considerable progress, Chio said while feeling Kankuro's pulse. This grandson of hers was really a headache for her. What should we do then? Baki asked anxiously. Kankuro was also his disciple, and he couldn't bear to watch Kankuro die like this. If there is anyone who is better at detoxifying than me, I'm afraid it's only Katsuyu Tsunade from Konoha. During the war, she cracked all my poisons one by one and developed antidotes, which made us feel very difficult. Now that we have formed an alliance with Konoha, it seems that we have no choice but to ask her for help. As for the real body, Tsunade arranged for her to live in Tsunade's house last night, in the bedroom next to Tsunade's. On the one hand, they already lived together, so it was convenient to live together, and on the other hand, Yin Xiang's cooking skills were really good. Every time Tsunade eats a meal cooked by Yin Xiang, her favorability rating increases by 1 point. To explain why, it is because Yin Xiang deliberately makes each meal tastier than the last. This way, for Tsunade, every day is a surprise. For Yin Xiang, it was just a matter of returning to her normal cooking skills. I'm going to send reinforcements to support Sand Shinobi, Tsunade said to Yin Xiang early the next morning. Add more members. Yin Xiang thought for a moment and said, Guy's team should be on their way back to Konoha now. Should we notify them? Yeah, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Yin Xiang had only been his secretary for 2 days, and she was already very clear about the divisions of Konoha Shinobi. Chapter 11. The sky is my blanket and the earth is my bed. Yeah, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Yin Xiang had only been his secretary for 2 days, but she was already very clear about the division of Konoha Shinobi. Moreover, Yin Xiang could give a lot of useful suggestions on the work he usually had to deal with. He is simply a natural leader. Yes, I'll notify them right away. Yin Xiang nodded and went to the gate of Konoha village to wait for Gai Ban. She looked at the time and it was almost time for him to come back. Sure enough, not long after, Yin Xiang saw 2 guys with round watermelon heads running towards the gate of Konoha, as if they were competing to see who was faster. There was also a man and a woman following not far behind them. The moment the girls saw a handsome guy standing at the entrance of the village, they directly overtook the 2 guys with watermelon heads and came in front of Yin Xiang. Hi, hello, my name is Tiantian. Are you lost? Do you need me to take you around Konoha? Tiantian said to Yin Xiang. No need. Yin Xiang shook his head. You have to stay cool at this time. As far as I know, Tiantian must like someone as cool as Neji. So cool. As expected, Tiantian immediately turned into a fangirl, and his favorability level directly reached 20%. We win. At this moment, the big watermelon head surpassed the small watermelon head and jumped into the gate of Konoha. Damn it. I can't even count how many times I've failed. The little watermelon-headed boy said regretfully. This is the Guy King. Seeing is believing. His crotch is a bit tight. Yin Xiang thought after seeing Guy. Who are you? Guy also noticed Yin Xiang at this time, looked at Yin Xiang and asked, You're a stranger. I am the new secretary of the Hokage, and the 2 people over there can testify to that. Yin Xiang saw that Neji had also arrived, so she pointed at Gang Zidetsu and Kamiju Izumo and said. Guy and others also looked at them, and they nodded in unison. So, Hokage's secretary is stopping us here, what's the matter? Guy then looked at Yin Xiang and asked. The night before yesterday, Tsunagaku's Kage Gaara was attacked and captured by an organization called Akatsuki. Yesterday morning, the Kakashi squad set out to support the Sand Shinobi. Now the Hokage has ordered you to rush to reinforce. That's it. Yin Xiang nodded and took out the mission details book. Suga, the Guy class is about to set off. Guy said with a thumbs up. Understood. Xiao Li also said. Advertisement. Got it. Tenten and Neji said. Alright everyone, let's get to Sand Shinobi within a day. Guy said to his disciples. Teacher Guy, half a day. Xiao Li said. It will take 3 days no matter how you think about it. Stop saying things like that when you don't understand the situation, really. Neji and Tenten stood together and complained. Let's go. Come with me and release your youth. Guy shouted, raising his right hand. Hi, Teacher Guy. Only Xiao Li responded with his fist raised, and then the master and disciple turned around and ran away. Really? This is so embarrassing. Tiantian complained behind him, especially in front of this new handsome guy. Give up, Tenten. Neji also advised Tenten to give up complaining, saying that complaining was useless, and immediately followed suit. You are worthy of being the Guy King. Release your youth. So handsome. Yin Xiang watched them leave, stood there and shouted, imitating Guy's words. Gang Ziti and Shen Yu Chuyun looked at each other, both of them looked embarrassed. Ahem. Yin Xiang also glanced at them, coughed awkwardly twice and quickly left. After running out of the goalkeeper's sight, Yin Xiang split out another shadow clone to catch up with Guy and the others, and then returned to the Hokage building. Tsunade-sama, they've already gone. Yin Xiang returned to the office with a pile of documents in her hands. This was Tsunade's work for the day. Do you need me to help you with these? Haha, thank you for your help. Tsunade said bluntly. It's no trouble, it's my duty, Yin Xiang said immediately. Ding ding ding. Tsunade's favorability. 50%. It only took 2 days, and it's a qualitative leap, yeah. Yin Xiang processed the documents calmly on the surface, but in fact, he was almost jumping up and down in his heart. Advertisement. I have to deal with that guy Danzo tonight. I was too excited to move into Tsunade's house yesterday and didn't have time. Yin Xiang thought to herself. Ding ding ding. Side quest triggered. Destroy the roots and gain 1 talent point. Closing square bracket. Okay. Yin Xiang couldn't help but slap the table and stood up. This mission is really good. What's wrong? Tsunade was just staring at Yin Xiang in a daze, and Yin Xiang slammed the table, which scared her. No, nothing. Yin Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at the document. Konohamaru and his team tamed a big wild boar and used it as food supply for the village. Well done, well done. Yin Xiang said, pointing at the document. It's just catching a wild boar, look how excited you are. Tsunade laughed when he heard it. Haha. Yin Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and continued to sit down to process documents. Tsunade also smiled and looked out the window. At this time, Naruto and others were passing through a desert when they were about to reach Tsunagaku. A sandstorm blew up, which forced them to temporarily find a cave to hide. Fortunately, Yin Xiang's clone grandmastered the decapitation technique in Earth Styles mind and escaped directly into the ground. He went to Tsunagaku from underground and found a restaurant to have a big meal. FK. So cool. I've been starving all the way here. Yin Xiang ate meat and drank water in big gulps in the restaurant. If she continued to be so hungry, the child would become thin. After eating and drinking, Yin Xiang patted her round belly, leaned back in the chair and stretched. Sir, we are closing today. Could you please settle the bill first? At this moment, the waiter came over and said. Okay, check. Yin Xiang nodded and reached into his pocket. He was immediately embarrassed. Where would he get the money? Yin Xiang glanced at the waiter, then at the table, and finally said, look. There's a flying saucer. Flying saucer. Where is it? The waiter subconsciously looked in the direction Yin Xiang pointed, and Yin Xiang directly escaped using the body flicker technique. What is a flying saucer? The waiter turned around, but Yin Xiang was nowhere to be seen. Someone is dining for free. The waiter shouted. Yin Xiang found a corner to hide at this time. Fortunately, he used the transformation technique to put on a cloak before tracking, so his appearance would not be recognized. Otherwise, if his real body came to Sand Shinobi in the future, he would be pointed out as a freeloader. After eating and drinking, of course, one needs to catch up on sleep. Since he had no money, Yin Xiang simply built a room and a bed on the spot using earth walls. He used the ceiling as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and slept on the floor. Chapter 12 Kill at the Root. Thanks to Yin Xiang's hard work, Tsunade had a rare leisurely and enjoyable day. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he took Yin Xiang home. Yin Xiang prepared a midnight snack for Tsunade and also prepared a small bottle of sake for her. These are all low-calorie foods, and you won't gain weight by eating them. And this sake has a relatively low alcohol content, and it goes perfectly with these dishes. Yin Xiang put everything on the table and said to Tsunade. That's great. Tsunade nodded and couldn't wait to drink a glass. Ah, comfortable. Tsunade said comfortably after drinking a glass of wine. As long as you like it. Yin Xiang also said with a smile. Then I'll rest first. After you finish eating, put it on the table and I'll clean it up tomorrow. Yin Xiang said to Tsunade. Sit down and have a couple of drinks with me, Tsunade said to Yin Xiang. Well, I've never drunk alcohol. Yin Xiang was now anxious to seek revenge on Danzo, so she said. There's always a first time for everything. Just come when I tell you to, Tsunade said, pointing to the chair in front of her. Okay, but I'll just have a drink, otherwise it will delay your plans tomorrow. Yin Xiang then sat down and said. Very responsible, Tsunade smiled, and then poured a glass for Yin Xiang. Come on, cheers. Yin Xiang and Tsunade clinked glasses and drank them all in one gulp. It's not that Yin Xiang has never drunk alcohol before, but she has never drunk alcohol from this world. After drinking a glass of wine, Yin Xiang frowned. It tasted just like rice water, and the alcohol content was far lower than that of white wine. Yin Xiang drank the liquor from a bottle in his previous life. Tsunade is not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. However, Yin Xiang still pretended to be in pain and swallowed the wine. This thing is too bitter. Haha, seeing how little you can drink, you'll have to practice more with me in the future. Tsunade smiled and said, okay, I won't embarrass you anymore, go and have a rest. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded, stood up and went back to her room, then used Shadow Clone to let her clone pretend to sleep at home while she quietly slipped out through the window. When dealing with Danzo, it would be best for her to be the first to see it. Advertisement. Transform. Yin Xiang used the transformation technique and turned into the appearance of the night god again, then took advantage of the darkness and sneaked into Danzo's roots. The roots were located in the woods in the training ground outside the Hokage village. There was a secret passage under a big tree. Yin Xiang punched it directly, turning the secret passage into a big hole and jumped down from there. Who is it? Anbu members reacted immediately, and more than a dozen people immediately surrounded Yin Xiang. I am the king of the night, the evil. It's that night god, catch him. One of the Anbu rushed towards Yin Xiang before Yin Xiang could finish speaking. He doesn't even have a chakra, yet he dares to come to the root and act so arrogantly. Another Anbu also shouted. Don't interrupt others, hey. Yin Xiang looked at Anbu who was rushing towards him, grabbed his mask and lifted him up in the air, and crushed the mask with force in his hand. Burn. Boom. As Yin Xiang finished speaking, flames ignited in his hands and spread to Anbu's entire body. He struggled in the flames, but Yin Xiang did not let go until he turned to ashes in Yin Zhang's hands. This is after Yin Xiang learned the Great Fireball technique. He directly used his learning power to practice the Great Fireball to the point where he did not need to make hand seals and could emit flames at any position. It was simply terrifying. The Anbu were also shocked when they saw this. They took 2 steps back, looked at each other, and then rushed towards Yin Xiang. You don't know how to live or die. Yin Xiang didn't get angry but laughed instead. He quickly moved behind one of the Anbu and punched him in the spine. With the help of strange power, this man was sure to die. Ha! The Anbu hit by Yin Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood, and then turned into blood in the air. Bang! The exploding blood splashed on every Anbu, but Yin Xiang was not stained with blood at all. Just now you said that I don't have chakra and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Yin Xiang instantly appeared behind the Anbu who was mocking him, and then gave him a painful kick, smashing him directly into the ground. His mask shattered and his eyeballs rolled out. No match. The Anbu couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this. That strange speed, could it be the Flying Thunder God? Advertisement. No, it's just a simple body flicker technique. Yin Zhang's figure appeared in front of him, with her hand already piercing his chest. He looked down in disbelief, and the next moment he saw with his own eyes Yin Xiang taking his heart out of his body and crushing it in front of him. He widened his eyes, knelt in front of Yin Xiang, and fell forward. Run. All the Anbu were frightened by Yin Zhang's cruelty and turned around and ran, but how could Yin Xiang let them go? Aren't you looking for me? Why are you running? Yin Xiang shouted after them. He just kept a distance from them, neither too close nor too far, but he neither caught up with them nor overtook them, which scared them so much that they kept running. However, the faster they ran, the faster Yin Xiang ran. No matter how fast he ran, he could not get rid of Yin Xiang. Cough. I don't know how far I ran before I came to an underground intersection. The cross was built with steel mesh. An old man with a cane in the middle coughed, and Anbu, who was being chased by Yin Xiang, stopped immediately. Yin Xiang looked up. Who else could it be but Danzo? Why are you running? Danzo said calmly while looking at his men. Several Anbu looked at each other and dared not say anything. They were considered deserters, and deserters would never have a good end in Danzo's hands. Sure enough, next, more Anbu appeared and directly wiped out the people who were escaping. Are you the night god? Danzo then raised his eyelids and looked at Yin Xiang and said. I am the king of darkness, the evil. Kill him. Yin Xiang was about to show off, but Danzo gave the order directly, and more than 20 Anbu rushed towards Yin Xiang. I've already said it, let the person finish speaking. Yin Xiang was really angry now. This Danzo not only interrupted her speech, but also seemed to be more arrogant than her. As the protagonist, how could she allow such a thing to happen? Yin Xiang immediately punched the steel frame, and the entire steel frame collapsed. Danzo immediately jumped up and stood on the pipe above. The Anbu also jumped up and ran towards Yin Xiang while hanging upside down on the pipe. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. The leading Anbu directly used the Great Fireball to attack Yin Xiang. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. Yin Xiang formed a seal with one hand and used the Water Dragon Bomb in an instant. The extremely powerful Water Dragon Bomb triggered in a place without water rushed out all the 20 or so Anbu. Chapter 13 Kick Danzo's head. Earth style. Earth Flow Wall. One of the Anbu used Earth Flow Wall in a panic. As soon as the Earth Flow Wall appeared, it was directly collapsed by Yin Xiang's Water Dragon Bomb. It's too powerful. The Earth Flow Wall is useless. The Anbu swam to the top and shouted while standing on the water. At this time, the roots were directly turned into a river by Yin Xiang's Water Dragon Bomb, and the Anbu also swam up and stood on the water. Danzo's eyes also changed. The man's casual Water Dragon Bomb was already outrageous. He actually triggered such a powerful Water Dragon Bomb in a place without water. Even the second Hokage might not be able to do it. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. This time Yin Xiang used the Great Fireball directly from her mouth. It was more than just a Great Fireball, it was simply a meteorite. It directly evaporated the river just now. The Anbu who had used the Great Fireball on Yin Xiang before was directly turned into ashes. Most of the Anbu were also caught in the Great Fireball. If Danzo hadn't run fast, the Great Fireball would have taken his life. How can a ninjutsu be so powerful? The Anbu were all stunned. Great Fireball, AC level ninjutsu, was like an S level ninjutsu in his hands. Stop him. Danzo was now standing at the back and began to open the seal on his arm. Stop who? Yin Xiang instantly came behind Danzo, took out a kunai from Danzo's pocket and put it on his neck. As to why he used Danzo's kunai, it was because Yin Xiang had no money to buy a kunai. The pupils of Danzo's dead fish eyes suddenly dilated, and the movements of his hands stopped, not daring to move at all. Seeing this, the remaining 8 or 9 Anbu quickly surrounded Yin Xiang, but what was the use of just surrounding her? What is your purpose? Danzo didn't dare to look back and asked with his back to Yin Xiang. Purpose? What purpose could I have? Haven't you been looking for me recently? Yin Xiang said to Danzo. Are you Yin Xiang? Danzo continued to ask. Advertisement. Yin Xiang. Who is that? I am. The King of Darkness. The Punisher of Evil. The God of Night. Yin Xiang finally said this line of his, and at the same time thought to himself, comfortable. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm talking, and I don't like people who are more arrogant than me. Yin Xiang said. Then she reversed and grabbed Danzo's arm from behind and pressed it down, while stepping on Danzo's back with her left foot. At this time, the root has become a ruin. Ding ding ding. The task of destroying the roots is completed. You get 1 talent bonus. Do you want to use it now? Closing square bracket. The modifier also appeared on time. Yin Xiang thought about it and decided to keep it first and choose it slowly when she returned. At this time, Danzo was pressed down by Yin Xiang, his face full of pain. Not only was he in physical pain, but he also lost face in front of his men. What do you want? Danzo said to Yin Xiang. I just want to make it clear to you, I was just passing by Konoha and accidentally smashed the bathhouse. Don't bother looking for me anymore, it's annoying. Yin Xiang said while stepping on Danzo. I understand. Danzo nodded immediately. Wow, quite cooperative. Yin Xiang thought to herself, she didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative. I won't look for you anymore. We're even this time. You can go now, Danzo said to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang thought about it. Danzo must be holding back his fart. What will he do? With Danzo's character, he must want to let her relax her guard first, and then take the opportunity to use the Sharingan in his right eye. This old guy wants to use Shisui's Sharingan to control herself and make herself work for him. Yin Xiang couldn't help but curl her lips. Come on, bring up the Sharingan. Yin Xiang then took her feet off Danzo and let him go. As expected, Danzo tore off the bandage on his right eye the moment Yin Xiang released him, then turned around and used the 3 Magatama to transform into Mangekyo to look at Yin Xiang, preparing to use distinguished heavenly gods. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment he turned around, he saw Yin Xiang's hand. Yin Xiang immediately shoved his hand into his eyes, then pulled out the Sharingan and kicked Danzo away. Advertisement. Bang. Danzo hit the wall instantly, raising a lot of dust. Seeing this, Anbu rushed to attack Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang ignited flames around his body with extremely high temperature, burning them to ashes. 7 Anbu died instantly and the remaining 1 was dying. Of course, Yin Xiang wanted to keep him alive and spread his pretentious deeds. Then Yin Xiang dug out his right eye, put in the Sharingan dug out from Danzo's eye, and treated it with the medical ninjutsu he learned from Tsunade. In just 2 seconds, the eye returned to normal. Yin Xiang crushed his original right eye with one hand and used Sharingan to rotate in his eye socket. He had completely adapted to it. Moreover, the moment Danzo used Sharingan on him, Yin Xiang had already mastered how to use Sharingan. How far can you master it? You can directly turn Sharingan into a normal eye. When the smoke cleared, Danzo just happened to see Yin Xiang changing her glasses. He covered his bleeding right eye and stared at Yin Xiang with his remaining left eye. Yin Xiang is considering whether to kill Danzo. If he uses distinguished heavenly gods to control Danzo, will it be a big loss? It has to be admitted that Danzo is very good at training Anbu, but the Anbu he trained is only for his own use, and Yin Xiang is also confident that the Anbu he trained will definitely be better than Danzo. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang thought again about what use Danzo could still be to her. It seemed to be of no use. Yeah, Yin Xiang nodded, confirming his answer, and then appeared directly in front of Danzo. With just one kick, he blew Danzo's head off before he could react, leaving behind only a headless corpse. Then Yin Xiang used a kunai to cut off Danzo's arm, which was covered with Sharingan. He could use the time to change the Sharingan and develop a few more Mangekyo. If we can create an eternal Mangekyo, then we can get the Rinnegan. Then Yin Xiang stepped over Danzo's body as if he was strolling in a park, and searched the root rooms one by one. He found the nutrient solution jar he needed for the eyeballs, put the 10 Sharingans into 10 small jars, and then left the root. No matter which world the security team came from, they were the last to arrive. When Kamijitsuki Izumo and the others arrived, all that was left was a mess on the ground, a headless and armless corpse, and an Anbu who was barely breathing. Who on earth did this? Kamiju Izumo shouted in surprise as he watched all this. Even if most of the root members were out on missions, the root would not have become like this. Chapter 14. The movie King begins again. When Yin Xiang quietly returned home, it was already 10:30. Tsunade also went back to her bedroom to sleep. Yin Xiang quietly came in through the window, and Shadow Clone disappeared immediately. Bang, 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 bang. Just then there was a knock on Tsunade's door. In a hurry, Yin Xiang had to put the Sharingan she had brought back under her bed, then changed into her pajamas and walked out of the bedroom with a sleepy face. When Yin Xiang came out, Tsunade also came out wearing her pink suspender pajamas and her coat. I'll go, Lord Tsunade. Yin Xiang yawned and inadvertently saw the two dots faintly visible on Tsunade's chest, and her nose almost bleeds. Yeah, Tsunade nodded, as if noticing Yin Xiang's gaze, and put on her coat and wrapped herself tightly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Coming, coming. Yin Xiang quickly walked to the door and opened it. The person who came in was Gang Ziti. Gang Ziti was stunned when he saw that it was Yin Xiang who was guarding the door, and his eyes widened. It is rumored that you are Lady Tsunade's male lover, is this true? Gang Ziti looked at Yin Xiang and said softly. What? Yin Xiang's eyes widened immediately after hearing this. Needless to say, the person who said this must be Jiraiya. I'm just staying at Tsunade's house. What's the matter with you coming so late? Oh, shit, I almost forgot about something. Is Master Tsunade not here? Yes, what's the matter? Tell me, Yin Xiang asked knowingly. Just now, the roots were attacked and Danzo died. Gang Ziti looked at Yin Xiang and said seriously. What the hell? Yin Xiang pretended to be surprised and shouted. This acting skill is definitely worthy of an award. What did you say? Tsunade hurriedly walked from the bedroom to the door after hearing it. Advertisement. Master Tsunade. Gang Ziti half knelt down immediately after seeing Tsunade. We just rushed to the root, and there was only one person left. After he told us that the murderer was Yagami, he died. It's that Yagami again. Danzo has been chasing him too closely lately. Did he go for revenge? Tsunade said after hearing this. Ever since he wrongly accused Yin Xiang last time, Danzo was very unconvinced and sent out many Anbu to inquire about Yagami's news. He also had people patrol Konoha every night to look for Yagami's whereabouts. This resulted in not having many people in his headquarters, causing Yin Xiang to kill fewer people. Let's go take a look first. Yin Xiang looked back at Tsunade and said. Yeah, Tsunade nodded as well. I'll go change my clothes. You go first. Yin Xiang then said to Gang Ziti. Yes. Gang Ziti nodded, then left instantly. Yin Xiang also closed the door and went back to her room to change clothes. When Yin Xiang finished changing, Tsunade was not ready yet. After waiting for about 2 minutes, she came out with a smile on her face. Danzo's death is a good thing, right? Yin Xiang said after seeing Tsunade's reaction. I've thought about it, it's a good thing. From now on, the roots directly under Danzo can be deployed at will. Tsunade nodded and said. But first the two consultants have to agree, Yin Xiang said. Well, but Danzo was an old man of Konoha after all. He died, so there must be an explanation. Let's go. Tsunade then said to Yin Xiang, turned and walked out of the house, without any doubt that it was Yin Xiang who killed Danzo. After all, this was impossible. Yin Xiang's current identity is clean. Tsunade and Yin Xiang came to the location of the root, surrounded by Konoha shinobi and many Anbu of the root. They all rushed back after discovering that the restriction on their tongues disappeared, and found that Danzo was dead. For a moment, they didn't know whether to be happy or how to react. Tsunade, what is going on? As soon as Tsunade and Yin Xiang arrived, two pairs of old guys, a man and a woman, walked towards Tsunade. They were naturally the two consultants Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Advertisement. I just arrived too, so I don't know. Tsunade looked at them and said perfunctorily. Do you know who the murderer is? Asked Mitokado Homura. It is said that there is a man who calls himself Night God. He always wears a black cloak, covering his face so that his features cannot be seen clearly. Tsunade said. Since you know who the murderer is, this person killed the leader of Konoha's root in Konoha village. Why don't you quickly put him on the wanted list? Uchiha Kaharu said after hearing this. Do you think it would be nice if word like this gets out? He killed the leader of Konoha Anbu and ran away. If that gets out, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Konoha and the Fire Nation? As the Hokage of Konoha, I will naturally give an explanation for this matter. Hearing Uchiha Kaharu yelling, Tsunade didn't tolerate her and shouted at her. Are we just going to leave it alone? Uchiha Kaharu saw this and shouted, Tsunade-sama, as Konoha's advisors, you need to consult with us before making any decision. You can't be so willful. Okay, Grandma Kaharu, don't be angry. Yin Xiang hurriedly stopped them when she saw this. Let's talk over there. Yin Xiang pulled Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura to a tree not far away. Yin Xiang's sweet words, Grandma Kaharu, really touched Uchiha Kaharu's heart. After all, Uchiha Kaharu would never have grandchildren in this life, and no one in the entire Konoha dared to call her grandma. As soon as the handsome stranger in front of her called her grandma, Uchiha Kaharu's anger immediately subsided by half. It's like this, I'm Lord Tsunade's new secretary, my name is Yin Xiang. Don't worry, Lord Danzo has already verified my identity, and I'm definitely not a spy from another country. Yin Xiang first introduced herself to the two of them. After becoming the secretary, I studied Konoha's past data. You two are very famous and have made indelible contributions to Konoha. It was you two who recommended Tsunade to become Hokage, so I think she should naturally listen to you more. Yin Xiang said kindly. You are right, young man, but this girl is so willful that she didn't even send anyone to inform us about this kind of thing. If the root members hadn't informed us, we wouldn't even know about it. Mitokado Homura said. Grandpa Homura, don't worry. I know that Lord Danzo was your former teammate. You must be a little sad about his death. So am I. Lord Danzo and I hit it off right away. After verifying my identity, Lord Danzo wanted to take me in as his grandson. Unfortunately, he passed away before he could do so. Yin Xiang squeezed out 2 tears while speaking, her acting skills were already perfect. Oh, well, don't be too sad. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura saw that Yin Xiang was so sad, so they patted Yin Xiang on the back to comfort him. So, don't worry, I will definitely persuade Tsunade to discuss everything with you more often. Yin Xiang took the opportunity to say. Chapter 15. Little guy, don't I have you under my control? Lady Tsunade also has her own reasons this time. I will help you two to enlighten her, so let her make the decision this time. Yin Xiang said crying. If Danzo knew that Yin Xiang had such a speech, he would be so angry that he would die. They hit it off right away and called each other grandsons. Danzo wanted to skin Yin Xiang alive and use his skin as insoles. You kid. Uchiha Kaharu also looked at Yin Xiang with heartache. My parents died in the war when I was young, and I have never seen my grandparents. I have been wandering ever since. Grandpa Danzo was willing to accept me as his godson, and I was very happy. I didn't expect all this happened so suddenly. Yin Xiang cried louder as she spoke. Yin Xiang's pretense was all to help Tsunade block Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, so as to increase Tsunade's favorability towards him, otherwise he would not be here to mourn for Danzo. Child, don't be sad. From now on, we too will be your grandparents. Uchiha Kaharu patted Yin Xiang on the back and said with kindness in his eyes. In Yin Xiang's system, Uchiha Kaharu's favorability towards Yin Xiang is almost off the charts. As expected, to deal with an old man, you have to attack him with family affection. Yes, we are willing to accept you as our godson. Although we are not husband and wife, we can still discuss our own affairs. Mitokado Homura also said. No, you two must not say that. Yin Xiang said hurriedly. He really didn't want to be someone else's grandson. I have a miserable life. I have bad luck with my family. First, my parents, and then Grandpa Danzo. I don't want to implicate you. This kid is talking nonsense. We have experienced so many life and death situations on the battlefield and nothing happened. How can we be afraid of these superstitions? Said Uchiha Kaharu. Yes, just be at ease, we two will definitely stay with you for a long time. Mitokado Homura also said. No, I can't be at ease. You two want to be nice to me, I'll keep it in mind. From now on I'll treat you two as my relatives, but you must never think of me as your grandson, otherwise if something happens, I really can't bear it this time. Yin Xiang said excitedly while holding the hands of the two men. What is this kid doing? Tsunade frowned as she watched Yin Xiang and Uchiha Kaharu chatting animatedly. Although it was good that the two of them didn't bother her anymore, they were all from 8 trigrams, and she was also curious about what Yin Xiang said to them. This. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu also looked at each other and nodded to each other. Advertisement. Okay, we promise you. Uchiha Kaharu said to Yin Xiang, we won't treat you as a godchild, but as a relative. We'll leave this matter to you and Tsunade. Really? Thank you, Grandma Kaharu. Yin Xiang immediately said to Uchiha Kaharu. If this guy dared to acknowledge her as his grandson, she would kill them both when she had the chance. My house is the third one on the right from the Hokage building. You can come over when you're free. Uchiha Kaharu nodded and said. I remember Grandma Kaharu. Yin Xiang nodded repeatedly. Then we'll go. Mitokado Homura also nodded, and the two of them then glanced at Tsunade and left. Yin Xiang quietly wiped away the tears on her face and ran back to Tsunade. She had almost finished dealing with it. She first recalled all the root members, then emptied the root headquarters and waited for Tsunade to make unified arrangements. What did you say to them? Why did they leave? Tsunade saw Yin Xiang coming back and asked Yin Xiang. They agreed that you can handle this matter alone. Yin Xiang said to Tsunade with a smile. Really? Tsunade asked in surprise with her eyes wide open. They were willing to let her handle this kind of thing alone. Of course, why would I lie to you? Yin Xiang nodded decisively. After hearing this, Tsunade's favorability towards Yin Xiang increased directly to 60%. What did you tell them? Tell me quickly. Tsunade approached Yin Xiang and asked curiously. Although Yin Xiang was only 17 or 18 years old, she was about 1.8 meters tall. Tsunade approached Yin Xiang at this time, and from the back she looked like a young wife. I'll tell you when we get back. It's embarrassing to tell you here when there are so many people around. Yin Xiang whispered in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade's ears immediately turned red when Yin Xiang's breath blew into his ears. Some indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Tsunade quickly took a step back to suppress this feeling. Okay. Tsunade nodded as if nothing had happened, but Yin Xiang smiled proudly. Just because of what he did just now, Tsunade's favorability increased by another 3 points. It was almost 1 o'clock when they finished dealing with things here. Yin Xiang and Tsunade returned home. Although Tsunade was very sleepy, he did not forget to ask Yin Xiang what she had said to them. Advertisement. Yin Xiang also told Tsunade what happened honestly. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade slammed the table with laughter after hearing this. Danzo and you hit it off right away. How dare you say that, ha 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 ha. Well, isn't that to make the old man feel at ease about me? Yin Xiang said with a smile. And they're going to take you in as their grandson. These two old guys are crazy because they're lonely, ha ha ha. Tsunade slapped the table and laughed. It turned out to be the right decision to keep you as a secretary. Don't laugh at me. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Yin Xiang scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Okay. Tsunade nodded, then stood up and said, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Yin Xiang also stood up, and when Tsunade was about to go back to her room, she pretended to trip her accidentally, causing Tsunade to fall into her arms. Tsunade's laughter stopped abruptly, and she hugged Yin Xiang tightly. Tsunade. Master, are you okay? Yin Xiang raised her hands in the air looking very embarrassed and said to Tsunade in her arms. It's okay. Tsunade finally reacted, and immediately broke free from Yin Xiang's arms, ran into the room, and said before closing the door, you should also go to bed early. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled triumphantly. Tsunade's favorability. 65%. What's wrong with me? Tsunade closed the door and leaned against it, touching her hot cheeks. I'm not falling in love with Yin Xiang, am I? He's just a child. No, he's an adult. That won't work either, the age difference is too big. Tsunade leaned against the door and fell into self-doubt. In fact, she didn't even notice that Yin Xiang's way of addressing her had changed from you to you, which brought them closer together. Hee, little guy, don't I have you under my control? Yin Xiang thought to herself as she looked at Tsunade's room, and then happily returned to her own room. It was time to give herself some talent. Chapter 16 Talent Points Max. Mangekyo's Abilities. After returning to the room, Yin Xiang first took out the Sharingan from under the bed, went out of the window, and buried it under the tree near the window. It was not good to leave it at home. Of course, in order to prevent children from making a mess, Yin Xiang buried it deeper. Then returning to the room, Yin Xiang lay on the bed and happily selected talent points in the system. Max Tsunade's favorability directly. That would be a waste. Although I could skip a lot of steps and quickly get the next talent point, my efforts for so long have almost paid off. If I train him for a few more days and wait for Jiraiya to die, it will be a great opportunity to overthrow Tsunade. Of course, although Jiraiya is always making things difficult for me, to put it bluntly, he has discovered my true colors and I didn't make it too difficult for myself. So Yin Xiang didn't plan to really let Jiraiya die. Instead, he let him pretend to die first, and then let him come back after he took down Tsunade. Tsunade's max favorability is ruled out, so should we consider other female ninjas? Terumi Mei. The young Terumi Mei is also quite good, with a good figure, big where big as big, thin where thin as thin, and very feminine, and she is comparable to Tsunade. Ino seems to be in good shape 2 years later. She always shows off her white and slender waist, which is very seductive. And Tamari, she looks pretty good too. Wait, I should improve my strength first. Why is my mind full of women? Yin Xiang patted his head to wake himself up. It is easy to think about random things at night. Thinking back to the last time when I passed out after being whipped a few times, it seemed that although I was very strong in ninjutsu, my physical condition was still not that good. If I used ninjutsu too much, my body would not be able to withstand it. Well, as expected, it is very necessary to improve my physical strength first. Yin Xiang nodded, and then directly increased his physical strength to max. Suddenly, Yin Xiang's body was shaken and an itchy feeling came over him, which disappeared in less than 5 seconds. Yin Xiang's eyes rolled around in his sockets, trying to feel where he had changed. He subconsciously reached out and touched his stomach, and the original 1 abdominal muscle turned into 8. Advertisement. It's not just the surface, the abdominal muscles are quite hard. With a thought, the 8 abdominal muscles become 1 again. It seems that the strength of my body is completely under my control. This is very comfortable. Let me try. Yin Xiang took out the kunai he had received from Danzo from his pocket. After strengthening his physical strength, he cut his hand, but there was no mark left. Then Yin Xiang stabbed it again with force, and the kunai broke directly. Wow, this must be comparable to Susanoo. Yin Xiang was very satisfied when she saw this, and put away the broken kunai and put it in the bedside table. Speaking of Susanoo, Yin Xiang also remembered his right eye, took out a mirror and looked at himself, and turned his right eye into the three-tomo Sharingan, and then changed it into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and a four-sided shuriken shape appeared in his eye. This is Shisui's Mangekyo, but isn't its ability a bit useless? It takes more than 10 years to cool down after each use. Yin Xiang looked at the Mangekyo and thought that instead of using this Mangekyo, it would be better to cultivate another eye and then merge it with this Mangekyo to form an eternal Mangekyo. In this case, can distinguished heavenly gods be used forever? Yin Xiang is also a practical man. Since he thought so, he just took action. He dug out a Sharingan from the ground and exchanged it with Shisui's eye. After this Sharingan entered Yin Xiang's pupil, there was a burst of pain and it turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the power of the modifier. No matter whether you are an ordinary ninjutsu or a bloodline limit, you can learn them all by just taking a look at it. Yin Xiang wiped the blood off and looked up at the mirror. This Mangekyo was a four-pointed star, and it happened to be in a different direction from Shisui's horizontal and vertical Mangekyo. If these two Sharingan were to be fused together, it would definitely not be inconsistent and would look better. But, to activate the eternal Mangekyo, you can only use the Mangekyo Sharingan of your real brothers, which is very difficult. Yin Xiang doesn't even know which pair is the real brother. With the medical ninjutsu he learned from Tsunade, it is possible to fuse two Mangekyo that are not real brothers, but Yin Xiang cannot be sure without trying it. Yin Xiang temporarily placed Shisui's Sharingan under the bed to study what abilities this Mangekyo had. When the Mangekyo awakened, the modifier had already input the abilities of this Mangekyo into Yin Xiang's mind. Advertisement. The ability of this Mangekyo is called dream stealing. It can control a person's dreams when he or she is asleep or in a genjutsu state, causing mental damage. This illusion state not only includes the illusion used by oneself on the enemy, but also includes the illusion used by others on others, or the illusion used by others on oneself. That is to say, when someone uses an illusion on Yin Xiang, if Yin Xiang is equipped with this Sharingan, then in the illusion space, the illusion is not controlled by the person who uses the illusion on Yin Xiang, but by Yin Xiang, the person on whom the illusion is used. In other words, all illusions are ineffective in front of this Sharingan. It's not bad. At least when facing Uchiha Itachi, I can use this Mangekyo to catch him off guard. After studying it, Yin Xiang nodded and smiled. Go to sleep. After adding talents and studying Mangekyo Sharingan, Yin Xiang saw that it was getting late and decided to get some sleep. As for other Sharingans, he would study them slowly later. In future fights, Yin Xiang might use Sharingan as a weapon, switching between them during battle. The next morning, the sandstorm ended for Naruto and the others, and they arrived at Tsunade early in the morning. After learning that Kankuro was poisoned, little Sakura offered to treat him, and the four of them immediately rushed to the treatment room. The moment Chiyo saw Kakashi, she yelled, "Konoha's white fang!" and rushed towards Kakashi. If Naruto hadn't intercepted her in time, Kakashi would have beaten Chiyo to death. What are you trying to do, you wrinkled-faced old woman, by suddenly attacking teacher Kakashi? Naruto shouted at Chiyo. But the old woman didn't listen to Naruto at all. Damn Konoha's white fang, you dare to come here, I will settle my son's vengeance today. No, I'm not, Kakashi also hurriedly explained. Stop talking nonsense. Chiyo still didn't listen and was ready to attack again. Her brother Ebizo stood in front of Chiyo and said, "Sister, take a good look. Although they look alike, this brat is not Konoha's white fang." Chapter 17 Yin Xiang meets Yin Xiang, the atmosphere is awkward. It was her brother's words that worked. After listening to him, Chiyo observed carefully and found that it was indeed not Konoha's white fang. And Konoha's white fang died many years ago. When he died, you cried bitterly because you couldn't avenge your son personally, right, sister? Ebizo said. What? I'm just pretending to be stupid. Ha 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 ha. Chiyo suddenly remembered that Konoha came to support and they couldn't conflict with them, so she laughed and said. Everyone looked embarrassed. Kankuro's howl of pain finally broke the awkwardness. Let me treat you. Little Sakura immediately stepped forward, tied her hair with a forehead protector, and became serious. Teacher Kakashi, you guys wait outside now. Little Sakura said to everyone. The reason they had to wait for Kankuro was to confirm the direction where Gaara was taken away, as all traces had been erased and they were unable to track him. Everyone retreated upon hearing this, leaving only the medical ninja and Tamari. After a simple diagnosis, little Sakura determined the toxin in Kankuro, shocking all the Sand Shinobi. They then began to treat him and asked other medical ninjas to prepare the necessary things. Then little Sakura began to extract the toxin from Kankuro's body. Little Sakura turned basins of clean water into basins of poison. It took a long time to suck out all the poison. Now Kankuro was no longer in danger of life, and little Sakura was also very tired. Although it is said to be all, it is impossible to really eliminate all of them. There will still be some residues in the body, and all these toxins must be eliminated. This is a perfect display of the results of Sakura's 2.5 years of practicing medical ninjutsu. Facts have proved that Sakura is really suitable to be a medical ninja, and she has arranged all the finishing diagnosis and treatment work in an orderly manner. Last night Tsunade had arranged for Sunagaku's eagle to go back and deliver the letter. Now Kakashi and the others have also received the letter, and the content naturally said that the Guy team has been sent over for support. Yin Xiang, I'm hungry. Have you finished dealing with things? In Tsunade's office, Tsunade was sitting leisurely in her chair while Yin Xiang was dealing with documents. All the documents that had accumulated over the past few days were piled in front of Yin Xiang. As long as she finished dealing with them, there would be no more documents piling up. Okay, I'll go cook for you first. Yin Xiang nodded and put down the pen in her hand. They no longer used honorifics when talking to each other, and Tsunade even had a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Okay. Tsunade also nodded and watched Yin Xiang leave. The reason why Tsunade called Yin Xiang was because he wanted to eat the food cooked by Yin Xiang himself. The food he cooked was simply better than that of any restaurant in Konoha. In order to save trouble, Yin Xiang had already arranged for Shadow Clone to cook at home, and she could just get the food when she got home. It took Yin Xiang about 30 minutes to go back and forth. After all, she had to leave time for cooking so as not to arouse Tsunade's suspicion. After coming back, Yin Xiang handed the meal to Tsunade and continued to deal with documents while holding the meal. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang, who was processing documents seriously, then looked at the food in his hand. Was he overdoing it a little too much? Thank you for your hard work. Tsunade then said to Yin Xiang. Oh, Yin Xiang was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Tsunade. No, it's not hard. Yin Xiang smiled. Tsunade nodded and turned to eat. Although Yin Xiang couldn't see Tsunade's blushing face, Tsunade's favorability towards her had reached 70%. Advertisement. After Kankura woke up, Naruto asked for his puppet. Among his puppets, there was a piece of clothing he got after a fierce battle with Scorpion of the Red Sand. As long as he had this piece of clothing, he could track the location of Scorpion and others. Summoning technique. Kakashi also immediately performed the summoning technique and summoned his dogs. Go find out where this person is. Kakashi placed the pieces of Scorpion's clothes in the middle of the 8 ninja dogs and let them smell it. After confirming the scent, the 8 ninja dogs immediately dispersed. At this time, Akatsuki was absorbing the tailed beast in Gaara's body. If the Illusion Dragon 9 sealing technique had not taken 3 days, they would have fled far away and would not have been able to wait for Konoha's support. The clone in Sunagaku had also rested long ago and had been spying on the roof where Kakashi and others were. With his ability to hide his breath, it was impossible for him to be discovered by them. Parker was gone for a whole night and didn't come back until the next morning. Kakashi and Naruto were arranged to sleep in comfortable beds, but Yin Xiang could only use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. It was really painful. Hurry up and teach them these Guhachi ninjutsu and let me go back. It's really painful. After Parker informed Kakashi of the location of Akatsuki, he was sent to meet up with Guy and the others and take them directly to the location of Akatsuki. As for Guy's group, all of them are Grandmaster Taijutsu ninjas. They are indeed much faster than Kakashi and the others. Yin Xiang here is also suffering from hunger. After Kakashi and others had sorted out their equipment, they met up with Sand Shinobi and others to prepare to rescue Gaara, but Tamari was stopped by Baki on the way and asked to stay behind to guard the border. Although Tamari refused, it was an order from above and she had no choice. In the end, Tamari and her men were left behind, and replaced by Granny Chio. This result was considered a good one. After all, Granny Chio was still very strong. Guy's class was just about to take a break when they met Parker. Wait, Guy. Parker. Guy was slightly stunned when he saw Parker. Under Kakashi's orders, our 8 ninja dogs dispersed to track Akatsuki's scent, and then we found that they had gone to the river country between Konoha and Sand Shinobi. That means the ones closest to Akatsuki now are you who are rushing from Konoha to Sand Shinobi. Parker said to the few people. So that's how it is. Xiao Li nodded, while Tiantian was a little flustered. After all, he heard that those guys were very powerful. Please follow me, we'll talk about the details as we walk. Parker then said to the others, Just as Parker was about to lead the way, he suddenly moved his nose. Why is there someone else's smell here? Oh no. Yin Xiang, who was hiding not far away, quickly fled underground. He could not withstand the kick from Emperor Guy. What? Where? Guy and others also became alert after hearing this. Gone. Parker said after sniffing carefully. It might be someone from Akatsuki. Let's speed up and go there. Parker said. Okay. Guy nodded and followed with Xiao Li and others. We've been discovered. At this moment, a man emerged from a tree beside them. This man was none other than Akatsuki's Zetsu. Zetsu immediately informed everyone in the Akatsuki organization of the news through the slide body technique. The enemy is rushing towards our assembly point. The so-called phantom technique is that the members of Akatsuki sit and release thought waves, converted from chakra and pain, as the commander receives these waves, amplifies these thought waves and then displays phantoms in specific places. This phantom is different from ordinary images, and if it is transferred through pain, various techniques can be launched. Enemy. Deidara asked. Advertisement. And he's a very good master. His name is Might. Guy. Ju said. If Yin Xiang was standing next to him, he would definitely praise him. The young man has good taste. So, who is he? Asked Tendo Pain. Having lived in the Rain country for many years, he was not very clear about these things. Konoha Jonin is an expert in taijutsu and quite powerful. You'd better not underestimate him, Uchiha Itachi said at this time. So it's that rare beast. Hoshigaki Kisame said after hearing this. When he and Itachi went to Konoha together, Kakashi was hit by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. If Guy hadn't come to the rescue, Kakashi might have died at the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame, which also left a strong impression on Hoshigaki Kisame. Use that technique, Pain said. Then let me go. I'm furious because I can't find the Jinchuriki. Hidan said. No, let me go, I have a little personal grudge against him. Hoshigaki Kisame said. Yeah, even in Akatsuki, you are the only one who has enough chakra, so you're the most suitable one to go. Kakuzu said. Yeah, I can finally avenge the kick I received that day. Kisame said with a smile. Afterwards, Kisame and Itachi, who were near river country, used the elephant technique together. The so-called elephant technique is a ninjutsu in which Pain divides the chakra of the Akatsuki members into human sacrifices to create an ingenious, same body, to fight. The strength of the same body is determined by the amount of chakra allocated, and the ability of the main body can be used. However, if the chakra is exhausted, the ninjutsu will be automatically cancelled and the sacrifice will die immediately. It is a cruel ninjutsu that even the chakra of the sacrifice will be exhausted. Because he was discovered by Parker, Yin Xiang could only rush to the river country he heard from them. His speed was much faster than Guy and the others. After arriving at the river country, Yin Xiang also found the cave where the Akatsuki organization was located. He looked around, found a suitable tree, and crawled into the highest point. As soon as Yin Xiang climbed up the tree, he exclaimed twice. Yin Xiang looked and found that the other party was the shadow clone he had sent out before. What a coincidence, you are also hiding and learning ninjutsu secretly. Yin Xiang who arrived first said to Yin Xiang who came later. Ah, as expected of me, I chose the same position. Yin Xiang nodded and said later. So are you the real body? Asked Yin Xiang who arrived first. No, I'm also a clone, I came here with Guy and the others. As that's so, Yin Xiang nodded, and the two of them immediately looked at themselves in embarrassment. Do you have anything to eat? Yin Xiang, who arrived later, asked weakly while looking at Yin Xiang, who arrived earlier. What a coincidence, I just stole 2 pancakes from Tsunade. Yin Xiang, who arrived first, took out 2 pancakes from his arms. Great. Yin Xiang, who arrived later, grabbed the pancake and started to eat it voraciously. Chapter 18. A super powerful ninjutsu at a glance. While Yin Xiang was still busy eating, Guy had already encountered Kisame, while Itachi went to Kakashi and others. You are. Guy looked at Kisame in front of him and frowned. What's wrong, Teacher Guy, do you know him? Xiao Li looked at Guy and said. Who? Guy looked at Kisame and said. At the same time, Itachi appeared in front of Naruto and others. This guy's chakra is huge. This is the first time I've seen such huge chakra besides Naruto. Neji said while looking at Kisame. Is it so shocking? Xiao Li said after hearing Neji's words. You really don't remember. Kisame looked at Guy and said. You. Could it be? Guy looked at Kisame with wide eyes, it seems like you have remembered it. Kisame saw Guy's reaction and thought that Guy remembered it, with a smile on his face. Have you met me before? Unexpectedly, Guy's next sentence made Kisami's smile freeze on her face, and gradually became a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Kisame bowed slightly, ready to attack. It seems that the brain of your precious beast is also at the level of a wild beast. It's okay, I will help you remember it right away. Kisame smiled, then threw Samahata into the air, water style. Water explosion. Kisame spit out a huge amount of water towards the ground, like a wave, rushing towards Guy and others. I'm going to take action. Kisame said while stepping on the waves. Hey, there's a fight going on over there. You're the one in charge of learning ninjutsu from Guy, why don't you go take a look? Yin Xiang saw the huge amount of chakra over there and said to Yin Xiang who was eating. Ah, what a trouble. Yin Xiang had no choice but to finish the pancake in 2 bites and ran towards the Guy. When Yin Xiang arrived, Xiao Li was rushing towards Kisame. Advertisement. Leaf Hurricane. Xiao Li kicked over and hit Kisami's Samahata, kicking Kisame far away. 8 trigrams air palm. Neji also attacked, and hit Kisame with an 8 trigrams air palm, which knocked Kisami's Samahata aside. Watch out. Tiantian also threw a big iron ball. Kisame blocked it with one hand, but the next moment the iron ball exploded. Tiantian put a detonating talisman on it and asked, did you add a hidden weapon on it? Kisame suffered a loss this time. Powerful smash. Guy rushed towards Kisame and kicked Kisame away, then Tenten and Neji followed and continued to attack, but it was completely useless. Water clone. Kisame was a little overwhelmed to deal with 4 people alone, so he used the water clone. The water clone caught Neji, Rock Lee and Tenten who were rushing towards him by surprise and trapped them in the water prison technique. Good job, good job. Yin Xiang's clone was hiding in a tree not far away. From their previous moves, he had learned Leaf Hurricane and Leaf Great Whirlwind, and even Neji's 8 trigrams air palm. Not only 8 trigrams air palm, but even the ninjutsu related to 8 trigrams air palm have been mastered by Yin Xiang, including 8 trigrams 361 palms and revolving heaven. Although Yin Xiang does not have the Byakugan and cannot see through the acupuncture points, he has mastered the most advanced medical ninjutsu. The first time I see a person, I can point out every acupuncture point on his body clearly, which is just as good as rolling my eyes. Yin Xiang, who was hiding in the tree, also sensed the chakra fluctuations. It was Kakashi, Naruto and the others, and there were two unfamiliar chakras. One was Chio's, and the other one, Yin Xiang thought about the plot, was Uchiha Itachi. Hey, why are you still laughing at him? I'm also very busy here. Yin Xiang sighed and hurried over to Kakashi and others. While the clones were busy, Yin Xiang was busy dating Tsunade. These past 2 days, Tsunade was no longer satisfied with Yin Xiang helping her with office work and cooking for her. She had already started asking Yin Xiang to feed her. As for why she was like this, Tsunade herself didn't know. Suddenly, she wanted to tease Yin Xiang, so she casually asked Yin Xiang to feed her. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiang gave up processing the documents without hesitation, and even stopped eating her meal, and went to feed her. Advertisement. Tsunade unexpectedly began to enjoy Yin Xiang's service. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Could it be the feeling of being in love? Yin Xiang showed no emotion on the surface and fed Tsunade very calmly. This was to prevent Tsunade from feeling embarrassed, but in fact, she was already extremely happy. If you ask Tsunade about her favorability, it had already reached 80%. It's just a few days. Sure enough, my skills in picking up girls have not deteriorated at all. Yin Xiang shouted in his heart. I don't know how Naruto and the others are doing. Yin Xiang said while feeding them. I guess they have already fought with Akatsuki and the others. Tsunade thought for a moment and said. The fight here was also very intense. Kisame was simply a ninjutsu machine. With a casual hand seal, he created a waterfall. The entire Gobi Desert was turned into a pool of water. Guy, Tiantian and others couldn't get close to him at all. Itachi and Kakashi were in a stalemate. Kakashi was teaching Naruto and others how to fight Itachi, and the key point was not to look into his eyes. Itachi didn't stop him either. After all, he relied on more than just illusion, and he didn't intend to do anything to them. He was just following Akatsuki's instructions to stop them. Well done, well done. Yin Xiang was watching the fight between Kisame, Guy and others, constantly recording the ninjutsu, and was very excited. Hurry up and fight, hurry up and fight. Yin Xiang on Itachi's side was very anxious when he saw that they were actually chatting. At the same time, Yin Xiang also discovered that this was not the real body at all, but the elephant transformation technique. Yin Xiang also learned this ninjutsu at the same time, but this ninjutsu was actually of little significance to Yin Xiang. After all, each of his clones had all of his own strength. Water style. Mizusume bullet technique. Kisame formed seals on his hands and slapped them on the ground, forming a water uzumaki. From inside the uzumaki, a shark rushed towards Guy. It can be said that Kisami's chakra amount is really huge. Bang! Guy clenched his fist and punched the big shark, directly breaking up the water shark. Guy continued to attack Kisame. The two fought fiercely, but Kisame took the opportunity to use a water clone to block Neji and others. 8 inner gates. 6th gate. Jingmun. Open. Powerful chakra burst out from Guy's body, and the surrounding water was swept into the air. This time Guy was really serious. Neji and others took advantage of this opportunity to defeat Kisami's water clone. Chapter 19. Heavenly Wei Pain's Raid. Is this the 8 inner gates? What a strong aura. Yin Xiang's clone looked at Guy, who was bursting with momentum, and silently recorded the 8 inner gates. This move will be Yin Xiang's most powerful physical skill. Who are you? At this moment a voice appeared behind Yin Xiang's clone. Yin Xiang looked back. Absolutely. No wonder I didn't notice someone behind me. It turned out to be this guy Ju. With this guy's ability, I couldn't find him even if I went to look for him on purpose, let alone by accident. I am the king of darkness, the punisher of evil, the god of night. Yin Xiang put on the mask and said to Ju. Although he didn't find him embarrassing, he still had to pretend. You are the one who came to the rain country a few days ago. Ju looked at Yin Xiang and said, presumably he relied on aura, not chakra. That's right. Yin Xiang did not hide and returned immediately. Universal pull. At this moment, Yin Xiang was sucked away by a powerful suction force. Feeling this powerful suction force, Yin Xiang was also shocked. She didn't expect that Tendo Pain had also come here. The purpose of Tiandao Pain's coming here was Yin Xiang. Along the way, Yin Xiang followed Guy and others. Ju was also following Guy and others. He had already discovered Yin Xiang's whereabouts and reported it to Pain. Pain decided to take action himself. Of course, the one in front of Yin Xiang is also Tendo Pain using the elephant transformation technique. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. Yin Xiang immediately used Great Fireball while being sucked over. No need to form hand seals. Upon seeing this, Tendo Pain immediately switched to using Shinra Tensai, and both Yin Xiang and Great Fireball were knocked away. Yin Xiang rolled in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Water style. Dam water repair. Big water wave. Yin Xiang immediately stretched out 2 fingers perfunctorily, and a huge stream of water rushed towards Tendo Pain. Advertisement. What? Zetsu's eyes widened after seeing it. The power is even greater than Kisami's ninjutsu. Who is this person? Boom. A huge amount of water rushed towards Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain was surprised and used Shinra Tensai to push the water to both sides. He stood in the middle and safely passed through Yin Xiang's ninjutsu. The next moment, Yin Xiang appeared in front of him. What? Tendo Pain's pupils dilated, and Yin Xiang stretched out his left hand to him. Shinra Tensai. Boom. A huge repulsive force erupted with Yin Xiang as the center, knocking Tendo Pain away, and he crashed into a tree not far away with a bang. It's actually Pain's ninjutsu. What's wrong with that Yagami? Ju was even more confused. What's going on with this person? It can be said that Yin Xiang's Shinra Tensai is not the authentic Shinra Tensai. After all, he does not have the Rinnegan and cannot use the authentic one. The Shinra Tensai just now was a chakra shock that he unleashed by not suppressing his own chakra. If he wants to use universal pull, he can't do it. Pain, are you okay? Ju turned around and looked at Pain. He had already stood up from the ground. There was no expression on his face. He was a complete puppet. Who are you? Pain walked back to Yin Xiang and said to her. Night God. Yin Xiang said. Nagato, the manipulator behind Pain, was already sweating coldly. Where did this man in front of him come from? He clearly didn't have a Rinnegan, but he could use the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensai. Konoha. Big tornado. Yin Xiang saw that Pain was dazed, and instantly appeared in front of Pain. Although Pain immediately stretched out his hand to resist, Yin Xiang still kicked Pain away. What a fast speed! Ju exclaimed after seeing it. What are you looking at? Yin Xiang appeared in front of Ju again, pulled Ju up by the roots and kicked him out from the ground. So fast! Nagato exclaimed in a machine in a room in the Rain Country. He was about to control Tendo to stand up, but Yin Xiang did not give him the chance and directly grabbed Tendo Pain's head. Advertisement. I wanted to take away the Rinnegan, but when I thought about it carefully, this body is fake, let alone the Rinnegan. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang exerted force with his hands and crushed Tiandao's head directly. A blood mist exploded, and Tiandao's body gradually turned into the appearance of another person. Yin Xiang turned back to deal with Ju, but the guy had already escaped underground. It's delaying my ninjutsu learning. Yin Xiang kicked the corpse, then hurried back to where Guy, Kisame and others were fighting. Tendao was killed in a flash. Nagato was amazed at the strength of Yi Shen. Although that body was fake, it could exert the strength of about 30 of his original body. He was solved so easily. Even if his original body was gone, Tendao would not be that man's opponent. It looks like we have a strong opponent. Tendo said to everyone in front of the Gedo statue. Standing on the fingers of the Gedo statue were all the members of Akatsuki, and the absorption of the Gara-tailed beast was about to enter the final stage. When Yin Xiang came back, Guy had already opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. The aura bursting out of his body directly collapsed the water created by Kisame, and Neji and the other two were trapped in Kisami's water prison technique. Neji took advantage of this opportunity to use 8 trigrams 64 palms to break the water prison and rescue Tiantian and Shaoli. Guy's aura stirred up several water jets, which instantly appeared in front of Kisame. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kisame immediately ran away. Guy immediately gave chase. The battle on Itachi's side has also begun. The first one is Itachi's illusion. Although Kakashi told them not to look into Itachi's eyes, Itachi launched an illusion on Naruto with just one finger. FK, this is too cool, I've learned it. Yin Xiang said happily from a distance. Who has the best pretending skills? It's Konoha Uchiha, find Itachi. After being hit by Itachi's illusion, Naruto suddenly went berserk and used Rasengan in a place where no one was around. Yin Xiang finally saw the Rasengan that he had been longing for. After recording the Rasengan in his mind, Yin Xiang directly tried to use the Rasengan, then injected wind-style chakra, which directly turned into a Rasenshuriken. Yin Xiang quickly retracted the Rasenshuriken, because if he continued, it would attract their attention. Noticing that Naruto was under the spell of an illusion, Sakura and Chio immediately grabbed Naruto and injected chakra into his body, disrupting Itachi's illusion. Although the process only took 7 or 8 seconds, for Naruto, it felt like he had spent a long time in the illusion. Kakashi also attacked Itachi, using an earth style. Heart decapitation, but Itachi jumped up to avoid it. Then he used 6 seals in 1 second, and used fire style. Wind fairy fire on Kakashi. After Kakashi dodged it, he formed another seal in the blink of an eye, and a great fireball rushed towards Naruto and the others. Chapter 20 Commanding the Roots. After Naruto and others dodged the great fireball, Kakashi directly used the S-level ninjutsu Reikiri that Yin Xiang had been thinking about. It is not known whether Reikiri is an upgraded version of Chidori or a renamed version. In Yin Xiang's impression, there is no indication whether Reikiri and Chidori are the same ninjutsu, nor does it say that they are not the same ninjutsu. But Yin Xiang doesn't care about that, as long as he learns it, it's fine. Kakashi used Reikiri landslide to rush towards Itachi. Itachi just jumped high and completely avoided this S-level super powerful ninjutsu. Naruto took the opportunity to use Rasengan to attack Itachi in the air. Itachi had no intention of dodging and was hit directly by Naruto. But after the smoke cleared, Itachi was unharmed. Naruto took the opportunity to hide in the woods. The one that was hit just now was still Itachi's shadow clone. They didn't even know when Itachi made the seal. At this time, Kakashi also used the Mist Shinobi technique, trying to avoid Itachi's illusion through the Mist Shinobi technique. Can you please stop this childish game of hide and seek, Kakashi? Itachi said calmly. Damn, he's showing off again. Yin Xiang gave a thumbs up in his heart. When it comes to showing off, the Uchiha clan has to be the best. Guy, on his part, used a move directly towards Peacock, and countless flaming fists hit Kisami's face, knocking him to the ground. After a moment, all the water underground disappeared, which meant that the caster had been defeated. As expected of the Guy King, Yin Xiang quietly gave a thumbs up. The perspective returns to Tsunade. He has finished his meal and the documents that have been piled up have all been processed by Yin Xiang. From now on, as long as Tsunade completes his work on time, there will be no more documents piling up. By the way, all the root members have returned. I plan to let you manage the root. What do you think? Tsunade said to Yin Xiang, who was stretching. This made Yin Xiang confused. Is this appropriate? They are the roots, an important force in Konoha. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to follow them. Yin Xiang said. What's inappropriate about that? You're my secretary, reporting directly to me, so it's reasonable for you to manage the route for me, Tsunade said with a smile. Only you. Yin Xiang caught the word, but they didn't mean the same thing. Advertisement. Yeah. Tsunade nodded first, then was stunned for a moment and realized something. Okay, kid, now you dare to tease me. Tsunade said with a blushing face. Huh, where do you get that from? I didn't say that. Yin Xiang immediately responded by pretending to be stupid. Okay, stop talking nonsense and come with me to meet the members of Root. Tsunade stood up and walked out. Okay, Yin Xiang nodded and followed immediately. I will teach you some methods to refine chakra later. Anyway, you should start practicing ninjutsu slowly. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang on the way to the Root. In that case, do I have to call you master from now on? Yin Xiang said with a smile. Okay. Tsunade also smiled and said. Then the two of them came to the Root. The entire Root had been completely buried. All the Root members were waiting on the training ground. They were all Anbu wearing masks and black cloaks. When they saw Tsunade coming, they all knelt down. Are these all the people? Tsunade asked as she stood in front of the Anbu. Yes. The leading Anbu replied. After Danzo left, the person with the highest authority in the organization was this person, and this person was Aburame Togen, a total of 120 people. 120 Anbu ninjas, that's amazing. Yin Xiang sighed in his heart after hearing this. 120 Anbu ninjas are equivalent to 120 special Jonin or even Jonin, including elite Jonin. This is indeed a very strong force. From today on, the title of Root organization will be cancelled and you will all be classified as Anbu branch, led by Yin Xiang. Tsunade said, pointing to Yin Xiang beside him. Yes, most of the Anbu members were obedient and answered immediately, but a few Anbu members were not convinced. Lord Tsunade, with all due respect, this man doesn't even have chakra fluctuations on his body, how can he command the Anbu? Aburame Togen said to Tsunade. Yes, Lord Tsunade. Yamanaka Feng on the side also echoed. The two did not hide their contempt for Yin Xiang at all, which made Yin Xiang immediately want to kill them. These two people were already on Yin Xiang's death list. Huh, is this Danzo's root ninja? You won't obey orders. Tsunade's face immediately darkened, looking down at Aburame Togen and Yamanaka Feng who were half kneeling in front of him. Advertisement. No. No, Aburame Trine said immediately, but this person is not even from our village. Who has the final say in this village, you or I? Tsunade looked at Aburame and said. Of course it's you. Aburame Trine replied immediately. So whether Yin Xiang is a member of Konoha, is it you who has the final say or me? Tsunade continued. It's you. Aburame Trine said. Then I will let you obey Yin Xiang now. Do you have any questions? No. Aburame Trine said immediately. Well, don't be so fierce. Yin Xiang whispered behind Tsunade in a voice that only Tsunade could hear. Tsunade also took a breath and turned around. Isn't this just letting you vent your anger? When you go back, practice ninjutsu well and don't embarrass me. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Yin Xiang nodded and said. Well, it will be Yin Xiang who will give you your first order. Tsunade then turned around and spoke to everyone. Well, everyone go back home and see your family. We will start organizing our branch after tomorrow. Yin Xiang said to everyone. Family. Upon hearing this, the Anbu members looked at each other and started talking in low voices. There was a sudden noise below. Most of them have no family and were trained by Danzo-sama since childhood to become members of the Root. Aburame said to Yin Xiang. How can you have no family? Yin Xiang smiled when he heard it. You guys who live together day and night, do you only have a superior-subordinate relationship? There is no affection between you. Can you even be called a family? Yin Xiang said while looking at the Anbu people. I have to say, Yin Zhang's words really woke them up. In the past, all they had in their minds was obedience and obedience every day, and they never thought about things like personal emotions. Now that they have a new boss, it seems not bad. Let me reiterate this once again. Yin Xiang immediately put on a serious expression and shouted to everyone in a very serious tone, my name is Yin Xiang. From today on, I am your new leader. Ninjas must obey orders, but ninjas are also human beings and should not abandon their emotions. From today on, you are no longer machines that only know how to kill. Chapter 21 Final Stage. Now, take off your Anbu clothes, go drink, eat, party, and relax yourself, do you understand? Yin Xiang shouted to the crowd, showing the aura of his previous life as a special forces instructor. Understood. The Anbu replied. I didn't expect him to be so powerful when he gets serious. Tsunade thought to herself as she looked at Yin Xiang like a little wife. Disperse. Yin Xiang shouted, and the 120 people dispersed immediately. You did a good job. You made them like you with just a few words. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang after Anbu left. Hee, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. What these guys yearn for most is a normal life. After the Anbu members dispersed, Yin Xiang changed back to his previous weak look and smiled. This kind of disguise is needed to deal with a brocon like Tsunade. It's getting late, we should go back. Tsunade said as he looked at the setting sun. It's only 7 o'clock now. You still have 3 hours before you can get off work. Yin Xiang said. It doesn't matter. Today's work is done. Tsunade ran away immediately after hearing this. Let's go to the pub and drink. Everyone is still working hard outside. Is it really okay for you to go out and drink like this? Yin Xiang said behind Tsunade. They will be fine, Tsunade said confidently. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others have already defeated Itachi's clone, and after analyzing the person lying on the ground, they discovered that this was not the real one, and Chio also recognized that this was a Jonin from their village. It looks like it's over on your end too. At the same time, Kisame said from a distance, and they both opened their eyes almost at the same time. Yeah, the chakra is used up. Itachi nodded and said. About 30% of the chakra was used on the victim. Although it is a convenient jutsu that can create our parallel bodies, the amount of chakra allocated is not much. In contrast, the power and jutsu that can be used are also limited. Kisame turned around and said to Itachi. But it's enough to delay time. Itachi said, and then the two turned their attention back to the cave where Gaara was sealed. After defeating the elephant-turned Uchiha Itachi, Chio told Naruto and others about the Jinchuriki. Now Naruto finally knew that he was a Jinchuriki. This was also the first time they heard about Jinchuriki. After hearing that Naruto was also a Jinchuriki, little Sakura was also very nervous about Naruto. She didn't want Naruto to become a weapon of war. Advertisement. Ju, go and dispose of the bodies of the two people used for the elephant-turning technique. Pain said to Ju. I understand, Ju said, and then immediately went to deal with the body. Itachi, tell me their number and characteristics. Pain continued to look at Itachi and said. A team of 4 consisting of Hitaki Kakashi of Konoha, Haruno Sakura, Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, and Advisor Chio of San Shinobi. Hearing Itachi mention Chio, Scorpion was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chio to come. I'm afraid Scorpion was thinking at this time. You can't beat me if you call my parents, right? Guy was also a little tired from opening the 6th gate. Although he said he was fine, he still bumped into a tree. He doesn't look like everything's alright. Tiantian and the others fell down from the tree and looked at Guy and said. We can't help it. We just used the morning peacock. We better find a place to rest. Neji said to Guy, and so everyone had no choice but to stop their journey. Naruto's side also reorganized temporarily, waiting to contact the Akatsuki organization tomorrow. Several of them had been on the road and were in very bad condition. This rest lasts for 1 night, and because they are close to the enemy, some people need to get up and take turns to keep watch. The hardest working people are still the Akatsuki group. They have been working non-stop these past few days to extract the tailed beasts. Okay, break is over. Guy suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in the middle of the night, waking up everyone. Now it was Neji's turn to keep watch. Teacher Guy, are you okay? Xiao Li looked at Guy and said. Well, I feel refreshed. What a refreshing wake-up. Guy gave Xiao Li a thumbs up and said. Neji. Parker looked up at Neji who was keeping watch, and asked him if he could continue on his way. No problem, my recovery speed is amazing. Neji nodded. Yeah, Parker nodded, then looked at Tiantian, the rest is. Yeah, I'm fine. Tiantian immediately nodded and stood up. Okay, to make up for the time lost in resting, we have to move at twice the previous speed. Guy looked at everyone and smiled. Advertisement. Tiantian heard Guy say this when she woke up. She was almost scared and fell asleep again. They had been driving at full speed all the way. Tiantian was a girl and her physical strength was not as good as theirs. No, we have to go 3 times faster, so we can arrive before the scheduled time. Xiao Li said with his fist clenched beside Guy. Okay, everyone, this is a rare opportunity, so let's move forward at 4 times the speed. Guy said as he stretched out 4 fingers after hearing what Xiao Li said. Neji was frightened, and a drop of cold sweat fell on Tenten's head. Oh, what's wrong? Guy said after noticing the expressions of the 3 people. That's impossible no matter how you think about it. Neji said helplessly. I've told you many times, don't try this trick again. Tiantian also spread his hands and shouted. Teacher Guy, that's why I said to use 3 times the speed. Xiao Li said after hearing several people's complaints. Li, that's not what we meant. Parker couldn't help but complain. After that, the 4 of them continued to travel at the same speed as before in the middle of the night. It wasn't too long before dawn. The Akatsuki organization has also entered the final stage. Soon it was daybreak. Guy and the others as well as Naruto and the others were still on their way and would soon reach their destination. This is really uncomfortable, Neji said suddenly. What's wrong, Neji? Xiao Li looked at Neji and asked. Enemy. Tiantian also asked. No, on the contrary, I can't feel the enemy's breath at all. This makes me a little confused. They are willing to use that kind of ninjutsu to delay our time. Neji shook his head and said. Does that mean there's no need to delay us anymore? Tiantian said hesitantly. Is it too late? Xiao Li also said. Naruto also realized this, and thinking of what happened to Gaara, Naruto became even more anxious. Even his eyes turned into the eyes of Nine Tails. He couldn't help but speed up, almost leaving Kakashi and the others behind. Seeing Naruto so anxious, Chiyo was also a little confused, so Kakashi explained Naruto's situation to Chiyo, and told Chiyo that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, the same Jinchuriki as Gaara. For Naruto, Gaara was a partner who understood the same pain. Chapter 22 5 Seal Barriers. It's almost over, Pain said as he looked at the eyes of the ghetto statue whose pupils had begun to appear. Gaara also began to lose consciousness. Although it was stated at the beginning that he didn't know anything, he could at least feel the pain. Now he couldn't even feel the pain. The ghetto statue sucked the last of Gaara's chakra, and the pupil completely appeared in the eyeball, and Gaara fell to the ground, already a dead man. It still took 3 days and 3 nights in the end, Deidara said, putting down his hand that was forming a seal. It's always like this. It's so annoying. Kisame also put down his hand and said. Ah, my shoulders are about to freeze. Hidan said, pinching his shoulders. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Pain said symbolically as he looked at them. After a while, Guy and the others finally landed in front of the cave where they were. There was a huge rock blocking the entrance to the cave with forbidden words stacked on it. That's it, Guy said, looking at the boulder. Gaara is behind this rock. Parker nodded and said. It looks like a barrier. Guy walked forward and said. What should we do? Tiantian said. Let's rush in. Xiao Li shouted to Guy. No. Guy shook his head and turned back. Just then, Kakashi and the others arrived. You're so slow, Kakashi. We encountered some trouble on the way, Kakashi said, standing up. Naruto, little Sakura. Xiao Li was very happy to see the two of them. Kakashi, I'm not the one who's in trouble, am I? Chiyo glanced at Kakashi and said. Everyone. Naruto gave a thumbs up and shouted to Guy and others. You all got here first. Little Sakura and the others walked up to Guy and the others, and said. Who is this mother-in-law? Tenten looked at Chiyo and said, she shouldn't be from Konoha. This is Granny Chiyo, Sand Shinobi's advisor. Little Sakura introduced Chiyo to everyone. Please take care of me. Chiyo looked very old, but still very cheerful and optimistic. She made a scissors hand gesture and smiled. Advertisement. Then let's do it, Kakashi. Guy looked at Kakashi and said, okay. Kakashi nodded, and everyone looked at the rock behind them. Then go ahead, Neji, take a look inside first. Guy said to Neji. Neji nodded and used his Byakugan to investigate the inside. It looks like a fairly large cave, but I can't see very clearly, so I can't get an exact picture of what's going on inside. It looks like there are several people. Neji, what about Gaara? How is Gaara? Naruto shouted to Neji. Wait a minute, I'm looking. Neji looked everywhere in the cave for Gaara and saw Gaara lying on the ground. Neji, Naruto shouted anxiously. Don't rush me, Neji said to Naruto, and then continued to observe the situation in the cave, and saw that the eyes of the ghetto statue slowly closed. What? That is, what's wrong? What's inside? Neji, Naruto asked while shaking Neji's body anxiously. Let me go, Neji said to Naruto first, and Naruto let go of Neji's arm. What did you see, Neji? Little Sakura asked. Words can't express it, Neji said, looking down, thinking about the huge thing he had just seen. That means we can only confirm it with our own eyes, Xiao Li said, looking at the rock. Then things will be simple. Guy patted Xiao Li's shoulder, then rolled a long distance, then rushed up and punched the rock, but the rock was unharmed. Boundary. It's getting lively outside, Pain said after sensing the movement of the barrier. Looks like reinforcements have arrived, Kisame said, crossing his arms. Whose reinforcements are they? The ones that Brother Kisame delayed. Or, Deidara asked. This is, so we've all arrived, Ju said after checking the situation outside. It's a coincidence that we arrived at the same time, but what a pity, we're a little late. I heard there's another Jinchuriki. He, don't blame me, Itachi. Scorpion laughed at the side and apologized to Itachi because he was going to steal Itachi's mission target. Outside, Guy walked back to the team helplessly. What should we do? Xiao Li asked when he saw that Guy's attack had no effect. First we have to remove the barrier, Li. Guy said to Xiao Li. Advertisement. How do I remove it? Tiantian asked. We need to figure out what kind of barrier this is first. Little Sakura said, looking at the rock. Yeah, Guy nodded, then turned back to the rock. Well, first we need to find out what kind of barrier this is, right, Kakashi? What do you think it is? Chiyo said beside Kakashi. Probably, the 5 seal barriers. Kakashi said. I agree. Chiyo nodded. 5 seal barriers. Naruto looked at them in confusion. The 5 seal barrier is formed by sticking talismans with forbidden words on them at 5 places around the area. In addition to the talisman with forbidden words in front of you, there are talismans at 4 other places. You must remove the talismans at the 5 places at the same time to lift the barrier. Kakashi said to them. It has to be done at the same time, right? Little Sakura looked at Kakashi and said. That's right. If all 5 are not removed at the same time, the barrier cannot be broken. Here is the first one. Kakashi nodded and said. At this time, the 2 Yin Xiang will also reconcile. How's things going over there? Yin Xiang number 1 asked Yin Xiang no. 2. We learned some incredible ninjutsu, the 8 inner gates. Yin Xiang number 2 said excitedly. Really? Yin Xiang number 1 also shouted happily. It was so exciting to master the 8 inner gates. What about you? I've learned Reikiri and Rasengan, but these aren't the most important things. The most important thing is that Itachi and I have learned the perfect technique of showing off. I'm a little excited when I think about using Itachi's lines to show off in the future. The main body should be very happy now. Both Yin Xiang gave thumbs up and smiled. There are 4 more besides these. Guy said, looking up at the talisman paper. So where are the other 4 talismans? Naruto asked, looking at Kakashi, who shook his head. Kakashi then looked at Neji. Neji. Understood. Neji nodded, opened his Byakugan, and began to look for the talismans around him. After searching around, Neji also found the location of these talismans, found it. Neji, where are you? Naruto asked hurriedly. One is on a rock about 500 meters northeast of here. The second one is on a tree trunk on the riverbank 350 meters southeast of here. The third one is on a rock wall about 650 meters northwest of here. The last one is in the woods less than 800 meters southwest of here. Neji said as he looked around. Chapter 23 Tsunade's Lovesickness. Yin Xiang started planning for the Anbu members, and the first thing they had to do was to clean up their new branch. The new branch is in a cave behind Hokage Rock. Few people come here and the space is large, which is very suitable for establishing Anbu. From today on, our organization is codenamed Shadow. We will not be directly under Danzo like before and only listen to me. We also have to listen to Master Tsunade. Our first priority is to protect the Hokage, the second priority is to protect ourselves, and finally the mission execution. Do you understand? Yin Xiang said to everyone. Understood. Everyone answered. Last night they all accepted Yin Xiang's advice and went out to drink and party. Suddenly they discovered that life is not just about killing people and obeying orders, but that there are many beautiful things in life. It turns out that the teammate I haven't seen for a long time is so handsome. Suddenly they feel that life has meaning. Okay, then our task today is to dig out our branch as soon as possible. Yin Xiang said to everyone. Although this cave can be used, it is still too small if used as a room. They need to continue digging back or downwards. After receiving the order, the shadow members started working immediately. More than 100 ninjas dug the hole at a very fast speed. Without Yin Xiang's company, Tsunade felt a little lonely. Why am I so bored when Yin Xiang is not around? Tsunade lay on the table. Next to her were the documents for today that had been processed. Yin Xiang had been by her side laughing and joking with her these past few days, and she felt much better. She no longer had to worry about government affairs, and she didn't even have to cook for herself. Now that Yin Xiang was gone, she always felt like something was missing in her heart. Let's go find him. Tsunade immediately stood up, picked up her coat and walked out of the office, not realizing that her behavior was already a sign of lovesickness that she couldn't control or notice. When Tsunade arrived here, the shadows were working hard to dig a hole, and Yin Xiang was sitting aside yawning. Without Tsunade around to tease him, he was somewhat bored. Yin Xiang. Tsunade shouted after seeing Yin Xiang, with some uncontrollable joy in her tone. Advertisement. Why are you here? Yin Xiang immediately stood up and went to greet him upon seeing this. Moreover, noticing Tsunade's happiness at this moment, her favorability rating increased a little more and reached 85%. See how things are going over here. Tsunade looked towards the cave and pretended not to care about Yin Xiang. But he couldn't hide this from Yin Xiang. I thought it was Master Tsunade who missed me. Yin Xiang said. What are you talking about? Tsunade punched Yin Xiang lightly. If Jiraiya said something like this to Tsunade, he would definitely punch her with great force, which shows the status of Yin Xiang in Tsunade's heart now. Okay, don't talk nonsense. You must be hungry. I'll go back and cook for you. Yin Xiang laughed and said, every word was full of concern for her. Gurgle. Tsunade's stomach growled at the right moment. This time Tsunade blushed and didn't have to answer Yin Xiang. Haha, as expected, then let's go buy some groceries together and see what you want to eat. Yin Xiang then said, Aburame, take the roots. Tsunade turned around and shouted towards the cave. Here, Aburame Kyujin immediately appeared in front of Yin Xiang. According to what Yin Xiang said last night, he tried to return to the Aburame clan base to meet his relatives. They were all very happy and excited, and more surprised, as they didn't seem to have thought about him coming back. This also opened the door to a new world for Aburame. It turns out that family is very important. He also changed his view of Yin Xiang, although Yin Xiang still has no ability. Tsunade-sama and I will be leaving for a while. I'll leave this place to you. If it's ready according to the layout I set before I come back, move everything in and set it up. Yes. Aburame nodded. Then Yin Xiang and Tsunade left. They went to the grocery store together to buy vegetables, strolled around the street, and Yin Xiang walked in front of Tsunade, choosing vegetables. Suddenly, Tsunade felt that life was peaceful. Although the man in front of him, no, the boy, didn't have any ninjutsu, he always gave Tsunade the feeling that he was protecting and taking care of himself. If Yin Xiang knew Tsunade was thinking this way, she would definitely say, no, this is all an illusion. Advertisement. After buying groceries, Yin Xiang discovered that Tsunade's favorability towards her had reached 87%. She looked puzzled. What had she done to make her heart beat? After the two returned home, Yin Xiang cooked, and after eating together, they went to the shadow base. Aren't you going back to the office? Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade and asked, but Tsunade shook his head and said nothing. Oh, by the way, I haven't had time to deal with today's documents. I will go back to deal with the documents after I have arranged everything over there. Yin Xiang thought for a while and said. Of course, Yin Xiang did this on purpose. As for the documents, I've already dealt with them, Tsunade said. Oh, I haven't cleaned the office today yet. I'll go there later. I cleaned it myself. Tsunade shook her head again. Well, you don't just want to come and keep me company, do you? Yin Xiang said at the right time. Of course not. Tsunade nodded casually at first, then immediately reacted and shouted, she was tricked by this kid again. Hee. Yin Xiang laughed and did not continue to answer Tsunade. She walked forward. Tsunade was stunned for a moment behind Yin Xiang, then calmed down and followed, as if he had become accustomed to this way of getting along with Yin Xiang. The two returned to the base. Their execution ability was indeed very strong. The layout inside had been set up. Now all that was left was to move in furniture and other things, and the base could be used. Yin Xiang also arranged dormitories for them inside, to use for a short rest after returning from a mission, or to provide a place for the homeless. Of course, Yin Xiang could also move into the base now, but Tsunade didn't bring it up, so Yin Xiang naturally wouldn't say it. The two of them tacitly did not mention this matter. From now on, if you want to carry out a mission or submit a task, please come to the window of the Hokage's office to find me. I will basically stay in the Hokage's office and will not go out. Yin Xiang explained to Aburame. Yes, Aburame nodded. In addition to the necessary tasks, you can also go to the task hall to take on some other tasks. It's good to earn some pocket money for yourself. Yin Xiang went on to say that taking on tasks in the task hall was not allowed in the past. Chapter 24 The Way of a Man. Yes, Aburame nodded again. After we finish dealing with this, those who need to go undercover will continue to do so, and those who need to collect intelligence will continue to collect intelligence. Compile a list for me, marking what they are doing now, and separate those who have and don't have missions. Yes, Aburame nodded. He also expressed his admiration for Yin Xiang's clear thinking. As for the Kingdom of Rivers, everyone has already begun to open the 5 seals, and the members of Akatsuki have successfully absorbed Shukaku from Gaara's body. Except for Deidara and Sasori, everyone else is an illusion and disappeared directly. Deidara and Scorpion need to fight their way out on their own. If they can't, they will die here. Tendo Pain doesn't care much about this. Confirm the content of the operation. After the guys in Guy's team find the talisman paper, stay on standby. Once everyone has found it, follow my instructions and remove them all at the same time. Got it, Guy said at this time. Everyone understood. Of course, the Kakashi class must also be removed at the same time, so that the 5 seals can be broken. While the barrier is being removed, little Sakura will destroy the rocks at the entrance. Using this as a signal, we can rush in and take Gaara back. Kakashi said. At the same time, they were already in position. While they were busy outside, Scorpion and Deidara inside were getting impatient waiting. Listen up everyone, count to 1, 2, 3 and take off the talisman together. Let's begin. 1, 2, 3. Guy counted to 3, and then the 5 of them tore off the talisman paper at the same time. Little Sakura also punched the rock, breaking it and successfully opening the entrance. But just when Guy and others were about to leave, a person emerged from the stone wall, grass, water and tree in front of them. It was them. The 4 people on Kakashi's side entered the cave and saw Gaara, Scorpion, and Deidara. Gaara was still being sat on by Deidara. So, which one is the Jinchuriki? Deidara looked at the 4 people in front of him, and based on the characteristics left by Itachi before he left, the first one to shout would be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, waiting for the first person to shout. Seeing that Gaara was dead and was being sat on by Deidara, Naruto could no longer remain calm. His eyes once again turned into Nine-Tails' eyes and he clenched his fists, you bastards. I will smash you to pieces too. Naruto shouted at Deidara and Sasori. The first guy who roared loudly was him. Scorpion said to Naruto. Advertisement. It seems so, huh. Deidara also smiled at Naruto. That's Deidara and Scorpion. The 2 Yin Xiangs were sitting on the tree and chatting leisurely. I remember that Scorpion died here. It was really unfair that he died at the hands of Chio and little Sakura. Yin Xiang number 1 laughed. Scorpion just doesn't want to fight with his grandmother, which is equivalent to committing suicide. Yin Xiang number 2 said. Well, those are not important. What's important is that we can learn the world's top puppetry of Hokage here. I will learn the puppetry later, and you follow Kakashi and the others to chase Deidara. Yin Xiang number 1 said. Why should I be the one to chase? Isn't my life miserable enough? Yin Xiang number 2 said. Well, let's decide it in a manly way. Yin Xiang number 1 said after hearing this. Okay. Yin Xiang number 2 rolled up his sleeves, and then both of them punched at the same time. Rock, paper, scissors. Shit. Yin Xiang number 1 took back his scissors. I lost, I'm willing to admit defeat, I'll go after him. As expected of me, a man of my word. Yin Xiang number 2 patted Yin Xiang number 1 on the shoulder and said with a smile. Just then. A-hole, stop right there. Deidara flew out of the cave on the giant bird with Gaara, and Naruto immediately chased after them. Little Sakura, Grandma Chio, I'm leaving this guy in your hands. Kakashi immediately chased after him, but stopped halfway and said to little Sakura and Chio. Okay, I understand. Little Sakura nodded and said. Advertisement. Go quickly, loser. Yin Xiang number 2 patted Yin Xiang number 1 on the shoulder and said. Yin Xiang number 1 also followed helplessly. Gaara, let me rescue you. Naruto yelled, jumping from the pillar and punching Deidara. Deidara threw a clay and threw it at Naruto, blasting Naruto directly into the rock wall. In just a moment, Yin Xiang had already mastered how to use Deidara's clay and had directly mastered Deidara's unique skill. Yin Xiang also did not forget to try to extract clay from the wall and soon extracted a large lump. On Yin Xiang number 1's side, the battle between little Sakura and Chio and Scorpion also began. Chio took the lead in using a kunai to cut through Scorpion's clothes, revealing Scorpion's body. As this Scorpion's puppet Fei Liuhu, Yin Xiang number 1 had sneaked into the cave and hid himself in the corner of the cave. When Scorpion showed his Fei Liuhu, Yin Xiang already knew how to make and control this thing. My learning ability is really amazing. Fortunately, my first talent point is learning ability. Kakashi and Naruto also began to chase Deidara. To deal with Deidara, Kakashi directly opened his Sharingan, but the enemy was flying in the air, making it a little difficult for them to chase. They were completely being bombarded by Deidara here, which was far less exciting than Yin Xiang number 1's side. All kinds of kunai and senbon were spurted out of the Harugoku amber, and each one was poisoned. Little Sakura and Chio dodged them all. But even if someone with rich combat experience like Chio could dodge it, little Sakura completely dodged Scorpion's covering attack. This made Scorpion a little confused. Are the ninjas of Konoha so powerful? However, Yin Xiang has already discovered that Chio used little Sakura as a puppet, manipulating little Sakura to dodge all of Scorpion's attacks. This old woman is really good. She can dodge herself and control little Sakura to dodge as well. Her observation ability is very important. But it's a good thing for me. Yin Xiang smiled. This kind of observation ability was learned by Yin Xiang. She didn't even need to add any talent points to her observation ability. It was directly improved to max. This is equivalent to getting a talent point for free. Under Chio's manipulation, little Sakura exerted her extraordinary strength and smashed Scorpion's Scarlet Ryu Amber into pieces with one punch. A black figure jumped out from it. This was Scorpion's real body. You finally came out. Chio looked at the black shadow and said, I came all the way to see my grandson, but I didn't expect it to end like this. Can't we just reminisce after 20 years? Chapter 25 New Mission. At this moment, Fei Liuhu's fallen head suddenly moved and flew into the air. Countless senbon shot out from his head. Chio immediately controlled little Sakura to dodge. Several of the senbon even shot towards Yin Xiang, FKU. Yin Xiang quickly dodged to the side, and her disguise was discovered. She ran away before they noticed her. Is it an illusion? Chio thought to herself as she looked in the direction where Yin Xiang had been hiding. As expected, you are worthy of being my grandma. No wonder even the little girl could dodge my attacks. Grandma, you saw through my attacks and used puppetry with chakra lines to control the little girl. Scorpion said with his back to little Sakura and Chio. Little Sakura. I really don't want to love him, but he's handsome, has a nice voice, and calls me a little girl. And they were very thoughtful. They even wrapped chakra threads around the tail of the Harugoku. I didn't expect that the movement of the tail was blocked without me noticing it. Wow, I try my best to suppress my chakra so that it can't be seen by others. It's amazing that you can understand. Chio said. Yin Xiang also took advantage of this opportunity to sneak back into the same position and hide. Of course, the one who taught me the puppet game was none other than you. Scorpion turned around and said to Chio, while placing his hand on the black cloth on his head. But the game ends today, Chio said. Yes, then, can you succeed easily? Scorpion pulled off the black cloth on his head and said with a smile. When the black cloth was torn off and the lineup was revealed, Chio was stunned. How could this happen? Compared to before, there is no change at all. Advertisement. Hidden beneath the ugly Fei Liuhu was a stunningly handsome face that was slightly inferior to Yin Xiang's. What's going on? Little Sakura was also stunned. They already knew that Scorpion had defected from Sand Shinobi 20 years ago, but the young man in front of them didn't look like a man in his 30s or 40s at all. Ding ding ding. The red sand scorpion puppet making technique has been recorded. At the same time, a task is assigned to subdue the red sand scorpion. The reward is 1 talent point. Closing square bracket. At this time, the system rang, and not only Yin Xiang in the cave, but also Yin Xiang who was tracking Kakashi and Yin Xiang in Konoha received this task. Oh, it seems they have seen Scorpion. Yin Xiang was busy teasing Tsunade's wife at this time, and received this task. I think the clones should know it too. Yin Xiang thought so and then stopped caring about it. He believed that his clone would be able to handle it. Report. The arrangement is completed. Aburame came to Yin Xiang and said. Okay, everyone can take a break. Those who need to go back immediately for undercover missions can go back first. Yin Xiang said. Yes. Aburame nodded, handed the list to Yin Xiang, and went to do his work. It's really difficult to tame Scorpion of the Red Sand. We can only rob him. After receiving the task, Yin Xiang number 1 thought that only a heart was left of Scorpion's true body. Yin Xiang also knew very well that he just needed to take Scorpion's heart away before Chio and little Sakura found out. The difficult part is not saving Scorpion, but taming Scorpion. Will this guy listen to me? At this time, Scorpion took out a scroll, and out of it came a puppet made from the corpse sealed by the 3rd generation. Although Yin Xiang instantly learned how to make the puppet sealed by the 3rd generation, this is a human puppet making technique, which requires a corresponding corpse. Scorpion can transform the dead into human puppets. He is the only puppeteer who can make human puppets. Moreover, they are made with the chakra of the person during his lifetime, so all the ninjutsu and bloodline limits of the person during his lifetime can be completely preserved. This is the biggest advantage of human puppets. Chapter 26. My luck in gambling is not as good as Tsunade's. As soon as Scorpion's 3rd Kage appeared, he released kunai directly, but all of them were dodged. Then his right hand turned into countless knives and rushed towards little Sakura at an extremely fast speed. In desperation, Chio used the tail of the Scarlet Bloom to block the attack. Well, how about this? Scorpion's little finger slightly raised, and the 3rd Kage's right hand opened, divided into 3 layers, each with a string of curse seals drawn on it. After the curse seals were released, countless arms rushed towards little Sakura and trapped little Sakura in their arms. Chio then pulled little Sakura out, and Scorpion then tied up little Sakura with a rope and sprayed a large area of poisonous fog. If little Sakura had not used a detonating talisman to blow up the poisonous fog, the poisonous gas would have been enough to take her life. You're quite courageous. You're worthy of being Tsunade's apprentice. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled when she saw it. It seems that this, master's wife, is very happy. The following battle was even more exciting. Chio summoned the father and mother, made by Scorpion, and then together with Scorpion showed Yin Xiang what a puppeteer was. Her hands danced non-stop, and the swords in the hands of the puppets intertwined. The waving action was extremely fast. He swung his hands more than 10 times within 2 seconds, and only stopped briefly when all the weapons of both sides were broken. But there is a difference between puppets and human puppets after all. Scorpion immediately used the 3rd Kage's strongest skill, Iron Sand. The moment the Iron Sand spurted out of the 3rd Kage's mouth, Yin Xiang number 2 had already mastered how to use it. This is the bloodline limit of the strongest Kage, and Yin Xiang learned it in just one glance. If he had known this, he would have been so angry that he would have survived. Under Satetsu's attack, Chio's father and mother puppets were all unusable, and Chio herself also lost a prosthetic puppet arm. Little Sakura volunteered to become Chio's puppet to fight. The battle here was very fierce. Little Sakura's super strength and Scorpion's Iron Sand directly demolished the entire cave in a few hits. The Guy class was fighting against a team of equal strength and it was also very intense, only the fight on Kakashi's side was very frustrating, as they simply couldn't catch Deidara, and were blasted back to the ground countless times by Deidara whenever they jumped. Yin Xiang number 1 was also very bored following them. As for Yin Xiang's real body, after dealing with the Shadow's matter, Yin Xiang and Tsunade returned to the office. After the pile of documents were gone, Yin Xiang and Tsunade gambled in the office. This was originally a good opportunity to make a killing for Tsunade. Advertisement. But the feeling of fullness after each meal can still be clearly distinguished. Tsunade has now confiscated all the property of the Danzo route and has become a wealthy woman. The money allocated to her is just enough to establish a new branch, so Tsunade is now extremely rich. Therefore, in order to control this rich woman, Yin Xiang used chakra to secretly move the dice when gambling with Tsunade, making herself lose. Finally I found someone who can lose more than me, ha 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 ha. Tsunade won 9 times out of 10 and was in a good mood. Although she always felt that if she won the gambling, something bad would happen, but winning 9 times out of 10, unless the world was destroyed. Otherwise, Yin Xiang's gambling luck was worse than hers. I finally saved up a few coins, but now they're all gone. Yin Xiang pushed her coins in front of Tsunade and said, I support debt repayment here. Tsunade put away the coins and said to Yin Xiang flatteringly, you still owe me. If you keep doing this, I'll have to work for you for the rest of my life. Yin Xiang pretended to be aggrieved and said, such a young and handsome boy can most easily impress a rich woman's heart. Don't worry, I'm so rich now, enough to support you for the rest of your life. Tsunade patted Yin Xiang's shoulder and said, okay, that's what you said. You can't just leave me alone and let me starve to death. Yin Xiang's evil plan succeeded, and she smiled at Tsunade. Don't worry, Tsunade nodded. Then let's continue. Tsunade said while shaking the sieve. Okay, Yin Xiang nodded. The more she owed, the more the rich woman would spend on her in the future. Just then, the office door opened, and it was Shizune, Eh. What are you doing? Yin Xiang, Didn't I tell you not to gamble with Master Tsunade? Shizune got angry at Yin Xiang after seeing this. It's okay. The work has been done. Besides, this kid's luck in gambling is worse than mine. He has lost everything now. Tsunade hugged Shizune's neck and asked her to sit down. Is there anyone with worse gambling luck than Tsunade-sama? Shizune was also shocked after hearing this. This was simply impossible. Just watch. Tsunade said to Shizune. This time we're going to guess the size. Whoever has the bigger sum of the dice wins. Advertisement. Okay, I will definitely beat you. Yin Xiang nodded and said, and then they shook the sieve at the same time. After opening it, Yin Xiang found through Sharingan that Tsunade was actually 5. This. Shizune couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade also touched his head awkwardly and smiled. Oh no, I dropped a dice, and there are only 4 left. Yin Xiang vibrated all his sieves through chakra to a point, and one of the dice was directly shaken into molecules and dissipated in the air. Don't worry, even if you only have 2 dice, you win. Shizune said. But, Yin Xiang opened her sieve and found 4 ones inside. Huh, this works. Shizune widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Ha ha ha, I said, Yin Xiang's gambling luck is worse than mine. Tsunade then generously opened the sieve, allowing Yin Xiang to see her 5 ones. I can lose this, forget it, I won't gamble anymore. Yin Xiang shouted in panic upon seeing this. How can that be? You now owe me 200. Keep going. Tsunade would not let Yin Xiang, this sucker, go on. Usually she was the one who gave away money, but now she finally experienced what it felt like to have other people give her money. It was simply amazing. Yin Xiang, I advise you not to gamble anymore, or you'll lose all your underwear. Shizune also said to Yin Xiang. Oh, by the way, Sister Shizune, what are you here for? Yin Xiang changed the subject. I came to see how Lord Tsunade is doing at work, and to see how your secretary is doing. I didn't expect that Lord Tsunade had processed all the documents that had piled up. Shizune said. Yin Xiang helped me with all those things, and every arrangement was in order. I have seen them all. Tsunade said to Shizune, so, you can rest assured that Yin Xiang is here. So amazing. Shizune exclaimed. Yin Xiang had only been here for a short time, but he was already able to handle documents independently and get recognition from Tsunade and the daimyo. It seemed like he had really found a treasure. Chapter 27 The Chakra Amount That Shocked Everyone. Well, I feel relieved to see that Lord Tsunade is safe and sound. Shizune nodded and said, still holding the pig in his arms. Is this pig going to be raised and eaten? Yin Xiang pointed at Tuantan and said. Upon hearing this, Tuntun's eyes widened and he began to struggle in Shizune's arms, as if he was ready to run away from the man who had spoken such vicious words to him. It's okay. Shizune stroked the pig's head to comfort it, he was just joking. He can still understand me. Is it the summoning beast? Yin Xiang asked when he saw this. It's just an ordinary pet pig, not raised to be eaten. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang and patted Tuntun's head. Although it is Tsunade's pet, most of the time it is held and cared for by Shizune. I see. It looks very smart and has the potential to be a summoning beast. Yin Xiang nodded and said, while also considering whether he should also get a summoning beast to play with. After taming the scorpion, turn him into a summoning beast. Yin Xiang imagined in his mind that when others shouted summoning beast, he would summon a handsome guy, and then his own would summon countless puppets. It was a bit fun to think about it. Don't try to change the subject. Let's continue. Tsunade suddenly shouted at Yin Xiang, shaking the sieve in her hand. But I have no more sieves. Yin Xiang pointed to the sieve she was missing and said. This thing. Tsunade picked up the dice in front of Yin Xiang, formed a seal with his hands, and directly made the dice split. Hey, is this how you use ninjutsu? Yin Xiang shouted when he saw this. Hey, come on, Tsunade said as he returned the dice to Yin Xiang. Without any help, Yin Xiang had no choice but to continue with Tsunade, which was actually within Yin Xiang's expectations. Advertisement. Shizune also left on the way. After gambling for a whole afternoon, Yin Xiang now owed Tsunade another 5,000. In total, he owed Tsunade more than 10,000, plus interest every day. The road to repaying the debt is long and arduous. Yin Xiang sighed. Next time, I must add points to the money. Make an infinite money. Okay, don't be too sad. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Tsunade comforted Yin Xiang, but the expression on his face could not be hidden. Tsunade was smiling like a flower now. This is for you. Tsunade took out a piece of white paper from his arms. What is this? Yin Xiang asked as she took the paper. Chakra test paper. Contest your chakra attributes. But I don't have chakra yet. Yin Xiang said. Forget about that. I will teach you how to refine chakra now. Tsunade said, then stood up and walked to the wall of the office. Come and sit against the wall. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded, put away the chakra test paper, walked in front of Tsunade, and sat down against the wall to meditate. Tsunade also sat in front of Yin Xiang, their knees pressed together. Listen carefully. Chakra refining is the energy produced by the perfect fusion of the energy of each component of the human body. It is the energy source for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or making it into a thread to bind the opponent or cut off the material that is also composed of chakra. The first method of cultivation is to absorb physical energy from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, one cell at a time. The second method is to train spiritual energy through many practices and accumulated experience. With your ability, you should understand what I'm saying, right? Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang. Yeah, Yin Xiang nodded. Of course, there is also the extraction of chakra from natural energy. This is called senjutsu. You can't touch it for now, and I'm going to teach you the first one. In the following time, Tsunade explained to Yin Xiang in detail how to refine chakra, but Yin Xiang wanted to say one more thing at this moment: just show me how to do it, and I'll be able to do it. After talking for about half an hour, Tsunade said, I will demonstrate it now, watch carefully. Advertisement. Then Tsunade began to meditate and refine chakra, while transmitting chakra from his knees to Yin Xiang's body. Yin Xiang also followed Tsunade's example and began to refine chakra. In just a moment, a huge amount of chakra burst out from Yin Xiang's body, and this chakra directly knocked Tsunade over. Oh no, I can't control it, Yin Xiang thought to himself, but it was too late. These were the chakras that he had extracted in that instant just now. These are the real chakras, and those used before can probably be called modifier power, maybe simplify it and call it Shira power. This is. Tsunade was blown away and sat on the ground, staring at Yin Xiang with wide eyes. Although Yin Xiang could go to help Tsunade at this time, he couldn't stop because he had been exposed, so he simply pretended that he couldn't control the chakra. What a huge amount of chakra. Tsunade stared at Yin Xiang with wide eyes. Yin Xiang. Feel this chakra quickly, grab it, absorb it and make it your own. In this situation, Steel Hand shouted to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also nodded, pretending to be in extreme pain, and began to slowly compress the chakra. Even the shadows that Yin Xiang arranged around the Hokage felt this power and came to the window to protect Gangsho and Yin Xiang. Unexpectedly, they saw their leader. With such a huge chakra, it seems that I really underestimated the leader before. Aburame said while looking at Yin Xiang. This chakra is already comparable to that of an elite Jonin. Is this really his first time extracting chakra? Yamanaka Fuya said as he looked inside. Under Yin Xiang's control, the leaked chakra slowly entered her body. Yin Xiang closed her eyes and meditated for a while, pretending to absorb the aftereffects of chakra. She opened her eyes 5 minutes later. Great, it worked, Tsunade shouted excitedly to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang first waved to the shadow members, signaling that they could leave. After they left, Tsunade was so excited that he hugged Yin Xiang directly. You are simply a natural ninja. The first time you refined chakra, you have reached the amount of chakra of elite Jonin. Yin Xiang was startled by the sudden hug and thought that maybe Tsunade felt that he had really picked up a treasure. With such a person in Konoha, Konoha's future was promising. After all, it was still an exploit. But Tsunade was actually really happy for Yin Xiang. After all, he had such a miserable life since childhood. He never had enough to eat or sleep well. He finally came to Konoha but was bullied by Danzo. Even his luck in gambling was a mess. Now he can finally have his own power to protect himself. As for how much Tsunade favors Yin Xiang now, it has reached an astonishing 92%. Chapter 28 Yin Xiang No. 1 takes action. Tsunade got off Yin Xiang. Try it and see what your chakra attribute is. Gangshi said excitedly while looking at Yin Xiang. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded and took out the chakra test paper. What attribute should I choose? Yin Xiang thought to himself, but the chakra test paper in his hand was no longer obedient and was directly divided into 5 parts. The wind chakra split the test paper into 4, the lightning chakra wrinkled one of the strips, the fire chakra burned 1 strip, the earth chakra shattered 1 strip, and finally the water chakra wet 1 strip. 5 attributes. Tsunade was even more surprised now. You know, there are very few ninjas with 5 attributes. The only ones she knew were her master Sarutobi Hiruzen, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Hitaki Kakashi. Maybe you really are a natural ninja. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and said. Ha, ha ha, is that so? Yin Xiang laughed awkwardly, and at the same time thought, why won't this hand obey me? I just want to show off, right? Starting tomorrow I will teach you some simple 3 body techniques. Let's start with the basics to train your control over the chakra. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded. Next was Yin Xiang number 2's turn. Little Sakura pretended to be poisoned, causing Scorpion to be careless. He controlled the third Kage puppet to rush towards Little Sakura, but it was smashed to pieces by a single punch from Little Sakura. Thus, Scorpion's third Kage puppet was defeated. Scorpion was very confused. Why could the other party still move freely when he had clearly been poisoned by him? In fact, before Little Sakura came, she had already made an antidote for Scorpion's poison after treating Konkuro. Scorpion was too confident in his own poison, which led to him only using 1 poison. What's coming next will be even more powerful. Yin Xiang number 2 thought to himself as he watched the third Kage being shattered. Kakashi was still in pursuit, and Deidara was a little angry about the bomb that Kakashi had received, so he attached chakra to the soles of his feet and prepared to chase after him, but he was hit by Deidara's bomb. There's no end to this going on. This Deidara has no choice but to run away. Yin Xiang number 1 thought as he was chasing behind, why not let me take care of him? Yin Xiang thought, and finally accelerated, passing Kakashi and Naruto. Advertisement. Who is it? Kakashi and Naruto were startled and didn't even react to the fact that there was someone behind them. They saw a dark shadow passing by them, then stepped on the tree trunk across the middle of the canyon and flew out like a kunai. What? Seeing the man suddenly appear so fast, Deidara quickly threw out a few bird-shaped clay bombs. Lightning flashed around Yin Xiang immediately, making the detonating clay ineffective, and then he flew in front of Deidara. Can you stop playing this childish hide-and-seek game, Deidara? Then he kicked Deidara in the head, knocking him off his big bird. Yin Xiang himself replaced Deidara, raised 2 fingers in his hand, and directly controlled his bird to circle in the air. Itachi's lines are really cool. A black cloak covering his face, could it be that Yagami? The news about Yagami had already spread among the Jonin of Konoha, and everyone had to keep an eye on this person. Kakashi didn't expect that he would appear here. Deidara's body hit the tree trunk and he almost vomited blood. Yin Xiang's kick just now had already swollen his face. Who are you? Deidara climbed up from the tree trunk and shouted at Yin Xiang. Give Gaara back to me. Naruto didn't care who was who, he only cared about Gaara in the big bird's mouth. I am the king of darkness, the punisher of evil, the god of night. Yin Xiang shouted to Deidara. The king of darkness. Deidara looked at the sky. Who are you kidding? It's daytime now, daytime. How can the king of darkness appear in the daytime? Is that the point? Kakashi came behind Deidara and kicked him. Deidara reacted quickly and immediately raised his only remaining right arm to block Kakashi's kick while retreating backwards. Kakashi thought that no matter what the purpose of this night god was, he seemed to be helping himself and others now. Naruto rushed towards Yin Xiang in the air. Yin Xiang had no intention of dodging, so he took this opportunity to avenge the kiss. Naruto. Kakashi hurried to stop Naruto, but it was too late. Naruto had already jumped onto the big bird's head and punched Yin Xiang. Advertisement. Left, right, jump back. Yin Xiang said plausibly, dodging every punch from Naruto. In front of my eyes, I can see through all your attacks. Hearing these familiar lines, Naruto subconsciously looked at Yin Xiang's eyes. What? They were just ordinary eyes. Give Gaara back to me. Naruto used the Rasengan in his hand and hit Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang stepped forward and grabbed Naruto's wrist, while inputting chakra, affecting Naruto's chakra. The Rasengan dissipated right into Naruto's hand. What? Naruto's eyes widened, and then he was kicked out by Yin Xiang. Of course, he was merciful in this kick, and Naruto was kicked down onto the tree trunk. Calm down Naruto, the opponent is stronger than Akatsuki. Kakashi and Deidara were fighting fiercely at this time, and he even had to split himself to shout at Naruto. He could also see that Yagami's kick was obviously a mercy. I'll give it back to you. Don't bother me anymore. Yin Xiang jumped high and controlled the big bird to stop in front of Naruto. Why can this guy control my clay? Deidara looked at the big bird controlled freely by Yin Xiang with confusion. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands, preparing to let the big bird explode in front of Naruto. Ha! Deidara formed seals and shouted. But the bird didn't react at all. He's completely out of control. Deidara was confused when he saw this. Kakashi attacked directly with Raikiri in his hand. At this distance, Deidara subconsciously stretched out his right hand to block, but when he saw it was Raikiri, he quickly jumped away. Kakashi immediately threw a kunai, which was also blocked by Deidara. Then Kakashi picked up the kunai and chased Deidara, and before he could stand firm, he cut off one of Deidara's arms. Deidara wailed as he looked at his arms, now I have to find a way to escape. Deidara thought to himself, after all, both arms were gone. Deidara then jumped out of the ravine and ran deeper into the forest, while Naruto dug Gaara's body out of the big bird. Chapter 29. Conquer Deidara. As for Yin Xiang number 1, he also took the opportunity to leave. Is that guy here to help us? Kakashi thought to himself as he watched Yin Xiang number 1 leave. Wasn't this guy in Konoha? How did he follow him to Kawagoe? Is his target Naruto? Kakashi didn't go after Deidara either, thinking on the spot. What did Yin Xiang number 1 do? Anyway, the battle here has ended due to his intervention. So, although the mission did not say to subdue Deidara, Yin Xiang still wanted to try. Yin Xiang had already chased after Deidara. With Yin Xiang's speed, he soon saw Deidara running out of the jungle and appeared in front of him. Deidara immediately stopped, took a mouthful of clay from his bag with his mouth and chewed it. Are you going to interrupt the resistance? Yin Xiang looked at Deidara and said. Deidara ignored Yin Xiang and continued chewing his clay. Seeing Deidara so excited, Yin Xiang wanted to play with him. Yin Xiang put his hand on the ground and instantly extracted a large lump of clay from the ground, which was taller than Yin Xiang. Deidara finally spoke after seeing this. You can also use this kind of ninjutsu. No wonder. Deidara looked at Yin Xiang and said. As that's so. Deidara was shaped by chewing the shape in the mouth of the hand. Yin Xiang pinched it directly with his hands, and soon made a few small spiders and threw them to Deidara, and then ran towards Deidara. Deidara knew the power of these spiders very well, and quickly retreated. Yin Xiang threw a medium-sized bird towards Deidara, which exploded right in front of his eyes, blasting him back to where the spiders were, and then exploded again. This time, Deidara suffered 2 explosions. Damn it. Deidara wanted to fight back, so he stood up and spit out clay from his mouth, which turned into a big bird. He stood on it and flew into the air. Yin Xiang also immediately made a big bird and followed. The two flew in the air, Deidara in front and Yin Xiang beside him. You're chasing me so hard. Deidara immediately accelerated. Let's see how you can catch me now. Deidara thought he was already very fast, and when he looked back, Yin Xiang was still beside him. He waved to him arrogantly. Advertisement. Ha! Deidara jumped directly from the big bird and detonated it. As a result, during the fall, Deidara discovered that Yin Xiang had used lightning style to insert her hand into the big bird, preventing the big bird from exploding. This guy. Deidara was almost speechless. He knew that no one knew this kind of ninjutsu, and it was impossible for anyone to be more skilled than him. Deidara landed and prepared to run away, but Yin Xiang had already appeared in front of him. Deidara turned around quickly, and behind him was the big bird that Yin Xiang had just seen. Ha! Yin Xiang detonated the big bird and blew Deidara directly to his feet. Deidara looked up at Yin Xiang, who pointed a finger at Deidara. In an instant, Deidara entered into an illusion, which was exactly the illusion that Yin Xiang number 1 learned from Itachi. In the illusion, Deidara turned into a piece of paper and was burning. What's going on? Deidara looked at herself burning with a panicked face. Burn as soon as it's gone, Deidara. Yin Xiang appeared in front of Deidara and said to him strangely. The next moment, Deidara's entire body turned into ashes, while Deidara in the real world started to scream inexplicably and rolled on the ground. Illusions are still a bit fun. Yin Xiang laughed, and then tied Deidara's feet with Deidara's messenger bag, thus breaking the illusion. When Deidara came to his senses, he found that he could not move, his hands were gone, and his feet were tied. He looked like a stick. Let me go, what do you want to do? Deidara shouted at Yin Xiang while lying on the ground. I want to create an organization called Shadow. How about you join me? Yin Xiang squatted down and said to Deidara. Join you? Can you please tell me earlier next time? Do you have to beat me up before you tell me? Deidara said immediately after hearing this, and even looked a little angry. Do you mean you are willing? Yin Xiang looked at Deidara and said. You're much more fun than those stuffy people in Akatsuki, so of course I'm willing to do that, Deidara shouted. Tell me, what's interesting about me? Yin Xiang became interested and asked Deidara. Advertisement. You are very Chunabin, Deidara said very bluntly. Quote. Yin Xiang's smile froze on his face. How dare he call me a middle school student? Then Deidara was tortured by Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang used leaves to tickle the soles of Deidara's feet crazily, making him almost faint from laughter. I was wrong. Deidara lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Seeing that he was about to die of laughter, Yin Xiang stopped. After this is over, come back to Konoha with me. Ding ding ding. Complete the hidden mission, subdue Deidara, and get 1 talent point. At this moment, the 3 Yin Xiangs all had a prompt in their minds. You are quite capable, my clones. Yin Xiang's original body was drinking with Tsunade in the tavern at this time, celebrating Yin Xiang's success in refining chakra, and becoming a 5-attribute ninja. The so-called clone is working hard outside, while the original body is enjoying the beauty at home. Wow, I didn't expect there was a hidden task. I think the main body will be very happy now. Yin Xiang number 1 thought. Subdue Deidara, everything is done on his side. Yin Xiang number 2 thought after seeing this. On his side, Scorpion had already used his original body and was blown up by Little Sakura's punch. Just when Little Sakura and Chio thought that everything was over, Scorpion's broken body actually reassembled again. Thus began the 4th battle, and Chio brought out her trump card, the White Secret Technique, the Chikamatsu 10. According to Scorpion, this White Secret Technique was powerful enough to destroy a city. The power of a puppeteer is determined by the number of puppets he can control. You are worthy of being Granny Chio, but, Scorpion said as he took out a scroll from his back. Countless puppets flew into the air. Scorpion opened his chest and released the chakra line to control all the puppets. This is a number that can destroy a country. Scorpion said as she was worthy of being called Grandma Chio, while using hundreds of puppets, which was somewhat humiliating. Red Secret Technique. 100 people are demonstrating it. Let you guys see it for yourself. After Scorpion said this, the 100 puppets raised their weapons one after another. Wow, they covered the sky. Yin Xiang looked up at the hundreds of puppets and said, if we take them back, we should be able to sell them for a lot of money, right? Why don't we ask them to stop here? Please give me a good review. Please give me a comment. Please vote. Chapter 30 Controlling the Red Sand Scorpion. Scorpion is going to become Dr. Octopus. While Yin Xiang was still thinking, the fight between the 3 had already begun. It could be seen that the craftsmanship of the 9 Chikamatsu on Chio's side was much better than that of Scorpion's, and their fighting power was also quite good. As for Scorpion, although he had a large number of puppets and could control them all, he certainly could not take care of all of them with more than 100 puppets. Many puppets were chopped off by the Chikamatsu 9 people like melons and vegetables, and little Sakura could destroy many puppets with one punch. Although so many puppets have been killed, the remaining puppets are more maneuverable and won't be distracted. Yin Xiang thought to himself when he saw the puppets in the air become more flexible. 3 of Chio's 9 Chikamatsu men used ninjutsu under Chio's control to suck in a large number of puppets, gathering them into a ball and making them unusable. However, the number was still too large, and one of the puppets attacked Chio from behind and directly scratched her arm. A scratch is a small matter, but poisoning is a big deal. Now there is only one antidote between her and little Sakura. If little Sakura is injured again, they will be in dire straits. Little Sakura, use this and attack Scorpion directly. Chiyo threw a round object to little Sakura and shouted. Okay. Little Sakura then rushed towards Scorpion under the cover of Chiyo, and threw the thing in his hand directly out. The thing enlarged in the air and turned into something that looked very much like Shukaku's head, and bit Scorpion. This thing could seal chakra. It was also at this moment that the surrounding puppets lost control and fell to the ground one after another. Chiyo also fell to the ground due to poisoning. This will seal his chakra. He can't move anymore, Chiyo said as she looked at Scorpion nailed to the wall. Finally succeeded, little Sakura said with relief, and then hurriedly ran towards Chiyo to try to detoxify her. At this moment, a puppet behind Chiyo moved, raised a knife and stabbed towards Chiyo. Granny Chiyo, little Sakura shouted hurriedly, rushed towards Chiyo, and stood directly in front of her predecessor. Bang! Just when the knife was about to pierce into little Sakura's abdomen, Scorpion's hand stopped in midair. What? Scorpion was stunned. Little Sakura and Chiyo also looked confused. Why? Stopped? Little Sakura asked in a puzzled voice, and then quickly took Chiyo back 2 meters away. Advertisement. I can't move. These are chakra lines. Scorpion glanced at his arms. There were chakra lines on both sides, and his head, legs, and waist were all chakra lines. Is this the puppetry technique? It was Yin Xiang who took action. He also came out from his hiding place at this time, and controlled Scorpion to jump backwards. It was also at this moment that a seal appeared at the position where Scorpion was just now. Father and mother flew out and stabbed the place just now with a knife. This was exactly the work of Chiyo. You have discovered it, right? Yin Xiang said as he controlled the Scorpion and it landed next to him. Who are you? Scorpion looked at Yin Xiang and said. I am the king of the night, the punisher of evil, the god of night. Yin Xiang said. Yagami, who is that? Little Sakura was also confused when she heard this. Except for Jonin, other ninjas didn't know about Yagami. I can't break free. This puppetry is more powerful than that of Granny Chiyo and me. Scorpion tried to break free from Yin Xiang's chakra line, but he was unable to break free. This power controlled him tightly. What do you mean when you say he found out? Little Sakura looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Scorpion discovered the trap I set a long time ago, but came here specially for this. Chiyo said behind little Sakura at this time, while injecting herself with the antidote by stabbing it into her body. What I mean is, this guy. Little Sakura looked at Scorpion in surprise. It turned out that this guy still had some humanity. What do you want to do? Scorpion looked at Yin Xiang and said. Isn't it obvious? Save you. Yin Xiang indicated the trap with his eyes and said to Scorpion. Why save me? Scorpion continued to ask. Little Sakura, the enemy looks like they are here to rescue Scorpion. Get ready to fight. Chiyo used chakra lines to control all her puppets that could still move and said to little Sakura, who nodded and made a posture ready to fight. Hey, I just saved your life, and you're ready to fight me now. Yin Xiang saw this and said with a smile, do you have anything else to say to them? If not, then come with me. Yin Xiang then looked at Scorpion and said. Quote. Scorpion was silent at first, then looked at little Sakura and the others. As a reward for defeating me, I'll tell you, you are to go to the Sky Bridge in Kusagakure village at noon 10 days from now. Advertisement. What do you mean? Little Sakura looked at Scorpion and said. Don't you want to know the news about Orochimaru? He will meet me there in 10 days. As soon as Scorpion finished speaking, Yin Xiang controlled Scorpion and took him away. Hey, brother. Yin Xiang brought Scorpion to meet up with Yin Xiang number 1 and Deidara. When he saw Deidara, he greeted Scorpion, who was still tied up. Deidara. Scorpion was a little confused when he saw Deidara. Aren't you capturing Ninetail's Jinchuriki? What's going on? Failed. Ha 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 ha. Deidara laughed when he heard it. You're a waste, Scorpion said after hearing this. Don't say that, brother, you were caught by him too. Deidara said. What is your purpose? Scorpion said to the 2 Yin Xiangs. After all, they were both wearing the same uniform that covered their faces, and it was impossible to recognize that they were shadow clones. Brother, they are going to set up an organization called Shadow and invite us to join. I have already joined. You should agree too, huh? Deidara said, and then nodded himself. Shadow, why should I join such an organization? Scorpion said disdainfully. Because my explosion style is stronger than Deidara. Yin Xiang number 1 said. Because my puppeteering technique is better than yours. Yin Xiang number 2 said. Quote. What kind of reason is that? Since you are all stronger than us, what's the point of us joining? Scorpion said after hearing this. We are all just shadow clones. Our real bodies are not here. To build an organization, we need people like you. We can make you stronger. Yin Xiang number 2 said. Clone. Deidara and Scorpion looked at each other when they heard it. Could a mere clone be so powerful? This is also because they don't understand Yin Xiang. They don't know that his clone is equivalent to the full strength of the original body. If there are multiple shadow clones using the power of Shira and 10,000 Yin Xiangs, the ninja world will be smashed by them. Chapter 31 To take action or not to take action, this is a question worth thinking about. I have no reason to join such a weird organization. Scorpion said as he sat down on the ground. The 2 Yin Xiang looked at each other, both feeling helpless. This was also expected. What should we do? Yin Xiang and Yin Xiang walked aside to discuss. This kind of thing. Why don't we take him back first and let the main body worry about it? Yin Xiang number 2 said. These two are worthy of being Yin Xiang's shadow clones, and they are just as mean as before. Good idea. Yin Xiang number 1 nodded in agreement. Then let's seal him first, take out his heart, and seal his body directly into the scroll. Yin Xiang number 2 said. Do you have a scroll? Yin Xiang number 1 said excitedly, give it to me quickly so I can seal it. I don't have a scroll. I can't even afford to eat. Yin Xiang number 2 said. Quote. The two Yin Xiang were speechless and fell into silence. At this moment, Didera spoke, and the two Yin Xiang looked at Didera. I have it. Didera said, pointing to his backpack with his head. Didera. Upon hearing this, Scorpion also roared at Didera. What great teammates. The two Yin Xiangs nodded at the same time, and then Yin Xiang number 1 took out the sealing scroll from Didera's bag. Then you seal it here. Gaara is dead. I remember Chio wanted to use that reincarnation ninjutsu to revive him. This ninjutsu is worth learning. Yin Xiang number 2 said. Why learn this kind of thing? Will the main body use its own life to resurrect people? Yin Xiang number 1 said. That's true. Yin Xiang number 2 nodded after hearing this. Advertisement. The two then simply used the scroll to seal the scorpion inside, holding the scorpion's heart in their hands. Then, who will be responsible for sending them both back? Yin Xiang number 1 said to know. 2. The two of them looked at each other and understood, then rolled up their sleeves and chose the manly approach. Quote. I should have just run away. The loser in the end was Yin Xiang no. 1. Yin Xiang number 2 happily dissolved his clone and went back to his original body. Only Yin Xiang number 1 used Didera's ninjutsu to create a giant bird and fly back. Ha ha ha, you are really funny. Didera laughed while standing behind Yin Xiang. Shut up. Yin Xiang turned around and glared at Didera. She was feeling unhappy. These two bastards. Yin Xiang also received all the information sent back by the clone at the first time. This clone learned Kisami's ninjutsu, 8 inner gates, Shinra Tensai, puppet manipulation technique, and the art of making human puppets and ordinary puppets, and most importantly, learned iron sand. You are really the one who threw the problem to me to deal with. Yin Xiang was taking care of the drunk Tsunade at this time. She helped Tsunade to her room and helped her take off her coat. Her hands accidentally touched Tsunade's 2 points, and Yin Xiang's body immediately reacted. Gudong. Yin Xiang couldn't help swallowing and stared at the murderous aura on Tsunade's chest. Who could withstand this? No, it's not the right time yet. Yin Xiang swallowed the second mouthful of saliva and kept forcing his gun down. His favorability level had not reached 100 yet. Who knew if he attacked Tsunade now, all his efforts would be wasted tomorrow morning. He had to be completely sure before taking action. After covering Tsunade with the quilt, Yin Xiang quickly left Tsunade's room. If this continued, she would really take action. Yin Xiang quickly returned to his room and took out Shisui's Sharingan from under the bed. The easiest and fastest way to deal with Scorpion was naturally distinguished heavenly gods. Yin Xiang directly replaced his eyes with this Sharingan, and then used Shadow Clone to go and reunite with the clone. By the way, where should I put them first after I get them? Yin Xiang thought while sitting on the bed. He was penniless now and wanted to prepare a base outside. There was really no other way except to rob. Then Yin Xiang directly dismissed the shadow clone he had just sent out, and created a new clone, asking the clone to go to the border of the fire country first to grab a usable town, village or base, and then meet up with Yin Xiang number 1 and the others. Yin Zhang's clone went to do it immediately. Advertisement. Soon, Yin Zhang's clone arrived at the border of the fire country. It's a small village. Yin Xiang looked around. The village was always quiet at night, and only the sound of insects could be heard. This village looks very backward. The houses are all built of mud and are not suitable as a base. If we want to use it as a base, we have to find a place like a cave. Yin Xiang thought about it, left the village, and came to the border farther away. There were many peaks here. Yin Xiang walked between the peaks and finally stopped in the canyon between 2 mountains. There was a cave halfway up the mountain. Yin Xiang jumped in immediately. In front of him was a nest of snakes. It's time to eat meat. At this time in River Country, the battle between Guy and his clones has ended. Didera and Sasori were dealt with by Yin Xiang at the same time. At this time, Sand Shinobi's people have just arrived. After Sakura and the others reunited with Naruto and the others, they saw the dead Gaara. As expected, Chio used her reincarnation ninjutsu and exchanged her own life for Gaara's. Not only Tamari and Konkuro, but most of the Jonin and Chunin in Sunagakure came, almost the entire country came to rescue Gaara, but they arrived a little too late. Everyone was excited about Gaara's resurrection, but also sad about Chio's death. At this moment, the happiest person is only one person, Yin Xiang. He took out the money Tsunade gave him to buy groceries from his pocket and directly used the talent points obtained from the hidden task, conquering Didera to change the money to 999,999,999,999, which was close to infinite money, and all of this large amount of money was stored in the space of the modifier. This was a pleasant surprise. She didn't expect that after activating this space, Yin Zhang's little secrets would have a place to hide. She directly put all the 10 pairs of Sharingan into this space. It feels great to be rich. Yin Xiang murmured with his head down, then raised his head with an intoxicated look on his face, and a pair of big eyes were on top of his head. Yin Xiang came out from under those big eyes and saw Tsunade staring at her. What are you doing with such an intoxicated look on your face? Before Yin Xiang could say anything, Tsunade fell on Yin Xiang's bed and fell asleep. Yin Xiang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Isn't this seducing herself into committing a crime? To take action or not to take action, this is a question worth pondering. Yin Xiang's hand slowly reached out to the pair of big eyes that had previously blocked her view. Chapter 32. Entered a den of thieves, a very poor den of thieves. At this moment, Tsunade moaned and hugged Yin Xiang's hands, making his hands pressed tightly against Tsunade's headlights. Yin Xiang got goosebumps all over his body. This feeling was really wonderful. If he didn't do it now, would he still be a man? Thinking of this, Yin Xiang's hands began to become restless and rubbed the car lights twice. Shit. With just this one blow, Yin Xiang's gun could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, Tsunade seemed to sense something, frowned slightly, turned over and pressed Yin Xiang under him, and Yin Xiang's hands were also pressed tightly under the car lights. Seeing Tsunade's reaction, Yin Xiang didn't dare to move his hands. What if Tsunade woke up? All his efforts would be wasted. Yin Xiang then changed his mind and decided to just sleep like this for one night. When he woke up the next day, Tsunade would definitely be very shy and would not be able to face him. At the same time, the fact that he hadn't done anything inappropriate to her all night would definitely make her doubt his charm and make him attack her. Then he could prove it and push Tsunade. But tonight my little brother has suffered. Yin Xiang's clone has already cleaned up the cave, and used Earth style to directly create the layout of the cave. Yin Xiang's Earth style cannot be called Earth style at all, it is simply the ability to control the Earth. The surrounding land is under Yin Xiang's control. After dealing with this side, Yin Xiang's clone immediately went to meet up with Yin Xiang No. 1. Under the flying speed, Yin Xiang No. 1 and Madara also returned to Konoha at an extremely fast speed, and just met up with Yin Xiang's clone at the border of the Land of Fire. This way, Yin Xiang's clone shouted to the sky, and Yin Xiang No. 1 immediately flew down. You must be a clone too, right? Yin Xiang No. 1 glanced at Yin Xiang's clone and said. Of course. Yin Xiang nodded. The base is taken care of, follow me. Yin Xiang's clone then jumped onto the big bird, took control of the big bird directly, and flew into the canyon with the two of them. When we arrived at the base, it was dark inside. This is too dark. Madara looked around and said, this is not our base, it looks big, but it is too simple. Just make do with it for now, and we'll slowly replenish what we need later. Yin Xiang's clone said, where's Scorpion? Here. Yin Xiang No. 1 handed over the heart and the scroll. Is there any way? Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Advertisement. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. The original body had already killed Danzo during the time I was away. Yin Xiang No. 1 said when he heard this. When he left, Yin Xiang had not yet taken action against Danzo. Well, you can retreat first. Yin Xiang's clone nodded and said. Yin Xiang No. 1 also nodded and disappeared on the spot. Then Yin Xiang took out the scroll and released Scorpion's puppet body, repaired the body first, and then put Scorpion's heart in it. As soon as Scorpion opened his eyes, before he could say anything, Yin Xiang went straight to him like a distinguished heavenly gods and gave Scorpion the order to obey Yin Xiang. Brother Scorpion. Madara has no arms, so he wanted to wave his hands, but ended up shaking his legs instead. Go away, Madara. Scorpion looked at Madara and said. Something's wrong with you. I thought you would resist. Madara said to Scorpion. Resist. I will only obey the orders of Lord Yin Xiang. Scorpion was puzzled at first, then said. Your attitude changes so quickly that you even call me sir. Madara was shocked after hearing this. Even if she was obeying orders from Yin Xiang, she shouldn't have called him sir. This is the power of Sharingan. Don't you have a deep understanding of it? Yin Xiang turned around and looked at Madara with Mangekyo in his eyes. The boy was obviously traumatized by Itachi's Sharingan and took 2 steps back. The reason he joined Akatsuki was because Itachi defeated him with just one look. Don't stare at me with that thing. Madara's facial expression also became unnatural. He lowered his head and dared not look at Yin Xiang's Sharingan. Then Yin Xiang also put away the Sharingan. I made a simple repair, and then you can find materials to repair it yourself, and make 2 arms for Madara. Yin Xiang said to Scorpion. Yes. Scorpion nodded and felt his body. Although he said it was a simple repair, this body has basically recovered to its original state. Let's leave it like this for today. There are tables, beds and chairs inside. You can just deal with them for now. I will arrange normal furniture here starting tomorrow. Yin Xiang said to the 2 of them. The things he mentioned were all made by him using Earth style. Yes. Said Scorpion. Well, your treatment here is not even as good as in Akatsuki. At least in Akatsuki you have a soft bed to sleep on. Madara complained. Advertisement. Okay, then from now on everyone will sleep on a soft surface and you can sleep on the floor. Yin Xiang looked at Madara and said. Brother Scorpion, let's squeeze in together. Madara immediately looked at Scorpion and shouted. Get lost. The response was so simple and powerful. After Yin Xiang's clone gave them instructions, it also disappeared with a bang. Joining a very poor organization, huh? Deidara complained upon seeing this. There can't be only two of us in this organization, right? Scorpion said to Deidara. From the current situation, there is also a clone of the organization leader whose appearance is unknown. Deidara nodded and said. Alas. Scorpion also sighed when he heard this. What kind of den of thieves is this? The next morning, Yin Xiang woke up to Tsunade's scream. Ah! Tsunade screamed and then kicked Yin Xiang. Bang! Yin Xiang bumped into the wardrobe and then fell to the floor. Fortunately, the kick was not from a strong force, otherwise Yin Xiang would have lost half his life. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Yin Xiang covered her stomach and got up from the ground. What are you doing? Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade and shouted with grievance. What are you doing in my room? Tsunade shouted at Yin Xiang while wrapping her body with the quilt. Big sister, take a good look, this is my room. Yin Xiang said to Tsunade. Tsunade looked around and found that this was indeed Yin Xiang's room. She looked at her clothes again, which were a little messy but still intact. You didn't do anything weird to me. Tsunade then shouted to Yin Xiang. What weird thing could I do? You broke into my room, pressed me under you, and then you fell asleep. I was afraid of waking you up, so I didn't dare to move the whole night. Now my arms are numb. Yin Xiang said while rubbing her stomach and arms. You kicked me before I even woke up this morning. Why is my life so miserable? Chapter 33. Love is the most important thing. Tsunade's love brain. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and couldn't say anything. Suddenly, it seemed that she had walked into Yin Xiang's room in a daze, and even held Yin Xiang's hand against her chest and pressed it down. Tsunade blushed and ran out of Yin Xiang's room. Don't tell anyone. Tsunade shouted to Yin Xiang before leaving. Yin Xiang stopped pretending at this time. With his current physical condition, even if Tsunade punched him with all his strength, he would still have to scratch his itch. After making the bed, Yin Xiang found that Tsunade's favorability towards her had reached 97%. Sure enough, after thinking for a while in the room, Tsunade was sure that Yin Xiang was a gentleman, otherwise he would have taken action last night. This caused Tsunade's favorability towards Yin Xiang to increase again. Almost there, just a little bit. Yin Xiang smiled upon seeing this, and then Yin Xiang began to choose talent points. The reward talent points for taming the scorpion last night had not yet increased. Intelligence. Yin Xiang stopped at max intelligence, paused for a moment, and then directly crossed over. Laozi's IQ is unparalleled in the world, I don't need such a thing. Yin Xiang said narcissistically. Then I saw Sharingan max. If Sharingan is upgraded to max, it should be the 9 Magatama Rinnegan. When Yin Xiang's clone met pain before, he barely used the pirated Shinra Tensei, but as the male protagonist of a cheating novel, how could there be a ninjutsu that he couldn't learn? Wouldn't it be a joke if he told others about it? Thinking of this, Yin Xiang directly prepared to upgrade his Sharingan to max, but he stopped immediately. The 9 Magatama Rinnegan has the abilities of both Sharingan Mangekyo and Rinnegan. This is just Shisui's Sharingan, and its ability is nothing more than distinguished heavenly gods. Even if it is upgraded to the 9 Magatama Rinnegan, the distinguished heavenly god still has a CD. Unless you modify this CD yourself, it will always be a bit useless. Should you wait until you find a more suitable Sharingan ability before upgrading it? Thinking of this, Yin Xiang nodded and decided not to choose Sharingan for the time being. Instead, he chose Swordsmanship Max. After studying ninjutsu for these days, Yin Xiang found that even if he had learned Leaf Great Whirlwind, he would only know Leaf Great Whirlwind, and he still didn't know any other physical skills. Instead of learning slowly, it is better to use the modifier directly. After the swordsmanship talent points were modified, a large amount of swordsmanship knowledge flooded into Yin Xiang's mind and was absorbed by Yin Xiang in an instant. Yin Xiang dared to say that his current swordsmanship is absolutely unbeatable. Advertisement. Now I just have to wait for Tsunade to be defeated by me so that I can get the talent points. I am still a little excited just thinking about it. Of course, I am excited because I can defeat Tsunade. After finishing all this, Yin Xiang went out to make breakfast for Tsunade. He picked up the knife and started cutting. The ingredients in front of him were neatly arranged. I opened a restaurant in Hokage. If I can go back one day, I must write a book like this. Yin Xiang said with satisfaction as he looked at his knife skills. At this time, Tsunade stayed indoors and was too embarrassed to face Yin Xiang. If it was someone else, Tsunade would definitely not care and would come out openly. However, the other party happened to be Yin Xiang, whose favorability had reached 97%, which made Tsunade extremely shy. Why doesn't he do anything? Is it because I'm not attractive to him? Tsunade sat on the bed, looked at her breasts, then jumped out of bed and looked at her figure in the mirror. It was obviously very good. Is it because I'm too old? Tsunade thought again, and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked like she was in her 20s or less than 30. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Does that mean I have no charm for him? Tsunade thought again and shook her head. What am I thinking about now? Yin Xiang is still a child, it's too sinful. At this time, two little Tsunades appeared beside Tsunade that only Tsunade could see. Angel Tsunade said, yes, he is still a child. You two are not suitable. Demon Tsunade said, what's inappropriate about this? If you like someone, then you like him. Even if we can't get married in the end, we must first make him our own. Get married. Hearing the devil Tsunade talking about getting married, Tsunade blushed. I haven't thought about getting married or anything like that. Yin Xiang is still young and has a lot of youth ahead of her. How can you harm Yin Xiang? Angel Tsunade said immediately. Yes, Yin Xiang is still young. Tsunade also nodded and said. Is age a problem? Love is what matters most. Shouted Demon Tsunade. Advertisement. Yeah, I think I do like Yin Xiang. Tsunade nodded and said. But, Angel Tsunade was about to speak, but Demon Tsunade punched him and made him disappear. Loving someone is the most important thing. Tsunade was still immersed in what she had just said when she smelled the fragrance of Yin Xiang's cooking and suddenly a feeling of happiness came over her. Yin Xiang suddenly had a reminder in her mind that Tsunade's favorability towards her was 99%. What on earth was she imagining in there? Yin Xiang couldn't help but look back at Tsunade's room and raised her eyebrows. Women are really good at imagining things. It's time to eat. Soon, Yin Xiang put the meal on the table and shouted towards Tsunade's room. Coming. Tsunade responded immediately, then changed her clothes and ran into the bathroom quickly, not daring to look at Yin Xiang. After she finished washing, the food was almost cold, so she sat opposite Yin Xiang and looked down at the bowl. Don't tell anyone about what happened last night, understand? Of course not. Yin Xiang nodded decisively. She had nothing to do. I don't have any friends here, and I don't know anyone. You're the only one. Who else can I tell? Yin Xiang didn't forget to continue to act pitiful. As long as it wasn't 100%. Yin Xiang wouldn't stop the offensive. Never give up until you are defeated. This is Yin Xiang's way of ninja. Hearing Yin Xiang say this, Tsunade felt distressed, especially the words, only you, which went deep into Tsunade's heart and made her heart beat violently. She quickly calmed herself down and started to eat. After dinner, the two came to the office, and the ninja hawk who delivered the letter just came back. Yin Xiang got the letter and read it to Tsunade. The battle over there is over. Only Chio, the advisor of San Shinobi, was killed. There were no other casualties. The letter mentioned that it was Yagami who defeated Deidara of Akatsuki, and it was also Yagami who took Sasori of Akatsuki away. Their whereabouts are unknown now. Yagami. Why is Yagami there? Is he also a member of Akatsuki? Hearing Yagami's name, Tsunade also frowned. Chapter 34 The Traces of the Night God. Please vote and give me good comments, I'm so grateful. I'm about to beat the 5 Kage, Kakashi said in the letter that he would give a detailed report on Yagami after returning. Yin Xiang then handed the letter to Tsunade and said. Okay. Tsunade nodded and put the letter aside. Also, Inuzuka Kiba's team, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino are back from their mission. Yeah. Tsunade nodded. I have arranged for them to rest first. Then, I have also prepared the candidates to supplement the Kakashi class. Sai. Yin Xiang shouted outside the window, and a black shadow appeared there and took off his mask. It was Sai. Tsunade didn't even look back, she just waved him off. I'm confident you've arranged the people, is there anything else? Well, not for now, Yin Xiang said after thinking for a while. 3 days later. First place. At the gate of Konoha, a big, round watermelon-headed guy rushed in, pointing at the sky and shouting. Then another little watermelon-headed guy rushed in, second place. You haven't cultivated your mind enough, Li, guy said to Xiao Li. Yes. I will try harder next time. Gang Zt and Shen Yu Chuyan were already accustomed to this scene. Behind them, Naruto and others also arrived. We've been waiting for a long time. Kakashi, guy, follow me to the Hokage's office. I have something to ask you. Everyone else, please stay where you are. Yin Xiang walked out of the gatehouse and said to the few people. It's Yin Xiang, okay, guy nodded. Well, I also have something to ask the master. Little Sakura stepped forward and said. Then let's go together. Yin Xiang nodded, then turned around and led the way, with the three following behind. Advertisement, the above. Is what happened when we encountered Yagami. Kakashi reported to Tsunade the battle situation between himself and Lil Sakura. Yagami defeated Deidara and saved Lil Sakura. Tsunade was also incredulous after hearing this. And from their conversation, Yagami doesn't seem to be a member of Akatsuki. Little Sakura nodded and said. What does he want to do by taking Deidara and Scorpion away? Tsunade bit her finger and thought. Yin Xiang took Tsunade's finger out of her mouth. Tsunade was stunned for a moment and looked at Yin Xiang, remembering that Yin Xiang told her that this was a bad habit. Also, before he took Sasori away, Sasori told me something. 10 days later at noon, Orochimaru will meet him at the Tiandi Bridge in Kusagakure village. It seems that Yagami asked Sasori to leave a message on purpose, and it seems that Sasori also told Orochimaru the news on purpose, wanting to cause a conflict between us. Little Sakura went on to say to Tsunade, so there are still 6 days left, Tsunade said after hearing this. From what you said, Yi Shen knew that Scorpion had such news, so he gave him time to tell it. Then how did Yi Shen know it? Yin Xiang said at this time, just to cover himself with another veil of mystery. Could Yagami be Orochimaru's man? Little Sakura was shocked when she heard this. Although Yagami did not show any fighting ability in front of her, it was already amazing that he could easily control Scorpion. A powerful guy like that wouldn't be a subordinate to others, he wouldn't be Orochimaru's subordinate. Kakashi shook his head and said. And if Orochimaru already has a vessel like Yagami, then there is no need for Sasuke. Tsunade also nodded. From now on, in addition to the news of Akatsuki, we must also investigate this Yagami more. Then, over there at the Sky-Earth Bridge, little Sakura said hesitantly. Is what he said credible? Tsunade asked. Considering the situation at the time, it should be credible, little Sakura nodded. What if it's a trap? What if people from Akatsuki are lying in ambush at the Tiandi Bridge? Tsunade continued. Then we can only go to war, said little Sakura. Kakashi's team has been missing one person since Sasuke left, so we have to recruit new members to form a new team. Wait. Guys, stop Tsunade from talking. Let's go. Akatsuki's goal is Naruto, so don't let Kakashi class take risks. It's too late. Yin Xiang shook her head, and everyone looked at Yin Xiang with confusion. Advertisement, what's too late? Little Sakura asked puzzledly. Bring him in. Yin Xiang shouted outside the window, and Aburame Togen and Yamanaka Feng immediately took Naruto to the window. Let's go find new members right away. Although Naruto was caught, he still shouted excitedly at this time. After all, he finally got the news of Orochimaru, and he would not miss this opportunity. I'll go first. Naruto broke free from the two and shouted, then ran away. Really? Wait for someone to finish talking. Tsunade was also very troubled when he saw Naruto running away. The candidate had already been chosen, so where should he find teammates? Sai. Yin Xiang then shouted out the window, and Sai immediately appeared outside the window. Go meet your new teammates. Yes. Sai nodded and then disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, those are root ninjas, right? Kakashi said, pointing out the window. Yeah. Tsunade nodded. So what's going on? Kakashi asked. Tsunade then explained the whole story to both of them, and both of them were shocked. I didn't expect that Yagami actually killed Danzo. Kakashi widened his only remaining eye. Danzo was a person in Konoha that even the Hokage and even the daimyo could not shake. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Yagami single-handedly. Yin Xiang was listening to Tsunade and others telling about their glorious deeds, and she was very excited. As expected, the people who live in the rumors are very handsome. Wait. Kakashi frowned at this time. Yagami killed Danzo the day after we left Konoha. It took 3 days to get to Tsunade, so the one who followed us must be Shadow Clone. In this case, Yagami's real body is in Konoha. As expected of Kakashi, Yin Xiang gave a thumbs up in her heart. Kakashi, you don't need to go on this mission. Tsunade said immediately after hearing this. You have met Yagami, you stay in Konoha and look for Yagami's traces. Yin Xiang, arrange for Jonin and little Sakura to go. In that case, how about I lead my team and go with Sakura and the others, Guy said. According to what happened before, this man named Yagami is very strong in physical skills. We need you as a physical skills expert in this area. You also need to stay in the village. Yin Xiang will arrange a suitable candidate. Tsunade looked at Guy and said, then signaled to Yin Xiang with his eyes. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded, said something to Aburame who was outside the window, and left immediately. Chapter 35 Joining a salty organization, Little Sakura, you go too. Tell Naruto about the temporary change of captain and members. Tsunade then said to Little Sakura. Don't leak the news about Yagami. Yes. Little Sakura nodded and left. At the same time, Naruto was looking for his teammates on the street and saw Inuzuka Kiba and Shino who were gathering, and then he saw Hinata. Hinata fainted as soon as she saw Naruto. After some entanglement, no one could go with Naruto. Then Naruto came to Shikamaru again, but Shikamaru had to arrange the Chunin exam and had no time to go with Naruto. Choji agreed, but he still needed to apply to Asuma. Sai also attacked Naruto at this time. Well then, Guy class will take a day off and then focus on the search for Yagami. Kakashi too, Tsunade said to the two after little Sakura left. Yes. They both nodded. I will let Yin Xiang lead the root members who have been renamed Shadows to join you, as well as the Yuhi Red Squad and the Inuzuka clan. They will also be involved in the mission to find Yagami. Once they are found, send a signal immediately and gather everyone to fight the enemy together. Tsunade said to the two. Yes. The two nodded again and looked at Yin Xiang at the same time. Is this guy now the one in charge of the route? The two looked at Yin Xiang standing beside Tsunade with a serious face and a serious expression, and thought to themselves that there seemed to be something ambiguous between the two of them. You can write the written report tomorrow. Go back and get some rest. Tsunade then told the two and they left. Not long after, the person that Yin Xiang asked Aburame to find also arrived. He was not a member of Shadow, but an Embu under Tsunade, codenamed A. From today on, you will take over Kakashi's position and temporarily manage Kakashi's class on his behalf. Don't use the codename. From today on, your name will be Yamato. Tsunade said to Yamato. The main reason why Yin Xiang asked Yamato to come along was to maintain the plot. After all, the biggest advantage of a time traveler is that he is familiar with the plot. If Yamato is not with him, Naruto's 9 tails will go out of control and unexpected things will happen. Yin Xiang doesn't like this feeling of being out of control. It's my honor to temporarily take over Kakashi's position. Yamato also took off his mask. When he was young, Yamato was at the roots, but now he has been away from the roots for a long time and is no longer as wooden as before. Before Yamato left, another familiar face came to Yin Jiang's side. It was Jiraiya. is this Yamato? Jiraiya looked at Yamato and said. Advertisement, Jiraiya. When did you come back? Tsunade was also a little surprised to see Jiraiya. I heard that Naruto and the others are back, so I just happened to come back to take a look. I also heard that Kakashi's team has temporarily changed their captain. Jiraiya jumped in from the window and said, if I am the captain, there are some things I need to explain. Is it about Naruto? Yamato asked. It was basically known to everyone in Konoha that Naruto had 9 tails in his body. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded, and then told everyone that the chakra in Naruto's body would occasionally run wild and form a layer of chakra code called the Demon Fox Code. Will the Fox Demon costume happen often? Yamato was also a little nervous after hearing this. So far, I've almost died twice. Jiraiya took off his clothes. Once, 6 ribs in both hands were broken, and my internal organs were ruptured in many places. That was when Tsunade beat me when I was peeping into the women's bathhouse. When Jiraiya said this, Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. Yin Xiang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't want to hang himself on Tsunade's tree. What if Tsunade got angry and punched him like this? Another time. Jiraiya took off the lining, revealing the hideous scar on his chest, when I was training with Naruto and saw his 4 tails. Yin Xiang also looked at the hideous scar on Jiraiya's chest, wondering if the tailed beast chakra was really that powerful. He also didn't know if his modifier could learn the tailed beast's chakra, as he had never seen it so far. Jiraiya then told Yamato how to suppress Naruto's runaway chakra and taught him how to use the suppression seal. Yamato is the only ninja in the village who can use wood style, so I called him here specifically to handle emergencies, Yin Xiang said. Wood style ninja, that couldn't be better. Jiraiya also nodded. Then Yamato left to meet up with Naruto and the others. When the 3 of them got together, Naruto and Sai almost fought again. Fortunately, little Sakura and Yamato intervened. So, are you going out again? If not, just go with Naruto and the others. You can meet Orochimaru there. Tsunade said to Jiraiya after Yamato left. I'm afraid not. I still have to go out. Jiraiya shook his head. We're about to have some clues about the Akatsuki headquarters, Jiraiya said seriously. Advertisement hearing that there was some progress on Akatsuki's headquarters, Tsunade also became serious. But the next moment Jiraiya became unserious. I didn't expect that after just a few days of not seeing you, your male lover already has chakra. Jiraiya looked at Yin Xiang and said. What did you say? Tsunade was furious when he heard the word, male concubine, and punched Jiraiya away. Well, the 3rd fatal injury is coming. Yin Xiang raised his eyebrows as he looked at Jiraiya who was knocked away. Jiraiya who was knocked away turned in the air, landed directly on the ground, and then ran away. Don't run. You be asterisk 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 D. Tsunade shouted at Jiraiya while lying in front of the window. I don't want to die yet. Jiraiya turned around and shouted to Tsunade, but his feet moved faster. Tsunade's favorability towards him increased much faster than he expected, and he was basically able to win over Tsunade before Jiraiya went to Rain Shinobi Village, all thanks to Tsunade's own imagination. The wealthy Yin Xiang also created a clone to join Deidara and the others and started buying things for the base and the items they needed. What is our purpose? Deidara looked at Yin Xiang and asked. No, Yin Xiang shook her head. So what should we do now? Deidara asked again. Stay. Yin Xiang said. Can we go out and have some fun? Deidara asked. No, Yin Xiang shook her head again. What a useless organization. Huh, Deidara sighed and nodded. Don't talk too much. This period of time is just right for me to rebuild all my puppets. Scorpion shouted to Deidara. Chapter 36 Who Tricked Me? Please vote and give a good review. You have to pay attention to Sai. He grew up in the root. Although he has strong abilities, he has a cold personality. His fake paintings of super beasts can help you, but there is a high probability that he will make the wisest move when you are in danger. Yin Xiang also reminded little Sakura. The smartest move? What does that mean? Little Sakura asked confused. For example, if you and Naruto are both going to die, he will decisively go to save Naruto without even looking at you, no matter how dangerous the situation is. Or if one of him and Naruto has to die to escape the danger, he will commit suicide without hesitation. Do you understand what I mean? He asked, looking at little Sakura. I think I understand. Little Sakura nodded. He will make the most correct judgment in an instant, or he may abandon you and Naruto to carry out the mission alone. At least that was the case with Sai before. I think after the changes I made to the root members during this period of time, he should have changed more or less. You will have to experience it for yourself. Okay, thank you for your reminder. Little Sakura nodded repeatedly and used honorifics in between, because Yin Xiang now has a high status in Konoha. Not only is he Tsunade's secretary, he also controls the Konoha Shadow Organization and has a say among the Konoha high-level officials. The current Yin Xiang has almost replaced the former Danzo, and Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura also admire Yin Xiang. First, they like Yin Xiang. Second, Yin Xiang's handling of government affairs is also to their liking, and third, Yin Xiang's management of shadows is very orderly. With these 3 points combined, the 2 consultants have taken a break and are too lazy to come out unless absolutely necessary. And Tsunade, whose favorability towards Yin Xiang is now close to 100%, will listen to Yin Xiang's opinions and even gave Yin Xiang the right to manage the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Now Yin Xiang is actually the most powerful person in Konoha, which is equivalent to using Tsunade to control Konoha. Then little Sakura said goodbye to Tsunade and went home to pack her luggage and prepare for the next day's mission. That fake super beast painting is also considered a secret technique, right? Tsunade asked after little Sakura left. I guess so. Right now, Sai is probably the only person in Konoha who can use this technique. He can combine painting with chakra to summon the things in the painting to fight. This ninjutsu has no upper limit. It all depends on the imagination of the caster. The reason why Yin Xiang knew it so clearly was, of course, because he had already learned the super beast fake painting. One of the great advantages of managing the shadows by himself was that he could train them casually and let them perform various ninjutsu. Advertisement Yin Xiang was standing next to them and could see everything. Not to mention that he knew all the ninjutsu in the world, at least he had learned all the ninjutsu in Konoha that were not forbidden techniques or secret techniques. There was also one technique that Yin Xiang was very interested in, which was Flying Thunder God. However, Flying Thunder God and many forbidden technique secrets and ninjutsu created by second Hokage are all in the Sealing Scroll, and Yin Xiang has not yet been able to access the Sealing Scroll. How about I go with them this time? Yin Xiang asked Tsunade tentatively. No, as expected, Tsunade decisively refused. Your own ninjutsu is not even up to par now, and going there will only cause trouble. With Kujen and Feng here, I should be fine, Yin Xiang said, scratching his cheek. That won't work. What if something goes wrong? You saw it, even Jiraiya was badly injured. What's more, there might be a battle with Orochimaru. You just stay by my side. There was some worry in Tsunade's tone, mainly because she was afraid that something might happen to Yin Xiang. I wish you could be so decisive when Jiraiya wanted to go to Rain Shinobi village. Okay then. Yin Xiang nodded. You have only learned the basics of super strength, let alone other ninjutsu. Until you defeat me, you should just stay in Konoha, Tsunade said to Yin Xiang. In fact, the extraordinary strength that Yin Xiang displayed in front of Tsunade was enough to knock down 2 trees with one punch. Although Tsunade said this, what he thought in his heart was that Yin Xiang was really talented and would become a famous figure in the ninja world in no time. The next morning, Yamato and others were ready to set off. Listen to Yamato's instructions on the road and help your new companions. Yin Xiang also told Sai, fearing that Sai would let his teammates down. Yes, Sai said with a smile, which always looked a little creepy. Put away that fake smile of yours, use your heart, feel the real emotions, and smile from your heart. Yin Xiang pointed at Sai's heart and said. Heart. Sai retracted his fake smile and covered his heart with his hand, as if to feel the beating of his heart. I know. Advertisement afterwards, Yamato and the others left, and Yin Xiang naturally sent a clone to follow them, determined to see if he could learn the tailed beast chakra. The two of them returned to the office to eat breakfast. Yin Xiang put the spoon between Tsunade's lips. Tsunade-sama. Just then, Shizune suddenly ran in without even knocking on the door. What's wrong? You're so flustered. Tsunade almost spit out a mouthful of porridge, and Yin Xiang quickly pretended that nothing had happened. The two of them seemed to be having an affair. Tsunade looked at Shizune's panic and had a feeling that something was going to happen. Lord Tsunade, I just received this message. Shizune lowered his head and breathed heavily as he handed the letter in his hand to Tsunade. He probably didn't notice what the two did. Tsunade opened the letter and read it. Shizune also said beside her, I received news that Yagami has established an organization called Kage. The current known members are Scorpion and Deidara. They are recruiting members. Any capable ninja can join, whether they are rebels or from the village. All are acceptable. How dare you be so arrogant? Tsunade slapped the table and stood up after hearing this. Huh? Yin Xiang also had a look of astonishment on his face. He only thought about releasing the news about Ying to let the world know about such an organization, but he didn't say he wanted to recruit people. They even want to rebel against the ninjas. Isn't this making an enemy of the entire ninja world? Is this guy going to make an enemy of the entire ninja world? Tsunade reacted immediately and crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball. The news must be blocked. We can't let it get out that Yagami first appeared in Konoha, otherwise it may cause a full-scale war. Yes. Shizune said immediately. Also, gather all the Jonin and Anbu who are still in Konoha and hold a meeting immediately. Tsunade then said to Yin Xiang. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded quickly and left directly using the body flicker technique. Who tricked me? Chapter 37 All the Jonin and Anbu in the village gather. Yin Xiang first sent Shadow Clone to the base to investigate the situation, and then gathered all the Jonin who were still in Konoha. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma, and Jonin from the Akamichi clan, Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, and Hyuga clan. In addition, Konoha's special Jonin were also called over, and the Anbu also gathered here. It's really rare that the Jonin, special Jonin, Anbu and even the shadows in the tribes are all gathered together. Kakashi said as he looked around. This is basically a precursor to a war. Youth is finally burning. Guy shouted. Is that Yin Xiang who took over the root and changed his name to Shadow? The boy is quite handsome. Shiri Hong said as she looked at Yin Xiang who was sitting leisurely on a high place surrounded by a group of shadows. Hey, Asuma next to him called out to Kurenai Yuhi helplessly. You are indeed far worse than him. Shiri Hong said softly. At this time, the two were still in an ambiguous period. What are they doing? Are they going to attack Akatsuki? Anko was a little panicked looking at the people around him. This scene was indeed a bit too big. The news of Akatsuki was only spread to them after this support to Sand Shinobi. Even if we want to conquer Akatsuki, there won't be such a big fuss. We may really have to go to war. Morino Ibiki said beside Anko. Compared to the Jonin and Special Jonin who were talking a lot, the Anbu and Shadow members were relatively quiet. Soon Tsunade also came here with Shizune. Quiet down. Yin Xiang shouted to everyone, and everyone immediately quieted down. Yin Xiang also jumped down from the Shadow members and came to Tsunade's side. Everyone. Tsunade looked at everyone and raised the paper in her hand that she had crumpled and then opened. Everyone knows about the search for Yagami in Konoha. Just now, I received news that Yagami has established an organization called Shadow, and the members of the organization already include Scorpion and Idera, two S-rank rebel ninjas. When Tsunade said the name Shadow, everyone subconsciously looked at Yin Xiang and the Shadow members behind him. Hiss. It has nothing to do with me. He might be imitating me. Yin Xiang saw that everyone was looking at him and said quickly, thinking in his heart. Damn, I was careless. Advertisement. Why are you so excited? No one said it has anything to do with you. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and said, then looked at the other ninjas, and the ninjas also looked back at Tsunade. In addition, they are also recruiting ninjas all over the world. Rebel ninjas and village ninjas from any country can join. Immediately block the news that Yagami first appeared in Konoha, otherwise it may cause a war between other ninja villages and us. Hokage, there are only 3 people on the other side. Compared with Akatsuki, maybe we don't need to mobilize so many troops? Anko said to Tsunade. Yagami's power is unfathomable. He caused the entire bathhouse in the ground to collapse with the power of just one punch. He single-handedly fought his way into the root and killed Danzo. While Kakashi and the others were struggling with the Akatsuki, Yagami defeated 2 Akatsuki members in a matter of seconds. And the ones who did all of these things were most likely Shadow clones. Tsunade said, looking at Anko. Is it just a clone that is so powerful? After hearing what Yi Shen did, everyone widened their eyes unconsciously. It seems that Yi Shen is indeed an extremely dangerous person. According to the intelligence, this Yagami is most likely hiding somewhere in Konoha. From now on, entry into Konoha must undergo strict scrutiny. The barrier team will take turns to support the barrier 24 hours a day. Not a single fly can be let go. Find Yagami for me. Tsunade shouted to everyone. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Before we find Yagami, information about Yagami cannot be known to anyone other than those gathered here. Disperse, Tsunade said, and everyone dispersed immediately. With such a big fuss, I'm afraid Yi Shen has seen it somewhere. After everyone dispersed, Yin Xiang said to Tsunade. Just let him see it. I don't believe that no matter how powerful he is, he can kill all the Jonin and Anbu in Konoha by himself. At this time, he will definitely find a way to escape, and we can catch him when the opportunity arises. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and smiled. He is already in my full set. Is that so? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yin Xiang laughed awkwardly twice. Yi Shen is right in front of you, sister. I don't know what's happening with Naruto and the others, Shizune said worriedly. At this time, Naruto and others were rushing to the Kusagakure village. Although Yin Xiang had already told Sai about it on the way, Sai was more direct in his words and mentioned that Sasuke was a defected pest. This time not only Naruto, but also little Sakura couldn't bear it anymore and knocked Sai away with one punch. The 3 of them started quarreling, and finally stopped fighting after being stopped by Yamato. Advertisement Yamato used the 4-building technique with wood style. After seeing this wood style, the 3 of them did not dare to have any objection to the captain and continued on their journey with him. Yin Xiang was very happy, because at this point, he had mastered all the wood styles. In the future, we won't have to sleep outdoors for this kind of tracking mission. Yin Xiang's clone thought happily. After mastering the wood style, he could easily build a house. There would be no need to sleep outdoors. At the same time, Yin Xiang, who was heading to the Shadow Organization base, also arrived, and the 2 Yin Xiangs started arguing. Why did you take it upon yourself to recruit rebel ninjas? Isn't this putting us in the spotlight? The clone who came rushing over shouted to the original clone. What are you talking about? What about recruiting rebel ninjas? Yin Xiang looked at the clone with a question mark on his face. You're still acting, aren't you? Let me say this, we are the same person, there's no need for us to lie to each other, right? The clone said to Yin Xiang. You also know that we are the same person, so what's the benefit of me lying to you? Yin Xiang shouted to the clone. Who released the news? The clone asked. Of course it's Scorpion. Both Yin Xiang looked at Scorpion. At this time, Scorpion had remade his Fei Lu Hu and crawled into it. Don't look at me. I didn't do such a thing. Scorpion said immediately. I only followed your instructions and spread the members of the Shadow Organization, that's all. The 2 Yin Xiangs also frowned, and after thinking for a while, they also had the answer. Someone is pretending to be us, the 2 Yin Xiangs said at the same time. They spread the news the day before yesterday, and it has been 2 days since today. Some people have already started to recruit people under their names. Of course, they mainly rely on the names of the S-rank rebel ninjas, Scorpion and Idera. Chapter 38. Pretender base, please vote. Xie, go find out who did it. Yin Xiang looked at Xie and said. Understood. Scorpion nodded, and Fei Luhu's heavy body slowly walked out. Hurry up! The two Yin Xiangs shouted at the same time. Scorpion rushed out of the Fei Lu amber directly, and ran out using his real body to accelerate. His 6 long arms grabbed the wall and moved, just like Dr. Octopus from Marvel. Now Deidara and Scorpion are also wearing black hooded cloaks and masks, and their bodies have also changed. Most people really can't recognize the current Scorpion. Where is Deidara? Asked Yin Xiang's clone. He went out to catch a ninja puppet for Scorpion and hasn't come back yet, Yin Xiang said. Okay, let's deal with and clarify this matter as soon as possible. Konoha is in chaos. All the Jonin and Anbu in the village have been dispatched. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the original Shadow clone to come out. I have more information, so I'll stay and you go back. Yin Xiang's clone said. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded, and then released Shadow clone. Scorpion also immediately met up with his spies, because many people had received news that people were being recruited in the name of Yagami. Upon hearing of the existence of Scorpion and Deidara, many rebel ninjas gathered in the Ryubuku village, and it was easy for them to discover that the man disguised as Yagami was in the Ryubuku village. Longyan village is a village in a small country located between the Fire Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom. In addition to being between the Fire Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom, this place is far away from the Wind Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom. Most of the recruited ninjas were from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind who came for the names of Deidara and Sasori. Those from the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning were simply rejected to avoid conflicts with the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Therefore, the location chosen by this group of people is also very good, because if they want to get close to them, they must pass through the Fire Kingdom and the Lightning Kingdom, and there is no way these two countries will let them lead their troops into their territory. Ryuyan village is a good place to set up base. At this time, Scorpion had already arrived at Ryuyan village. With his 2 arms pressed on the ground, his body stood high in the air and stared at Ryuyan village. There were many ninjas going in and out of a pipe, and most of them were rebel ninjas. It looks like that's it. After Scorpion determined the location, he took out his puppet bird to send a letter to Yin Xiang. Advertisement. After receiving the letter, Yin Xiang immediately came here to meet up with Scorpion. Is that it? Yin Xiang said, pointing to the pipe. Yeah. Scorpion nodded. What are you going to do? I plan to kill everyone I see and hang their heads on the wall of their country to let them know that these people have nothing to do with me, Ya Shen. I will also help them clean up the rebellious ninjas. Yin Xiang already had a knife on his back. After all, he had already learned swordsmanship, so how could he not use it? There are so many of them, most of them are Jonin. Don't brag. Even that Pain would find it difficult to deal with these people. Scorpion didn't believe what Yin Xiang said. Then you just watch here. Yin Xiang said to Xie, then rushed out in one step, drew his knife, and appeared in front of the pipe in an instant and chopped off 3 heads. Who is it? All the ninjas became alert, took out their ninja tools and stood together looking at Yin Xiang. 2 of the people guarding the pipeline were wearing exactly the same clothes as themselves. I am the King of Darkness, the Punisher of Evil, the God of Night. Yin Xiang stood up from his bent posture, held the blade between his forearm and upper arm and wiped off the bloodline on it. The blade flashed with cold light, and the 3 headless corpses under his feet made people shudder. Those 3 are Jonin from the Land of Earth, if I remember correctly? Killed him with just 1 strike? No time to even react? The other 2 ninjas also began whispering. What? You are Yi Shen. Our boss is recruiting people in there, stop pretending. A man dressed the same as Yin Xiang shouted and walked towards Yin Xiang with a kunai in his hand. Do you know what will happen if you pretend to be our boss? The other one also walked towards Yin Xiang, and the 2 of them attacked Yin Xiang from the front and back. Huh. Let me tell you what will happen. Yin Xiang laughed, and the next moment he punched the ground, and the entire ground collapsed instantly, and all the ninjas in front of the pipe were swept down. Yin Xiang jumped high on the spot, and saw that several ninjas also escaped. Yin Xiang did not even make a seal, but directly stretched out his hand and drew. It seemed as if an invisible stream of air directly cut their necks. If Yin Xiang didn't want to keep their heads hanging on the wall, he would have burned them to ashes using fire style. Those who fell to the ground could not escape Yin Xiang's clutches. Yin Xiang simply waved his hand, used chakra thread to lift them up, exhausted them to death, and then chopped off their heads. Advertisement: killing a dozen Jonin is like drinking a sip of water. Is he that strong? Scorpion, who was watching Yin Xiang's performance not far away, couldn't help but widen his eyes. How strong is this guy? After Yin Xiang finished cleaning up here, he walked into the pipe and walked along the pipe into a larger space. Many ninjas from other countries gathered here. There was a table right in front of them, and 3 men in black cloaks were sitting there. The one sitting in the middle put his feet on the table and leaned back in his chair, looking very comfortable. Oh, is there a newcomer? The ninjas also noticed Yin Xiang walking into the pipe and turned around to look. There is blood on his sword. It doesn't look like he is here to join the Kage organization. One ninja reacted quickly and took out a kunai directly. Upon hearing this, everyone also took out kunai, 1,000 swords, and other ninja tools. Yin Xiang was counting heads, pointing at each person in order. 1, 2, 3, 4. It seems that the other party has bad intentions. Guys, let's kill him. The man sitting in the middle said to the ninjas. You are about to die. Why are you still counting? One of the ninjas slowly walked towards Yin Xiang. Judging from his forehead protector, he was a traitor of San Shinobi. You are not counting how many of your grandfathers have killed. The next moment, the head fell to the ground. 17, 18, 19, Yin Xiang was still counting. What? Did he do it? It was so fast, I didn't even see him make a move. The ninjas were also panicked when they saw this scene. Why did this guy look so powerful? What are you afraid of? There are so many of you, just come on. The man in black in the middle was obviously a little panicked and shouted to the ninjas. Fire style. Fengshen fire technique. The ninja below attacked directly, and a Fengshen fire attacked Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang directly stretched out his left hand to catch the fire and then crushed it out. In the shock of everyone, he looked at the ninja who used Fengshen fire. 35. Begins. Chapter 39. Human head tree. What started? After hearing Yin Xiang's words, the ninjas were a little confused. Earth style. Earth wall. Yin Xiang perfunctorily extended 2 fingers, and a wall of earth rose behind him, blocking the pipe. Are you cutting off your own retreat? Among the ninjas, a tall and thin ninja with a hideous scar at the corner of his mouth and holding a big sword spoke up and walked towards Yin Xiang. Everyone consciously made way for him. That's Mist Shinobi's S-rank rebel ninja, Itasaka Kotaro, known as the Beheader. Someone in the crowd whispered. I heard that his swordsmanship is not inferior to Zabuza from the Mist Shinobi 7. This is going to be interesting. No one will survive under his sword. Once he strikes, he will chop off his opponent's head. Go! Kill him! The ninjas shouted to Kotaro. At the shouts of the crowd, Kotaro jumped high, raised his sword in the air, and chopped down at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang looked up at him, then stretched out 2 fingers of his left hand and directly clamped his knife. What? Kotaro widened his eyes. This was impossible. He had used all his strength, and there was no way he could block it so easily. Everyone's shouting stopped abruptly. I can't move. Kotaro exerted force on his hands, trying to pull the knife out, but the blade was held between his 2 fingers and could not move. Kotaro couldn't help but a drop of cold sweat on his head. I am the King of Darkness, the Punisher of Evil, the God of Night. You are impersonating me in my organization, so be prepared to pay the price. As soon as Yin Xiang finished speaking, he exerted force with his hand, and Kotaro's sword turned into pieces. Yin Xiang flashed past Kotaro and instantly put the knife on the neck of the ninja who had used the Fengshen fire before. The next moment, Kotaro's head fell to the ground, and the next one, the ninja in front of Yin Xiang, also had his head fall to the ground. Wood style. Birth of the tree world. Yin Xiang stretched out 2 fingers, and countless branches grew from the ground, directly rolling up the remaining 32 ninjas into the tree trunks and lifting them up. Advertisement. Help. Chakra. Chakra has been absorbed. More than 30 ninjas were all sucked into the tree trunk, and their chakras were absorbed. At this moment, they had no strength at all. It's wood style. The man in black in the middle panicked upon seeing this and wanted to run away immediately. The other 2 also followed him and prepared to run away. Susanoo. Yin Xiang used Susanoo the next moment. With a bang, the entire ground exploded and a big hole appeared on the ground. After the ground was broken, Scorpion also saw the situation over there. It's wood style and Susanoo. Yin Xiang controlled Susanoo to punch out, knocking the 3 people to the ground. Then a sword appeared in Susanoo's hand, and she chopped the 3 people directly, smashing their bodies into meat paste, leaving only their heads. Tree strangulation. Yin Xiang immediately untied Susanoo, stretched out 2 fingers, controlled the tree branches and directly took off the heads of the ninjas. The heads of the ninjas were hung on the tree, and their bodies fell to the ground. Yin Xiang directly burned them clean with fire. Then he controlled the tree trunk to pick up the heads of the previous ninjas, as well as the heads of the 3 ninjas who pretended to be himself, and hung them on the tree, like a human head tree. The whole process took less than a minute. Scorpion looked at the bloody human head tree and walked over. There was no corpse on the ground. Only the heads of all the people were left. Yin Xiang used a knife covered in blood to write 4 big words on the tree. The imposter will die. Wood style and Susanoo again. Who are you exactly? Scorpion looked at the human head tree without any emotion. After all, he was also a murderer. He was more curious about Yin Xiang's strength. The King of Darkness. Yin Xiang smiled and said, send a letter to the 5 great nations and tell them about this place. Got it. Scorpion nodded. It was already evening, and Konoha was shrouded in a sense of mystery. Although the residents in the Genin had no idea what was going on, they could see the Anbu and shadows who didn't appear often running around the village, and the Jonin seemed very busy, and they always felt that something seemed to have happened. What the hell is going on? The Ino Shikacho trio were having dinner together at the moment, and Ino said when they saw ninjas passing by outside the window. Advertisement 2.5 years later, Ino has grown into a beautiful woman. With the image of a queen, a love-minded person in a slender waist, if nothing unexpected happens, when Ino appears in front of Yin Xiang, she will become Yin Xiang's next target. Maybe there's a spy infiltrating the village. Shikamaru thought about it and understood, and he's very powerful. If they didn't notify us, it means we can't handle it, right? Shoji picked up the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth and said, so let's just ignore it and eat in peace. Eating is the most important thing. I really admire you. Shikamaru glanced at Choji speechlessly, then looked out the window anxiously. Chunin's exam is coming soon. This situation is really troublesome. At this time, Yin Xiang and Tsunade were drinking in the pub as part of their daily routine. After drinking 10 bottles of wine, Tsunade was already extremely drunk and passed out. Oh my god. Master Tsunade is drunk again. Yin Xiang was not surprised to see Tsunade like this when she called the boss to pay the bill. Yes. Yin Xiang smiled and nodded. But young man, you can drink quite well. You're not drunk at all. The boss looked at Yin Xiang and praised. It's okay, it's okay. Yin Xiang nodded. It would be strange if I could drink too much of your rice washing water. Yin Xiang thought while carrying Tsunade on her back. Feeling the two headlights of Tsunade, Yin Xiang's evil thoughts rose again. Now the favorability level is already 99. Tonight. Yin Xiang thought to himself. He didn't believe that he would have the 1% chance of Tsunade getting angry. After bringing Tsunade back home, Yin Xiang took off Tsunade's coat and put Tsunade into Tsunade's own room. After covering him with a quilt, she returned to her own room, waiting for Tsunade to come to her door. With Tsunade's personality, he will definitely come if he drinks too much. This time, Yin Xiang took off all his clothes except his underwear. As long as Tsunade dares to come, he will cooperate directly. Even if Tsunade is unhappy, she will have nothing to say. Not long after, Yin Xiang's door rang. Tsunade changed into his pajamas and walked towards Yin Xiang in a daze. He was not wearing any underwear, which made Yin Xiang swallow. Chapter 40. The 5 Kage's reactions. Let's first look at the commentary on the last paragraph of the previous chapter. After a night of passion, Tsunade was completely exhausted and his favorability level reached 100. Ding ding ding. Successfully completed the mission to capture Tsunade, rewarded with 1 talent point. Tsunade's favorability 100%, Tsunade's obedience 60%. Ding ding ding. The next stage of the mission begins. Capture Yamanaka Ino. Reward, 1 talent point. Current Yamanaka Ino favorability, 0%. This is not a talent modifier, it's clearly a female ninja strategy system. Yin Xiang thought to herself when she saw what the modifier showed, and at the same time noticed the obedience level. Does it mean that Tsunade will obey everything she says to her? Now it is 60%, which means Tsunade will listen to most of what he says. As for the remaining 40%, Yin Xiang suspects that most of them are about the village and will not listen to him. If the obedience reaches 100%, then wouldn't it be possible for me to openly open up a harem? Thinking about it, I was still a little excited. The next mission target was Yamanaka Ino, so I had to meet Yamanaka Ino first. Ding ding ding. Side quest. Defeat Konoha Jonin, Might Guy. Quest reward, lucky draw. Lottery. The modifier can also draw a lottery? Yin Xiang was a little excited when he saw this. Generally, if there was a lottery, it must be good stuff. Just as Yin Xiang was excited, the naked Tsunade beside her hugged Yin Xiang's arms and pressed his chest against Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang couldn't bear it anymore and pressed Tsunade directly and they had another wonderful exchange. The next morning, Yin Xiang walked out of the room in high spirits and prepared breakfast for Tsunade. Tsunade slept until 10 o'clock in the morning, which was past the working time. He rubbed his sleepy eyes only after he smelled the fragrance of Yin Xiang's meal. This. Tsunade opened her eyes, looked around, touched her naked self, and quickly got under the quilt. I thought I was dreaming. It's real. It's real. What should I do now? It seems like I took the initiative. Tsunade's face flushed in the quilt, and she scratched her hair frantically. What have I done? Tsunade thought about what she had done last night. She had done almost everything she could, using several different actions and even using her mouth. She really didn't have the face to face Yin Xiang now. Advertisement, Yin Xiang. Where is Yin Xiang? Tsunade thought of Yin Xiang, poked his head out from the quilt, and found that Yin Xiang was not in the room. Could she have been scared away by me? Thinking of this, Tsunade jumped out of the quilt and opened the door without even having time to put on his clothes. Good morning. Yin Xiang wanted to say hello to Tsunade, but who would have thought that she ran out without clothes? Seeing Yin Xiang sitting at the dining table, Tsunade was stunned, and the two of them looked at each other for a long time. Ah! Tsunade finally screamed and closed the door with a red face. Really? Bold. Yin Xiang raised his eyebrows and said to himself. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a knock on Tsunade's door. Yin Xiang immediately went to open the door. It was a shadow member. He half knelt on the ground, handed Yin Xiang a letter, and then left. Yin Xiang opened the letter and took a look. It was a letter from the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Organization sent a message saying that the rebel ninjas from the 5 major countries were all in the Ryuan village and had been dealt with. They were asked to arrange people to receive the bodies. Yin Xiang had already received the content of the conversation between the 2 clones, and knew that the imposter had been dealt with, so he walked towards his own door. There's a letter from Shadow about the Shadow Organization. Do you want to come out and take a look? Yin Xiang said to the room. Tsunade also opened the door at this time, already wearing pajamas, and took the letter from Yin Xiang, last night. I know, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Yin Xiang interrupted Tsunade. Tsunade also nodded with a blushing face, then opened the letter. Yin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't ask her to take responsibility, this was the best thing. After reading the letter, Tsunade became serious and no longer thought about what happened last night. Call Aburame Togen and Yamanaka Fu, and come with me. Do you want to go in person? I'll take them there, and you stay in the village, Yin Xiang said after hearing this. No, this may be a trap set by the Shadow Organization. I have to go there myself. Since the 5 major countries have received this letter, I think those guys will also take action. Kuretsuchi, Akatsuki, follow me to the Ryugakure village, in the land of earth. Iwagakure, the short old man slammed the letter in his hand on the table and shouted to the 2 people beside him. This person was the 3rd Tsuchikage, Ryout and Oonoki. Advertisement, Grandpa, you're going there in person. Haitu was also shocked when he heard that. I must go myself, Oonoki shouted decisively. At the same time, in the hidden Thunder Village, the 4th Raikage rushed out after reading the letter, and Darui and Shi immediately chased after him. Gaara from the Wind Village also rushed to the Ryugakure village with Tamari and Konkuro, and from the Water Country Kirigakure, Terumi Mei also rushed to the Ryugakure village with Chojuro and Ao. Under Yin Xiang's instigation, a 5-cage summit will be held ahead of schedule. Tsunade and Yin Xiang ate their meal in a hurry, called Ku Zhen and Feng, and took them to Longyin village. If you two encounter any danger, do your best to protect Master Tsunade. Don't worry about me. Do you understand? Yin Xiang said to Ku Zhen and Feng on the way. In front of outsiders, they still have to call Tsunade, Master. Understood. Both of them were people who followed orders and nodded decisively. Tsunade also looked at Yin Xiang with emotion, but now was not the time to be moved. The 4 of them rushed to Longyin village at full speed. In order to hide her strength, Yin Xiang deliberately slowed down her pace, and the 3 of them also slowed down to match Yin Xiang's speed. Remember to hide behind me if you encounter danger, Tsunade whispered to Yin Xiang. What are you talking about? How can I, a grown man, hide behind you? Yin Xiang immediately said after hearing this. Of course I am hiding behind Ku Zhen and Feng. Tsunade was speechless. Ku Zhen and Feng looked at each other. A smile rose in their hearts, but they suppressed it back. It took them a whole day to reach the Ryuyu village at dusk. The human head tree was not far from the entrance of the Ryuyu village and could be seen at a glance. When Tsunade and the others arrived, I had also arrived. It looks like you got the message as well, Hokage, I said, looking at Tsunade. This is. Tsunade looked at the human head tree in front of her and widened her eyes. It's actually reached this point. Advertisement Chapter 41 The 5-Cage Gather. Yagami appears. Please vote and give good reviews. Look at the tree trunk. I pointed to the bloody words on the tree trunk. Sure enough, I knew you would come too. At this moment, Terumi Mei, Chojuro and Ao landed between Tsunade and I, and Oonoki, Gaara and others also fell from the air. With this, the 5-Cage gathered. When their respective guards saw each other, they also became alert. And she brought a handsome boy with her. Terumi Mei licked her lips after seeing Yin Xiang. She looked very charming and made Yin Xiang a little obsessed. Terumi Mei's figure is comparable to Tsunade, even taller than Tsunade. She is taller than Tsunade and much younger than Tsunade. Ahem. Tsunade coughed twice, and Yin Xiang immediately pretended to look at Qing. Why is that person covering one eye? Yin Xiang pretended to ask, but Tsunade had already noticed that Yin Xiang's eyes were staring at Terumi Mei. It seems that you all received the message, Oonoki said to everyone. At this time, the 5-Cage formed a semicircle surrounding the human head tree. Is this the work of that night god? Tamari shuddered as she looked at the human head tree, full of human heads. Look on the tree, it says pretender will die, Qing said, looking at the tree trunk. Everyone looked at the bloody words on the tree trunk. It seems that someone used Yagami's name to recruit rebellious ninjas, and Yagami killed them all in a rage. Most of these people are Jonin, and some are elite Jonin. From this, it can be seen that Yagami is very powerful. Gaara said, looking at the heads all over the tree. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Many people from our Lian village came to seek refuge with this man, but were basically rejected. There are only 3 people from Lian village on the tree. I said, looking at the head on the tree. These 3 were the ones Yin Xiang had cut off at the entrance of the pipeline at the beginning, before they had time to go in. There's no one from Konoha, Tsunade said after looking around. We Iwagakure and San Shinobi make up the majority of our population, Oonoki said, looking at the tree. There's also a part of Mist Shinobi, Terumi Mei said. So, who knows where this night god came from? I then looked at everyone and said, no one spoke. Advertisement After a moment, Tsunade spoke first. I have some information about him. Everyone looked at Tsunade upon hearing this. The last time we went to support the San Shinobi, we encountered Akatsuki members, our village's Jonin Hitaki Kakashi and the San Shinobi's advisor Chiyo, and got into a tough fight. Tsunade told everyone. Finally, it was this man who called himself Yagami. He defeated Akatsuki's Scorpion and Idera in just a moment and took them away. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his face and had a hood, so his features could not be seen. Can those 2 people be subdued in an instant? Terumi Mei was also shocked after hearing this. Mizukage-sama, that's Kotaro. Aoya found the head of the S-rank rebel ninja named Kotaro on the tree. That shocked look, was he defeated by a single blow? Kotaro's eyes were wide open, and he didn't seem to realize that he was dead. As for this tree, no one ever thought of it as wood-style ninjutsu. They just thought that this tree had always existed here. After all, no one could have imagined that there were still people in the world who could use wood style, including Yamato and the others. Are you willing to reveal more information about Akatsuki? Oonoki looked at Tsunade and said. Right now, Konoha is the only one allied with the San Shinobi, and is still hostile to other countries, so Tsunade is naturally unwilling to talk too much about the Akatsuki organization with them. Got it. Onoki looked at Tsunade's reaction and expressed his understanding. So what about this Yagami? Besides the Hokage, has anyone else seen him? I asked, looking at everyone. Everyone shook their heads. Tamari stood up at this time. I have received news that there is a person who looks similar to the Hokage's description. He ate a free meal at our San Shinobi and stole 2 biscuits. I'm not sure if it's Yagami. Doppelganger, Doppelganger, you are embarrassing me. Yin Xiang's face turned red after hearing this. The perfect pretentious image, the fear that lived in the hearts of the 5 Kage, was now ruined because of Tamari's words. I blame myself, and I blame myself for not having money at that time. Since you can set up an organization, you shouldn't be short of money for food. It's probably just a coincidence. Yin Xiang finally decided to make up for himself and said to Tamari. Advertisement, who are you? Tamari nodded and asked. Let's talk about this in private. Let's talk about this in private, Yin Xiang said to Tamari. In front of so many big shots, saying that she was a secretary seemed too cheap, and saying that she was the manager of Konoha Shadow would make her too hateful. During this period, the 3 countries of Earth, Thunder and Water have been frequently harassed by Shadow. If their names were to be exposed, I'm afraid a fight would break out right away. Okay. Tamari nodded as well. Ding ding ding. Tamari's favorability is 5%. The system prompted at this time. It seems that being handsome really does work. Tamari was a little moved just by looking at him. Yeah, this powerful and dangerous guy shouldn't do such a cheap thing. Terumi Mei nodded and glanced at Yin Xiang, and her favorability increased by 1%. Since there is no extra information, then just collect the heads of the rebel ninjas in your own village and disband. I said to everyone. This guy is also an impatient person. Since no one is willing to provide information about Yagami, why are they still here? Come out and show off. Come out and show off. The 5 Kage are here. This is the best time to show off. Come out quickly. Yin Xiang thought to himself that his clone should have the same idea as himself, and he must come out and show off at this time. Just when the 5 Kage were arranging their guards to claim the rebel ninja from their village, Yin Xiang's clone dropped from the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, a black shadow fell in front of the human head tree, smashing a huge hole in the ground and raising a cloud of smoke. Everyone was startled by the vibration and took 2 steps back, using their arms to block the smoke and dust as they looked towards the center. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked towards the center. A black cloak, a hood covering the face, was worn. Wasn't this the night god that Tsunade described? UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I am the king of the dark night, the punisher of evil, the god of night. Yin Xiang drew the knife from his waist with his right hand, pointed it into the air, and said in a very pretentious manner. Get behind me. Tsunade pulled Yin Xiang's arm and pulled him behind him. Yin Xiang didn't even react to Tsunade pulling him. Yin Xiang was very excited. This wave is really cool. UB asterisk 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 D. Without saying anything, I raised his fist, his whole body flashing with lightning, and in an instant he was behind Yin Xiang. Chapter 42 Mission. Defeat the 5 Kage, please vote, 300 votes plus more. This is the speed of Raikage. Yin Xiang looked at Raikage. Raikage looked at Yin Xiang in the air. He didn't expect that the gaze of the man in front of him could keep up with his speed. Lateral bolt of pain. Ai's hand turned into a hand knife and chopped towards the back of Yin Xiang's head. When no one could see Ai's figure clearly, Yin Xiang turned around instantly and stretched out his hand to grab Ai's wrist. Almost in an instant, the two of them went from being 3 meters apart at the beginning to a stalemate. He really has some skills, Ai said to Yin Xiang, who was a head shorter than him. Thank you for the compliment, Raikage, Yin Xiang said calmly. He can actually keep up with such a fast speed. She stared at Yin Xiang's back with wide eyes. This was really unexpected. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara immediately took action upon seeing this, and a large amount of sand gushed out of his gourd and rushed towards Yin Xiang. Seeing this, Ai immediately dodged and retreated. Just as the sand was about to wrap around Yin Xiang, he stretched out his hand, and a large amount of black gravel gushed out from the ground, colliding with Gaara's sand and even swallowing up Gaara's sand. It's iron sand, Tamari shouted when she saw this, and Gaara was also stunned for a moment. The third Kage's unique ninjutsu. Why would he use it? Kankuro shouted at Yin Xiang. The iron sand kept flowing in front of Gaara and the others and then stopped, then scattered all over the ground, with no intention of hurting them. What do you mean? Gaara looked at Yin Xiang and said. Yin Xiang was about to speak when the modifier rang. Ding ding ding. New mission, defeat the 5 Kage. Get 1 talent point, 1 lucky draw. Advertisement, your mother. Yin Xiang cursed in his heart. If he defeated the 5 Kage, what would happen to Tsunade? And if he wanted to defeat the 5 Kage, would he have to expose his wood style and Sharingan? I'm just teasing you, can't you see? Yin Xiang wanted to say that he didn't want to be your enemy, but after receiving the editor's task, he changed his words and said with sarcasm in his tone. The shadows of the 5 major countries are just like this. I think it would be better for me to unify the 5 major countries. From now on, I will be the only one who can be called a shadow. What did you say? You little brat. Onoki couldn't stand it after hearing that, and started to make hand seals directly. Rock climbing technique. Onoki's arm turned into an arm made of rock and smashed down towards Yin Xiang. Old man. When Kuretsuchi saw the old man rushing forward, he shouted worriedly. He had just seen that man demonstrate his strength, so it was hard not to be worried, but Onoki had already flown out and could not be stopped. Then let's start with you. Don't die, old man. Seeing this, Yin Xiang had an arm like Onoki's in his hand, and then he fought with Onoki. Both arms shattered at the same time. Yin Xiang flashed in front of Onoki and kicked Onoki out. Lightning style. I saw it clearly, that was clearly his way of using lightning style to stimulate chakra to increase speed. Ha! Tsunade also rushed out while Yin Xiang was not paying attention, and punched Yin Xiang on the head with incredible force. Seeing this, Yin Xiang stretched out his hand, stood on the spot and grabbed Tsunade's fist. The ground under his feet cracked into a spider web shape, but Yin Xiang's body did not move at all. Yin Xiang still held back when facing Tsunade, and pushed Tsunade back with force, and Tsunade fell back to its original position smoothly. Did he hold back? Tsunade thought to herself as she watched Yin Xiang push her back just now. Lava style. Molten technique. Terumi Mei also took action at this time and directly used her own lava style. Seeing this, Yin Xiang also immediately used lava style. Molten technique. The two powerful corrosive ninjutsu collided in the air and melded together. It seems that he can learn any ninjutsu from everyone, including bloodline limits. Terumi Mei said knowingly. The lava style just now was to test Yin Xiang. What is this? A secret technique? I Wenyan said. Secret technique. I'm much more advanced than that. Yin Xiang laughed when he heard that. The next moment, lightning-style lightning ignited all over his body and he instantly appeared behind Ai. Lateral bolt of pain. Just like before, except that the person who attacked was different, Yin Xiang's palm chopped towards Ai's neck. Advertisement, HMPH. I snorted coldly, and electric light flashed all over his body. He instantly distanced himself. Yin Xiang directly changed the direction of his palm and knocked Darui, who was behind Ai, away. If Darui had not reacted quickly and immediately put the knife in front of him, this palm would have taken his life. Lei Li hot knife. Ai immediately changed direction and attacked Yin Xiang's head with his elbow. Yin Xiang immediately used sand iron to make a block in front of herself. Ai's move hit the sand iron directly, cutting the whole piece of sand iron in half, and hit Yin Xiang's head with the same power. Chi. Yin Xiang didn't expect that Ai's Lei Li hot knife was so powerful, so she simply stood still. Ai's Lei Li hot knife hit Yin Xiang's neck directly, which could have knocked Yin Xiang's head off, but now Yin Xiang didn't move at all. Impossible. Ai Yi looked at Yin Xiang in shock. How strong must one's physical strength be to be able to block this move so easily? Is that it? Yin Xiang said to Ai in an extremely arrogant manner. Quicksand explosion. Gaara attacked again at this time. The surrounding rocks were shattered by Gaara, and the ground gradually turned into a desert. A sea of sand rushed towards Yin Xiang. Ai retreated immediately, and Yin Xiang looked back at the human head tree behind him. This thing can be destroyed. Wood style. The birth of the tree world. After hesitating for a long time, seeing that the quicksand was about to come, Yin Xiang still took action. Countless trees grew out from the ground, rushed towards the quicksand, collided with the quicksand, swallowed up the quicksand, and continued to rush towards the five shadows. Seeing this, the five Kage quickly retreated and jumped onto a tree in the distance. It's wood style. Tsunade's eyes widened when she saw Yin Xiang's wood style. Isn't this Shodai's unique ninjutsu? Where did this guy learn it from? Yin Xiang, of course, had to act out the whole thing and also said in shock. Hokage. Now we are sure that this guy must be from your Konoha. I shouted to Tsunade when he saw wood style. He had never seen anyone in the world use wood style except the Senju clan. That's not the case. You've seen that he can learn everyone's ninjutsu. Tsunade shouted at Ai. Yin Xiang also stopped the tree world's birth at this time, and took all the trees back into the ground. Oh my, the five shadows are running away like little mice. Chapter 43 I come from heaven. We have to unite temporarily. Now is not the time to be suspicious of each other. Gaara shouted to the crowd. Union? You Sand Shinobi can't do anything else except union? Onoki said sarcastically after hearing this. Now is not the time to argue with you. Gaara glanced at Onoki and said. I agree with the Kage's opinion. We must eliminate him here today, otherwise he will definitely be a scourge in the future. Terumi Mei shouted. I agree. Tsunade also said. She. Lei Wobam. I did not answer, but he proved his willingness to unite with practical actions. I rushed towards Yin Xiang with bent arms and smashed down towards where Yin Xiang was. Yin Xiang dodged with a jump, and a huge pit was smashed out of the entire ground by Ai. Coupled with Tsunade's extraordinary strength just now, this piece of ground has already been shattered into a gully. If it is hit further, it will probably be smashed into a cliff. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. Terumi Mei also took action immediately, and used Water Dragon Bomb in the air. A water dragon rushed towards Yin Xiang. Dust Release. Origin Separation Technique. Onoki also flew in the air and used his signature bloodline elimination and origin separation technique. After charging, a transparent light wave and a water dragon attacked Yin Xiang from both sides. Yin Xiang immediately used lightning style to stimulate chakra and jumped high into the air. At this moment, Tsunade jumped high and punched Yin Xiang on the head. The three of them attacked her. Tsunade punched Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang stretched out her arm to block it, but was knocked back to her original position. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Yin Xiang immediately used the wood dragon to break the water dragon, and the wood dragon continued to attack Terumi Mei. Dust style. Origin stripping technique. Then Yin Xiang also immediately used the origin stripping technique, which did not even require charging and had a larger range than Onoki, directly swallowing up Onoki's origin stripping technique. Sand rain. Gaara also took action at this time. Countless sands rushed into the air, and then fell towards Yin Xiang at an extremely fast speed. Every drop of sand rain was a deadly arrow. Advertisement, Sand Iron Shield. Yin Xiang immediately waved his hand, and the sand iron on the ground floated up and blocked Yin Jiang's head. When the sand rain ended, Yin Xiang was unharmed. Terumi Mei also used lava style to melt Yin Jiang's wooden dragon. He was always on the defense and didn't actively attack. Tsunade also noticed Yin Jiang's behavior. His only active attacks were the kick on Onoki and the return blow on Ai. How did he copy the ninjutsu? Tsunade thought as he looked at Yin Xiang, who was standing in the center calmly. The next step is to take the initiative to attack. Yin Xiang smiled slightly and said in a low voice after hearing Tsunade's words. Fire style. Great Fireball. Yin Xiang used Great Fireball directly at Tsunade. The power comparable to S level forced the 5 Kage to retreat. Yin Xiang took this opportunity to disappear from the spot and instantly appeared in front of Gaara. This guy was the most ferocious fighter just now. Rasengan. Rasengan appeared in Yin Jiang's hand and hit Gaara in the face. Gaara was stunned when he saw the Rasengan. This was the signature ninjutsu of his good friend Naruto. He also learned it. Gaara's sand automatically defended and blocked in front of Gaara, but he was stabbed in the lower back by Konkuro's kunai. Gaara turned around in disbelief and saw that it was Konkuro and his eyes widened. It's not me. I'm being controlled. Konkuro shouted hurriedly. It's the puppetry technique. Yin Xiang controlled Konkuro with chakra threads, launched the attack, and then kicked on the sand that was dispersed by the Rasengan, kicking Gaara and Konkuro away. Wind style. Kamidachi. Tamari also hurriedly waved her fan, and the strong wind with hidden sharp blade attacked Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang directly grabbed the Kamidachi holding the sickle and crushed it to death. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Yin Xiang used the vacuum wave, which directly broke through Temari's wind handle and hit Temari's body. Yin Xiang avoided the fatal injury, but Temari's clothes were torn by the vacuum wave. The clothes on her body fell off, leaving only her underwear, directly exposing her spring scenery. This guy. Tsunade landed and quickly squatted on the ground to cover herself with a fan. This was a naked humiliation. Gaara. How are you? Gaara and Konkuro traveled a long distance on the ground and stopped only after crashing into a tree. Gaara's back was bleeding profusely, and Konkuro hurriedly stopped the bleeding for Gaara. Advertisement, can you break free from his chakra line? Gaara said, enduring the severe pain in his back. I didn't even notice, it was too late when I found out, Konkuro said through gritted teeth. Water style. Water ray pillar. Terumi Mei also used water style to extinguish Yin Jiang's Great Fireball. The Great Fireball Yin Xiang just used only to make Tsunade, who was closest to Gaara, retreat to avoid hurting Tsunade. I'll let you jump again. Yin Xiang stood on the tree where Gaara and the others were just standing, looking at Gaara and thinking that the knife would not take Gaara's life. We can't go on like this. Not only will we not be able to defeat him, but our ninjutsu will also be copied continuously, making him stronger. At this time, the remaining 4 shadows had gathered together. Their guards had no chance to attack at all. Darui was also knocked unconscious by Yin Jiang's previous attack. Will the sealing technique be effective? Terumi Mei said at this time. That kind of speed, the sealing technique can't keep up. I shook his head. I knew better than anyone how fast the lightning style could run. Besides, that guy seemed to be even faster than him. The sealing technique would not be able to catch up in time. What is this guy's origin? Can anyone tell us the truth? Onoki said to the 3 people. I came from the sky. At this moment, Yin Xiang appeared beside them without anyone noticing, pointed to the sky and smiled. The 4 people were startled and quickly dispersed. This time, Yin Xiang rushed towards Onoki. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Upon seeing this, Akatsuki hurriedly used earth flow wall behind Onoki, trying to block Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang directly used Onoki's super light heavy rock technique to fly in the air, crashed into Akatsuki's earth flow wall, and grabbed Onoki's feet. So fast, Onoki looked back with eyes wide open, and saw Yin Jiang's whole body flashing with lightning. This was the combination of his super light rock technique and Ai's lightning style cell activation, so he was able to move so fast. Then, regardless of Onoki's panicked expression, Yin Xiang threw the old man out and slammed him hard into the earth flow wall of the Kage. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Yin Xiang then flew in the air and began to condense chakra between his hands. Yin Xiang didn't need to concentrate chakra, he did it just to see Onoki panic. As expected, Onoki panicked and broke out in sweat. Chapter 44. Who was the next person to dance? Old man. Upon seeing this, Haidu quickly jumped up and kicked Yin Xiang on the head. Yin Xiang grabbed Haidu's ankle with one hand while gathering strength with the other hand. Haidu was hung in the air by Yin Xiang with her skirt lifted upside down. If it weren't for the ungentlemanly invention of safety pants, Haidu would have been exposed. Let me go. Haidu kept struggling in Yin Xiang's hands, but he just couldn't touch Yin Xiang. Old man. Akatsuki also ran over quickly, pulled Onoki out of the wall and ran away. Yin Xiang smiled and launched the original realm stripping technique, which directly penetrated the wall. That was a close call. That was a close call. After being rescued, Onoki was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. His own ninjutsu was almost dissipated. This kid is just playing with us. I noticed that Yin Xiang had been accumulating energy for so long, as if he was waiting for someone to rescue Onoki, and he didn't accumulate energy at all just now. As for rescuing Onoki, they naturally would not do such a thing. They wished the other party would die. The five Kage were not united at all now. Although they were united, they were actually still in a state of hostility. They wished Yin Xiang would kill someone first. Only when Tsunade sent Katsuyu's clone to heal Gaara's injuries did they become real allies. Let me go. Let me go. Kuretsuchi kept struggling in Yin Xiang's hands, and tried all kinds of methods but couldn't get free. Yin Xiang was observing Kuretsuchi's legs closely. Wow, he is worthy of being the future Tsuchikage. Earth style. Earth stalagmites. Kuretsuchi couldn't struggle free, so he quickly formed seals with his hands and used ninjutsu. Countless stone spikes immediately sprouted from the ground under Yin Xiang's feet. However, Yin Xiang was fine after increasing her flying altitude. Then she let go of Kuretsuchi and let her be stabbed to death by her own ninjutsu. Kuretsuchi quickly stopped the ninjutsu, but she had no time to retract the stalagmite behind her, which was about to pierce her. Original World Peeling Technique. Onoki quickly used the Original World Peeling Technique to make the stalagmite under Kuretsuchi disappear, thus saving Kuretsuchi from death. This pervert. Tamari, who was hiding behind the fan, was unable to move freely. Seeing Yin Xiang staring at Haidu's legs just now, she murmured softly. After Tsunade's treatment, Gaara managed to stand up and came to the other four cages. He can even copy Tsuchikage's bloodline elimination. If this continues, he will learn all our ninjutsu. Advertisement. So he has been holding back on purpose just to learn our ninjutsu. After hearing what Gaara said, Tsunade seemed to understand why Yin Xiang had been holding back on purpose. In fact, Tsunade has a move that can control Yin Xiang, that is 4 red yang formation. This is unique to Konoha and requires 4 people with Kage level strength to activate. After using this move, the people inside cannot get out, and the people outside cannot get in. At that time, Yin Xiang can be taken down in one fell swoop. But, this is a secret technique of Konoha after all, and cannot be taught to the Kage of other villages. Are we just going to retreat now? Onoki said. He had just lost face in front of so many people, and he had to get it back. Of course we can't retreat. If we leave now, we will leave trouble behind. Look at that human head tree. If we keep it, we don't know how many more trees like it will appear in the future, I said, pointing at the human head. Let's try the sealing technique. You guys take care of the attack and I'll set the seal. Gaara said to the few people, and they all nodded. I'll take the lead. Tsunade took the initiative to stand up, accelerated directly towards Yin Xiang in the air, and raised his right foot to smash towards Yin Xiang's head. Ah! Tsunade screamed with all his strength. Heavenly kick. I wonder what Tsunade would think if she knew this was my clone. In the distance, Yin Xiang, who was protected by Togen and Kage, thought to herself when she saw this. Bang! Yin Xiang stretched out her left hand and caught Tsunade's foot as if she had caught the black soil, grabbing her ankle. Now is the time, Gaara said, his sand also squirming on the ground, silently spreading under Yin Xiang's feet. I and Terumi Mei understood and immediately attacked. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Lightning style. I's Lightning style attached to Terumi Mei's Water Dragon Bomb Technique to form a combined ninjutsu. Lightning Water Dragon Bomb roared towards Yin Xiang, and Tsunade took the opportunity to exert force and broke away from Yin Xiang's control. Of course, it was Yin Xiang who let go on purpose, as he didn't want his little mistress to get hurt. The Water Dragon with Lightning style chakra rushed towards Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang was not panicked at all. She stretched out her hand and took the Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. The next moment, Gaara's sand flew up and directly wrapped Yin Xiang. Desert Layer Burial Seal. Boom. A magnificent desert pyramid was formed, with countless curses entwined on it. Advertisement, did it succeed? Onoki asked when he saw that there was no movement in the pyramid. The 5 Kage stared at the pyramid, afraid that Yin Xiang would rush out again. Damn it, sneak attack. Yin Xiang thought in his heart from a distance, if it was the real body, of course it would not be afraid of this sealing technique, but if it was a clone, it would be sealed. Yin Xiang had already sensed that the clone in the desert disappeared, and then Yin Xiang quietly created another clone and touched it from behind. Its shadow clone. As the sealer, Gaara was the first to sense the situation inside. The clone inside had disappeared. Gaara felt something was wrong and hurriedly defended. Sure enough, Yin Xiang's feet appeared in front of him the next moment. Boom. Gaara was kicked out by Yin Xiang, and then Yin Xiang used the force of kicking Gaara in the face to flip over, accelerated with lightning style, appeared in front of I, punched him in the stomach, and knocked I out. The two people flew out almost at the same time. Yi quickly stomped the ground a few times to steady his body, then rushed towards Yin Xiang and punched Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also stretched out a fist, and the two fists collided and were actually even. The two then engaged in a friendly Physical confrontation. Punch after punch. Yin Xiang punch after punch. 5 punches hit Ai's face. 2 kicks to the outside of Ai's thighs. All of Ai's attacks were easily avoided by Yin Xiang. Powerful lightning-style chakra erupted from the two of them, making it impossible for others to get close to them. In 2 seconds, they had fought no less than 20 times, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. It's too fast. This speed. Terumi Mei also exclaimed when she saw it. It's hard to tell who is at a disadvantage. Tsunade also nodded and said. Then Yin Xiang grabbed Ai's fist and threw him over his shoulder, breaking 4 or 5 big trees before stopping. So, who's the next one to dance? Yin Xiang then looked at the crowd and asked. Where's the ticket? Where's my ticket? Chapter 45, Susanoo's complete form. Uchiha Madara's lines are really impressive. Yin Xiang nodded in the distance, thinking happily. Let's go together. Onoki shouted to everyone. Gaara and I also returned to the 3 of them. Onoki performed the super light heavy rock technique on them. The 4 of them could fly in the air, and Gaara relied on his sand to fly. The 5 people burst out with powerful chakra around their bodies and rushed towards Yin Xiang at the same time. In that case, I'll show you some of my real skills. Yin Xiang smiled upon seeing this, and a powerful green chakra burst out of his body. Then a skeleton appeared on Yin Xiang's body, followed by flesh and blood and a chakra coat, followed by armor and a big sword, and then legs grew out. Boom! A series of explosions were heard with Susanoo as the center. A storm blew away the 5 shadows. The green Susanoo then grew wings, becoming even bigger. Holding 2 swords, it crushed the ground with 1 foot. This is the complete form of Susanoo. Yin Xiang controlled Susanoo to fly up, looking down at the 5 cage, and then wrapped a layer of wood-style armor around the complete form of Susanoo. Not only does he have wood style, he also possesses Sharingan. Who is he in your Konoha? I shouted at Tsunade when he saw this. He's really not from our Konoha. Tsunade also shouted at I, shocked beyond words for a moment. Complete form of Susanoo. She had never even seen this before. Are you Uchiha Madara? Onoki looked at the huge Susanoo and shouted to Yin Xiang. Uchiha Madara. Yin Xiang sneered after hearing this. Who is he? The 5 cage were all shocked when they heard this. They even ignored that Uchiha Madara. Who was he and where did he come from? Uchiha Madara. It's fine if you use my lines to show off, but you also need me to show off. Satai, let's end it, Yin Xiang said, crossing his 2 swords and directly slashing out 2 chakra sword energies. The 2 crossed chakra sword energies, which were more than 10 meters high, slashed towards the 5 shadows, leaving 2 deep cracks on the ground. Advertisement, retreat quickly. Ku Zhen and Feng saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly pulled Yin Xiang and ran backwards. Don't pull me, I want to see him show off. Yin Xiang struggled and shouted in the hands of the 2 men, but it was of no avail. She was pulled far away by the 2 of them. Konkuro and others also hurriedly retreated. Dust release. Limit separation technique. Upon seeing this, Onoki immediately used the limit separation technique, which was even more powerful than the original limit separation technique. It had a larger range and greater power. It directly swallowed up the 2 sword energies and turned them into atoms. Tsunade did not retreat but advanced, punching Yin Xiang's Susanoo leg with great force, but Yin Xiang did not move at all. Sorry, little mistress. Yin Xiang thought to herself, and then kicked Tsunade out. Tsunade. Yin Xiang rushed forward and caught Tsunade, who was about to fall to the ground. The kick just now made Tsunade bleed. Blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. How are you? Not bad. Tsunade looked up and saw that it was Yin Xiang, and said weakly, while summoning Katsuyu's split body to heal herself. If this goes on, I'll have to use that trick. Tsunade said softly, and Yin Xiang also knew that she might be referring to the 100 healing technique. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang hesitantly. After all, the 2 of them had a breakthrough last night and now was an extremely ambiguous period. She didn't want Yin Xiang to see her extremely old. Don't force yourself. If you can't do it, don't go up, Yin Xiang said while hugging Tsunade. That won't work, after all, this guy came from our Konoha. Tsunade whispered to Yin Xiang, and stood up again with the help of Yin Xiang. Don't come near here, if I die here, you. What are you talking about dying? You can't die. Yin Xiang covered Tsunade's mouth with her hand. Are you kidding? How could she possibly kill Tsunade? Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang's eyes and somehow felt relieved and nodded. Stop flirting over there and come help. I shouted at Tsunade. He had just rushed over and used the lily hot knife on Susanoo. The effect was predictable. Not only was it useless, but he was also stabbed by Yin Xiang, leaving a bloody mark on his chest. This guy is also a ruthless person. He used lightning style to electrocauterize his wound to stop the bleeding. Why is this guy so ignorant? Yin Xiang thought to himself, and gave his clone a look. This time I was definitely going to suffer. Yin Xiang's clone also understood and flew directly towards I. Come on, I was not afraid. He just stood there and released his chakra and shouted. Advertisement Susanoo slashed at I with her knife, but I dodged by jumping up. The next moment, she disappeared and appeared above Susanoo. She stepped down and pushed Susanoo back to the ground, but the damage was minimal. Sand coffin. Gaara took advantage of the situation and used the sand coffin to tie up Susanoo's feet. Get out of the way, dust style. Limit stripping technique. Onoki shouted at Ai, and Ai retreated immediately. Yin Xiang immediately controlled the wood-style armor, grabbed Ai's feet tightly, and blocked him in front of Susanoo. Damn it! Ai used lightning style to cut wood style, but an endless stream of wood style came towards him and he couldn't cut it all. This guy. Onoki gritted his teeth and said, Rakage. Just sacrifice yourself for the ninja world. After Onoki said that, the chakra in his hand became more dense and was about to be fired. I'll sacrifice your mother, Ai cursed after hearing this. Lord Rakage. She looked at Ai nervously, but even if he went over, he couldn't help. Stop it, Tsuchikage. Gaara yelled to Onoki, if we fail to kill him after sacrificing the Rakage, we'll be in trouble. The handsome boy is right, stop it now, Terumi Mei also shouted to Onoki. Damn it. At this time, the old man was also a person who listened to advice. He released the limit stripping technique in his hand. Seeing this, Yin Xiang threw Ai out and hit Onoki hard. My waist. The moment he was hit, Onoki heard a cracking sound from his waist, and then he and Ai hit the rock together, making a loud bang. Before the others could react, wooden bars appeared under their feet and tied them up tightly. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free. Don't be ridiculous. This kind of thing. Tsunade used all his strength, and finally the wooden bar made a cracking sound and was stretched open by Tsunade, and then he punched Susanoo. Why do you have to do this? Yin Xiang said helplessly in Susanoo, stabbing Tsunade's abdomen with a knife. Chapter 46. Take down Terumi Mei, please vote, please give me a good review. Tsunade was stabbed with a knife, and stared at his abdomen with wide eyes. The next moment, the knife disappeared, and Jiraiya crawled out of his stomach instead, with a hideous face, covered in blood, staring at Tsunade viciously. Tsunade. Come with me. Illusion. Although Tsunade was startled, she immediately realized that it was an illusion. Remove. Although he discovered that this was an illusion, Tsunade's chakra was far less powerful than Yin Xiang's chakra, and he was unable to break the illusion on his own. Outside, the other four shadows are fighting with Yin Xiang. Earth style. Earthquake core technique. Onoki slapped his hands on the ground, and the ground under Yin Xiang's feet began to shake. Then four walls rose up, trapping Yin Xiang in the middle. Sandstorm burial. Gaara immediately followed and poured sand into the earthquake core in an attempt to bury Yin Xiang. Are you a little naive at your age? Yin Xiang laughed in Susanoo, and the next moment he broke through the stone wall with one foot and slashed at Onoki with a knife. Earth style. Gangly technique. Upon seeing this, Onoki immediately formed a seal, and a huge stone man appeared in front of Onoki, who directly caught the knife with his bare hands to block the knife. Seeing this, Yin Xiang exerted force with his hands and directly chopped off half of the stone man's body. Lely hot knife. Lava style. Molten technique. At this time, Terumi Mei and Ai launched attacks at the same time. Ai used the Lely hot knife to smash Yin Xiang's legs, forcing Susanoo to kneel down. Terumi Mei's molten technique hit Susanoo's head. Lava style started to corrode immediately, but Susanoo was surrounded by a layer of wood style, so it only corroded the wood style. The next moment, Yin Xiang wrapped it with wood style again, so it was completely unharmed. He has endless chakra. At this time, Ching in the distance had already lifted his eye mask and was staring at Susanoo with his white eyes. He simply couldn't imagine how much chakra he had. You've been fighting for such a long time, and you're not losing to the 5 Kage. Haven't you used up your chakra yet? You've already used so many ninjutsu. Chojuro was also surprised when he heard that. Hey, you too. At this moment, Yin Xiang suddenly appeared in front of Ching. Ching was stunned and dared not move. In his eyes, Susanoo had stopped moving, and there was no one inside Susanoo. Yin Xiang came in front of him. Advertisement, what? Chojuro quickly took out his double swords. One pointed at Yin Xiang, but the next moment it flew up and smashed a long distance away. Why aren't you moving? The four shadows, except the unconscious Tsunade, looked at Susanoo in front of them. Why didn't she move after splitting the stone man? At this moment, a scream came from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Yin Xiang who directly took out Ching's white eye and placed it in a nutrient container for eyes. This is the white eyes. Yin Xiang shook the white eyes in the bottle and smiled. Bang. Susanoo also disappeared with a bang. Remove it. Gaara also noticed Tsunade's abnormality at this time, and knew that she was under an illusion, so he went up to help her remove the illusion. Can't you remove it yourself? His chakra is too strong. I found that even illusions can't be broken. Tsunade nodded and said. Tamari, put this on first. Kankuro put his puppet's clothes on Tamari, and she finally had something to cover her body. What's wrong? Do you want to take a break? Yin Xiang sat on the tree trunk, looking at them all with an extremely relaxed look, still playing with the white eye in his hand. What is your purpose? Onoki asked Yin Xiang. The purpose? Let me think, it's probably world peace. Huh? Yin Xiang nodded, and suddenly realized that asking and answering questions like this was very much like Deidara. World peace? Would someone like you say something like that? Terumi Mei laughed after hearing this. You don't understand this. I'm just teaching a lesson to those who imitate me. People need to be more open-minded. Yin Xiang clenched the fingertips of his left hand together, then opened his fingers and smiled. The mission has not been completed yet, but this does not count as defeating them. Yin Xiang thought to himself, they should have been knocked down by me once, so this counts as defeating them, right? Ding ding ding. Mission progress 4/5. Terumi Mei has not been defeated. Advertisement. Yin Xiang heard the prompt from the modifier and looked towards Terumi Mei, forgetting about this beauty. Looking at Terumi Mei from this angle, he could just see her cleavage, which was very tempting. This made Yin Xiang have some evil thoughts. Should he kidnap Terumi Mei and do something bad? Hiss. It's a little exciting to think about it, but let's forget it for now. The next moment Yin Xiang appeared in front of Terumi Mei. Ai's reaction was still the fastest. He appeared behind Yin Xiang in an instant, and immediately Terumi Mei and Ai formed a situation of attacking Yin Xiang from both sides. Brush. The next moment, Yin Xiang's knife came out and slid towards Ai. Ai squatted down to avoid it, but was met with a kick from Yin Xiang, which hit him directly in the chin and kicked his head, sending him flying. Just as Terumi Mei was about to make a move, Yin Xiang's knife was already on her neck. I can't bear to hurt such a beautiful woman, Yin Xiang said in a low voice. Really? Terumi Mei smiled after hearing this. Then how about you come to my Miss Shinobi? It's worth considering. Yin Xiang nodded, and the next moment he used the Sharingan to look at Terumi Mei, causing her to fall to the ground in an instant. Ding ding ding. Mission completed. Talent point reward x1, lottery reward x1, current talent point accumulation x2. Speaking of which, the reward talent points for conquering Tsunade haven't been used yet. Yin Xiang looked at Terumi Mei, who was lying on the ground in a fishing net in a charming posture, and smiled. The next moment, she directly changed Terumi Mei's favorability towards Yin Xiang to 100%. The next time they meet, it will definitely be a passionate affair. Ding ding ding. Terumi Mei favorability, 100%, Terumi Mei obedience, 10%. It seems that whenever the favorability reaches 100%, the obedience will be triggered. Because I directly modified Terumi Mei's favorability to 100%, the obedience I use is not as high as Tsunade's. No more playing. Yin Xiang then put away the knife and looked at Tsunade and the others, who were still ready to fight. Play? Do you think we are playing with you? Onoki looked at Yin Xiang and snorted coldly. Yeah, otherwise you would be corpses now, right? Yin Xiang said with a mocking tone. Chapter 47. Attack Yin Xiang. Remember, don't bother me anymore. Those I killed deserve to be killed. Yin Xiang finally said to everyone, and then disappeared from their sight. After this battle, Longyan village has been devastated. The trees in the forest have all turned into dead trees, the ground is full of huge pits, and the whole village is filled with a lot of dust, gravel, and iron sand. It has become a ruin. There was only one thing, the human head tree, standing there safe and sound. Remove it. Tsunade walked forward and removed the illusion for Terumi Mei. She stood up from the ground with a flushed face, and no one knew what she saw in the illusion. Mizukage-sama, Chojuro and Aoya hurried over to Terumi Mei's side. Ao's eyes were still bleeding. The guards of each cage also came behind their respective cages. How are you? Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade and asked. I'm fine. Tsunade covered her stomach and shook her head. She was kicked by Susanoo just now. The least injured among the shadows was Terumi Mei. Yin Xiang's illusion made Terumi Mei experience the pleasure of having 100 male favorites. Just imagine how comfortable she was. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't even stand up. Go and take down the heads of our villagers. I also stood up and said to Shi. At this time, Darui was still unconscious. Yes. Shi nodded and walked towards the human head tree. When his hand was about to touch the human head, a flame ignited. It's a barrier. Shi hurriedly stepped back and said to Ai. It seems that he doesn't intend to let us take it away, Onoki said when he saw this. He sent the message to the 5 major nations just to let them know that it wasn't him who recruited the rebel ninjas from various villages. Gaara also said with a frown. The ninja world has another big trouble, alas. Onoki sighed. There's no one from our village, let's go back. Yin Xiang said while supporting Tsunade. Tsunade didn't say anything, but nodded. Wait, just when Yin Xiang was about to take Tsunade away, Onoki stopped Yin Xiang and Tsunade, and Yin Xiang looked back in confusion. You are the new manager of Konoha Route, Yin Xiang, right? Onoki said to Yin Xiang. Hiss. Yin Xiang took a breath. How did this guy know this? Is there a traitor in the village? Advertisement. I'm not. Yin Xiang shook her head. Things have come to this point, so I won't hide it anymore. I do have a spy in your Konoha, but he has already withdrawn. Yagami first appeared in your Konoha, smashed the bathhouse, and killed that Danzo. Onoki looked at Yin Xiang and said. Oh, okay then, I am Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang nodded and said. Well, in that case, you'll die here. As expected, Onoki immediately started to attack Yin Xiang and used the rock climbing technique to punch Yin Xiang. Tsunade wanted to go up to help, but she felt a pain in her abdomen, so she immediately stood in front of Yin Xiang with Togen and Fu. But there is one person who is faster than them. Stop it. This person is Terumi Mei. The power of 100% favorability was immediately revealed. Terumi Mei stretched out her arms to block Yin Xiang, and Onoki's fist also stopped in front of Terumi Mei. What do you mean? Onoki was stunned. He thought that Tsunade might block it, that the 2 guards might block it, and that Yin Xiang might be able to take the punch herself, but he never expected that Terumi Mei would run out. We just fought together. It's unreasonable for you to say this. Terumi Mei looked at Onoki and said. I just don't believe that kid didn't plant a spy in your Miss Shinobi. Can you catch him? Unoki Piao said while fighting on equal terms with Mizukage in the air. Didn't you also plant spies in Konoha? A war between the great powers is certain. Terumi Mei said. I really don't understand you. Why do you want to help Konoha? After hearing this, Onoki was even more confused. He couldn't figure it out. I'm not helping Konoha, Terumi Mei said, and at the same time turned around and secretly glanced at Yin Xiang, her face visibly blushing. Anyway, I won't let you take action against them today while I'm here. Terumi Mei then turned around and said seriously. As an ally, I will not stand idly by. Gaara also came to Terumi Mei and said. I just don't know how they would feel when they find out that the person they are protecting is the one who just beat them up. Let's go, Ivan also wanted to kill Yin Xiang, but looking at the current scene, it would be better to leave first. He didn't expect Terumi Mei to help Konoha. Advertisement. Yes, she nodded, carried the unconscious Darui on his back and followed. Seeing Edu leaving, Onoki made a disdainful sound, then turned and left. After the two of them left, Gaara and Terumi Mei let down their guard. Tsunade also looked up at Terumi Mei, not understanding what she meant. This was also the first time she met Terumi Mei, and she never thought that she would help her. I've already said, I'm not helping you, Konoha. Terumi Mei was rather cold towards Tsunade, then looked at Yin Xiang. I helped you this time, you can remember to compensate me next time, little handsome boy. Terumi Mei looked at Yin Xiang and said very charmingly. What? Tsunade was shocked when he heard that. So this is your purpose. When Tsunade heard that someone was competing with her for a man, the pain in her heart suddenly disappeared and she shouted to Terumi Mei. What's wrong? Is it not possible? I'm younger and more beautiful than you, am I not worthy of him? Terumi Mei heard Tsunade shouting and looked at Tsunade. What did you say? Tsunade couldn't stand hearing someone younger and prettier than herself, especially younger, want to fight. You rude old woman, said Terumi Mei. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* expression on his face. Women. So that's how it is. Gaara shook his head, then turned and left. Let's go, Kankuro, Tamari. Okay. Okay, Lord Mizukage, calm down. Shing Chojuro shouted, pulling Terumi Mei's arm. Hokage-sama, you have to calm down too. Togen and Fu also grabbed Tsunade's arms. If they didn't hold them, the two of them would have started fighting. This is the first time in my life that I feel what it's like to be robbed by a woman. It's very comfortable. Yin Xiang watched the show from the side and nodded with satisfaction. He already held the white eye in his hand and then put it into the modifier space. This place is simply Tsunade's paradise, full of money, so much money that he can't count it even if he doesn't eat or drink for a lifetime. You two are almost there, that's enough. Yin Xiang said, and the two of them immediately quieted down. Chapter 48. Akatsuki's actions. I'll spare you this time. Tsunade shouted at Terumi Mei. HMPH. Terumi Mei turned her head away proudly and snorted. Let's go, Chojuro, ow. Terumi Mei then said to the two of them, and before leaving, she turned back to look at Yin Xiang. Remember to come to Miss Shinobi to play with me. UB**************. D. Tsunade was immediately furious, and was about to rush up to beat up Terumi Mei, but was stopped by Togen and Fu. Terumi Mei took the opportunity to leave. Let's go back. Let's go back. Yin Xiang pulled Tsunade's sleeve and said, I'll carry you. You're injured, aren't you? Then Yin Xiang squatted in front of Tsunade. Tsunade was jealous, so of course he didn't miss this opportunity and lay directly on Yin Xiang's back. Hu Zhen and Feng looked at each other, both feeling helpless. They usually guarded outside the Hokage's office and were no longer surprised by the ambiguity between them. Of course, they were not talkative people and would not tell these things to others. While Yin Xiang was fighting the five Kage, the battle on the Heaven and Earth Bridge also began. Scorpion's spy was none other than Yakushi Kabuto, and the restrictions in his body had long been released by Orochimaru. This time he took advantage of the situation and wanted to get rid of Scorpion, but he didn't know that Scorpion had been taken away by Yin Xiang. After the fight, it was discovered that it was Scorpion in disguise, Yamato. Later, under the stimulation of Orochimaru, Naruto became enraged and directly used Four Tails. Even so, Orochimaru was no match for Naruto and was even able to defeat Naruto. This shows how powerful Orochimaru is. The tracking clone also found that he could not learn the chakra of the tailed beast, but this time he learned all of Orochimaru's ninjutsu, including his molting ninjutsu, the Great Snake-style body replacement technique, which is to use the original body as a substitute and spit himself out of his mouth to avoid all damage. Although it looks disgusting, this move can even avoid Amaterasu's damage, and it does not require any hand seals. It is the most perfect body replacement technique. During the battle, Orochimaru also used triple Rashomon, and Yin Xiang was naturally defeated. In the end, Orochimaru was unable to continue due to physical reasons and left. Yamato also used the technique in conjunction with the first generation's necklace to successfully suppress the power of Nine Tails. The four of them chased towards Orochimaru's base and met Sasuke. They were beaten up by Sasuke and were no match for him at all. In the end, Orochimaru saved their lives on the grounds that he wanted to keep them to deal with the Akatsuki organization, and left with Sasuke and Kabuto. Advertisement. It was already the next morning when Yin Xiang brought Tsunade back. Tsunade's injuries were completely healed after her treatment, so there was no need for Yin Xiang to continue carrying him. Can we withdraw the Jonin, Anbu and Shadow who are searching for Yagami and let them do other tasks? Yin Xiang asked after returning to Konoha. Yeah, Tsunade also nodded. Even if they meet him, they are no match for him. It will only increase casualties for no reason. Instead of doing this, it is better to give up tracking him and do other tasks. You can arrange it. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded and left the office to make arrangements. Now the tension in Konoha was finally gone, and the captains of each class could take their team members to take on other tasks. While issuing missions with Tsunade, Yin Xiang finally got to meet Konoha's little strong men. In addition to Neji, who he had already met, there were Hinata, Ino, and others. As Shikamaru had to prepare for the Chunin exams, he was unable to carry out the mission with the team. Hinata's figure, you couldn't tell that something so huge was there under her coat. Ino is pretty good except for her flat chest. Of course, her flat chest is only relatively flat, but if you look at it alone, it's still very good. The moment Ino saw Yin Xiang, her favorability level soared. It rose straight to 100%, then quickly dropped and settled at 40%. It seems that Ino is a complete face control. In that case, it will be easy to defeat Ino and proceed to the next mission. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang couldn't help but licking the corner of his mouth, and suddenly realized that this is not Orochimaru's signature move. How did the clone learn this thing as well? The battle on Naruto's side had also ended, and on the way back, Yin Xiang's clone returned ahead of them. In other words, Deidara and Sasori became traitors and joined that shadow organization. At the same time, in the Rain Shinobi village, in the high tower, Tendo Pain was talking to someone in the dark. Yes. Tendo Pain nodded. Advertisement. Where does that person come from? The first time I saw him, he fell from the sky and smashed one of my clones. That's why Zetsu remembered his aura. At that time, he was disheveled, with long hair covering his face, so I couldn't see his features clearly. Tendo Pain said. After that, he seemed to have used a space-time ninjutsu and disappeared. There was no news from him. The second time I saw him was when I was collecting one tail. He fought against my elephant technique clone and defeated it easily. He was very strong, Tiandao said in his emotionless voice. Quote. Got it. I'll take care of this person, you guys continue to collect the leads. After the man in the darkness finished speaking, the air began to swirl, and then he disappeared into the darkness. This man was a Fae, who had just officially joined Akatsuki, and was also the real manipulator behind the Akatsuki organization. If it's Yi Shen, can he defeat him? After Ah Fei left, the lavender-haired woman said to Nagato's real body. At this time, Nagato was already skinny and sitting on the machine, looking like he would die in the next second. And this woman is Conan, wearing the black robe of Akatsuki organization, and her figure cannot be seen. Maybe. Nagato nodded. After dark, Yin Xiang and Tsunade also went home. It was the first time they were alone together since that night. It was at night again. After entering the house, Yin Xiang was about to turn on the light, but Tsunade stopped her, kissed Yin Xiang in the dark, and they had another wonderful night of in-depth communication in the living room. That night, Yin Xiang also added points and drew lots. First, he added points, one of which was added to Terumi Mei's favorability, and the other was used to modify everyone's impression of him. If it is a system, it cannot be done, but if it is a modifier, it will be able to modify everything in the world. Through the modifier, Yin Xiang is now regarded by everyone as Konoha's genius ninja. He can learn all ninjutsu with just one glance, and his talent is extremely strong. In the minds of all those who know of Yagami's existence, he is the only person who may be able to compete with Yagami in the future. After this modification, Yin Xiang no longer has to pretend to be a weakling. As for the lottery. Chapter 49. Win the Rinnegan in the lottery. As for the lottery, it was the first time that Yin Xiang saw the lottery interface. All the boxes in the lottery interface were blind boxes, which had to be opened manually. After opening one, the others would disappear, and Yin Xiang would not know what was inside. However, the first box Yin Xiang opened yesterday made him confused. A pair of Rinnegan. Is this serious? The conditions for opening the Rinnegan are very demanding. First you have to be a member of the Uchiha clan, second you have to be able to open the Sharingan and have Mangekyo, and then you have to have a brother you can kill so that you can obtain the eternal Mangekyo. The next step is even more demanding. If you want to awaken the Rinnegan, you have to be the reincarnation of Indra chakra, and you have to find the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra and transplant Ashura's cells to activate the Rinnegan. Such a pair of extremely difficult to obtain Rinnegan was easily obtained by Yin Xiang by opening a box. Moreover, this pair of Rinnegan belongs to Yin Xiang, and will have its own specific special abilities. It also means that Yin Xiang has the ability of a pair of eternal Mangekyo. In this way, Yin Xiang suddenly has 4 more special abilities. When he woke up the next morning, everything around him had changed. Tsunade's attitude towards Yin Xiang didn't change much. He just liked to stick to Yin Xiang when there was no one around. He could feel the difference when they walked on the street. The villagers on the road treated Yin Xiang with great respect. They were truly respectful, unlike before when they were pretending to be respectful. It seemed that having strength was still the most important thing in this world. The two of them came all the way to the Hokage's office, and Kujen and Feng were also very nice to Yin Xiang. There is nothing to do today, so go practice ninjutsu first. I will teach you if there is anything. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang. Today, it is arranged that Uchiha and I will teach you illusion. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded. Shihihong, isn't this the chance? Not to mention the magical transformation of middle-aged Shihihong, young Shihihong is still very good. Yin Xiang came to the 14th training ground with Shihihong's favorite Shochu and Wasabi Octopus. The red class also gathered here, in order to train Yin Xiang. One of the current tasks of Konoha is to serve as a sparring partner. The entire class will train with Yin Xiang for one day, and each class has only one chance per week. This task sounds boring, but everyone is scrambling to come. Hey, Sister Shihihong, Yin Xiang waved and greeted Shihihong while holding Shochu and Octopus. Hello. Shihihong greeted Yin Xiang with a smile. Although she had seen Yin Xiang many times when accepting missions, she had never spoken to Yin Xiang. This was the first time she greeted Yin Xiang in the true sense. Come here, let me see how powerful this guy is. After seeing Yin Xiang, Ya rubbed his hands together, as if he couldn't wait, and Akamaru also shouted. Advertisement. I always feel like I'm very strong. If you ask me why, it's just the feeling. Shino murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Is this the person Naruto picked up? Hinata was deeply in love with Naruto. Even when she saw a handsome guy like Yin Xiang, she was not moved at all. Her favorability always remained at 5%, which was the stranger's favorability. Can I do it, Crown Princess? This is your favorite Shochu and Octopus. Yin Xiang handed the things in her hand to Shiri Hong. Oh, you are very thoughtful. You even found out what I like. Shiri Hong was very surprised when she took the thing. Her favorability towards Yin Xiang rose to 15%. After all, everyone likes polite handsome guys. Of course, I have to show my appreciation for taking up a day of your time to train with me, Yin Xiang said with a smile. What about ours? Ya said. Ya and Akamaru's beef jerky, Shino's vegetable salad, Hinata's. Yin Xiang finally took out a kunai and put it close to Hinata's ear, Naruto's kunai. Huh, Hinata blushed immediately after hearing that. Although she blushed, she still took Naruto's kunai from Yin Xiang's hand at an extremely fast speed. As for whether it is Naruto's kunai, who knows? Naruto is not in Konoha now. If someone just picked up a kunai and said it was Naruto's, then it was Naruto's. Hinata couldn't go to Naruto to ask. Yin Xiang's actions have won the hearts of the people. Your intelligence gathering ability is very impressive. Yuhi Kurenai finally gave this comment. As expected of a Jonin, she focuses on different things. I heard that you learn ninjutsu very quickly. As long as it's not a bloodline limit, you can learn it just by looking at it. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded and said. Then let's start training and show us what you are capable of. Hong said as he put the things aside. Come on, Akamaru. Ya threw the beef jerky to Akamaru, who took a bite. The two looked at Yin Xiang and were ready for a fight. Advertisement. In fact, it was Yin Xiang who asked Tsunade to add the task of sparring with Yin Xiang, in order to complete the side quest of defeating Might Guy. If he fights Might Guy as a Konoha shinobi, he will definitely not take it seriously, and he can win easily then. First, Ya will fight against you. Hong said to Yin Xiang. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded and used the body flicker technique to distance herself from him. Let me show him the way first, Yutongya. Ya made seals with his hands, and Akamaru also turned into Ya. The two of them lay on the ground and took ready postures. Ya, is it like this right at the beginning? Hinata said worriedly after seeing it. No problem, no problem. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled. Here it comes, Ya said, and he and Akamaru started to spin together and attacked Yin Xiang. Shadow Clone Technique, Yutongya. Yin Xiang immediately used Shadow Clone and also used Yutongya. The four Uzumaki collided in the air. With Yin Xiang holding back, the two sides were evenly matched and fell to the ground. Akamaru turned back to his original appearance, and before Ya could be shocked, Yin Xiang's clone attacked him. The kunai pointed directly at Ya's head, but Ya dodged Yin Xiang's kunai with a drug, and Akamaru immediately rushed forward and held down Yin Xiang's clone. Well done, Akamaru. Ya shouted to Akamaru. Before he could continue, an arm appeared under his feet and pulled him directly under the ground. It was Yin Xiang's real body. Earth style. Heart decapitation technique. Yin Xiang's real body came out from the ground, pointed at Ya's head with a kunai and said, sorry, I won. It's amazing. He learned how to do it in just one look. Hinata said in disbelief. It's a very impressive learning ability. Without the Sharingan, this kind of talent is simply that of a natural ninja. Hong Ye nodded and said. Chapter 50. Kill the red class in seconds. Awesome. I'm convinced. Ya said with his head sticking out from the ground. This time Ya was convinced. He was also a seasoned ninja, but he never expected to be defeated by Yin Xiang in an instant. Next is Hinata. Yuhi Kurenai nodded and said. Yin Xiang pulled Ya up from the ground, and the shadow clone that was holding Akamaru down also disappeared. Gentle fist, let me see it. Yin Xiang said as he distanced himself again. Excuse me. Hinata said to Yin Xiang and assumed a fighting stance. Come on. Yin Xiang nodded and assumed the same posture as Hinata. Is it possible to use gentle fist without the Byakugan? Heba looked at Yin Xiang's posture and asked Shihi Hong. Yes, but the Byakugan can see a person's acupuncture points, which further enhances the power of gentle fist, so the Hyuga clan is the most suitable for gentle fist. Yuhi Kurenai nodded. Here it comes. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata greeted Yin Xiang before making his move. After all, they were from the same village, so he didn't need to use all his strength. Hinata condensed chakra in his hands and slapped out with one palm. 8 trigrams air palm. Yin Xiang also immediately used 8 trigrams air palm. The 2 chakra waves collided and dissipated in the air. Then Hinata rushed towards Yin Xiang and slapped him with one palm. Yin Xiang dodged sideways and slapped Hinata's chest, abdomen. Hinata observed through his Byakugan and immediately jumped back to avoid Yin Xiang's palm, then swung out 2 kunai, both of which were blocked by Yin Xiang, who then rushed towards Hinata. The effect of the Byakugan was reflected at this time. The powerful insight could see through Yin Xiang's movements, and he immediately made the 8 trigrams 32 palms posture. Ah! At this moment, an arm appeared under Hinata's feet and pulled Hinata down, and at the same time Yin Xiang also appeared in front of Hinata. In the same posture as when dealing with Kiba just now, the kunai was already on Hinata's head. Bang! Yin Xiang, who had emerged from the ground, also disappeared with a bang. Shadow Clone. When Shiri Hong was shocked. She didn't even notice that Yin Xiang used Shadow Clone. In the last battle with Ya, my main body was underground, so I had ambushed Shadow Clone in advance. Although Hinata's Byakugan can observe 360 degrees, her attention was on me, so she didn't notice Shadow Clone. Yin Xiang also pulled Hinata out from underground and said. Advertisement. I see. That's really a meticulous thought. Shino nodded after hearing this. You are worthy of being Konoha's genius ninja. There has never been anyone as talented as you throughout history. After hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but clapping her hands. Now it's Shino's turn. Shino's ability is a real headache for the enemy. Yuhi Kurenai then looked at Shino and said to Yin Xiang. Please give me your guidance. Shino also walked out from beside Yuhi Kurenai and said. Thank you for your guidance. Yin Xiang nodded and then returned to his previous position. Shino, come on, there are no clones underground this time. Hinata said to Shino, and she even used her Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Don't worry, I will win. If you want to know why, it's because. If you are talking about this bug, I have already caught it. Yin Xiang interrupted Shino and waved the insect mother in his hand. With this bug on his body, on the one hand, he can lock the breath, and on the other hand, he can breed many bugs in a short time to restrain the enemy. This will cause the enemy to die or fall down without them noticing. This guy Shino had already arranged for the worm mother to be on Yin Xiang's body when Kiba was fighting against himself. Yin Xiang noticed it at the first time and suppressed the worm mother's chakra to prevent it from breeding more bugs. Otherwise, there would be countless bugs on Yin Xiang's body now. Quote. There was no need for Shino to finish what he was saying. But I really can't imitate your secret technique without the queen insect. Yin Xiang let go of the insect in her hand and let it fly back to Shino's hand. According to Aburame Kyujin, every queen insect is very precious. Then I'll do it. Shino nodded. Although the queen insect had been discovered, there were still other ways. Then Shino stretched out his hand, and countless insects flew from his sleeves towards Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang struck the 8 trigrams 32 palms pose. No way. Hinata hasn't used 8 trigrams 32 palms yet. Ya said with his mouth wide open when he saw Yin Xiang's posture. Advertisement. The next moment, the bug pounced on Yin Xiang, and Yin Xiang directly used 8 trigrams 364 palms. Yin Xiang's hands kept hitting in the air, attacking every insect at an extremely fast speed, breaking them all in half. When Yin Xiang's attack ended, the insects fell to the ground. The 4 of them fell into silence. The 4 of them opened their mouths in unison, unable to utter a word. They knew he was a genius, but they didn't expect him to be so talented. He was simply inhuman. Well, I've seen Neji use 8 trigrams 64 palms. I think this is the way to do 364 palms. I don't know if it's correct. Yin Xiang touched the back of his head embarrassedly and laughed dryly. Absolutely right. Hinata opened her mouth wide and nodded. These 364 palms really scared everyone. Don't get distracted during the fight. The next moment, Yin Xiang instantly appeared behind Shino, with the kunai already against his lower back. He pretends to be at a loss, but he is actually waiting for an opportunity to attack. After seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai said immediately, whether it is tactics, ninjutsu, taijutsu or learning speed, he is very impressive. If this is still during the war, Yin Xiang must be a famous ninja. Yeah, Ya also nodded. He had never admired someone so much in his life. Shino was also subdued in an instant. This guy is really amazing. Hinata nodded and said, Shino could be said to be the smartest and most meticulous person among them. The tactics were basically formulated by Shino. Even so, he did not discover Yin Xiang's tactics. Come back, Shino. I'll be your opponent from now on. Yuhi Kurenai also called back Shino and said, I didn't expect that I was looking forward to it. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Shorahong. Yin Xiang smiled and returned to her previous position. Such a smile also made Shorahong stunned for a moment. Isn't this much better than Asuma, that unshaven middle-aged smoker? Please give me your guidance. Shihi Kurenai also nodded and took out 2 kunai. The next moment, Shuri Hong rushed towards Yin Xiang, and when she reached the air, she threw one of the kunai at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang pushed away the kunai, but Shuri Hong had already come in front of Yin Xiang, pointing the kunai at her throat. Remove it. Yin Xiang ignored this Shihi Hong, stretched out 2 fingers, and removed the illusion, while the real Shihihong was jumping down from the air at this time. More updates are coming. Votes for the ball. Good reviews. F Chapter 51. Hold on. If you act now, something bad will happen. Please, please. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Yin Xiang quickly formed seals with his hands and directly threw out a normal version of the great fireball. Yuhi Kurenai immediately stepped back and did 3 consecutive backflips on the ground to avoid the great fireball. Hey, did you see that? The speed of sealing, Ya said with his mouth wide open looking at Yin Xiang. 1 second. 6. Hinata rolled her eyes at this moment in order to see the battle clearly. I realized it was an illusion right away. Shirahong fell to the ground and thought, in order to confuse Yin Xiang, she deliberately slowed down a step and used the illusion after she jumped up, not before, but she didn't expect that he would find out anyway. Next is Lord Tsunade's ninjutsu. Sister Kurenai, you have to be careful. Yin Xiang shouted to Kurenai, then jumped high and stepped towards her. With a bang, Kurenai was knocked to the ground by Yin Xiang's painful kick. A huge hole appeared on the entire ground. Yin Xiang immediately took out a kunai and blocked it behind him. Bang! There was the crisp sound of kunai colliding, and behind him was Shuri Hong, and Shuri Hong, who had been kicked by Yin Xiang before, had turned into a piece of wood. Then, Yuhi Kurenai's figure slowly disappeared in front of Yin Xiang, and a tree emerged from under Yin Xiang's feet. The branches tied Yin Xiang to the tree. This was Kurenai's illusion, tree binding, which she had also used against Uchiha Itachi. With his hands tied, Yin Xiang was unable to make hand seals to break the illusion. If he didn't, it would arouse suspicion, and he couldn't use the Rinnegan he had already replaced. After thinking it over, Yin Xiang directly used Revolving Heaven. Revolving Heaven. Yin Xiang spun on the spot and used Revolving Heaven. Although Yin Xiang did not suffer any harm in the illusion, in reality Yin Xiang did use Revolving Heaven and forced Hong back. The trees in the illusion were also destroyed, and Yin Xiang took the opportunity to break the illusion. Even Revolving Heaven is coming out. This is almost impossible without the Byakugan. Hinata was shocked when she saw it. Bang! Then Yin Xiang threw a smoke bomb and used the shadow clone technique, rushing towards Yuhi Kurenai from the smoke. The 2 Yin Xiang's kunai attacked at the same time. Yuhi Kurenai also calmly blocked the kunai and then jumped directly onto the tree. Advertisement. At this moment, a kunai was pressed against Yuhi Kurenai's back. Sister Yuhi Kurenai, you lose. Quote. A drop of cold sweat fell on Shirahong's head. She turned around and looked behind her. It was Yin Xiang. The 2 Yin Xiangs disappeared with a bang. They were all shadow clones. I thought you were using Earth style again. Seeing this, Kurenai put away her kunai and said with a smile. Because I had been using Earth style before, when I used smoke bombs and shadow clone, you must have thought that I used Earth style and jumped to a high place. The nearest tree was this one, so I ambushed here, and sure enough. Yin Xiang also put away his kunai and said with a smile. Even Kurenai-sensei lost, but she's a Jonin, Hinata said. Although neither of them looks serious, they are very strong to be able to defeat Jonin. Shino also nodded. This guy is super handsome. Ya shouted. Woof, woof woof. Akamaru also shouted twice. What if I didn't climb the tree? Shihihong turned around and asked. Then my main body will be used for surprise attack, surrounding you with a triangle, and I will always be able to hit you successfully. Yin Xiang said with a smile. Great. Shihihong nodded with a smile. Let's go down. Then the 2 of them jumped down from the tree together and landed in front of Hinata and the other 2. After this battle, everyone got to know each other a little better, and then they officially started to practice with Yin Xiang until the evening. Hinata and others went home first, while Yin Xiang accompanied Yuhi Kurenai to the pub. Yuhi Kurenai also had a good habit of drinking wine at night. The tavern owner saw Shorahong, then looked at Yin Xiang, and silently gave Yin Xiang a thumbs up. Moreover, it was Shiri Hong who took the initiative to invite Yin Xiang to drink. Yin Xiang called her sister over and over again, which went straight to Shiri Hong's heart. At the end of the day, her favorability rating soared to 35%. You should be able to drink quite well, I often see you and Lady Tsunade drinking together. After sitting down, Yuhi Kurenai said to Yin Xiang. I'm fine, why haven't I seen you before? Yin Xiang asked. Advertisement. Seeing that Master Tsunade was here, I naturally moved to another place. After all, he is the Hokage, so there will still be a sense of distance. Yuhi Kurenai said, placing the octopus and shochu that Yin Xiang had prepared in the morning on the table, and ordered some side dishes. After the 2 started drinking, Yin Xiang immediately used her skill of urging others to drink. Shiri Hong became more and more drunk as she drank, and she and Yin Xiang became more and more chatty, even making some dirty jokes. They drank more and more as they talked attentively. Under Yin Zhang's skills in flirting, Shorahong also got a little drunk. Her favorability soared to 55%, and then she fell asleep on the table. Shorahong, where is home? Yin Xiang thought as she looked at Shorahong lying on the table. It doesn't seem right for Konoha's genius to take Konoha's elite Jonin to check into a hotel. Anyway, the favorability level is not high enough, so I'll just take her back to Tsunade's house and let her sleep on the sofa first. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang paid the bill and left carrying Shiri Hong. Everyone in the tavern looked at her with envy. After all, Shi Hong's bandages perfectly outlined her figure. Yin Xiang held up Shi Hong's butt and smooth legs all the way and took advantage of her quite a bit. After returning home, Tsunade was already asleep. Yin Xiang put Yuhi Kurenai on her bed and watched her tear off her clothes because of the fever from drinking. Her chest was slightly exposed. Yin Xiang couldn't help swallowing and reached out her hand to gently rub it twice. Shi Hong let out a moan and frowned slightly. Yin Xiang quickly retracted her hand. Hold on, it's easy to get into trouble if you act now. Yin Xiang resisted the urge to cover Yuhi Kurenai with the quilt, then ran into Tsunade's room and used Tsunade to relieve her sexual desire. The next morning, when Hong woke up, Yin Xiang had already prepared breakfast for 3 people outside. When Hong walked out of the room in a daze, she realized that this was not her home at all. Sister Hong, you're awake. Yin Xiang greeted Shi Hong when she saw this. Why am I here? Where is this? Shi Hong was obviously flustered after seeing Yin Xiang. She seemed to have blacked out last night. Don't worry. This is Lord Tsunade's home. You slept in my room last night and I slept on the sofa. Yin Xiang said with a harmless smile. Good morning. At this moment, Tsunade also came out of the room, dressed. The bathroom is over there. Lord Tsunade. Kurenai Yuhi also hurriedly greeted Tsunade. Chapter 52 Teaching Naruto Ninjutsu. After finishing breakfast in an awkward atmosphere, Kurenai said goodbye to Tsunade and Yin Xiang and left. Not long after she left, Yin Xiang found that Kurenai's favorability towards her had increased to 70%. Perhaps this woman had imagined something again. Yin Xiang was also happy about this. It seemed that he would be able to win her over by having a drink with Shi Hong next time. You had a lot of fun yesterday. Tsunade said after Yuhi Kurenai left, rolling her eyes at Yin Xiang. Ha, really? Shi Hong invited me to drink, so I went with her. Yin Xiang laughed dryly twice. Then I didn't know where her home was, so I had to bring her back. Hey, so you suddenly rushed into my room last night because you were reacting to Yuhi Kurenai? Tsunade said while looking at Yin Xiang. Of course not, it's because I missed you so much. Yin Xiang immediately said, I'm done eating, I'll go clean up the room. After saying that, Yin Xiang quickly put down the bowl and ran back to the room. The whole room was filled with the scent of Shi Hong. Yin Xiang also grabbed the quilt and took a deep breath. Well, give it a thumbs up. If a normal Tsunade was jealous of Yin Xiang being ambiguous with someone else, she would definitely be jealous. But now Tsunade's obedience to Yin Xiang has reached 80%. She will only listen to Yin Xiang and will not have any extra thoughts. This includes the women that Yin Xiang will take into his pocket in the future. As long as they are highly obedient, they will not say anything like, no, to Yin Xiang. After Tsunade also finished his meal, the two returned to the Hokage's office. Today was also the day when Naruto and the others returned. He first gave Tsunade a mission report and told Tsunade about the Sky Bridge and meeting Sasuke and the others. There is still half a year before Sasuke's body is taken away. During this half year, Naruto also plans to practice hard. Kakashi, who got the news, also tailored a training plan for Naruto. So the class that got the sparring task today was the Might Guy class. After beating up all the Guy class, Yin Xiang fought against Guy and found that although this guy was thick-skinned, he really couldn't be beaten if he didn't fight seriously. Yin Xiang's wish to complete the task easily through sparring was dashed. It seems that he can only wait for Guy to leave the village and fight with Guy as the god of night. Speaking of Yagami, at the Shadow Organization base, the matter of the human head tree has already spread. From now on, no one will dare to pretend to be a member of the Shadow Organization, and ordinary ninjas will not dare to say they want to join the Shadow Organization. Deidara captured a large number of ninjas for Scorpion and Yin Xiang that could be made into puppets. However, when this guy started to fight, he made a lot of noise. Many people could recognize him as Deidara, so the news that the Shadow Organization was arresting ninjas everywhere spread. Advertisement. The Shadow Organization was turned into a gathering place for demons. After Yin Xiang's single-handed fight against the 5 Kage last time, Sasori and Deidara now admire Yin Xiang with all their might. Although Deidara said that he could do it, he always felt a little guilty when he said it, fearing that even if Onoki came, he would be beaten to the ground. In order to complete the task of defeating Might Guy, Yin Xiang also re-separated Shadow Clone to replace the previous Shadow Clone. Might Guy was squatting not far outside Konoha, waiting for him to come out and then drag him to fight. As long as he doesn't open the death door, it shouldn't be a big problem. On the third day, it was Asuma's class turn. Now Asuma's class is basically in a free-range state. Everyone is busy with their own things and does not go out on missions. Their main purpose is to stay in Konoha to prevent sneak attacks from the Akatsuki organization. This time, in order to see Yin Xiang's abilities, they deliberately gathered together. However, Asuma seemed a little hostile to me. Maybe he heard that I took Hong away from the tavern. Asuma's class excels at teamwork, and this time they don't have to fight one-on-one, but instead the Ino Shika Cho trio attacks Yin Xiang at the same time, with Choji as the main attacker, Shikamaru as the disruptor, and Ino as the controller. The cooperation of the three made Yin Xiang suffer a lot, but Yin Xiang soon found the breakthrough point, which was Ino. This face control had reached 40% when she first saw her. This time, she received the meeting gift brought by Yin Xiang and had close contact with Yin Xiang. Ino discovered that Yin Xiang is really a very, very good person, and his favorability rating soared to 60%, almost becoming a celebrity. Therefore, Ino was always distracted when fighting with Yin Xiang, so Yin Xiang would just grab Ino, thus breaking up the Ino Shika-Cho lineup, and using Shadow Clone to take out Shikamaru and Choji. Next it was Asuma and Yin Zhang's turn to duel. Fire style. Gray. Teacher Asuma. Just as Asuma was about to take action, a voice came from a distance, interrupting the fight between the two. The two looked and saw Naruto running towards Asuma. Naruto. Shikamaru looked at Naruto in confusion. What was this guy doing here? What's wrong, Naruto? Asuma asked as he looked at Naruto, who ran up to him. Advertisement. There is one thing I want to ask Asuma-sensei, that is, the trick of changing the nature of wind attribute chakra. Naruto said. Are you practicing chakra nature transformation? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, Naruto nodded. That won't work if you don't have talent, is that okay with you? Shikamaru smiled when he heard that. So, that's why I came to ask Teacher Asuma. Hey, Teacher Asuma and I have the same wind attribute chakra, right? Naruto then looked at Asuma and asked. Asuma lit a cigarette. I didn't expect Naruto to have the wind attribute. This is really surprising. Wind chakra is very destructive and a relatively rare attribute among chakra attributes. Teacher Asuma, please tell me the trick quickly. Naruto said impatiently. Asuma took a long puff of his cigarette and thought about it, then he showed a sly smile. Then you can help me pay for the barbecue money for Asuma's class meeting this time. Then I will consider it. So dirty. Even Shikamaru couldn't help but complain. How is it? Asuka asked Naruto with a smile. Hearing this, Naruto lowered his head and thought about it. Yin Xiang saw this and thought that Naruto was practicing the Rasenshuriken. However, this kid is also pitiful. He has been an orphan since childhood. A barbecue meal, especially with Choji around, Naruto's wallet might not be able to hold on. Naruto took out his wallet and looked at it. It was bulging with coins. Naruto, I will teach you, no money required. Yin Xiang said to Naruto upon seeing this. Naruto was surprised when he heard that, then hesitantly asked, can you? We are both poor. I still owe Tsunade a lot of debt, and I can't bear to see you selling money for ninjutsu. I will teach you. Chapter 53 Take down Ino. Sports in the Grove. You guy, you're ruining people's financial resources. Asuma said upon hearing this. This guy not only steals women but also ruins people's financial resources. Even if grandma can tolerate this, grandpa can't. Forget it, I don't think you will. I've made up my mind, I promise Teacher Asuma. Naruto glanced at Yin Xiang and said. Yin Xiang was speechless. His kindness was taken for granted. Hey, Naruto, he's a genius ninja. He even learned the secret techniques of the three of us just by looking at them. You're not looking down on him, are you? Shikamaru said after hearing that. Really? He learned all your secret techniques in one go. Naruto was shocked. Isn't that more powerful than Kakashi's Sharingan? Yeah, don't you know that the title of Konoha Copy Ninja now belongs to Yin Xiang? Choji also said. Naruto didn't know how many times he was surprised when he saw Yin Xiang again. I didn't expect the homeless guy the first picked up back then to be so powerful. Then teach me. Naruto immediately changed his attitude and said to Yin Xiang. Okay. Yin Xiang wanted to reject this guy who had already rejected her, but due to the emotion she had felt for Naruto when watching anime in the past, she nodded and told Naruto that to control the wind-type chakra, one must imagine it as a sharp blade, and continuously compress the scattered chakra to a certain point. Naruto couldn't understand the professional terms at all, and Yin Xiang took a lot of effort to teach him. Naruto left satisfied. It was a shadow clone. Yin Xiang. Let's settle the score. Asuma took out his two chakra swords and shouted at Yin Xiang after Naruto left. Settlement of accounts. What accounts? Yin Xiang immediately stepped back, did two backflips and landed in the distance. Of course it's you who stole Teacher Yuhi Hong's account. Come on, Yin Xiang. Shikamaru shouted to Yin Xiang. Come on, Teacher Asuma. Get Teacher Hong back. Choji and Ino also shouted to Asuma. Why do you all know about this? Asuma turned around and looked at the three of them. He originally thought that what they were doing was kept secret. Advertisement. Of course I knew that a long time ago. Yeah, anyone can see that. The three nodded and said, making Asuma blush. Don't be distracted. Yin Xiang took the opportunity to attack. When Asuma turned around, Yin Zhang's foot had already appeared in front of Asuma. Asuma quickly bent down to avoid it. Yin Xiang directly did a somersault in the air and chopped down with his heel again. Painful kick. That was close. Asuma bent down and immediately jumped away from the spot. A big hole had been chopped out of the ground by Yin Xiang. Fire style. Ash burning. Asuma immediately began to fight back, spraying out a puff of smoke, then biting his mouth and turning it directly into flames to attack Yin Xiang. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Yin Xiang immediately used the great fireball, which collided with Wei Jishao and turned into thick smoke in the air. In the smoke, Yin Xiang rushed towards Asuma. Asuma smiled when he saw this, and directly used the two chakra knives to collide and rub in the air, and the smoke exploded again. Was Yin Xiang killed? Ino asked nervously while looking at the smoke. No, that's not right, look at Teacher Asuma's feet. Shikamaru discovered the problem at the first time. The three of them looked under Asuma's feet and saw a black line connecting Asuma's shadow. It's the shadow mimicry technique. Awesome. Shoji shouted upon seeing this. Asuma tried to move his body, but he couldn't move at all. Then he ran into the fire and was caught in the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Yin Xiang was gone, including the shadow clone who had used shadow imitation to take Asuma into the fire. Why isn't Teacher Asuma moving? From the perspective of the Ino Shika Cho trio, Asuma was blown away by the explosion, but after getting up, he remained on guard in the same place, motionless, while Yin Xiang was slowly walking towards Asuma. It turns out that Yin Xiang disappeared in Asuma's eyes because Yin Xiang used illusion on Asuma, creating the illusion that Yin Xiang was hiding. Asuma suddenly realized that not only Yin Xiang, but Shikamaru and the others had disappeared as well. He immediately realized that this was an illusion and immediately disrupted his chakra to try to break the illusion. At this moment, Hong walked towards Asuma in revealing clothes, temporarily disturbing Asuma's mind. Red. Asuma's eyes widened, and his nose was about to bleed. Then he realized that this was all fake. He quickly removed the illusion. Advertisement. But Yin Xiang's kunai was already on Asuma's neck. It looks like he's been hit by an illusion. Shikamaru understood immediately after taking a look, and it's a very strong illusion that's not easy to break. You kid. Asuma looked at Yin Xiang helplessly and wanted to curse but couldn't say anything. After all, Yin Xiang was a feast for his eyes. Thank you, Teacher Asuma. Yin Xiang smiled and retracted the kunai. But is what happened between you and Hong true? Everyone in the pub said that you carried Hong back home. Asuma whispered to Yin Xiang. It's true, but you also know that I live with Lady Tsunade. Even if I want to, I don't have the courage. So don't worry, I just don't know where her home is, and I have no choice. Yin Xiang patted Asuma's shoulder like a caring older brother and said. I won't tell him that Hong was touched all over by me. As that's so, that's good. Asuma was relieved and nodded. Then the battle is over. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Okay, I want to eat barbecue. Shoji said immediately. Class 10 hadn't been together for a long time. Now that they finally got together, they had to have a meal, and Yin Xiang was naturally invited to join them. After arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Ino sat next to Yin Xiang without hesitation. Yin Xiang was of course happy with this and kept picking up food for Ino, which made Ino's love hormones soar. After the meal, she took the initiative to ask Yin Xiang out on a date. Of course Yin Xiang agreed. The two of them went to the park and strolled on the street together, chatting about a lot of random things. During the time, Yin Xiang kept teasing Ino with some words, making her laugh, and her favorability soared. It was a good way to deal with a woman like Ino who was love-brained and whose favorability data was unstable. Yin Xiang chose to walk into the grove and forcefully kissed Ino. As expected, Ino was completely unable to resist this attack. Her favorability level skyrocketed and her obedience level also reached 50%. Under Yin Xiang's guidance, the two began to do shameful things deep in the grove. If it was an ordinary person with an extremely high favorability, Ino would not give up her virginity so rashly, but after all, the other party was a man with a modifier, and Ino could not resist. Chapter 54 Visitors to the Shadow Organization Base. After the battle, Ino was exhausted and was carried back to Ino's home by Yin Xiang and sent in through the window. It must be said that the young body is indeed more sweet. Immediately from Ino's house, Yin Xiang returned to Tsunade's house. It was still early today and Tsunade had not gone to bed yet. After learning about Yin Xiang's situation today, they went back to their rooms to sleep. After all, Tsunade would not be able to bear it if she came every day. The next day, although Yin Xiang was currently in training, the Hokage's secretary still had to work part-time. After all, no one was willing to let go of such a good secretary like Yin Xiang. According to intelligence, a village near the border of the Fire Nation was attacked last night. After all, it is the border, and people need to be sent to investigate. The most suitable candidate currently in Konoha is the Asuma class. So Tsunade had Yin Xiang gather the Asuma class and had them immediately go investigate the village on the border of the Land of Fire. Since there weren't many Jonin in the village, in order to prevent a surprise attack by the Akatsuki organization, they couldn't keep track of Naruto's movements, so Tsunade sent Yamato to lead the Kakashi class out to carry out a D-rank tomb raiding mission. Kakashi had other plans. So the Guy class hasn't come back yet, the Asuma class is out on a mission, the Kakashi class is also out, and the only one left is the Yuhi Hong class. Now the Yuhi Hong class is also on vacation. Yin Xiang can just go and see Yuhi Hong and take it down before Asuma comes back. Sister Hong, I'm here to see you. Yin Xiang knocked on Shi Rai Hong's door with a bottle of super strong soju in her hand. On the other side, outside the Shadow Organization base. Are you sure it's here? A Fei and Ju appeared on a tree trunk not far away, looking at the canyon in front of them. Follow Didera all the way here and you're here. Z nodded. Besides Didera, the other two have never come out. Not at all. Even when we eat, Didera has to bring us meals. She has completely become an errand boy. Zetsu shook his head and smiled. Then, what kind of person is willing to let Didera be his errand boy? Ah Fei looked into the canyon with deep eyes. The three Magatama slowly turned in his eyes. He found a rock halfway up the mountain. The back was hollow. Presumably, the shadow organization was here. What should we do? Ju also looked in the direction A Fei was looking and asked. It's a bit troublesome to deal with 3 people. I'll take action next time Didera goes out. Advertisement. You want to do it yourself. Ju looked at Ah Fei. Isn't that time yet? Then what do you mean? Ah Fei looked at Ju, and the two looked at each other. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are nearby. Zetsu said with a smile. Quote. You go and meet up with them first. Ah Fei thought about it, and finally used Kamui to leave, then returned to Rain Shinobi Village and met Conan and Pain. The base of the shadow organization has been found. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are nearby. Notify them to go. A Fei said to Pain. Pain and Conan looked at each other, then Pain looked at Ah Fei. Got it, tell me the location. Let Ju lead the way. The location Yin Xiang was looking for was quite difficult to find, and it was impossible to find it by just describing it verbally. Pain nodded, then connected his chakra through the ring and contacted Uchiha Itachi, which was like a walkie-talkie. After Itachi received the news, Zetsu appeared in front of Itachi and Kisame at the right time. That night god, I heard he's very powerful, maybe we can't be his match, haha. Kisame laughed after receiving the task. Let's go, Itachi said to Ju without saying anything. Ju nodded and led the way. The 3 of them approached Yin Xiang's base at a very fast speed. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, the mission that Danzo gave Itachi was not only to destroy the clan, but also to find out the identity of the person who helped him destroy the clan, that is, to become an undercover agent. Now that Danzo and the 3rd generation are dead, no one else knows about this mission. It can be said that Itachi is now under the command of Yin Xiang, but Itachi is unable to contact Yin Xiang, and does not know whether he should explain his mission to Yin Xiang. This has put Itachi in a dilemma during this period of time. Should he meet with the new leader and continue to provide news about Akatsuki, or completely join the Akatsuki organization and become a true rebel ninja? Itachi would naturally choose the former without hesitation. But Akatsuki is now in the period of searching for the tailed beast, and Hoshigaki Kisame is with him every day. He has no chance to see Yin Xiang, nor can he pass on any message to Yin Xiang. He is like an undercover agent who is unknown to everyone without a boss. This also means that he may never be able to clear his name in Konoha for the rest of his life, but this is not important to him. A ninja should be able to bear the darkness. What is important is Sasuke. He has not received any news from Sasuke recently. Soon, the 3 of them came to the cliff next to the Shadow Organization's base. Coincidentally, Didera happened to be out at this time, and he opened the rock in front of them and flew out. Advertisement. What should we do? Should we just raid in? Hoshigaki Kisame said upon seeing this. Let's investigate the situation first. Itachi said, then looked at Zetsu. Got it. Ju also understood what he meant. He was undoubtedly the most suitable one among the 3 of them to investigate. Then Ju dived into the stone wall and entered Ying's base. He could see the situation inside from a very deep place, so Yin Xiang did not discover him at the first time. Ju sneaked into one of the rooms and was startled by hundreds of eyes staring at him. Just puppets. Black Zetsu saw that White Zetsu was shocked and said to him that these were puppets made by Yin Xiang and Scorpion in the past few days. How come this puppet looks exactly like a real person? It's completely flesh. White Zetsu stepped forward and touched the puppet. It was indeed skin. In fact, these things are just colored silicone. Yin Xiang did this to make the puppet look real. Under the silicone, it is still wood. Now is not the time to worry about that. Black Zetsu said. Well, that's true. White Zetsu nodded and continued to explore the wall. When he was about to approach Yin Xiang finally realized something was wrong. Shish. Yin Xiang made a gesture to Scorpion, and Scorpion stopped the movements in his hands and began to sense. This chakra is absolute, Scorpion whispered after a moment. It looks like we have guests coming. Yin Xiang put down the parts in his hand and said with a smile, let's go out and fight. I don't want the base I built with great difficulty to be destroyed. Yeah, Scorpion also nodded, and walked out with Fei Liuhu and Yin Xiang. They're coming out, Black Zetsu said to White Zetsu in the wall. Will we be discovered? White Zetsu said. Follow them first, Black Zetsu said, and then controlled his body to float directly to the ground. Yin Xiang immediately opened the gate of the base. Chapter 55 Amaterasu. Thanks for the reward, more for AB 1122. Uchiha, Itachi. The moment Yin Xiang walked out of the cave, he found Itachi and Kisame. He didn't expect that Akatsuki would send these 2 people. What can I do for you, both of you? Yin Xiang looked up at Itachi and Kisame and greeted them. Is that Yagami? He's so mysterious. Kisame looked at Yin Xiang who was wrapped tightly. He carried Samahata on his shoulder and smiled at Yin Xiang. In the future, when referring to Yi Shen, just write his name as Yi Shen, otherwise it will look weird. Just let everyone know that he is Yin Xiang's clone. There are huge chakra fluctuations on his body, almost the same as you. Itachi said to Yagami with the Sharingan. At this time, Yagami's clone was the clone after Yin Xiang refined the chakra, so there would be chakra fluctuations on his body. Is this true? It seems this guy is also a monster. Kisame laughed. You and I can be different. The next moment, Yagami appeared behind Kisame. As soon as he finished speaking, Kisame was kicked out. I leave it to you, Scorpion. Leave it to me. Scorpion nodded and immediately jumped onto the cliff. Ju, who was on the cliff, saw this and immediately dived underground and ran away. After all, he was not a fighting type. What a fast teleport, Itachi thought to himself as he looked back at Yagami. Neither of them made a move. Although Itachi was shocked in his heart, his face remained expressionless. Yagami naturally knew about Itachi's mission, but he still wanted to test Itachi's reach, so he slowly drew out the knife from his waist. Next moment, the knife is in front of Itachi. Bang! A crisp sound. A kunai instantly appeared in Itachi's hand and blocked Yashin's sword. Squeak! Squeak! Advertisement. Yagami's sword flashed with lightning, and the next moment it cut off Itachi's kunai. Itachi immediately retreated and used Great Fireball at the same time. Water style. Water barrier. Yagami knew Itachi's tactics very well. He would use Great Fireball after jumping away. I don't know how many times I have seen it in the anime. Almost as soon as Itachi jumped up, Yagami used Water Barrier. The Water Barrier and Great Fireball collided and turned into steam. Both of them seemed to have formed seals, but also seemed not to have. After all, the speed at which they formed seals was so fast that it could not be seen. Long time no see, you traitor. Although Kisame was dissatisfied with being kicked by Yagami and wanted to bite Yagami to pieces, he knew that the scorpion in front of him was not easy to deal with. Stop talking nonsense. Scorpion's Higurashi tail stretched out and smashed towards Kisame. Kisame immediately blocked it with Samahata and threw Higurashi's tail away. Then Higurashi's tail released countless poisonous thousand bones in the air and stabbed Kisame. After being improved by Yi Shen, each of Fei Luhu's 1,000 branches carries a different toxin, and no one in the world, including them, knows the antidote. It is definitely the most poisonous poison, so they must be very careful when using it. But Scorpion is not afraid. After all, he is a puppet and is not afraid of poison. Water style. Big Samadin technique. Kisame slowly formed seals with his hands, and 5 or 6 sharks flew into the air, blocking Scorpion's Senbon. Kisame himself, holding Samahata, slammed towards Fei Liuhu. Fei Liuhu's mouth opened, and countless Senbon stabbed at Kisame again. Kisame quickly used Samahata to block and quickly retreated. Damn it, there's no way I can get close like this. Kisame said, and put his hands together, ready to make a big move. Who will repair the dam? Kisame used the Great Water Blast, and a large amount of sea water rose directly under his feet. Then more water rose, and the water surface slowly rose, forming a semicircular cover that covered Kisame and Scorpion. To deal with Scorpion, Kisame also used his full strength and directly merged with Samahata. But it was of no use. Yi Shen had foreseen this day and told Scorpion how to deal with it in advance. HMPH. Scorpion sneered, and a tube appeared in Fei Liuhu's mouth. A large amount of poisonous mist spewed out of the tube, and the entire sea was polluted by poisonous gas. In this case, unless Kisame held his breath or cancelled the ninjutsu, he would definitely be poisoned. This is the most effective Laolu tactic. Kisame, who had merged with Samahata, frowned upon seeing this, and immediately rushed out of the sea area, breaking the fusion with Samahata. Fei Liuhu also walked out slowly. Kisame didn't even dare to cancel this ninjutsu, otherwise the ground would be covered with poisonous water and he wouldn't be able to move. He had no choice but to control the cover and fall into the canyon. Advertisement. Don't you want to fight in close combat? This is going to be a headache. Kisame said, staring at Scorpion. At the same time, Yagami and Itachi were fighting fiercely. As expected, Itachi's Great Fireball was followed by an illusion. Yagami instantly broke the illusion and kicked Itachi in the stomach, but Itachi blocked it with his arm and did a backflip and stood upside down on the tree. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Itachi hung upside down on the tree and used the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Yagami stopped pretending and used Water Dragon Bomb without any hand seals. This water dragon was much larger than ordinary water dragons and it swallowed up the fire dragon directly and rushed towards Itachi. Itachi was about to jump off the tree but his feet were unknowingly restrained by wood style. This is bad, Itachi thought to himself as he looked at the oncoming water dragon bomb. The next moment, he was knocked away by the water dragon bomb and hit a tree in the distance. Cough. Cough cough. The weasel leaning against the tree coughed out several salivas of water, and his whole body was soaked. It seemed that he had not been so miserable for a long time. However, Itachi is Itachi. The moment he used the illusion, he predicted that Yagami would be able to break the illusion. At the same time, he had placed dozens of shuriken around Yagami. At this moment, he pulled his left hand slightly, and countless shuriken attacked Yagami from behind. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Itachi formed seals with his hands, and dozens of shuriken turned into thousands. With Itachi operating them in his hands, there was nowhere to hide. You must have let Sasuke down when you fought him. Yagami thought to himself as he raised his right hand, Shinra Tensai. With Yagami as the center, all the shurikens were knocked away, and the clone shurikens disappeared. But Itachi obviously had information that Yagami would use Shinra Tensai, and he pulled hard with his hand, and the shuriken flew back. Shinra Tensai has a cooling down period, and the larger the range of use, the longer the cooling time. It takes 5 seconds to recover from the attack just now. Wood style. Wooden wall. Yi Shen slapped the ground with his palm, and a wooden barrier rose up. All the shurikens were blocked by the wooden wall. But obviously this was within Itachi's prediction. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Itachi stood up and used Fire Dragon Flame Bomb on the fishing line in his hand. The fishing line connected to the shuriken burned on the wooden ingot wall, and the entire wooden ingot wall was on fire. Bang! Yagami broke the wooden wall with one punch and jumped out, and saw that Itachi's eyes had turned into Mangekyo. Itachi's eyes were bleeding. Amaterasu. Chapter 56. Showdown with Itachi. Please vote. Praise. Boom. Black flames immediately ignited on Yi Shen's body, quickly burning him to ashes. Even that trick has been used, he won't be able to survive now, right? White Zetsu said upon seeing this. Itachi was also breathing heavily. His physical condition was not very optimistic. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the ground under Itachi's feet. Itachi immediately picked it up on the spot and dodged the hand. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, Yagami came out from underground. When he was in the wood clone wall, Yagami had already used wood clone and earth style to sneak underground. He also guessed that Itachi might use powerful ninjutsu after forcing him out. But I didn't expect that he would be in Amaterasu directly. It seems that Itachi doesn't want to get entangled with him anymore. It's terrifying that two people can predict each other's actions. Black Zetsu said upon seeing this. Kisame and Scorpion were in a state of anxiety for a while. Scorpion seemed to enjoy Kisami's look of disapproval but inability to get rid of him, so he didn't take any action. He just watched Kisame thinking of a solution on the spot. Suddenly, Scorpion's back was hit hard, and the Filiuhu shattered on the spot. Scorpion immediately broke away from the Filiuhu and stood on a tree not far away. Only then could he see clearly that it was Kisami's water clone. It turned out that when Kisame was moving the big explosion water wave like a cliff, he used clean water to create a water spirit, and then took a long detour to get behind Scorpion. An honest man is not honest anymore. I didn't expect that. Scorpion sighed, took out a scroll from his back, and then took out a new puppet from the scroll. I think you should be very interested in this. Scorpion made hand seals and the puppet in the scroll registered. Judging from the mask and appearance, it was the Ice Release Ninja. Bye. Huh, this mask, is it a ninja from Miss Shinobi? Kisame also looked at Scorpion's new puppet with great interest. Although he could tell from the mask that it was a ninja from Miss Shinobi, even so, Scorpion wouldn't say that he was interested, right? Advertisement. Ice Release. Ice Sugar. Scorpion hooked his hand lightly, and formed a seal with one hand, raising dense water droplets in the air, which then fell to the ground. In midair, all of them turned into ice spikes, and the dense ice spikes fell towards Kisame. Ice Release. Kisame was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a ninja who could use Ice Release Keke Genkai. Kisame quickly waved Samahata in the ice rain, blocking all of the ice rain, and then rushed towards Scorpion. Water style. Water explosion. Kisame formed seals while running, and then waves rose under his feet. Kisame rode the waves and rushed towards Scorpion. Ice Release. Freeze. Seeing this, Scorpion smiled and controlled the white block to block deep in front of him. Light white chakra surged out from his hands and froze all the waves the moment it touched Kisami's burst of water. Kisame leapt high into the air, otherwise he would have been frozen along with him. After digging out Bai's body, it was transformed by Scorpion and Yagami, not only retaining the ice release, but also greatly enhancing its power. Combined with Scorpion's own chakra, the range of use of ice release is also very large. As soon as Kisame stepped out, the freezing had already caught up to his feet. Kisame immediately inserted Samahata into the ground. All the surrounding chakra was swallowed by Samahata, and the freezing stopped. Your sword is very interesting. Scorpion said when he saw this. He had never had much contact with the people from Akatsuki before, so he didn't know what Kisami's sword was. It was not until now that he knew that his sword could devour chakra. HMPH. Kisame no longer had the mood to joke and snorted coldly. This guy had devices and ninjutsu to deal with him from all sides. He must have been prepared long ago. It's actually a puppet with ice release Keke Genkai. This thing is rare. Black Zetsu said while looking at Scorpion. Both sides are fighting at the same time, it's very exciting and I can't keep up. White Zetsu also said. Should I use Susanoo? Itachi was once again forced back by Yagami's lightning style. He thought to himself, but then rejected the idea. That was his trump card and he couldn't just use it like that. Ah Fei. Uchiha Madara. Let me deal with this person, there must be a desire to test my strength. Ju is also watching from the side, can't use. Advertisement. Itachi thought to himself, and did 2 backflips to distance himself from Yagami. No need for Susanoo. I'm definitely not a match for this guy. Itachi's Sharingan swirled in his eyes as he thought about tactics to deal with Yagami. Later, he realized that he had no chance of winning against Yagami's absolute strength, meticulous battle thinking, and extremely fast reaction speed. Including Kisami's side, the ice-style ninja completely restrained Kisami's water style. Kisame could only use Samahata to absorb chakra to fight back, but the scorpion's poison prevented Kisame from getting close. All of this was within the calculations of the night god in front of him. The next moment, Yagami stretched out a finger towards Itachi, and Itachi stared. That was clearly the illusion he had created. But after entering the illusion, Itachi realized that there was no danger, so he did not break the illusion. No name, no emotions, no past, no future. There is only a mission in my heart. What supports the big tree of Konoha village is the will of our roots that are deeply rooted in the earth. Yagami said to Itachi in the illusion. Are you from the root? No. Impossible. Itachi frowned and shook his head after hearing this. There are many powerful roots, but not as powerful as this one. And according to Zetsu's information, Danzo of Konoha is dead, and the one controlling the root now is a so-called genius ninja, Yin Xiang. I am the new leader of the root organization. Yagami took off his hood and mask and faced Itachi with his real face. Itachi saw the other person's face. He looked like a boy of about 17 or 18 years old. Was he the new leader of the root? He was exactly as described by Zetsu. He looked handsome and elegant, but also a bit haughty. He was very calm and composed. His face usually had no expression. He was about 1.8 meters tall. I heard from Danzo that you have a secret mission. Yagami asked Itachi. You are Yagami. You killed Danzo, and destroyed Konoha's bathhouse. You are also Yin Xiang, the shadow in charge of Konoha, and the secretary of Hokage. What is your purpose in entering Konoha? Itachi looked at Yagami and questioned. You are indeed loyal, Uchiha Itachi. Yagami smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to Konoha. Now that I have taken over the root and renamed it Shadow, you will become my direct subordinate instead of Danzo's. Just continue to report to me what you did before. Danzo once promised me, can you promise me? Of course, Sasuke, I won't move a hair. Chapter 57. Cut open the shark. Itachi was silent, as if he was thinking a lot in his mind. Obeying orders was indeed the duty of a ninja. Even if the leader was replaced, orders should still be obeyed. However, this leader had other special identities, and he became the leader by killing the previous leader. This made Itachi think carefully about whether the person in front of him was a threat to Konoha. If so, not only would he expose his strength today, he would also have to kill him at the risk of his life. Don't worry, I will never attack Konoha. I'm already discussing marriage with Tsunade, and both advisors treat me like their own grandson. How could I possibly attack Konoha? Yagami knew Itachi's encouragement without thinking, and said to Itachi. You and Tsunade. Itachi was also stunned after hearing this, and his face twitched involuntarily. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade was 50 years old. Ha ha ha, love knows no age. Yagami laughed. Bullshit love, this is just another exploitation. Look, the root changed its name to Shadow, and this place is called Kage. It's obvious that these two are the same organization, both used to protect Konoha. Akatsuki's current mission is to capture the tailed beasts. As for what they will use the tailed beasts for, it is unknown. Itachi then said to Yagami, currently, one tail, who you know, has been captured. The capture of the two tails has also begun, and the whereabouts of three tails have been found. Oh, where is three tails? Yi Shen nodded and asked. Probably in the land of fields, no one knows the exact location. Itachi shook his head and said. Got it. Leave three tails to me to subdue him and disrupt their plans. Yagami nodded. If you want to return to Konoha one day, feel free to contact me and I will clear your name. Itachi shook his head when he heard this. No matter where I am a Konoha shinobi. I can do more for Konoha outside than in the village. Looking at Itachi's resolute eyes, Yagami was also moved. Itachi was a true ninja, and his only selfish concern was Sasuke. Moreover, things like genocide, even if it is an order, is a heinous crime and no one can forgive it. I can't go back. Itachi raised the corners of his mouth with some relief when he said this. Yagami had never experienced this, so he didn't understand why he was laughing at this moment. Don't worry, as long as you want to come back, I can let you come back. Just tell me when you want to come back. Yagami walked up to Itachi and patted his shoulder. In Yagami's modifier, there is a modification point that is always reserved for Uchiha Itachi. The modifier can modify everything. Even the destroyed Uchiha clan can be modified to look like they had never been destroyed. Itachi looked at Yagami's eyes and somehow felt that what he said was true, as if he could really bring him back to the place he loved so much. Advertisement. Afterwards, Itachi reported to Yagami about the members, distribution and responsibilities of the Akatsuki organization. He also knew that Uchiha Madara was controlling the Akatsuki organization from behind the scenes, but Itachi still didn't know about the Rinnegan and Pain's 6 paths. Then the illusion was broken and the two fought each other. Yagami took the opportunity to give Itachi a ring. This ring was the same as the one belonging to Akatsuki, so he could be contacted at any time. Kisame, retreat. Itachi jumped from one end of the canyon and landed next to Kisame at the other end. At this moment, Kisame was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. No matter how much chakra he had or how powerful he was, it would be useless if he couldn't get close to Scorpion. Retreat. No, I must eat him alive today. Kisame was of course unhappy when he heard Itachi wanted to retreat. Retreat after being tortured. If this got out, would he, Hoshigaki Kisame, still be able to survive? Yagami held back on Itachi but not on Kisame. He jumped over from the other end of the canyon and used a raikiri to make a hole in his stomach. Kisame immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Itachi pulled Kisame and ran away quickly. With Kisami's recovery ability, this little injury would heal quickly. Kisame was pierced in an instant. It seems that even that Uchiha Itachi is no match for Yagami. Black Zetsu said upon seeing this. I think we should leave as well. White Zetsu said and controlled his body to go underground. How about the new puppet? Yi Shen then turned around and looked at Scorpion. It's very convenient. Scorpion nodded, took out the scroll and took back by. It's a pity that Fei Liuhu is broken again. It's better not to have this thing. Yi Shen kicked the fragments of Fei Liuhu on the ground and said, instead of redoing Fei Liuhu, it's better to study new puppets. That's true. Scorpion also nodded. On the other side, Itachi dragged Kisame away in a hurry and landed deep in a forest. Samahata quickly provided chakra to Kisame to heal his wounds, and the wound on his abdomen recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. That kid was too fast. I didn't have time to react. Kisame said, covering the wound on his stomach. It's your fault. I said we should retreat. Itachi said, covering his bleeding eyes. This battle was too bad for Itachi. He fought with his own people and his vision became even more blurred. Aren't you a match for him either? Are you retreating so soon? Kisame then gasped and asked Itachi. Advertisement. Yeah, Itachi nodded. Oh my god, how can I report back now? Kisame then sighed. I will definitely tell them. Itachi said. At this time, Zetsu had already told Pain and Eifei the entire process of the battle. The two fell silent after hearing it. Uchiha Itachi, whom Eifei had always been afraid of, was easily defeated by that Yagami. Is it possible to get him to join Akatsuki? Pain said. You've been chasing him for so long, and he has his own organization now, he definitely won't agree. Ju said after listening. I can go talk to him. Conan said, at least don't let him seek revenge on us. Naive. Ah Fei sneered after hearing this. People like that will definitely take revenge. If you go there now, you'll be courting death. I don't think so. Conan shook his head. According to what Zetsu said, he didn't stop Itachi and Kisame when they left. I think he's willing to talk. He made a big hole in Kisami's stomach. If it wasn't for Kisame, he would have died on the spot. White Zetsu shrugged and said, it's so scary. Are you still afraid? Black Zetsu said to White Zetsu. Well, White Zetsu scratched his cheek awkwardly. Why are you tickling me? Black Zetsu shouted to White Zetsu while feeling the itch on his face. I scratched the wrong cheek. White Zetsu changed his hand and scratched his cheek, which was even more embarrassing. I think we can let Conan give it a try, Pain said. The eyes under the mask of Ah Fei seemed to look deeply into Pain's eyes, then turned around and said, since you don't care about her life or death, then I don't care either. After Ah Fei said that, he left with Kamui. Chapter 58 Conan's sister comes to my door. Finally, Conan came to the Kage's base under the leadership of Zetsu. The traces of battle around had been cleaned up by Yagami. After all, the people of Konoha must not discover that there had been a battle here. Woohoo! Didera happened to be passing through the air at this time, and happened to see Conan and Zetsu, and threw the two big birds directly down. Drink. Didera landed on the opposite cliff and directly detonated the two big birds. Go. Ju immediately shouted to Conan, and Conan quickly retreated. Boom. The two big birds exploded instantly, and the entire forest began to burn. A big pit appeared where Conan and White Zetsu had just stood. Hey, two old friends, are you okay? Didera smiled at the other side. As Didera back, what is this kid doing? Scorpion said when he heard the noise outside. Maybe we have discovered an enemy attack. Let's go and take a look. Yi Shen also said, and then went out with Scorpion. It was so lively today. Stop, we're not here to cause trouble. Conan used paper escape to create wings and shouted to Didera. Who would believe that? The second in command has already gone out, and he's just looking for trouble. Didera, the rebellious young man, didn't listen at all. He raised his hand and threw another handful of small spiders over. Seeing this, Conan had to use vacuum waves to detonate these small spiders in the air. Stop, Didera. Yagami and Scorpion came out at this time, and Yagami shouted to Didera. Hey boss, the enemy's attack was very successful. Didera waved and said when he saw Yi Shen coming out. Success, you idiot. I just cleaned up over there and you blew it up again. Yi Shen rolled his eyes at Didera and said, we were fighting over here just now and you just left. Didn't you see it? I see. Judging from that water style, it must be Kisame and Itachi. I couldn't beat Itachi, so I didn't come back, yeah. Didera said, nodding to himself. FKU. Yagami was speechless, then looked at Conan, and in an instant he learned Conan's paper escape technique. Even wrapped in the coat of Akatsuki, you can still vaguely see that Conan's chest is slightly protruding, which proves that there is a pair of very lethal things hidden under Conan's coat. Flying in the air, Yagami can just see Conan's slender legs halfway up the mountain. Yeah, Yi Shen nodded slowly. Advertisement. What are you nodding for? Scorpion asked when he saw Yi Shen like this. Very feminine. Yi Shen said, turning around. Boring. Scorpion said, and ignored Yi Shen. What are the angels of Akatsuki doing here? Are you here to avenge Kisame? Is he dead? Yagami looked up at Conan and asked. As if noticing that the angle was not right, Conan dropped down and stood on the opposite cliff. Too bad Kisame is not dead. I came here to negotiate peace. Negotiation. Yagami was also stunned. He really didn't expect that Akatsuki would have such awareness. Are you planning to join Ying? If so, I can consider it. Yi Shen said immediately. See, I told you he has absolutely no intention of negotiating peace. Ju whispered beside Conan after hearing this. Of course not. Conan said to Yagami, would it be convenient for us to go in and talk? Yi Shen thought for a moment and said, Z will stay outside, and you come in with me. Okay. Conan agreed decisively. It would be useless even if he went in anyway. Hey, are you crazy? That place is a tiger's den. Who knows what will happen? Ju immediately stopped Conan after hearing this. You go back first, nothing will happen. Conan said, turning around, and then flew directly in front of Yi Shen. Wood style, earth style. Yagami perfunctorily raised 2 fingers, and the ground that had been destroyed by Deidara was restored to its original state. Conan's eyes widened when he saw Yagami's move. It felt like he didn't need to make any hand seals originally. His control over chakra and ninjutsu is simply amazing. Deidara, come back. Yagami looked up and shouted to Deidara. Hi. Deidara nodded and jumped down. Then Yagami turned around, followed by Scorpion and Conan. Deidara stayed behind, closed the stone wall and walked in. This is really bad, said White Zetsu. Advertisement. Let's go back and tell Pain first. Black Zetsu also said. White Zetsu then used his clone, with the original body staying behind to monitor while the clone sneaked underground to report to Pain. The reason why Conan dared to come in with Yi Shen was because Pain had told her long ago that he was no match for Yi Shen. So if Yi Shen wanted to take revenge on them, he would have gone there long ago and would not have waited for them to come to him. Scorpion and Deidara left halfway and went to other rooms, while Yagami took Conan to the depths of the base, where there was a reception room, which Yagami had not thought of using at the time. Please sit down, Yi Shen said to Conan while sitting on the sofa. Conan was not shy and sat opposite Yi Shen. How do we negotiate peace? Yi Shen asked Conan. We will not pursue the matter of you destroying Pain's clone. We hope you can help us capture the tailed beast. Conan said. No longer pursuing the matter. You just sent Uchiha Itachi and the tailed beast called Zero Tail, Hoshigaki Kisame. Now it's too late to say no more, right? Quote. Conan didn't know what to say for a moment. You have such a powerful power, you should have thought about what to do with it, right? Fight all over the ninja world, fight to the moon, and become the savior. Yi Shen said hesitantly. I really haven't thought about it. Let's build a peaceful world together, where there will be no wars, no broken families, no one will be lost, no one will be orphaned, and no one will go hungry. Conan said to Yi Shen after hearing his last words about savior. Well, I'm not very interested in these things. I'm not a good person. It's enough for me not to starve. Yi Shen said indifferently. Do you really want to kill the chat? Conan said helplessly. Wouldn't it be better to build a world without war? Do we need tailed beasts to build a world without war? Haven't you been collecting tailed beasts? Yagami said. In fact, only he and Conan were left in the base at this time. Sasori and Deidara had just left to pack up and go to the land of rice to capture 3 tails. In order to build this peaceful world, we need the power of the tailed beasts. Conan said. Why don't you put it this way, if I help you achieve world peace, what benefits can I get? Yi Shen said to Conan. What benefit do you want? Conan asked back. Hearing this, Yi Shen looked at Conan unscrupulously, and then said, how about I want you? Chapter 59. You are very talented. I want you, how about that? Hearing what Yi Shen said, Conan stood up directly from the sofa. Yi Shen thought Conan was going to take action, but she just stood there staring at Yi Shen, not saying a word for a moment, with her fists clenched. Yagami was not panicked at all, he just watched quietly what Conan did next. If I agree, will you help us? Conan said after an unknown amount of time. 3 tails, just give it to me with both hands. Yi Shen said without hesitation. Conan was silent again. Why did Yi Shen make such a request directly to Conan? It was because when Conan appeared in front of Yi Shen, the modifier in Yi Shen's brain issued the task. Ding ding ding. New mission, conquer Conan. After completing the mission, you will get 1 modification point and 1 lucky draw. The reason why Yagami was so anxious to make this request was not because of the modification points, but because of the lottery. After all, he got a pair of Rinnegan, a pervert, in the last lottery, and Yagami was also looking forward to what he would get next time. As for Guy, they hadn't shown up for a long time, so Yi Shen was a little anxious. 3 tails for Conan and the lucky draw, plus some modifications, is that a loss? Not at all. Conan slowly stretched out her right hand. Yi Shen was alert, thinking that Conan was about to attack, but she unexpectedly reached out and unbuttoned the first button of her coat, then the second, the third, the fourth. Yagami didn't react until Conan took off her coat, revealing the white lining underneath and her pair of weapons that were indeed quite powerful. Is it that easy? Yagami looked at Conan in disbelief. We are all adults. Conan threw his coat on the sofa and looked at Yagami expressionlessly. If we can use this simple method to gain powerful support for our organization, why not do it? Advertisement. Yes, although Conan looks young, he is actually in his 30s and is very open-minded about such things. In addition, they were all relatively young when Yahiko died. Yahiko was only 15 years old at the time, and she probably didn't have time to do anything to Conan. Nagato became skinny after Yahiko's death, and he definitely didn't have the ability to do anything to Conan. So, Conan is an old maid. Not that old. What's wrong? Seeing that Yi Shen was indifferent, Conan asked. Nothing. Yi Shen said immediately. He was a little absent-minded thinking about those things just now. Then come on, Conan said, and took off his lining again and lay on the sofa. To be honest, I have no experience, it's all up to you. I took this good thing, will the main body blame me? Listening to Conan's words, Yi Shen thought in his heart, but the current situation still allows him to think so much. Could he let Conan put on his clothes and wait for a while, and then he would go and call the main body? It doesn't matter. They are the same person anyway. After thinking about this, Yagami walked towards Conan without hesitation. He crossed his left leg over Conan and supported his knees on the inside of the sofa. He supported his right leg on the ground, lay on Conan's body, exposed his mouth, and kissed Conan. Although Conan acted very calm, she was still very shy at this moment. The moment their lips lightly touched, Conan's face turned red, but she still cooperated with Yagami. Although it was a bit clumsy, everything went very smoothly under Yagami's guidance. Fortunately, I bought this sofa because it was cheap and it has more space than ordinary sofas, but it is a bit hard. Yi Shen was thinking this at the moment. Under the fierce lip and tongue intercourse, Conan gradually got into the mood and let out soft moans. Yi Shen's hand also climbed up Conan's weapon in time and began to continue the next steps. Why did Scorpion and Deidara leave? Will Conan be okay in there? At this time, Ju was still outside, looking at the entrance of the shadow base nervously. Nagato of Rain Shinobi Village didn't know that his head was already covered with green. After receiving the report from the absolute clone, he was also very nervous. He almost lost the ability to think. Nagato turned his head to look at the heavy rain outside and thought to himself, Conan, please don't be in trouble. Boom. As if to match Nagato's mood, a bolt of lightning struck outside. At this moment, Yagami and Conan went from close contact to negative close contact. Advertisement. I don't know how the clone and Conan are doing, alas. Yin Xiang was lying next to Ino, who had a satisfied look on her face, looking at the moon outside. She was almost discovered by Ino's parents just now, which was really exciting. Ding ding ding. Successfully complete the Conan mission, get 1 modification point and 1 lucky draw. FK. Yin Xiang sat up from the bed with a bang, and even Ino was woken up by him. She rubbed her eyes dazedly. What's wrong? Ino sat up on the bed, the quilt slipped off her shoulders, revealing her smooth skin. It's okay, just continue sleeping. Yin Xiang patted Ino's head and said. After coaxing Ino to sleep, Yin Xiang tiptoed to put on her clothes and jumped out of the window. He's worthy of being my clone. He took down Conan so quickly. It's only been a short time. Could he have RD Conan? Then Nagato must be mad to death. Yin Xiang didn't know what was happening outside and could only make random guesses. Then Yin Xiang directly opened the modifier in her mind. There were 2 modification points that had not been used yet, and 1 for the lottery. The modification points were not used for the time being, so Yin Xiang directly started the lottery. 5 large boxes appeared in her mind, and Yin Xiang chose the box on the far left. Then a golden light flashed. Are you satisfied now? More than a few hours later, Conan's thighs twitched slightly, and he spoke weakly while panting on Yi Shen's pectoral muscles. Satisfied, you are very talented. Yi Shen nodded and said. How can you describe such a thing as talent? Conan also felt it was weird after hearing it, and said while looking at Yi Shen's tightly covered face, she didn't even know what kind of man she did such a thing with. There is nothing to say about his good figure, but is he handsome? Is he ugly? Is he a young man or an old man? In Yi Shen's mind, it is also reminded that Conan's favorability has reached 60%. This is the favorability she obtained solely by her own kung fu, which is enough to prove that this woman Conan must have some indescribable fetishes. Otherwise, if an ordinary woman is asked to do this and is unable to fulfill it, her favorability rating will definitely be negative. Don't forget what you promised. Conan held onto the sofa with his hands, supported himself to sit up and said to Yi Shen. Don't worry, the mission will be accomplished. Chapter 60 Challenge Might Guy. Well, I'm leaving. Conan put on his clothes, tidied his messy hair, and said to Yagami. Come and play again when you have time. Yi Shen nodded and smiled. Quote. Conan was speechless and walked out. If I don't give her 3 tails, will she bite me to death? Yogami thought to himself after Conan left. The next morning, Yin Xiang's perspective. In yesterday's lucky draw, Yin Xiang chose the leftmost box among the 5 boxes. After a flash of golden light, Yin Xiang got Tensagen. At that time, Yin Xiang had a Tensagen in her left eye and a Rinnegan in her right eye. With the help of the modifier, both eyes could be transformed into normal eyes. She also had the abilities of the Byakugan and Sharingan, and the power of the wood style. A true walking pervert. Early this morning, Yin Xiang prepared breakfast for Tsunade, and then went to Kurenai's house with the loving breakfast for her. Her favorability has already reached 90%, and as Asuma will be back in 2 days, she must win Kurenai over before Asuma comes back. Good morning. Shihihong opened the door, as if she had just woken up. Breakfast. Yin Xiang shook the bamboo basket in her hand. You are so diligent. Come in. Shihihong smiled and invited Yin Xiang into the house. She had been chatting with Yin Xiang at home all morning yesterday, and she only left when Tsunade came to look for Yin Xiang for something. But what could Tsunade want to do with Yin Xiang? He just wanted to see Yin Xiang. Did you just get up? Although it's a day off, it's almost 10 o'clock now. Did you drink again last night? Yin Xiang put breakfast on the table and took it out of the bamboo basket. Yeah, Shihi Kurenai nodded. Of course we have to relax on the day off. After saying that, Shihi Kurenai went into the bathroom to wash up. Yin Xiang secretly sighed that it was a pity. Ino also missed him last night, so he went to find Ino and missed Shihi Kurenai. Advertisement. However, judging by the way they act, they are no longer like ordinary siblings, nor like ordinary friends, there is always an ambiguous atmosphere. Yin Xiang considerately put all the dishes and chopsticks in order for Shi Rihong, and she came out and sat opposite Yin Xiang. It's still hot, and smells so good. Shi Rihong sniffed it and said, I'm going to eat it. Yin Xiang supported her head with her hands and watched her eat quietly opposite her. Shi Rihong felt a little embarrassed while eating, and her face turned red for some reason. You go sit on the sofa first, it's embarrassing for you to look at me like this. Okay. Yin Xiang also nodded and smiled. When did Kurenai get pregnant? Probably after the Fire Temple mission, when Naruto and his friends brought back Sora, who had the power of the tailed beast. The pregnancy was discovered after dealing with the invasion of Konoha by the four-man group. There was a scene where Kakashi and Asuma were chatting, and Kurenai suddenly called Asuma away mysteriously. It was probably at this time. But even though Yin Xiang was sitting on the sofa, she was still staring at Shi Rihong. She was too embarrassed to say anything, so she had to speed up and finish her meal silently. On the other side, the clone that Yin Xiang sent to wait for Guy could no longer wait and chased after Guy along his mission route. Their mission this time was to wipe out a group of thieves at the border of the Fire Country. According to their speed, they should have returned long ago. When they arrived at the border, Yin Xiang happened to see Gaiban on his way back and stopped him directly. Stop. The four of them immediately stopped and looked up at Yi Shen, who was standing high up. Who are you? Seeing this, Xiao Li immediately stood in front of everyone and shouted. Li, step back. Guy immediately became serious when he saw Yin Xiang and stopped Xiao Li behind him. The Genins and Chunins didn't know this person, but the Jonins knew him. This person is Yagami, he is very powerful. Neji also said that he was the first of Konoha's 12 strongmen to become a Jonin. Yi Shen. Who is he? Tiantian asked in confusion. It looks very imposing. Xiao Li also nodded. Might Guy, I want to challenge you. Yi Shen pointed at Might Guy and said. The four of them were stunned when they heard that, and three of them looked at Might Guy at the same time. Advertisement. The other party seems to have bad intentions. Teacher Guy, you can't accept his challenge. Tiantian said to Guy. Since someone has challenged me, I can't refuse him, otherwise how can I be considered a man? Guy shouted to Tiantian with a smile. Come on. I accept your challenge. Guy then looked at Yi Shen and shouted. All of you step back. Guy then said to the three people behind him. The three also knew Guy's character and would definitely not refuse the challenge, so they had to leave first. Let me make it clear first, this is a challenge, not a fight to the death. The 8 inner gates and the 8 gate are not allowed to be opened. Yi Shen jumped down from the tree, took a half step back, and said to Might Guy. The 8 gate was too terrifying. Even if he was very powerful now, he was not yet at the 6 paths level. 6 paths level Madara was nearly killed by a single kick, and I can't stand it now. The first mission of Konoha Jonin is to capture or kill Yagami. If necessary, I will do my best. Might Guy stretched out a palm, took a horse stance, and shouted seriously to Yagami. Hey, that mission has been cancelled. Yagami said hurriedly. After the last fight between Yagami and the 5 Kage, this mission was cancelled in Konoha. After all, it was too dangerous. Really? Guy asked, tilting his head. Yes, Mr. Guy. Neji called to Guy from behind. Oh, sorry, I get it. I accept your challenge. Guy then said. Really? This guy with such a thick nerve. Yi Shen also had a headache. That's enough, here it comes. After Yi Shen said that, he flashed in front of Guy, jumped in the air and kicked Guy in the face. So fast. Guy's pupils couldn't help but dilate in shock, and then he put his hands in front of his face at an extremely fast speed, caught Yi Shen's kick, and then used force in his hands to push Yi Shen out. Power prelude. After pushing Yi Shen out, Guy chased him directly and kicked him straight at Yi Shen. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bomb. Yi Shen was not here to compete with him in physical skills. He directly shot out a fire dragon flame bomb. Guy had to turn around and use his strong body control to do a somersault in the air, then land on the ground and avoid the fire dragon flame bomb. What a powerful force, and without any hand seals. Neji opened his Byakugan and observed the fight between the two and exclaimed in amazement. Lightning style. Walk on the ground. Yagami landed and slapped the ground with his hands. Lightning followed the ground and attacked Guy. At the same time, Yagami fired a water dragon bomb into the air, thus blocking Guy's route to jump up to avoid it. Guy immediately shouted. If you don't give me a ticket, I will die. Chapter 61. Guy and Yi Shen's death battle, please vote. Guy took out nunchakus directly from his bag, then threw the backpack out and jumped up, directly breaking up Yi Shen's water dragon bomb, and then hit Yi Shen with the nunchakus. Yi Shen immediately jumped away from the spot where he was standing. A big hole had been created there. Seeing that the other party had used weapons, Yi Shen also drew the knife from his waist. The two of them rushed forward tacitly. The knife and nunchaku collided with each other, and then was entangled by the nunchaku. Yi Shen immediately drew his knife, making a sharp sound and rubbing it on the nunchaku to produce sparks. He then drew his knife and kicked Guy. Guy also kicked back, and the two men's legs were pressed against each other in the air. They separated quickly, and the nunchakus and knives clashed again. Within 5 seconds, the two men's weapons clashed no less than 100 times. There was a crisp sound of crackling. These two are simply not human, Tiantian said as he watched their fight. Come on, teacher Guy. Xiao Li also shouted to Guy. Both of them are too fast. Neji couldn't help but sweat dropping as he watched them. With his Byakugan, he could see the most clearly. Every attack from the two was a killing move, but was easily resolved by the other side. If it were an ordinary ninja, he would have died hundreds of times. Bang! With the last sound, Yi Shen's sword broke, half of the blade flew out and inserted into the ground, and the fight between the two men stopped temporarily. Hee. Might Guy clamped one end of the nunchaku under his armpit and smiled, showing his white teeth. The knife in Yi Shen's hand also turned into smoke and disappeared. This knife was originally an ordinary knife that was cloned. Now his lifespan has come to an end. Awesome. Yi Shen couldn't help but say. His talent in swordsmanship was at max level. Even so, his attacks were all resolved by Guy one by one, and Guy even took the opportunity to attack and broke his sword. It was as if Guy had turned on a modifier. Then Yashin immediately retreated. Without his weapon, he naturally had to use ninjutsu. Wood style. The birth of the tree world. Yi Shen put his hands together, and countless trees grew out from the ground and rushed towards Guy. Guy also put away his smile and became serious. He waved the nunchaku in his hands while backing away, breaking many tree trunks. Retreat quickly. Neji also hurriedly led Xiao Li and Tian to retreat, as such large-scale ninjutsu would affect them. Advertisement. What is that? Xiao Li asked as he looked at the large number of trees that emerged. The first Hokage's exclusive ninjutsu, wood-style ninjutsu. I didn't expect he knew wood style. Tian knew a lot and explained to Xiao Li. There is such a huge amount of chakra. Neji looked at the gushing tree trunks, each of which was filled with a large amount of chakra. The tree trunks kept rushing towards Guy. There were too many of them and he had no time to defend himself. He was soon trapped by the tree trunks and his chakra was absorbed by them. Yagami planned to suck out all his chakra, leaving only enough for him to breathe, which would consider him the winner. 8 inner gates. 6th gate. Jingmun. Open. Guy felt his chakra being absorbed, and opened the 6th gate without hesitation. Powerful green chakra burst out from his body, directly blowing away the trees around him. His skin color also turned darker, and his hair stood up because of this explosive power. Good man, facing this power directly still feels a bit shocking. Yi Shen thought to himself when he saw this. The next moment, Guy appeared in front of him in an instant. It was really instant. He didn't have time to react at all. Just like the kick I gave Guy at the beginning. Susanoo. Yi Shen immediately activated the first stage of Susanoo and blocked Guy's kick. Susanoo was directly kicked to pieces. Damn it, we agreed not to kill you. Yi Shen thought to himself as he jumped away from where he was standing. But when he jumped up, Guy appeared behind him, with the bandages on his hands opened. Was he going to use the lotus flower? Before Yi Shen could make any move, Guy's bandages were already wrapped around Yi Shen's body. Yi Shen immediately used the Great Snake substitute style, separated from his original body and landed far away. Guy hugged Yi Shen's original body and slammed it heavily to the ground, followed by a barrage of attacks. Yi Shen was glad that he ran fast. It seems that I have to take the next battle with him seriously. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Yagami stood in place and used the great fireball in Guy's direction. The power was so great that it was like a meteorite. The whole forest was burning. Neji and others immediately jumped out of the forest and looked at the forest burning in flames. Is teacher Guy okay? Tiantian said worriedly while looking at the forest. It's okay, Neji said as he looked at the situation inside with his eyes rolled. Advertisement. Guy has used teleportation to the other side of the forest, where there is a river. However, not long after, the entire forest was burned to ashes because of Yi Shen's mere great fireball. Yi Shen activated the second level of Susanoo in the ashes and was unharmed. After the fire ended, the entire forest was still emitting thick smoke. Towards Peacock, Guy jumped up and punched Yi Shen's Susanoo. By hitting the air, shock waves and flames were generated. Countless punches hit Yi Shen's Susanoo. Yi Shen was also forced to activate the third level of Susanoo, only then was he able to block his fierce attack. Then Night God controlled Susanoo to chop down with a knife. Even though Guy dodged, the knife directly cut a new ditch between the forest and the river flowed in along this ditch. What is that thing? It looks so powerful, Tiantian exclaimed as he looked at Susanoo on Yi Shen's body. It is essentially a materialized chakra. The huge chakra forms a human shape and surrounds the caster. It has strong defense and attack power. Neji looked at Susanoo and said. In his white eyes, it was a huge ball of chakra. Didn't they say it wasn't a fight to the death? This looks like a fight to the death no matter how you look at it. Tiantian shouted while looking over there worriedly. Let's go over and help. Neji also said, and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Li. That's teacher Guy's duel. Don't disturb him. Xiao Li shouted to the two of them. That is teacher Guy's youth. You idiot, Xingqian, if you continue like this, teacher Guy will die. Tiantian shouted to Xiao Li. Look at teacher Guy's face. Xiao Li pointed at Guy and said. The two looked over and saw that although Guy was in a mess, he had a smile on his face and looked like he was enjoying the fight. Got it, Xiao Li shouted to the two of them, and they looked at each other and nodded. It will be hard on your body if you continue like this. Yi Shen said to Guy in Susanoo. Yeah, so I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Guy said to Yi Shen. Chapter 62, Take Down Sunset Red. 8 Inner Gates. 7th Gate. Open. Blue steam burst out from Guy's body and opened the 7th gate. Yi Shen understood that his 3rd level Susanoo could not hold up under the attack of 7th gate, but if he continued to strengthen Susanoo, Emperor Guy would be dead, so maintaining Susanoo would make it a sitting duck, so he simply withdrew Susanoo. At this moment, Guy appeared in front of Yagami. At this time, Yagami opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, saw Guy's movements clearly, took a step back to avoid a kick, and then took a step to the left to avoid another kick. In this way, Yi Shen dodged more than 30 kicks in a row, and the entire burned forest was flattened by Guy. Maybe Guy also felt that this was not a solution. When he approached Yi Shen, he did not continue to kick him. Instead, he put his hands together and made a strange seal. The next moment, white chakra burst out from his body, Daytime Tiger. FK. Yi Shen hurriedly used Susanoo, Wood Style, and Earth Style to block in front of him, but was still knocked away by Day Tiger. He traveled a long distance on the ground and finally stopped when he crashed into the mountain. The whole mountain seemed to shake. This was the first time that Yagami suffered a loss in a battle with a ninja. Fortunately, his body was strong enough and this move only caused him a little pain. Guy also caught up to Yagami. Among all the physical ninjas who have fought against me, I, Yagami, would like to call you the strongest. Yagami slowly stood up from the ground and said to Guy. He can still stand like this. Guy was also shocked. This was almost the strongest attack he could make without opening the death gate, but the man in front of him was completely unharmed, and even his clothes were intact. The clothes are made with transformation technique, so of course there will be no problem. In that case, I give up. Guy dispersed his chakra and said to Yagami, then half knelt on the ground weakly. Seeing this, Neji and others immediately ran over, while Yagami walked towards Guy step by step. Teacher Guy has already admitted defeat, what else do you want? Seeing this, Shaoli immediately stood in front of Guy and shouted. Although Neji and Tiantian knew they were no match for Guy, they still protected Guy. Don't worry, I won't attack again. Yi Shen walked in front of Shaoli and patted him on the shoulder from behind. This signal between friends made Shaoli let down his guard. It's okay, I know he won't attack again. Guy also said to the 3 people. After the battle just now, he also understood that he was no match for this man at all. Even if he opened 8 gate, it would be difficult. At this time, he would not attack him again. Advertisement. After hearing this, the 3 of them let down their guard. Yagami came to Guy and healed him. With Yagami's superb medical ninjutsu, the weak Guy immediately became full of energy. Have we met before somewhere? Guy asked after he recovered, staring into Yi Shen's eyes. I feel like, he looks familiar. No, I've never seen him before. Yagami got goosebumps all over his body. Guy's intuition was really accurate. He suddenly remembered that he recognized Kakashi without a mask at a glance, and ran away quickly. With a bang, Yi Shen disappeared, which scared everyone. Not body replacement technique. Not the body flicker technique. He's a clone. The 3 of them shouted one by one. As the clone so powerful? Guy frowned as he looked at the ruined forest behind him. What a powerful guy, but I always feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Yin Xiang also immediately received the memory of the clone and learned that the mission was completed. The modifier also reminded Yin Xiang in his mind that he had obtained a chance to draw a lottery. Yin Xiang was about to open the treasure chest but was interrupted by Shiri Hong. Yin Xiang. Fish. The fish ran away. Shiri Hong shouted to Yin Xiang. The two were shopping at the time. It was very difficult to catch fish on the street with a small fish net, and ninjutsu could not be used. However, with Yin Xiang's learning ability, she mastered the trick after seeing the boss demonstrate it once. Yin Xiang quickly twisted his wrist gently, caught the fish again, and put it back into the fish tank. Great, Shiri Hong said happily when she saw this. This mature and steady elder sister was like a little girl in front of Yin Xiang. Oh, I'm at a loss this time. I met a master. The boss also had a painful look on his face. This young man was so accurate in catching fish that there were more than a dozen fish in the small fish tank he gave him. Advertisement. Thank you, boss. Yin Xiang returned the fishing net to the boss and said with a smile. Then she took the fish tank and went home with Yuhi Kurenai. She bought some vegetables on the way, cooked for her, and asked her clone to deliver food to Tsunade. It really is cool to have a clone. Is it really okay for you not to go to Lady Tsunade's place? Looking at Yin Xiang who was putting food on the dining table from the kitchen, Yuhi Kurenai asked beside the fish tank. It's okay, I've finished dealing with Lady Tsunade's affairs. I need some personal time once in a while. Yin Xiang said with a smile. You're going to use your personal time to cook for me. Upon hearing that, Shiri Hong came to the dining table. Yes, Hinata and the others are all family members. They are on standby and training under the guidance of their respective clan elders. The Jonin also have disciples to train and missions to go out on. Wouldn't it be boring for you to be at home alone? I'll keep you company. Yin Xiang said nonchalantly as he walked back to the kitchen. It was this attitude that made it easier for Shi Hong to be moved. As expected, Shi Hong was also moved and sat at the table. Yin Xiang then brought out the soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Perfect. The sun is too bright. Can I draw the curtains? Yeah, Shi Hong nodded. Then Yin Xiang went over and pulled the curtains. As the lights were not on, the room suddenly became dim. Oh, I forgot to turn on the lights. Yin Xiang said and walked to the door to turn on the lights. When she passed by Shi Hong, she grabbed her hand. Yin Xiang, do you like me? Shi Hong asked in the dim light. Yin Xiang turned around to look, but she was too embarrassed to look up and did not dare to meet Yin Zhang's gaze. From the hidden roll of eyes in Yin Zhang's eyes, it can be seen that Hong's face is now red. After all, the atmosphere has come to this point, so Hong boldly asked tentatively. At this moment, even without the modifier, Yin Xiang could understand Shi Hong's intention. If she didn't like Yin Xiang, she wouldn't ask this question, or she wouldn't hold Yin Zhang's hand and ask this question. Moreover, her palms were full of sweat and seemed to be trembling slightly. She is very nervous. Yin Xiang said nothing, just bent down and kissed Shi Hong on the lips. After a moment, Shi Hong responded. After a long time, the two separated. There was nothing to say now. Hong slowly let go of Yin Zhang's hand. Yin Xiang walked to the door and turned on the light, and saw Hong with a flushed face and a look of joy. Chapter 63 Flying Thunder God Technique. It goes without saying what will happen between the two tonight, mainly because it won't pass the review. The next day, Asuma's team also came back and reported that it was not the work of Akatsuki or Rain Shinobi Village, and the mastermind behind it had been caught. It was just a group of bandits who wanted to frame Rain Shinobi Village for money and murder. Naruto's tomb robbing mission has also ended, and the 4 bodies that were stolen there have been recovered. This was originally a story about the 12 guardians, but it was created by the animation team, and 4 people destroyed Konoha. It's too ridiculous, treating the Konoha shinobi as cabbages. I never watched this part and just skipped it. The first thing Asuma did when he returned to Konoha was to look for Kurenai, but Kurenai seemed a little distant from Asuma, which made Asuma a little confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on at all. The first thing he thought of was that Yin Xiang was trying to poach people while he was away. But Hong said that Yin Xiang was so much older than her, it was impossible and she just fell in love with someone else. This made Asuma give up the idea of finding Yin Xiang to find out the truth. When he asked who that person was, Hong refused to say, so Asuma had to give up. Yin Xiang hid in the bedroom and listened to their conversation. Although she felt very sorry for Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai was indeed very attractive. At worst, she could save Asuma's life as compensation. Anyway, it was better for Kurenai to be with her than to be a widow. As for the words that Hong said to Asuma, it was Yin Xiang who told her to say that. Although she is now having affairs with Tsunade, Ino, and Yuhi Kurenai, one thing that is consistent is that Yin Xiang has never told them that she likes them or wants to be with them. Moreover, they don't know each other's affairs, all thanks to the obedience provided by the modifier. When the obedience is high enough, it won't matter even if they know each other. Maybe Yin Xiang can even enjoy a 3-on-1 fight. Ding ding ding. The previous stage missions of Ino and defeating Might Guy have been completed. New missions. Strategy mission. Guide to Konoha Anbu. Azuki Yugao. Mission reward. Modification point x1. Combat mission. Defeat the undead duo, and get 1 modification point and 1 lottery. Advertisement. Prestige mission. Gain 30% prestige, current prestige. 10%, prestige reward. Revive any ninja x1. Suddenly, a large number of modifier tasks flooded into Yin Zhang's mind. This time there was an additional prestige task. This 10 prestige was probably his prestige in Konoha. As the commander of Konoha's shadow, his prestige was only 10. There is also the Kage organization. With Yagami's identity, he beat up all 5 Kage. Doesn't he have any prestige? Yin Xiang thought about it carefully and realized that the news of the abuse of the 5 Kage must have been blocked by them and not spread out. At present, Yagami's identity is only known to Konoha Jonin and Akatsuki, which is about 10%. How can I get more prestige? Yin Xiang thought in his mind. Ding ding ding. Ways to gain prestige include completing Konoha shinobi missions, defeating rebellious ninjas, saving villages, protecting the 5 Kage, etc. Any method that can make the original's name known to more people will do. Main body. That means Yi Shen doesn't count. Yin Xiang understood after hearing the system's answer. No wonder its prestige is so low. Asuma is gone. Shi Hong walked into the bedroom at this time, lay back down next to Yin Xiang and said. If Asuma had insisted on taking 2 steps inside, he would have been caught on the spot. And if he had the nerve to look at Hong himself, he would have discovered that she was not wearing any underwear under her pajamas. Yeah, Yin Xiang nodded. Let's get up too. We haven't reported to Lord Tsunade yet today. I have to go there quickly. Yin Xiang yawned and said. Kurenai Yuhi's body is younger than Tsunade's and more mature than Ino's. In between, she has all the advantages of both of them, but without the disadvantages of one being too eager and the other being too immature. Overall, she is stronger than Tsunade and Ino, which makes Yin Xiang very satisfied. Yeah, Hong also nodded. At this time, Hong's obedience to Yin Xiang was 50%, and she would listen to Yin Xiang in most matters. After dinner, Yin Xiang said goodbye to Hong. In fact, he was not in a hurry to see Tsunade. Yesterday, Shadow Clone accompanied Tsunade for a whole day, and Tsunade still thought it was the real one. Yin Xiang now pointed to find a quiet place to use up the lottery opportunity he got yesterday. Konoha was crowded with people in the morning. In order to avoid shouting out loud because of winning something good, Yin Xiang sneaked into a small alley. Squat next to the trash can and start drawing lots. Advertisement. Who is it? Yin Xiang had just squatted down when a knife was pointed at her neck. Yin Xiang looked up and saw an Anbu with long purple hair. Seeing that the man looked up and it was Yin Xiang, the Anbu quickly put away the knife. Sorry, Lord Yin Xiang. You've been delivered to my door so soon. Yin Xiang looked at the Anbu in front of him. She was an Anbu directly under the Hokage and was under his command. Naturally, he knew her identity. Wasn't she Azuki Yugao? I saw someone acting sneaky so I followed him, but I didn't expect it was you. I'm really sorry, Mao Yu Shi Yan said to Yin Xiang with a half bow. Stay aside and wait to be punished. Yin Xiang said to Shi Yan, isn't this a good opportunity? Yes, Shi Yan answered decisively, and then stood aside. After all, she should be punished for offending the Anbu leader, and she had no objection. If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame herself for being unlucky. Yin Xiang looked at Shi Yan. She had an average figure and could not compare with Hong and Tsunade. However, in her memory, Shi Yan seemed to be good looking. Her lover Gecko Hayate had been dead for a long time and had never found a new partner. She was a very loyal person. Now he is obsessed with Anbu missions and has completely closed off his emotions, making him a very difficult target to conquer. No wonder the system assigns him such missions. Although Xian noticed Yin Zhang's gaze, she dared not move. Yin Xiang then retracted his gaze, then squatted back next to the trash can and started drawing the lottery. There were still 5 boxes, and this time Yin Xiang chose the middle box. As the box opened, a golden light flashed, and Yin Xiang took out a scroll from the box, Flying Thunder God Technique. FKU. Yin Xiang couldn't help but curse. If it were someone else, they would definitely be so happy that they wouldn't have time to react. Why did Yin Xiang curse? That's because Yin Xiang was originally planning to go take a look at the Book of Seals, and if he could get Flying Thunder God for free, wouldn't it be a waste of a chance to win a lottery? Alas, Yin Xiang sighed, since he had already drawn the lottery, he might as well learn it first. Yin Xiang opened the scroll in his mind, and the scroll then disappeared directly in Yin Zhang's brain. In an instant, the method of using Flying Thunder God was engraved in Yin Zhang's mind. Then Yin Xiang stood up and looked at Shi Yan. Come back home with me and help me find the votes my readers cast for me. I can't find a single vote. Chapter 64. Bundling. Azuki Yugao, please vote. Then Yin Xiang stood up and glanced at Shi Yan. Let's go. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, she led the way in front, and Xian followed silently behind her. Her teammates looked at each other and didn't dare to follow. I don't know what the character of this new leader is. If it was Danzo, Xian would probably be in danger of death this time, but this one is not certain, after all, he is still young. The two Anbu whispered to each other for a while, then left. Yin Xiang brought Shi Yan to the shadow base and took her directly to a single cell. 2 shadows fixed Shi Yan's hands on a cross and locked her feet together. They took off her mask and then left. Anbu. Directly under the Hokage. Shadow. Directly under Yin Xiang. This is a place surrounded by stone walls on all sides, and it is airtight. Once the iron door is closed, it is completely soundproof. Yin Xiang sits at the interrogation table, looking at Xian's face. Well, it is really good. When you made mistakes during the training, how did Danzo punish you? Yin Xiang took out a handful of melon seeds from somewhere and started cracking them. The Anbu who are now directly under the Hokage are all handed over to Tsunade by Danzo after root training. Of course, he will also keep some of the outstanding ones for himself. Whip, electric shock, tongue pulling, snake, rat and insect bites, beheading, and cutting in half. Xian looked at Yin Xiang. She seemed calm on the surface, but she was actually very scared. Another number appeared in Yin Zhang's modifier, the fear value. At this time, Xian's fear value was constantly fluctuating between 70 and 80. Have you ever made any mistakes before? Yin Xiang nodded and said, this Danzo is quite a pervert. No, Xian shook her head, and her fear value had fluctuated between 80 and 90. It was mainly because Yin Zhang's tone was really scary, and this was Shadow's base. Swoosh. Yin Xiang nodded, stood up from his seat, and walked slowly towards Xian. Seeing Yin Xiang coming, Xian's fear value reached 90 to 95 again, and she was about to collapse. But attacking Anbu management staff was indeed a serious offense, and she had no other choice. Advertisement. Yin Xiang circled around Shi Yan, observing her for a long time, and at the same time thought to himself, even if he pushed Shi Yan down by force today, there wouldn't be any problem, right? Yin Xiang thought about it and unknowingly came to the torture instruments, and his hands unconsciously touched the whip and candle. Xian couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw this. Her fear value stabilized at 95. If it reached 100, she would be so scared that she would pee. Yin Zhang's action was really unintentional. After all, being in such a place and tying up a beautiful woman, it was hard not to trigger Yin Zhang's memories of his previous life. He always felt that this scene was something he had seen somewhere. After some consideration, Yin Xiang also figured it out. Previously, Ino, Kurenai Yuhi and Tsunade were all pushed down when their favorability was less than 100%, and then it directly became 100. It seems that as long as they are pushed down, the modifier will change the favorability to 100% by default. In that case, Yin Xiang didn't know why he picked up a small whip and walked towards Shi Yan, unbuttoning her Anbu vest. Shi Yan closed her eyes, thinking she was going to be whipped. As a result, the whip only hit her chest lightly. It can't be said to be light, it should be said, a little itchy. Shi Yan couldn't help but moan, and her face turned red. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Yin Xiang kissing her directly. Her eyes widened immediately. What kind of punishment is this? Shi Yan screamed in her heart. She was RD by a handsome guy for no reason. In just a moment, Shi Yan's hormones soared, and her favorability also soared. What is Moonlight Gale? Who is Moonlight Gale? Then the two of them started playing something new in the shadow prison. On the other side, Yin Xiang's clone in Tsunade's office also wanted to have sparring training today. Unexpectedly, it was Kakashi who ordered Yin Xiang this time. But, his purpose seems to be different from the others. This guy asked me to train Naruto. You got it wrong. I gave you money to train with me, and you asked me to train Naruto. And then I have to give you money. Yin Xiang said, looking at Kakashi with dead eyes. Kakashi, however, was not afraid of the boiling water. Teaching others to train will make your own knowledge more solid. I am helping you to consolidate your knowledge. Hee hee, you are wearing a mask as expected, you don't even care about your face. Yin Xiang smiled awkwardly. Advertisement. At this time, Naruto was using Shadow Clone to train on changing the nature of chakra and practicing Rasen Shuriken. Yamato used ninjutsu to change the terrain and created a waterfall. He built a wooden bridge in the middle of the waterfall using wood style. Naruto and many shadow clones were trying to cut off the waterfall. So what is this training for? Yin Xiang asked knowingly. By the way, in case you don't know, Naruto has a ninjutsu called Rasengan, which is a very powerful ninjutsu inherited from the fourth Hokage. Now he plans to create a new ninjutsu by combining Rasengan with attribute changes. Kakashi explained it to Yin Xiang first. Oh, Yin Xiang nodded. I heard that you are a genius among geniuses, a natural ninja. I also want to see it for myself. Do you have any good suggestions? Kakashi said. What advice can I give? I can just see it. Can you do the Rasengan? Let me see. Yin Xiang looked at Kakashi. I guess I do. Kakashi nodded, then reached out and took out a meatball. Yin Xiang followed him and took out a meatball. FK. Kakashi, who is so well educated, almost cursed. Naruto practiced for a long time, and his hands were almost broken before he learned it. You can learn it just by watching it once. Yes, that's who I am. Yin Xiang nodded and said. Kakashi dispersed the Rasengan in his hand and looked at Yin Xiang's Rasengan, studying it carefully. It seemed that it was not only the appearance, but also the power. Yin Xiang then sent the Rasengan towards the ground, creating a large spiral crater. It is indeed the authentic Rasengan. Kakashi nodded when he saw this. The young man in front of him was a true genius. How could he be considered a genius? What if you want to add wind attribute chakra? Kakashi looked at Yin Xiang and said, can you do it? Let me try. Yin Xiang had learned the Rasengan since the first time he saw it. He raised his hand and used a Rasengan, then motioned Kakashi to move away. After Kakashi left, Yin Xiang began to inject wind chakra. I hope everyone can help me promote it, thank you. Chapter 65. The Eloquent Kakashi. Yin Xiang raised the Rasengan in his hand above his head and injected wind chakra into it. Suddenly, 4 sharp transparent blades appeared around the Rasengan. As the blades slowly expanded, the grass on the surrounding ground was pulled up by the suction force. Even the waterfall on Naruto's side was sucked over, and Naruto's attention was drawn. A dozen shadow clones looked towards Yin Xiang. Wow, is that it? Yamato had been concentrating on looking at Naruto in order to suppress the Nine Tails chakra, and it was at this moment that his attention was attracted by Yin Xiang. That is, Naruto released Shadow Clone and stared at what was in Yin Xiang's hand with wide eyes. At this time, the blade had expanded to about 1 meter. Naruto. Get out of the way. Yin Xiang shouted at Naruto. Naruto quickly jumped away from the waterfall and hid far away. Yin Xiang threw the spiral shuriken in his hand and hit it on the waterfall. Bump. After a loud bang, the entire waterfall was shattered, and a very huge pit appeared on the stone wall, more than 5 times larger than the Rasengan. The inside of the pit was not spiral-shaped, but irregularly cut. As this the Rasengan after being infused with wind chakra. Kakashi also stared at the pit with wide eyes. This ninjutsu is at least S level. I tell you, what is that? Naruto also jumped over and shouted while looking at the huge pit. That's the Rasengan after adding the wind attribute chakra. Kakashi came to Naruto and said, he only took a look at the Rasengan, and then added the wind attribute chakra, and it became like this. You only took a look. Naruto turned back to look at Yin Xiang. Is this a genius? Naruto never believed in genius or not. As long as they work hard, everyone will be strong. But he learned the Rasengan with just one look, and developed the ninjutsu he had studied for so long. Is this genius? Naruto couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Why wasn't he that genius? But he thought of Sasuke and quickly cheered up. Yin Xiang. Teach me now. Quote. Yin Xiang looked at Kakashi speechlessly. You have failed in this sparring mission. Advertisement. How can it be considered a failure? I taught you a new S-level ninjutsu. If you exceed the task requirements, your commission will be doubled. Kakashi smiled with his eyes narrowed. FKU. Yin Xiang couldn't help cursing. She knew how to do this, but couldn't say it out loud. At least treat me to a meal. Okay. Kakashi nodded. Let's talk about that later. Yin Xiang, please teach me how to do that Rasengan ninjutsu. Naruto shouted, standing between Yin Xiang and Kakashi. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded helplessly. Let's just call him Rasenshuriken. This ninjutsu cannot be thrown out without sufficient strength. Remember that Naruto could only attack with the Rasenshuriken in his hand at the beginning. It was not until he learned the fairy technique that he perfected this ninjutsu and was able to throw it out. Seeing your training, I will teach you a simple method. First, you separate into 2 shadow clones. Yin Xiang thought for a while, then said to Naruto. Okay. Naruto nodded and came to an open area. Shadow clone technique. Naruto conjured up 2 shadow clones. The real body, stretch out your right hand. Yin Xiang said to Naruto, and Naruto immediately stretched out his right hand in the middle. A shadow clone makes a Rasengan. Yin Xiang then said as the shadow clone to Naruto's left used the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. Another one is to inject wind chakra. Remember, this technique is to transform wind attribute chakra into fine needles and be thin and sharp. You have to find this feeling. Yin Xiang said to Naruto. Shadow clone also nodded and immediately began to inject wind chakra. Under the gazes of everyone, something like a thin needle slowly appeared in the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, and then some faint white sharp blades appeared around the Rasengan. Got it. Naruto was overjoyed when he saw this. At this moment, the Rasengan in his hand exploded directly, and Naruto's 2 shadow clones also exploded. Fortunately, this Rasenshuriken only looks good but has no power, otherwise Naruto's hand would be crippled. Advertisement. Naruto has been practicing for so long but to no avail, but he only gave a little guidance and made Naruto understand most of it. He is indeed a true genius. Kakashi thought while glancing at Yin Xiang. That's the feeling. Currently you haven't mastered the changes in the wind chakra, so practice cutting the waterfall first. Yin Xiang pulled Naruto up from the ground and pointed at the waterfall. Because of the big hole that Yin Xiang dug, the range of the waterfall was also larger. Okay. Naruto tasted the sweetness and said firmly, although I am not the developer of this ninjutsu, but if I can learn this ninjutsu, I will become very powerful. Naruto nodded and said, then jumped onto the wooden bridge. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto once again created more than 20 clones and began to practice cutting waterfalls. Hey, wait a minute. Yamato quickly turned around and pointed his hand at Naruto to prevent Naruto from leaking Nine Tails chakra due to excessive chakra consumption. What a lot of energy you have, Kakashi exclaimed as he looked at Naruto. So, today's sparring session is over. Yin Xiang looked at Kakashi and said. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you want to stay a little longer to take a look. Kakashi nodded and said. Forget it. Just remember that you owe me a meal. I'm leaving. Yin Xiang waved and left Kakashi. At the same time, he thought that if he went to other classes, the whole class would welcome him and they would practice with him. Why when I got to Kakashi? I didn't even see all the members of Kakashi class. As expected, they are the protagonist class. No, I am the protagonist. Yin Xiang shook his head and thought, then returned to Tsunade to deal with other matters. Just as he was coming back, Tsunade had assembled Konoha's 20th squad, a group of 80 people made up of Konoha's Jonin and Chunin, in order to deal with emergencies, such as Akatsuki invading Konoha, or someone invading the borders. The 4 members of Asuma's class, including Gangzi Tetsu and Kanzuki Izumo, are in this team. What happened? Yin Xiang landed next to Tsunade and asked. Next to Tsunade was a monk from the Fire Temple, who was dirty and looked like he had been through a battle. What happened to the Fire Temple? Well, Kai Lu of the Fire Temple was kidnapped by people from the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade nodded and said. What? Ji Lu was kidnapped. Asuma was also anxious after hearing this. He used to be one of the 12 guardians of the Fire Temple, and Ji Lu and he were old friends. Chapter 66. Take down Hidan in one encounter. Delu, Akatsuki, isn't that the immortal duo? Xian's mission had just been completed, and the mission to defeat the undead duo came. At the same time, she could accumulate prestige, so she had to go out as Yin Xiang. For the sake of Konoha's prestige and protecting the safety of the Fire Nation, we must not let those guys do whatever they want. Although we want to understand their purpose, they are all masters and we must not let them escape from the Fire Nation. If we can't capture them alive, we must kill them on the spot. Tsunade shouted to everyone. Go ahead, disperse. Then all 80 people dispersed and searched around the Fire Country. I'll take Shadow with me too. Yin Xiang said to Tsunade. The opponent is very strong. You must retreat as soon as you encounter danger. Tsunade said to Yin Xiang easily, and had no intention of stopping Yin Xiang. After all, Yin Xiang's current strength and the shadows under him were also very strong. Don't worry, I haven't enjoyed myself enough. Yin Xiang patted Tsunade's butt and said with a smile, wait for me to come back. Then Yin Xiang left, and when he ran out of Tsunade's sight, he untied Shadow Clone. This matter still had to be done by the original body. As the clone disappeared, Yin Xiang's original body also received the memory. At this time, Xian was sitting on the table with her legs opened with a look of enjoyment on her face, her hands hung above her head. It looks like we can only stop here today, Yin Xiang said after receiving the memory and put the candle in his hand aside. Xian really liked this feeling. Put on your clothes and go. If you bump into me again next time, I will punish you. Yin Xiang said as he touched Xian's chest. Yes, Lord Yin Xiang. Xian nodded with a red face. Her fear had long disappeared, and she was even looking forward to the next time. Yin Xiang then left the interrogation room and took the 5 good men in the shadows to track down the suspect. Hu Zhen, send the bugs out to find Asuma's whereabouts, Yin Xiang said to Ku General. Ku General nodded and immediately sent out a large number of bugs to search in all directions. Advertisement. If I remember correctly, Asuma died in this battle with the immortal duo. I stole his red buff, so he should be compensated, right? The bugs quickly found the route of Asuma and the others, which was heading to the fire temple. Yin Xiang immediately took the 5 of them to the fire temple. The location of the fire temple was quite remote, and the group didn't arrive until the next morning. By then, the fire temple was already in tatters, and several carrier pigeons had flown out. Asuma and the others just happened to come out of it. Then let's go to the nearest gold exchange. Asuma said to Shikamaru, Tetsu Koji and Azumo Kanzuki that in the organization of the 20 teams, the 10th team was not the same team. It's in a public toilet not far to the north. Shen Yu Chu Yun nodded and said. Let's go. After hearing this, Yin Xiang took the 5 people and went to the gold exchange over there, which was some distance away from here. Just after lunch, the 5 people came to the gold exchange. As soon as they arrived at the forest near the gold exchange, they found Hidan sitting at the door. Yin Xiang immediately asked everyone to hide behind the trees. That costume is from the Akatsuki organization, there's no doubt about it. Hu General said after taking a look from a distance. Hu Zhen, release the poisonous insects and attack quietly. The others make preparations, go around him and surround him. After receiving the signal, attack together. Yin Xiang informed everyone with gestures. Everyone nodded and quietly dispersed, leaving only Yin Xiang and Ku General here. Ku General released a small poisonous insect, which flew quietly towards Hidan. This small insect could kill a person, but Yin Xiang naturally didn't think that Hidan would die from the poisonous insect. This poisonous insect was just to paralyze him. After everyone was in place, Asuma also arrived with his men. Yin Xiang quickly made a gesture to Asuma to keep quiet, and then asked them to stay where they were. Asuma saw that the shadow members had begun to surround them, and nodded. Do it. Yin Xiang stretched out his 2 fingers forward, and the poisonous insects that had taken the roots immediately rushed towards Hidan. Hidan suddenly opened his eyes and slashed with the sickle in his hand, splitting the poisonous insect in half. The 5 shadow members rushed out at this time, holding iron chains in their hands, and tied him up. The 5 men held the chains tightly in their hands, and Hidan's sickle fell to the ground. Hidan was tied up and unable to move. The Konoha shinobi suddenly attacked. Hidan looked at the Anbu around him, but he was not panicked. After all, he was immortal. He used all his strength, but the 5 people pulled counterclockwise, and Hidan couldn't break free at all. Advertisement. Guard the gate. Yin Xiang then shouted to Asuma and others, and Asuma nodded. Here, Yin Xiang is the supreme commander and everyone has to listen to him. The 4 of them immediately went to the door and walked out of the door at the right angle. Hey, is this how you spread the news, Hidan? Kakuzu frowned at the situation in front of him. He was holding a large box in his hand, and it seemed that he had exchanged Delu's body for money. Really? I knew you were going to nag me. Hidan said helplessly. At the same time, he exerted force in his hands, pulled his sickle back through the rope, and swung it around. Yin Xiang immediately appeared, stood on the chain and grabbed Hidan's sickle. Here we go again. Hidan frowned as he looked at Yin Xiang. This was his last way to escape. We are the shadow of Konoha. We are now carrying out a mission to capture or execute the members of Akatsuki alive. Do you want to die alive? Yin Xiang said while standing on the chain and holding Hidan's sickle on his head. Hidan curled his lips in disdain. If you can kill me, I'll try. B*********************************************************************************************************************************่f่::::::*:::::h Although Hidan would not die, there were so many people around and he could not handle it by himself. He should rescue Hidan first. Kakuzu punched Shikamaru, who quickly jumped away, leaving a big hole in the ground. Yin Xiang let go immediately, and the 5 shadow men tied up Kakuzu and jumped away from the spot, then began to retract the chains, tied up Hidan, and confiscated their weapons. Now it's a 10-on-1 situation. Hidan, you're a piece of trash, Kakuzu yelled at Hidan. Is there any way? Save me, Hidan shouted at Kakuzu while lying on the ground. Yin Xiang's surprise attack was specifically designed to deal with Hidan. Relying on his immortality, he usually would not dodge attacks. He did not expect that someone would rush up to block his movements from the very beginning, and even his weapon was seized. Now he could only lie on the ground. Kakuzu looked at the situation in front of him. The 5 people on Yin Xiang's side were all elite Jonin, Asuma here was also an elite Jonin, and the situation of the other 3 was unclear. Kakuzu then looked at Yin Xiang. You are the leader of Konoha Shadow, right? Kakuzu looked at Yin Xiang and said. Alas, Everyone please be more active, otherwise I will starve to death and won't be able to continue writing books TT. Chapter 67 Burn, Kakuzu. You are the leader of Konoha Shadow, Yin Xiang, right? Kakuzu said to Yin Xiang. Why, what can I do for you? Yin Xiang nodded and asked, don't think that you want to beg for mercy just because you know me. I won't agree, Yin Xiang said. 80 million heads, I got them. Kakuzu said, and he flashed in front of Yin Xiang and punched Yin Xiang. Everyone reacted immediately, but Yin Xiang gestured to them to retreat. Just when the fist was about to hit Yin Xiang, Kakuzu stopped moving and stopped abruptly in front of Yin Xiang. Shadow binding technique, Shikamaru said in surprise when he saw Yin Xiang's shadow connected with Angle's shadow. He didn't even need to make a hand seal. This little trick, Kakuzu wanted to break free, but he didn't expect that he couldn't move at all. I have to say that Kakuzu's power is still very strong. It would be difficult to restrain him using the chakra cultivated by Yin Xiang, so Yin Xiang used the power of Shira, the power of the modifier, which made it extremely easy to deal with Kakuzu. Tie him up, Yin Xiang said to the 5 people behind him. They took out new chains and prepared to tie up Kakuzu. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu was still very stubborn. The earthly ghost mask on his body began to surge. 2 black earthly ghosts with white masks appeared from Kakuzu's shoulders, fire style. Head carving tongue, lightning style. Earth walking. Yin Xiang could only step back temporarily when seeing this, and the shadow binding technique was also interrupted. What the hell is this? Asuma and the others also dispersed immediately. The ground attack was directed at them. Now the 10 people formed a larger circle surrounding Kakuzu. Help me, Kakuzu. Let me take care of them. Hidan shouted to Kakuzu while twisting on the ground. Shut up. You're making so much noise. Kakuzu shouted at Hidan, already planning how to escape in his mind. His eyes scanned the area and finally locked onto Shikamaru. The guy had no ninja tools on him and didn't look like a combat ninja. Noticing Kakuzu's gaze, Yin Xiang and Shikamaru immediately understood what Kakuzu wanted to do. Yin Xiang immediately rushed to Shikamaru, and sure enough, Kakuzu appeared here the next moment. Advertisement. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Yin Xiang did a sweeping kick in the air, forcing Kakuzu back, fire style. Fire tongue. Then he formed seals with his hands and used Kakuzu's ninjutsu. Kakuzu immediately retreated, with only slight burns on his legs. Lightning style. Ground walking. Yin Xiang then used the ground walking technique, and Kakuzu could only jump to a higher place, which also fell into Yin Xiang's trap. Rasengan. Yin Xiang's clone fell from the air, and a Rasengan hit one of Kakuzu's masks directly. Yin Xiang had already used Shadow Clone when he came from the woods. Bang! Kakuzu was smashed to the ground, and was given an electric shock treatment by the ground walker. The mask that was directly hit by the Rasengan was also shattered on the spot. Is this really his first actual combat? Shikamaru thought to himself as he looked at Yin Xiang in front of him. Gang Ziti, Shen Yu Chuyun and others also looked at Yin Xiang in surprise. It seems that he still held back when fighting with me. Asuma thought to himself while holding the 2 chakra knives. Even if he held back, he was still no match for him. Did he kill him? Komatsuki Izumo said to Kakuzu who was lying on the ground. Kakuzu quickly answered this question for him. One of the 2 earth devils standing behind him used the head carving tongue towards Yin Xiang, water style. Water barrier. Yin Xiang immediately used water style to resist, forming mist in the air. Looking at Kakuzu again, he was no longer on the ground. Gang Ziti was attacked by Kakuzu and was knocked away. Kakuzu ran towards the woods over there, and Dunu also returned to his body. Hey, Kakuzu. You be **************, don't you care about me? Hidan shouted at Kakuzu when he saw this. Kakuzu didn't even turn his head and ran into the depths of the forest. Chase. Yin Xiang said immediately, and Asuma was the first to chase out. Feng, Ku Zhen, take this guy back first. Be careful. The 3 of you continue chasing with me. Yin Xiang instructed Feng and Ku General. Yes. Feng Heku Zhen nodded, picked up Hidan's weapon on the ground, and escorted Hidan towards Konoha. After Asuma and others caught up with Kakuzu, Kakuzu escaped again, leaving behind a ground ghost to stop Asuma and others. You deal with him, I will continue to chase. Yin Xiang shouted when passing by them. Leave it to us. Asuma also nodded and fought with the Earth Wrath. Advertisement. After chasing for a distance, Yin Xiang found that there was no sign of Kakuzu, so he quietly opened his Byakugan to look for him, and finally found Kakuzu breathing heavily underground. Come out. Yin Xiang exerted force with his hands, using his extraordinary strength to punch the ground. The entire ground collapsed instantly, and the surrounding trees also fell down. Kakuzu hurriedly crawled out from the ground. He had lost 2 hearts so far. The purpose of wasting a Du on Yu was to stop them, but now it's all in vain. However, there are only 4 enemies left, so maybe there is a chance of a fight. Kakuzu thought of this, stretched out his arm, and hit one of the Anbu. Earth style. Earth flowing wall. Yin Xiang's shadow was no idiot. He used the earth flowing wall to block the attack, then jumped out of the earth flowing wall and threw the shuriken in his hand towards Kakuzu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless shurikens fell from the sky, heading towards Kakuzu. Wind style. Suppression. Kakuzu formed seals with his hands and used suppression to blow away all the shurikens in the air. The other two shadows also attacked him from both sides. Seeing this, Kakuzu thrust his arms into the ground, then appeared in front of them, and punched each of them, but was blocked by the short swords of both men. Painful kick. Yin Xiang took the opportunity to drop from the air and stepped on Kakuzu. Kakuzu dodged quickly and only had one arm stepped on by Yin Xiang. Damn it. Kakuzu glanced at his arm. It seemed that he couldn't continue to entangle like this. Kakuzu immediately separated another earth resentment used wind style. Suppressing, blowing Yin Xiang and others away, and escaped again. Leave it to you, I'll go chase them. Yin Xiang said to the three shadows. Lord Yin Xiang, Lord Tsunade has ordered that you cannot be put in danger alone. One of the shadows shouted to Yin Xiang. It's okay. Yin Xiang chased after him without saying anything, allowing herself to fight Kakuzu alone, which made her feel more relaxed. When he left the sight of the three people, Yin Xiang directly used lightning style to stimulate the cells, and came in front of Kakuzu at a very fast speed, and ignited a flame in his hand. Where are you running to? This speed. Kakuzu was also stunned when he saw Yin Xiang's speed. The next moment, Yin Xiang appeared in front of Kakuzu, grabbed Kakuzu's neck and lifted him up. Burn. Chapter 68. Conquer Kakuzu, let's go to Shadow Finance. Thanks to Black Humor Big Brother for the reward, more updates. Yin Xiang's flaming hand directly burned Kakuzu's whole body. Kakuzu's neck turned into a black line and broke away from Yin Xiang's palm. He quickly got rid of the water style's resentment and used water style on himself. What is this? Kakuzu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Flames were burning in his hands. This was a ninjutsu. He had lived for nearly 100 years and had never seen such a ninjutsu. Water style. Water curtain tent. Kakuzu used water style, and a powerful water cannon from Di Yuanyu's mouth attacked Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang raised his hand and a wooden wall rose up under his feet, completely blocking the water curtain tent. Wood style. Kakuzu stared at the wooden wall with wide eyes, and bad memories came to his mind. The first generation flame once used this to beat himself out of the psychological trauma. Kakuzu saw wood style and was certain that even if there was only one person, he would not be his opponent. And judging from his current performance, he must have held back. He had a secret that could not be discovered by the people of Konoha, and he would definitely kill him. Kakuzu was extremely confident. He quickly jumped onto the tree, ignored the ground and ran away. Only a heart was left in his body. Di Yuanyu rushed towards Yin Xiang, and Yin Xiang appeared in front of Di Yuanyu and smashed him to pieces with one punch. Di Yuanyu couldn't even get a second. Yin Xiang instantly appeared in front of Kakuzu and kicked him back to the ground. Kakuzu quickly stood up from the ground, stretched out his only remaining arm to Yin Xiang and entangled Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang directly used Shinra Tensai and broke his other arm. Then he flashed in front of Kakuzu and kicked him. Before Kakuzu landed, he kicked him again, and then again. He kicked him more than 10 times in the 3 seconds in the air. At this point, Kakuzu suddenly realized something. This was not Ai's way of stimulating cells with lightning style. This was even faster than that. It was Flying Thunder God. After a dozen kicks, the armless Kakuzu fell to the ground. He didn't even know how to get up. He just lay there stupidly, as if he had accepted his fate. Ding ding ding. Mission completed for defeating the undead duo. Rewards. 1 modification point, 1 lucky draw. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. Even though I didn't defeat Hidan myself, at least I led the shadows to defeat him, so I did a good job in setting up the formation. Yin Xiang looked at Kakuzu lying on the ground in front of him without moving, and came up with an idea. He then walked up to Kakuzu and helped him up. Kakuzu had been beaten by Yin Xiang at this time and had no will to fight at all. Kill me. Kakuzu looked at Yin Xiang and said, with a look as if he would rather die than be humiliated. The money he exchanged for Dilu's body was scattered all over the ground. Don't be so anxious to die. Yin Xiang took back the wooden wall. I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it? What do you mean? Kakuzu looked up at Yin Xiang and said. Join Shadow. Yin Xiang smiled, and this smile looked so scary to Kakuzu. You, could it be? Kakuzu widened his eyes when he heard the name of the Shadow. The Shadow is notorious in the Akatsuki organization. Although Conan announced that the Shadow organization had reached a cooperation with them after he came back last time, Pain still reminded everyone to be careful. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me is Yi Shen. The king of the Dark Knight is Yi Shen. Yin Xiang nodded and said, Kakuzu is the first person to know his true identity. You are the first person who knows my identity. If you dare to tell others, I will make you regret being born into this world. You'd better kill me. Kakuzu turned his head away and said, I have no reason to join your organization. Is this a reason? Yin Xiang took out a handful of large denomination banknotes from his pocket, one handful after another, and soon it exceeded the 30 million he had just taken. I have too much of this stuff and I can't manage it all. If you're willing to join, I'll have as much as you want and you can spend it however you want. Kakuzu was famous for his love of money, and Yin Xiang didn't believe he could resist such temptation. Where did you get so much money? Kakuzu looked at Yin Xiang's arms, which were like a treasure bag. How could such a place hold so much money? Don't worry about it, Yin Xiang said as she put the money back into her arms and put it into the modifier space. How about it, are you willing? Not only does it manage my money, but I can also spend it as I please. Kakuzu asked tentatively. Advertisement. Of course, I keep my word. Yin Xiang nodded and said, since he had money, it has been of little use, so isn't this going to be of great use? I'll join, Kakuzu said decisively after hearing this. Follow my shadow clone, he will take you to the base, which is not far from here. Yin Xiang nodded with satisfaction and created a clone. Don't take that earth resentment you away, just think of it as you staying here to stop me, and I will say you ran away. Okay. Kakuzu nodded, reconnected his broken arm, collected the money scattered in his box on the ground, and ran away with Yin Xiang's clone. Soon Asuma and other members of the shadow group arrived. Seeing the mess and the scattered earth wrath mask on the ground, they roughly knew what had happened. He ran away. Yin Xiang looked at everyone and said, but catching Hidan is also acceptable. Let's go back and report first. Okay. Asuma and the others nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had more people on their side, their opponent was Akatsuki after all, and Kakuzu was already a famous ninja. They were still a little scared in their hearts. Asuma also lit up a cigarette, not knowing that he had just survived a disaster. You'd better smoke less. You'll smell like cigarettes and there's no way to hide the smell. Yin Xiang said to Asuma. Ah, I know. Asuma nodded. When Hong was still by his side, he could still talk himself down, but now that Hong left him, he smoked even more than before. He was really puzzled as to who had poached his girlfriend. The few of them then gave the retreat signal to each group, and when they rushed back to Konoha it was already the afternoon of the next day, and Hidan had already gone through the discussion and interrogation. But Hidan, the more pain he felt, the more pleasure he had. The interrogation methods were completely useless. Ibiki, the interrogation expert, had no way to deal with him, and it even made him feel a little bit good. The Yamanaka clan also came over. As soon as they invaded his brain, he bit his tongue to commit suicide. After being dead for a while, he came back to life. When they explored him again, he died again. This repeated over and over again. After a whole night, the interrogation team didn't get anything out of him. When Yin Xiang came back, she saw Tsunade who was furious. Hidan not only said nothing, but also couldn't get anything out of the interrogation. He was also a chatterbox, which annoyed everyone. His mind was full of evil cults. Chapter 69 Chop up Hidan and feed him to the dogs. Please vote, please vote. Don't be angry, just give him to me. If you can't stretch him out, I will kill him. Yin Xiang's hand slid down Tsunade's back again and again to calm her down. Hidan is really a sharp-tongued person. Yeah, Tsunade also nodded. That Kakuzu ran away, I'm going to arrange a pursuit team to track him down, do you have any good recommendations? Kakuzu is still quite difficult to deal with. I'm afraid only the experienced Kakashi can deal with Kakuzu. Just in case, we can let the former 10th team or Yuhikuranai's tracking team, which has the best coordination, accompany them. Yin Xiang said. Of course he would not volunteer. After all, Kakuzu had already followed his shadow clone into the base, all traces had been erased and could not be found at all. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to go out now? Kakashi. But Naruto is still practicing new ninjutsu. How about this, you tell them that if Naruto can complete the new ninjutsu within 24 hours, let them chase him. Tsunade thought for a while and said. At this time, she had gotten rid of the bad habit of biting her fingers. Okay. Yin Xiang also nodded. Then I'll go. Yin Xiang said and left. When Yin Xiang came to Naruto's side, she saw Naruto practicing the Rasenshuriken, which had already taken shape. Hey, I heard that you were very active in the mission. You captured Akatsuki's people in one encounter and seriously injured one of them. Kakashi said to Yin Xiang when he saw Yin Xiang coming over. It's okay, it's okay. Yin Xiang said modestly. Ever since capturing Hidan, the ninjas of Konoha began to brag about Yin Xiang's strength, which made Yin Xiang's prestige begin to rise in Konoha, directly increasing by 10 to 30%. Once again, it exceeded the system's original goal and gained 40% prestige. At the same time, you also received system rewards, modification points x2, lottery x2, and revive any ninja once, and this ninja will 100% listen to Yin Xiang. A little modification point is reserved for Itachi, which is the memory Yin Xiang got after exchanging Shadow Clone with the previous Shadow Clone. At the same time, Yin Xiang also felt the intimacy with Conan in an instant. It was so exciting. He had a good figure and good looks. Most importantly, it was the first time. It was extremely tight and it was a very good experience. Advertisement. There is another modification point that I haven't used yet, but if I use it to modify everyone to forget about Hidan, and then let Hidan join the shadow. Isn't it a bit of a loss? Yin Xiang decided to keep it for now. The other two draws will naturally take place in a secluded place after finishing the things at hand. Naruto has trained well, Yin Xiang said while looking at Naruto. The wind nature transformation has been mastered. The next step is to successfully add the nature transformation to the Rasengan. Kakashi also nodded, holding the intimacy paradise in his hand, and Yin Xiang also leaned over to take a look. As expected from Jiraiya, some of the illustrations are quite pretty. I'm telling you, you're not a child anymore and you're not bad looking, why do you watch this kind of stuff every day? Why don't you practice on your own? There are tons of people chasing after you. Yin Xiang then said to Kakashi. Well, let's just consider this as a way to kill time. I haven't thought about finding a wife or anything like that. Kakashi put away the book and said, looking a little embarrassed. I'm here to inform you of the mission. Yin Xiang nodded, then conveyed Tsunade's words to Kakashi. I understand. Kakashi nodded and accepted the task. After Yin Xiang heard the news, he left. Then Yin Xiang came to Anbu's base, which was very close to the Hokage building. After entering the interrogation room, Yin Xiang saw Hidan, who was covered in blood but still had a smile on his face. This, minor injury, was not enough to make him surrender. Lord Yin Xiang. The two Anbu in the interrogation room greeted Yin Xiang immediately when they saw her. One of them was Shi Yan. For some reason, her legs trembled after seeing Yin Xiang. In fact, just thinking about things with Yin Xiang, Xian's river has become moist. Go out. Yin Xiang nodded and let them leave first. When Xian left, Yin Xiang touched Xian's butt and felt a warmth. Tisk tisk, you're broken. Yin Xiang smacked his lips and laughed. Advertisement. UB asterisk 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 D. Hidan also looked up and saw that it was Yin Xiang, and started to curse at Yin Xiang. Let me go. I want to fight you to the death. I will let the evil god favor you. It's so noisy. Yin Xiang picked up the knife next to him and cut off Hidan's jaw with one stroke. His tongue also fell off with it. Now he had some peace and quiet, but Yin Xiang not only cut him with the knife to make him quiet, but also wanted to learn from his immortal body. But Yin Xiang found that this trick could not be learned. In fact, Hidan's immortality is not innate, nor is it a secret technique or forbidden technique. Instead, he was forced to undergo some kind of chemical experiment. This kind of thing is beyond Yin Xiang's learning ability, so Yin Xiang cannot learn it. Listen carefully. First of all, Konoha's torture methods are really useless to you. Yin Xiang threw the bloody knife in his hand aside and picked up Hidan's chin and tongue. Second, we in Konoha have no other use for you except to consume excess pig food. After Yin Xiang said this, he stuffed his chin and tongue into his mouth and punched him into his stomach along the esophagus. Hidan could do nothing now except waiting for Yin Xiang viciously. Third, I know much more about Shao than you do. Then Yin Xiang walked towards the knife and picked it up. Fourth, although you are immortal, there is always a way to kill you. I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, he had already raised the knife in front of Hidan. After hearing Yin Xiang's words, Hidan's fear value actually increased a little, but only about 10%. Hidan cannot be subdued. After all, he is already in Konoha, and the interrogation work has been handed over to me. I can't let him escape from my hands. If that happens, my prestige will be reduced, and everyone will think that I am not doing my job well. Then Yin Xiang cut Hidan's body in half from the head with one knife, and then waved his hands in the air, chopping Hidan into small pieces of meat in a few strokes. Then Yin Xiang picked up the broom and dustpan in the corner, whistled and swept the minced meat into the dustpan, leaving only blood on the ground. Even so, Yin Xiang could still see Hidan's vital signs through his white eyes. It must be said that his vitality is extremely tenacious. However, after Yin Xiang finished this series of actions, Hidan's fear of Yin Xiang reached 60%. This guy is serious. Chapter 70. I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I envy Yin Xiang every day. After cleaning the meat, Yin Xiang put his meat into a bag, opened the door and walked out. Clean up inside. Yin Xiang said to Xian and another Anbu at the door as he walked. Yes. The two nodded, looked at the black bag Yin Xiang was carrying, and exchanged glances, not knowing what was inside. Then the two walked into the interrogation room. Vomit. The two men rushed out of the interrogation room. Even though they had experienced wars, killed many people, and interrogated many people, they couldn't help but vomit in this situation. There was blood all over the floor, some small pieces of internal organs remaining, and stomach acid all over the floor. The smell was so disgusting. This, Lord Yin Xiang is too cruel. I'm afraid he chopped that Hidan into pieces. How did you come out unscathed the last time you provoked him? Quote. Don't mention it. Shi Yan shook her head. Hurry up and pack it up. Yin Xiang came to the farm of Konoha with the bag, intending to feed the pigs, but then he thought that these pigs still needed to be eaten, so he had to walk out of Konoha, find a cave with snakes, and throw the body parts into it. Watching the snakes swallow Hidan, Yin Xiang nodded with satisfaction and left. It was noon when they finished the work. Even though they had just done that, Yin Xiang still had an appetite to eat. Yin Xiang came to Ichiraku Ramen, where she had eaten several times before. The cooking skills of this uncle Ichiraku and Ayame were indeed very good, no wonder they had been able to open their restaurant in Konoha for so long. I'm afraid 5 or 6 Hokage were fed. After dinner, Yin Xiang went to Shirahong's house, lay on Shirahong's legs, enjoyed the brain massage given by Shirahong, and started to draw a lottery in her mind. The first choice is the second one on the left. A dark gray light flashes in the box, and then a scroll is taken out, which records the impure world reincarnation of second Hokage Tobirama. Yin Xiang learns it directly. The effect of this impure world reincarnation is still very large, and with Yin Xiang's learning ability, it is directly the top-notch impure world reincarnation, which makes Yin Xiang a little impatient to see the power of his impure world reincarnation. Advertisement. Then he drew the lottery for the second time and chose the box on the far right that was flashing with black light. There was nothing in the box, but an extra sentence appeared in Yin Xiang's mind. He got an A+ grade ninja, Uchiha Izumi, who has joined the Shadow and become a Shadow member, codename, Naraku. At the same time, the image of Uchiha Izumi appeared in Yin Xiang's mind. She had long straight black hair, looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, had a great figure, and was very beautiful. She was basically on par with Yuhi Kurenai, much younger than Yuhi Kurenai, and still had a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan in her eyes. In Yin Xiang's memory, Uchiha Izumi was an original character created by the animation team. She was a girl of 13 or 14 at the time. She was killed by Obito on the night of the genocide. She had a very good relationship with Itachi and liked Itachi very much. It seems that the modifier not only resurrected Uchiha Izumi, but also changed her age to about 18 years old, which made Yin Xiang very satisfied. The Uchiha spring has many uses. You can enjoy it yourself or give it to Itachi to make him want to return to Konoha. Of course, you can also keep the Uchiha spring for yourself and then use the modification points to change the Uchiha clan to not be exterminated. This is why Yin Xiang left a modification point for Itachi. Yin Xiang was quite satisfied with the result of this draw, and then he modified his talents. Currently, his learning ability and physical strength were both max. These 2 points alone were enough to defeat many masters in the ninja world, but it was not enough. What Yin Xiang wants is to kill an Uchiha Madara with 1 punch and 1 sage of 6 paths with 1 kick. Yin Xiang immediately added the modification points to his strength, and the strength value directly reached 9,999 plus, reaching the max state. Yin Xiang suddenly felt that his whole body was full of strength. With this powerful punch, half of Konoha would be in trouble. What are you so happy about? Shi Raihong said softly when she saw Yin Xiang's face unconsciously smiling. Nothing, I just feel very happy like this. Yin Xiang opened her eyes, gently held Shi Raihong's hand and smiled. Asuma. You are so happy you asterisk 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 asterisk. Open black lens bracket ding ding ding. New task. Strategy mission. Konoha Special Jonin. Mitarashi Anko. Reward. Modification point x1. Combat mission. Defeat Konoha's S-rank rebel ninja. Orochimaru. Reward. Modification point x1. Lottery x1. Advertisement. Prestige mission. Increase prestige to 80%. Reward. 20-man elite Jonin troops. Current prestige. 40%. At this time, the modifier task came to Yin Xiang's mind again. Speaking of the prestige task, the ninja that can be resurrected has not been decided yet. This ninja will listen to him 100%. Yin Xiang can directly resurrect Otsutsuki Hamura, which will also be a very powerful helper. However, Yin Xiang still plans to keep this opportunity. In case someone around him dies one day due to a danger he is not aware of, he can use this opportunity to resurrect, or resurrect someone when he needs him most. As for Orochimaru, Yin Xiang thought about it and decided that he could deal with it later. When he received the mission regarding Orochimaru, he would go there as Yin Xiang. He could defeat Orochimaru and gain prestige at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's disciple, seems to be a small round-faced girl with developed breasts, and also likes to play with snakes. This one should be relatively easy to win over. After all, Anko seems to be more open to playing. Just keep her figure in check, don't let her get as fat as in Boruto and lose her figure. Thinking of Anko's breasts, Yin Xiang couldn't help but licking her lips. She immediately felt aroused and sat up and pulled Shihihong towards the bedroom. What's wrong with you? Why are you here so suddenly? It's only noon. Hong followed Yin Xiang to the bedroom, at a loss, and was pressed down on the bed by Yin Xiang, looking confused. Have fun, Yin Xiang said with a smile. You, young people are in good shape. Shiri Hong came to her senses, showing a charming smile of a mature older sister, and put her arms around Yin Xiang's neck and kissed her. Several hours later, Yin Xiang left Shihi Hong's house, stretched, and prepared to go back to the Hokage building to check the situation. She met Ino head-on. Ino ran towards Yin Xiang happily. If Yin Xiang hadn't been quick-eyed and quick-handed, Ino would have jumped on her. Calm down, there are so many people here. Yin Xiang quickly said to Ino. I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you very much. Ino also smiled. You haven't come to see me for several days. Remember to come to me at night. The window is not closed. Ino leaned close to Yin Xiang's ear and whispered. Don't worry, I will definitely get there. Yin Xiang also smiled and said. I really don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, but I envy Yin Xiang every day. Chapter 71 Going on a mission with Anko. That night, Tsunade had sent Asuma's squad to give chase, and if Naruto could complete the new technique within 24 hours, they could follow, but of course, they couldn't find him. But Ino missed the opportunity to be intimate with Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang reported to Tsunade about the handling of Hidan. Now the immortal must die. Unexpectedly, after a night of intensive training, Naruto successfully used the Rasengan, including the wind style Rasengan, which is a small Rasengan. Naruto can still throw it, but not the Rasengan. Naruto was also allowed to go out in pursuit, but he returned empty-handed that afternoon. Tsunade saw that Naruto's body was covered with scars from training, and after examining him, he found that the Rasenshuriken would slowly destroy his arm cells and was listed as a forbidden technique. As for Yin Xiang, since the spiral shuriken can be thrown out without hurting herself, Yin Xiang can use it freely. The next morning, Tsunade received a pigeon message from Anbu, which roughly determined the location of Orochimaru's base. However, before he could get the exact location, he was attacked. Now he was seriously injured and could not continue the exploration, so a new team had to be sent out to explore. The first person Tsunade thought of was naturally Kakashi, but Yin Xiang volunteered. After the last battle with Akatsuki, Tsunade also had a new understanding of Yin Xiang's abilities. Perhaps being a ninja would be more suitable for him than being a secretary. Having said that, Yin Xiang is not even a genin now. If I make an exception and promote you to jonin, well, with the support of the shadow leader and your battle record, everyone will probably be convinced. Let's decide it then. After Tsunade said this, he took out a Konoha forehead protector from the drawer. Yin Xiang was then officially a Konoha shinobi. From today on, you will resign from your secretary duties and accept your position as Konoha jonin. Then go and get your jonin vest. Tsunade said after handing the forehead protector to Yin Xiang. Yes. Yin Xiang also nodded. Of course, you can continue to live in my house. Tsunade then said in a low voice with a blushing face. Of course, I don't have money to rent a house. Yin Xiang said while touching Tsunade's hand as he took over the forehead protector. Okay, stop being so funny. Pick a few shadows to go with you. If you need to mobilize Konoha jonin, report to me. Tsunade withdrew his hand and said to Yin Xiang, Orochimaru, the danger level is higher than that of the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. Don't worry, I will definitely make him obedient. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled, then left the office. If he wants to improve his prestige, he naturally needs other Konoha ninjas to help promote him. The shadow people are very tight-lipped, so he should choose a Konoha shinobi to follow him for this mission. Yin Xiang thought, isn't Mitarashi Anko just right? Taking down Anko on the road is like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yin Xiang sat down as soon as she thought of it and immediately went to inform Mitarashi Anko. Anko had met Yin Xiang before and had had several conversations with her, so they could be considered to know each other. Anko decisively accepted Yin Xiang's invitation, mostly because the target of the mission was Orochimaru, and killing Orochimaru was her life goal. In order to be able to conquer Anko on the way, Yin Xiang decided not to bring anyone else. When Yin Xiang took Anko to Tsunade to report, Tsunade's first reaction was naturally to refuse. Orochimaru is such a dangerous person, it's too risky for only the 2 of you to go. Tsunade said to the 2. The more people there are, the easier it is to be discovered. Besides, we are just going to investigate the situation and there will be no conflict. Anko knows Orochimaru quite well, so she is the most suitable candidate. Yin Xiang said to Tsunade. What if there's a conflict? Tsunade asked. We will definitely run away as soon as possible, promise. Yin Xiang raised his left hand and swore. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang for a while, and finally nodded. Be careful, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Understood. Yin Xiang and Anko also nodded and then left. Go back and pack your things. We'll meet at the gate of Konoha in 10 minutes. Yin Xiang said to Anko after leaving the Hokage's office. 20 minutes is okay. Anko asked. Do you have anything else to say? Yin Xiang asked puzzledly. It'll take a long time this time. I'm going to miss Konoha's tricolor meatballs. I'm going to buy some more. Anko said with a grin. Advertisement. Quote. Be careful not to eat too much, or you'll gain weight. Yin Xiang said after hearing this. Don't worry, I won't gain weight, Anko said, waved his hand and left. Yin Xiang also went home to pack up her things. In fact, there was nothing special to pack, just some ninja tools and a change of clothes. Then Yin Xiang came to the gate of Konoha. Lord Yin Xiang. A shadow appeared beside Yin Xiang. Oh, it's Naraku. Naraku is the code name of Uchiha Izumi. Yin Xiang went to meet her yesterday afternoon. Well, she is really nice and very obedient. Let me go with you on this mission to protect your safety. Naraku said. I think you mainly want to see Sasuke. Yin Xiang smiled. Although Naraku would listen to her in all aspects, her nature would not change. She loved Uchiha Itachi deeply and would only obey Yin Xiang. Even if Yin Xiang asked her to kill Itachi, she would do it without hesitation. Yes. Naraku also nodded. She didn't dare to deceive Yin Xiang. Okay, then you follow me. If it was Naruto who followed, it would not hinder his conquest of Anko, because she was now Yin Xiang's most loyal servant. Not long after, Anko came running over with a bag on his back and 2 large bags of 3-color meatballs in his hands. Is there anyone else besides us? Anko looked at Naraku and asked. Yes, this is the shadow member, codenamed Naraku, who is traveling with us. Yin Xiang nodded. A female shadow, very cool. Anko looked at Naraku and said, but, I bought too few meatballs this time. Quote. You keep it for yourself. I don't like it. Naraku won't pay attention to you. Yin Xiang said speechlessly looking at Anko. Really? That's great, let's go. Anko was very happy to hear that the balls didn't need to be shared. She stretched out her left hand and raised it above her head, and the 2 balls on her chest trembled a little. Hiss, they are not much different from Tsunade. Yin Xiang couldn't help but take a look. Her breasts with the fishnet lining looked very charming, and it was hard not to fantasize about them. Yin Xiang quickly retracted her gaze to avoid being discovered by Anko. Let's go. Yin Xiang nodded and walked in front to lead the way. This time their destination was Tien Kingdom. Judging from the time, Deidara and the others should have arrived. Chapter 72. A Flying Thunder God, I take down Anko directly. Our destination must be the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice borders Konoha. At our speed, we'll be there soon. Anko followed the two, slightly behind. Well, according to the news sent back by Anbu, it is there, the border of the Land of Rice. Yin Xiang nodded, and the three of them continued to move forward at full speed while chatting. When it was almost dawn, they arrived at the border of the Land of Rice, next to the body of the Konoha Anbu. He had turned himself into a pile of ashes. This is it. Yin Xiang looked at the ashes on the ground, raised two fingers, and began to explore the surroundings. He soon found a cave and saw iron doors inside, as well as seriously injured people lying on the ground, and people who had already died. There's a cave over there, and it looks like a prison, but it's full of corpses. It looks like they've already evacuated. Yin Xiang said to the two. Is your perception so strong? Anko exclaimed. About 2 kilometers around, it's all within my perception range. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled. Great. Anko nodded. There are traces over there. About 20 people left. Under Quan's mask, a pair of scarlet eyes were flashing. Chase. Yin Xiang made the decision immediately. The three of them immediately chased after him. After they had chased him for a distance, Yin Xiang suddenly stopped in front of them and said, there is a chakra fluctuation ahead. Boom. As soon as Yin Xiang finished speaking, a pillar rose up not far away. Crystal. Izumi looked up at the pillar. That's a collection of chakras. It should be a bloodline limit. Crystal style. Yin Xiang nodded and looked at the crystal pillar. Then with a bang, it scattered in the air and turned into powder. Advertisement. There was a female ninja who killed 16 ninjas. They had a very evil chakra in their bodies. Many lines appeared on their bodies and changed their appearance. Yin Xiang said while making seals with her hands. The crystal-style ninja was Honglian. That is Orochimaru's curse seal. It seems that we are chasing in the right direction. This should be the prison. The place they are going to now should be Orochimaru's base. We will follow them first, and when we find Orochimaru, we will kill him if we have a chance. Anko nodded and said. Hey, our mission is just to investigate. Yin Xiang said as he looked at the murderous intent burning in Anko. This guy was even more anxious than himself. Quote. If I have the chance, I'll still kill him. Anko said unwillingly. That female ninja left, and then she met 4 more people. They also had the same curse mark on them, and the 5 of them left together. Wait a minute. Yin Xiang frowned slightly. The other side also has a sensing ninja, using bats to sense, so we can't get any closer. Bats. If I kill the bats, he will notice something, right? That's probably the case, but his detection range is not as large as mine, and if it's daytime, his ability won't be of much use. Yin Xiang nodded. Then keep this safe distance. Yin Xiang then continued, and waited until they started to move before the 3 of them began to move, keeping a safe distance all the way until the next morning, when the 5 of them entered a wooden house and the female ninja using crystal style left, leaving the 4 of them alone. The crystal style kunoichi has left, and the bats are gone, so this is a good time to take them out. Izumi said as he pulled out a short sword from under his cloak. Wait for me here. Yin Xiang looked at Anko and Izumi and said, then pulled out a kunai, covered it with lightning style, and threw it into the window of the wooden house, as if Yin Xiang just waved his hand. Flying Thunder God. What a fast kunai. Quan used the Sharingan to see a beam of light flying out and exclaimed. Even with the Sharingan, he only saw a beam of light. When he turned around to look at Yin Xiang, there was no trace of Yin Xiang. Is that Flying Thunder God? Yin Xiang actually knows how to use Flying Thunder God. Anko exclaimed. Yin Xiang has told Tsunade that she has learned the Flying Thunder God, saying that she did her own research based on some records. Although Tsunade was shocked, he was also very happy. This is one of the reasons why Tsunade agreed to let Yin Xiang come here. After telling Tsunade that she could use Flying Thunder God, Yin Xiang no longer had to hide it. Advertisement. So fast. Anko looked out the window. The people inside had no time to make a move, and they couldn't even find Yin Xiang. They fell down one after another. In order to leave no traces, Yin Xiang didn't cut any wounds on their bodies. He just smashed their skulls with one punch. Wait a minute. Yin Zhang's fist stopped steadily above a person's head, and he could finally see Yin Zhang's figure. You are useless, Yin Xiang said, and then punched the head, making a cracking sound. The 4 people in the room were killed without them even having time to fight back. Okay, let's go over there, Izumi said then, and they both used the body flicker technique to get inside. I say, you actually learned Flying Thunder God. Anko shouted excitedly as soon as he came in. In Anko's era, the person he admired the most was 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The 4th Hokage is handsome, strong, and responsible. He plays Flying Thunder God to perfection, and has fascinated many people. There were kunoichi and little girls of the same age, Anko being one of them. Now she saw a young man who was more handsome than Namikaze Minato using Flying Thunder God, and she was very excited. If she couldn't defeat Namikaze Minato, could she defeat Yin Xiang? I just learned it a few days ago, and I haven't fully mastered it yet. Let's clean up this place quickly. After Yin Xiang said this, the 3 of them dragged the 4 bodies out, found a cliff and threw them down, and then returned to the cabin. Wait here for that woman to come back, and disguise yourself as them first. Yin Xiang stretched out his hand and made a shadow clone, turning into the appearance of one of them. Together with the original body, Anko, and Quan, the four of them turned into their appearance. Not knowing how long it would take for that woman to come back, Yin Xiang was now completely focused on conquering Anko. Yin Xiang found that after she used Flying Thunder God, Anko's favorability towards her soared to 60%. Now he looked like a complete nymphomaniac, and it seemed that he could win Anko's heart with just a few more flirtations. So you also like 4th generation? Have you learned his other ninjutsu? Before Yin Xiang could speak, Anko took the initiative to find a topic. Of course, I like the 4th Hokage very much and I also learned his Rasengan. Yin Xiang said and demonstrated the Rasengan. Seeing this, Anko's favorability level rose to 80%. This man, he's absolutely my ideal type. Anko screamed inwardly while looking at Yin Xiang. Chapter 73 Heavy Rain, Broken House, 2 girls, lingering, seeking votes, seeking praise. Seeing Anko's favorability soaring, Yin Xiang also smiled. It seemed that just as she expected, Anko was easy to win over. Take a nap. You haven't slept since last night. You need to rest, Yin Xiang said. I'll keep watch, you guys go to sleep, said Quan. Okay, I'll let you do that later. Yin Xiang nodded. The purpose of sleeping was self-evident. This place was quite cold, and Anko's clothes were very thin. Once he fell asleep and lost his excitement, he would easily crawl into her arms. As expected, Anko took the initiative to throw herself into Yin Xiang's arms not long after the water started, and Yin Xiang found that her favorability had increased again. So it seems, Anko was not asleep at all, she was just pretending. But that was exactly what Yin Xiang was feeling. She was very happy just holding Anko in her arms and feeling her breasts rubbing against her. 2 hours later, Yin Xiang woke up first and let Quan go to rest. After Anko woke up, Yin Xiang didn't let Anko stay with him. So Yin Xiang, Quan and Yin Xiang's clone took turns on duty, but until night, when everyone had rested, the woman still hadn't come back, and it started to rain heavily at night. It's raining so hard, I'm afraid she won't come back tonight. Quan said as he stood by the window and looked at the heavy rain outside. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's wait one more night. Yin Xiang tightened her clothes. It was indeed a bit cold. Seeing Anko shivering from the cold, Yin Xiang hugged Anko to keep her warm. Quan, come over here too, the 3 of us can stay warmer if we squeeze together. Yes. Quan nodded and got into Yin Xiang's arms. But, why don't we use fire style to make a fire to keep warm? There's no firewood in the house, the firewood outside is already wet. Yin Xiang rolled her eyes at Quan and pinched her butt lightly from behind, telling her not to talk too much, as she almost ruined the atmosphere. No one knew whether Anko was the reincarnation of a pig in her previous life. She fell asleep in Yin Xiang's arms again. Or maybe sleeping in Yin Xiang's arms made her feel at ease. Advertisement. Yin Xiang stopped pretending and stuffed a small pill into Hong's mouth. As for what the pill did. Soon Anko felt hot all over and started to take off his clothes. When he was left with only his underwear, he began to grope Yin Xiang's body. Yin Xiang smiled. It seemed that the pill he prepared was very effective. You take it too. Yin Xiang handed the pill to Quan. Although Quan understood what the pill was after seeing Anko's current condition, she still listened to Yin Xiang and swallowed the pill without hesitation. At the border of the land of fields, in this rainstorm, in this small shabby wooden house, soon there were groaning sounds one after another. The sounds were very pleasant to the ear. If anyone passed by, they would probably be choked with groans. After a night of lovemaking and a short rest, the 3 continued to wait in the cabin until the afternoon. Here we are. Yin Xiang sat up from the sofa and said, 1 kilometer away, we'll be there soon, 2 people. Be prepared. If they lead us to Orochimaru's base, follow them. If they are not leading to Orochimaru's base, capture them and interrogate them. Yin Xiang then used the transformation technique to change back to the previous person's appearance. Anko and the others also nodded and changed back. We're finally here. A moment later, Honglian stood on the hillside behind the house with a child, looking at the house below. The child's name was Yugimaru, and he had the ability to control 3 tails. Where is this? Yugimaru asked after taking a look at the house. If they hadn't betrayed me, they should have been waiting for me here. Honglian said, looking at the house. Yin Xiang, who was inside the house, turned his back to the hillside, pretending to roll dice. In fact, he was sensing that Honglian was coming down from upstairs with Kitamaru and walking into the house. I'm back, Honglian said as he walked into the house. Sister Honglian. Yin Xiang, who had turned into Liner, looked back at Honglian and smiled. This Liner was the one who shouted to stop when he was about to attack. At the moment when Yin Xiang punched him on the head, he also used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to extract his memory. If it was someone else, it would definitely be too late, but this person was Yin Xiang, so it was still in time. You guys gathered halfway and didn't run away. Honglian walked into the room, sat on the sofa, looked at them and said. Advertisement. What else is there to say now? We have already made up our minds to follow Sister Honglian. Yin Xiang said with a smile after hearing this. Hey, which one do you like, the red camellia or the white camellia? Yugimaru sat next to Honglian and said to Yin Xiang. Probably white. Yin Xiang was stunned for a moment and then replied, but who is he? Yin Xiang looked at Honglian and asked. He is an important person entrusted to me by Lord Orochimaru. Honglian glanced at Yukimaru and said, then stood up from the sofa. Listen to me, men. Lord Orochimaru has given us an important mission. Get this guy safely to a lake. Failure is absolutely not allowed. Honglian said, looking at them. Lake, aren't we going to Orochimaru's base? Yin Xiang looked at Honglian and said, then regretted it as soon as she said it, because her secret was exposed. Sure enough, Honglian frowned, and the next moment a crystal thorn suddenly appeared and pierced through the body of Yin Xiang disguised as Liner. The body turned into smoke with a bang. Just in case, the people who had talked to him before were Yin Xiang's shadow clone. Use the surrounding materials to make weapons through crystal style. Yin Xiang's figure has appeared behind Honglian, and the kunai is also placed on Honglian's neck. What? Honglian's body trembled. This man was clearly sitting there just now, but now, in less than a blink of an eye, his knife was already on his neck. At the same time, Quan and Anko stood up from the ground and turned back to their original appearance, and Yin Xiang also changed back. Konoha Anbu actually followed us here, Honglian said after seeing Azumi's outfit. Don't do anything small. Quan suddenly threw a short sword at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang didn't move. After all, Quan couldn't kill her. Sure enough, the next moment the short sword shattered the crystal thorns that attacked Yin Xiang from behind. Are all three of them very strong? Seeing this, Honglian did not dare to move anymore. Not only the one who threw the short sword, but also the one who had just held her neck, had already moved his body and was ready to dodge. Moreover, the other woman had already taken action, so his sneak attack became meaningless. Don't kill her. Yugimaru jumped up from the sofa, grabbed Yin Xiang's kunai with his hand and shouted at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang's pupils shrank slightly. Seeing the blood flowing from Yukimaru's hand, he was still unwilling to let go of the kunai. However, Yin Xiang was not a sentimental person. He kicked Yukimaru out without mercy. Chapter 74. Knock Sasuke down in one encounter. I say, is Three Tails really here? At this time, Deidara and Scorpion were standing on the bird created by Deidara, flying all over the lake. It had been a whole day, and there was no sign of Three Tails. Explode it, said Scorpion. Are you sure? Deidara asked. He was scolded by Yi Shen for bombing everywhere before, and he almost hit him. There's no other way except to blow it up. Scorpion nodded. Okay, then blast it. Yeah, Deidara nodded and smiled. He was the best at this kind of thing. Then he took out some clay from his bag, put it in his mouth on his palm, chewed it, and used chakra to shape it. Then countless small spiders were thrown into the sea, and Deidara threw detonating clay in an area 1 kilometer around the sea. Ha! Deidara formed seals with his hands, and with a bang, the whole sea was blown up by huge waves. First, a lot of dead fish were blown out. Not long after, the sea churned, and a huge turtle jumped out of the sea and slowly walked to the shore. Roar. It was Three Tails, roaring at Deidara and Scorpion in the air. Here it comes. Leave it to me, brother Scorpion. Please don't do anything, huh? Deidara nodded and said, then took out more clay and molded a few small flying birds. Arta's explosion. Drink. 3 small flying birds crashed into Three Tails, almost blowing him off his feet. Upon seeing this, Three Tails immediately began to condense tailed beast bomb. That thing doesn't look good, Deidara said, and then threw out more birds. His speed was much faster than Three Tails. The birds flew directly into Three Tails' mouth and exploded in its stomach with a bang. The tailed beast bomb was forced to stop. Seeing that the situation was not good, Three Tails prepared to escape to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this, Scorpion directly took out Bai's puppet, Ice Release. Freeze. Scorpion controlled the white puppet to jump off the big bird and land on the sea, freezing most of the sea surface. Now Three Tails had nowhere to escape. Advertisement. Where is Orochimaru's base? Yin Xiang pressed a kunai against Honglian's neck, and a streak of blood flowed out. HMPH, don't dream about it. I can't possibly tell you. Honglian still said stubbornly, even in this situation. Even if you find Lord Orochimaru, you can't be his opponent. Really? It seems like you are useless. Yin Xiang then stabbed the kunai directly into Honglian's throat, piercing her throat. He pulled out the kunai, and blood flowed out of the blood hole. After Yin Xiang let go, Honglian fell straight down. The location of the stronghold has been found through ninjutsu, crystal style has been learned, and Honglian is loyal to Orochimaru, so there is no possibility of him rebelling. He is not good looking either, so killing him will reduce a lot of trouble. No. When Yugimaru saw Honglian being killed, he burst into tears and shouted, ran towards Yin Xiang, and started punching and kicking Yin Xiang without any pain. Yin Xiang raised the blood-stained kunai in his hand and stabbed it towards Yugimaru's head. Yin Xiang, stop! Anko shouted hurriedly when she saw this. Yin Xiang's kunai stopped less than 2 centimeters away from Yukimaru's head. If it was a second later, Yukimaru would have been a corpse. He is still a child. Let him go, Honglian said to Yin Xiang. But he is a child from an enemy country, and he has a deep relationship with this woman. We must eradicate him completely, otherwise who knows when he will come back to life and take revenge on Konoha when he grows up. After Yin Xiang said this, Yukimaru stopped crying, and the kunai had already been stabbed into his head. Bang! Yugimaru's body also fell to the ground and fell on Honglian's corpse, with Yin Xiang's kunai still in his hand. Quote. Enko didn't say anything else. After all, Yin Xiang was right. She just felt sorry for the child for a moment. I already know the location of Orochimaru's base, let's go. Yin Xiang squatted on the ground and used Honglian's clothes to wipe the bloodline on the kunai and put it back into the tool bag. He suddenly realized that Orochimaru was already very weak, and it was time for Sasuke to kill him. If he didn't hurry over, his mission would fail. Although he didn't know if there would be any punishment for failing the mission, Yin Xiang would never allow himself to fail. The three of them immediately left the cabin, and Anko and the other followed Yin Xiang towards Orochimaru's base. When passing through a forest, Yin Xiang discovered Kabuto's trail, who was heading towards the gathering place of Honglian and the others. Advertisement. There was no time to bother with him now, so Yin Xiang took the two of them on a detour and rushed to Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru was neither close nor far from here, roughly the distance between Konoha and the Fire Temple. It will take nearly a day, and if we continue like this, it might be too late. I'll go first. If we keep going forward in this direction, in about a day, we will see a half-broken earth wall with a well under it. That's the entrance to the stronghold. I'm afraid it will be too late. Yin Xiang said to the two. Okay. Anko nodded, and then Yin Xiang accelerated and ran out, leaving them far behind in an instant. After escaping from their sight, Yin Xiang used lightning style to speed up, and attached the Flying Thunder God rune to the kunai, and then used lightning style to throw it out with all his might, throwing it directly 2 kilometers away. Yin Xiang used Flying Thunder God to get in front of the kunai and threw it again. After repeating this process over and over, it only took a dozen minutes to reach the entrance of the stronghold. Swish. A flash of lightning passed by, and a kunai was inserted next to the manhole cover. A black shadow appeared instantly and picked up the kunai. In a place like this, I feel like a rat. Yin Xiang thought as he looked at the manhole cover in front of him, then he opened the manhole cover and walked straight in. Under his perception, Yin Xiang soon understood the whole picture of the base. There was a passage where a man with a sword on his back and full of evil chakra was walking towards Orochimaru's bedroom. It was Sasuke. Luckily we made it in time. Upon seeing this, Yin Xiang immediately went to Orochimaru's bedroom. When passing by Sasuke, she knocked Sasuke down with an illusion at a glance. Sasuke fainted in the corner and no one could even see him clearly. The scene that Yin Xiang let Sasuke see was naturally the illusion that he walked into Orochimaru's bedroom and easily killed Orochimaru, and then was poisoned by Orochimaru and fainted on the ground. When he woke up, he felt that everything was so normal. You're still too weak, Nijimaru. Yin Xiang moved Sasuke into a room, and then walked towards Orochimaru's room. At this time, Orochimaru was lying on the bed very weakly, almost unable to get out of bed. Yin Xiang opened Orochimaru's door and walked in. Nice to meet you, my name is Yin Xiang. Chapter 75. Kick Orochimaru to death. Yin Xiang, the new shadow leader of Konoha. Why are you here? This was the first time that Yin Xiang's real body met Orochimaru. The last time he saw him was when he followed Naruto and the others to the Heaven and Earth Bridge. At that time, he was much more energetic than now. Orochimaru's face was now pale, he was breathing heavily, and beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead just from talking. But he is worthy of being a Konoha Sannin. Even though he knew that Yin Xiang was here to kill him, he still maintained his composure. Of course I'm here to kill you. Yin Xiang slowly took out a kunai from his pocket. This kunai just killed Honglian and the child, now it's your turn. By the way, I just saved your life, now it's reasonable for you to give me your life. Save my life. What do you mean? Cough. Cough cough cough. Even though Orochimaru was still pretending to be calm, his body had already betrayed him. The violent coughing caused him to cough up blood. Uchiha Sasuke came to kill you just now, but I knocked him down. He is now in the next room. Judging from your physical condition, it seems that you will die without me having to do anything. Yin Xiang jumped directly to the end of Orochimaru's bed, squatted there and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru could no longer speak at this time and could only keep breathing heavily. Yin Xiang did not do anything when he saw this, but just looked at him quietly. After a moment, Orochimaru took a breath and smiled again. You really know how to choose the time. If it were any other time, you would be dead now. That's not necessarily true, Yin Xiang said with a smile. The next moment, Orochimaru suddenly took action. A white snake sage rushed out of Orochimaru's mouth. In a sense, this was Orochimaru's real body. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yin Xiang's head. Yin Xiang dodged easily by tilting her head, and then the snake's body wrapped around Yin Xiang, exerting force on her body, trying to strangle Yin Xiang to death. Yin Xiang's strength now began to max out, and she stretched out her hand and casually pulled the snake's body off her body. Then he grabbed its tail, swung it in the air, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Bang! A big hole was instantly smashed into the ground. Advertisement. I didn't expect there was such a powerful force. Orochimaru's face was pressed to the ground, his eyes full of shock. Well, even if you were in your prime, you wouldn't be my match. Orochimaru thought Yin Xiang had already tried her best, but unexpectedly Yin Xiang said to him with a smile, looking extremely relaxed. In just a dazzling moment, Yin Xiang appeared in front of it again, and a kunai stabbed towards his eyes. He quickly stood up to avoid it, but for some reason, the kunai still stabbed into his eyes. Orochimaru howled in pain, and with his only remaining eye, he saw that Yin Xiang had already reached the position he was about to lift up the moment he raised his head. Not only was he strong, but he was also so fast. Bang! Yin Xiang didn't give it more time to react. He turned in the air and kicked it on the head. Its head hit the ground again. The kunai stuck in its eyes also hit the ground and pierced its head directly from the pupil. Yin Xiang used 50% of his strength in that kick just now. Even if the kunai hadn't pierced his brain, his skull would have been shattered by Yin Xiang's kick. The legend of the generation, Orochimaru of Konoha Sannin, died under Yin Xiang's kick. Yin Xiang is not afraid that he will not need Orochimaru in the future, because he already knows everything that Orochimaru knows. In addition to the Yamada no Orochi, Yin Xiang currently needs a summoning beast, not for combat power, but just for show. Otherwise, when you are fighting, everyone else will bring out a summoning beast, and you will be standing there alone, which is a bit awkward. The first target is actually Orochimaru's summoning beast, the Ruchi Cave, which not only has strong attacks, large numbers, and poison, but can also learn Ruchi Cave's senjutsu. So after Yin Xiang made sure that Orochimaru was dead, she left Orochimaru's bedroom, but ran into Kabuto head-on. Are you? Kabuto looked at Yin Xiang, then at the snake on the ground, and thought for a moment, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto asked tentatively. After all, it looked like Orochimaru couldn't wait and changed into a new body. Why is this guy here? Wasn't he on his way to the cabin? Yin Xiang couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the person who went to the cabin before was either shadow clone or a fake. Yin Xiang didn't waste any more time talking to Do and punched him in the stomach. Advertisement. Bump. Kabuto's body smashed against the wall and he was knocked unconscious. So it seems that Sasuke's illusion needs to be modified. After killing Orochimaru, he was blocked by Kabuto, so he knocked him unconscious. Well, this script is good. Yin Xiang recast the illusion on Sasuke, and cast another illusion on Kabuto that made Sasuke walk out of Orochimaru's room, knocking him out as well. Afterwards, he searched the entire Orochimaru base, but still couldn't find the summoning scroll of Ruchi Cave, so he had no choice but to give up and leave. After Yin Xiang came out, he found a tree to hide under. It was not known whether it was God's will to highlight the fall of the genius Orochimaru or something else, but the sunset looked a little blood red. Soon Sasuke came out, with a confident smile on his face, thinking he had dealt with Orochimaru. With just this little ability, you still want to invade my body, how ridiculous. Sasuke muttered on the spot, and then Sasuke's face returned to its rebellious expression. He left Orochimaru's base with a merciless step, followed by a naked man. Ghost Lantern Water Moon. Yin Xiang just watched them leave, and at the same time he had a headache. Should he report that Sasuke killed Orochimaru to avoid trouble, or report that he killed Orochimaru himself to improve his prestige? At the same time, Deidara and Scorpion had successfully defeated Three Tails, and dragged the still-breathing Three Tails back to the Shadow Organization base. It was unknown how they would feel if they knew that Three Tails was used by Yin Xiang in exchange for Conan's body. You've already left Shao, so why are you still working for Shao? In fact, Yin Xiang also had his own agenda, and when Akatsuki gathered all the Jinchuriki and summoned 10 tails, he would use the Rinnegan summoning Gedo statue to absorb them directly into his own body, making himself 10 tails Jinchuriki, and catching them off guard. The current situation is not that Yin Xiang is helping Akatsuki catch the tailed beast, but that Akatsuki has sacrificed Conan and is working for Yin Xiang for free without knowing it. I think I should report that Sasuke killed Orochimaru. There's no rush for prestige. Yin Xiang decided after thinking for a while. Chapter 76. Tsunade is lonely and unbearable, please vote, please vote. It was not until the evening that Anko and Izumi finally arrived. They were both exhausted. Seeing them come to the manhole cover, Yin Xiang also jumped down from the tree. Let's take a rest first. Yin Xiang said to the two of them. No. No rest anymore. What's going on? What's going on here? Anko said, panting and leaning on Yin Xiang. Orochimaru is dead, Yin Xiang said. What? Anko stood up immediately after hearing that, staring at Yin Xiang with wide eyes, with an incredible look on his face. Is this true? He had already been killed by Uchiha Sasuke when I arrived. Now Uchiha Sasuke has left with someone, and Kabuto has also left. Orochimaru's body is probably still down there. Yin Xiang nodded affirmatively. Really? Anko still felt a little bit unbelievable, that was Orochimaru. Based on what I observed, Orochimaru seemed to have been very weak for a long time, and Sasuke took advantage of his weakness and killed him. You'd better not go down and see, let's go back and report. Yin Xiang said, putting his arm around Anko's shoulders. Yeah, Anko also nodded. She still had some special feelings for Orochimaru. Even though he did that to her, he was still her teacher after all. Knowing that his body was right there down there, she couldn't bear to look at it. You guys take a rest, I'll use Flying Thunder God to take you back. Yin Xiang patted Quan's shoulder again and said, they both nodded and sat by the well to rest, their eyes were a little dazed, as if they were thinking about something. Izumi was probably thinking about Sasuke's affairs, and Anko was naturally thinking about Orochimaru's affairs. When the two had rested enough, Yin Xiang used Flying Thunder God to bring them back to Konoha. It was already very late at this time, so Yin Xiang let the two go home to rest, and he also went home to report the mission status to Tsunade. Yin Xiang's eyes widened when she came to Tsunade's room. She seemed to be lonely because of her absence, so she started to fight. When she saw Yin Xiang opening the door, Tsunade was also startled and subconsciously grabbed the quilt to cover herself. You. Yin Xiang walked into the room with a nasty smile on her face. I've only been away for a day or two, and you're so thirsty. Yin Xiang closed the door and lifted Tsunade's quilt without saying a word. Advertisement. I just missed you, Tsunade said with a blushing face. The two then had an in-depth exchange. After the chores were taken care of, Yin Xiang reported to Tsunade on the mission, killing the crystal-style ninja, and Sasuke killing Orochimaru and defecting. Is Orochimaru really dead? Tsunade looked incredulous after hearing this. She raised her head from Yin Xiang's arms and looked into Yin Xiang's eyes. He is definitely dead. Yin Xiang nodded and said affirmatively. After all, he was the one who killed him personally. However, the possibility of his resurrection cannot be ruled out. After all, he saw Sasuke resurrecting Orochimaru in the anime in his previous life. It's unbelievable. Is Sasuke strong enough to kill Orochimaru? Tsunade lowered his head in thought. Next, I'm afraid I have to find Uchiha Itachi. I guess so. He took someone with him when he left. I guess he was looking for teammates. After all, Itachi is now a member of Akatsuki, and he needs others to contain the members of Akatsuki. These people are probably Orochimaru's old subordinates. Yin Xiang nodded. While talking, his hand unconsciously climbed up Tsunade's weapon. After looking at so many weapons, Tsunade's is the most powerful, big and soft. I don't know how he did it. Touching Tsunade's murder weapon, Yin Xiang couldn't help but think that there was a woman named Terumi Mei waiting for him in Mist Shinobi, and he had to find time to enjoy her. So if we want to find Sasuke, we need to track Itachi, so call Jiraiya back tomorrow to find out the situation. Tsunade then said to Yin Xiang. Okay, I'll send a message to him right away. Yin Xiang nodded, then walked to the window, opened it, and whistled. An eagle quickly flew over. Yin Xiang wrote a note and stuffed it into the bamboo tube tied to the eagle's feet, then let the eagle fly out. Then Yin Xiang looked back at the naked Tsunade, and inevitably reacted again, and pounced on her again. Let's put those things behind us for the time being. The next morning, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. The rest of his explorations had been within the boundaries of the Land of Fire. After all, his main mission was to protect Naruto, so he wouldn't go too far. The Kakashi class, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Yin Xiang, gathered in the Hokage's office early in the morning to discuss the matter, and since Yin Xiang was now also turned Jonin, Shizune also returned to Tsunade's side to continue his secretary duties. Advertisement. It would be great if we could capture a member of Akatsuki and interrogate him to find out the location of Uchiha Itachi. Little Sakura said. In order to find Sasuke, they had no choice but to track Itachi. It's not that simple, Kakashi said. From the current situation, when fighting against Akatsuki, there is no time to think about whether to capture them alive. Only Yin Xiang captured Hidan alive, but that guy. Kakashi didn't finish what he was going to say, but everyone understood. So we can only rely on perseverance to find Itachi. Kakashi continued. Then, Yin Xiang, you will be the commander-in-chief, lead the Kakashi class, and select another class to search together. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and said. Yin Xiang. Jiraiya was shocked. Why Yin Xiang? Jiraiya had been outside for a long time and didn't know what Yin Xiang had been doing during this time. Also, I was very surprised just now, did he capture someone from Akatsuki alive? You may not know this, but Yin Xiang is now the most powerful Jonin in Konoha. He is a natural-born ninja and can learn all ninjutsu except for bloodline limit with just one look. Tsunade said proudly, not bad, isn't it? Is this true? Jiraiya also looked at Yin Xiang suspiciously. I didn't expect the little ghost I picked up back then to be so powerful. He didn't even have chakra at that time. Ha ha. Yin Xiang looked at Jiraiya's eyes, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. After all, Jiraiya had already suspected that there was something wrong with him. What are you waiting for? Let's act quickly, Naruto said to everyone anxiously. Don't be anxious, go back and prepare, and wait for the order to assemble. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder and said. Naruto looked at Kakashi, and finally left with his head down. Seeing this, Jiraiya followed. If we want to track them, we naturally have to call in Izuka Kiba and the others. I will notify them first to gather at the gate of Konoha at 1 p.m. Yin Xiang said to Kakashi. Yes, Yin Xiang was the team leader, and Kakashi was very official Kaido. Chapter 77 Akatsuki Talks. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame were capturing Four Tails Jinchuriki, Murasaki, during a heavy rainstorm. Kisame was working entirely alone, and he fought Murasaki, beating him unconscious. The two found shelter from the rain. It's raining. Kisame threw Lao Zi on the ground and said to Itachi. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. Itachi said, looking up at the rain in the sky. Go under the shade of the tree to avoid the rain, or you'll catch a cold. Kisame carried Lao Zi on his shoulders using Samahata. The leader is waiting for our contact. As soon as we finish the capture, we will start the sealing of 3 tails and 4 tails at the same time. Itachi said while looking at Kisame. It's okay to let them wait a little while. They'll be busy for the time being anyway once the sealing begins, Kisame said. Itachi walked past Kisame and looked at the dying old Z hanging on the Samahata. It looks like he's dying. Be careful with the elderly. You're saying that because you don't understand him. Kisame said after Itachi, a Jinchuriki who uses four tails lava style isn't that fragile. You probably don't understand how hard I've worked since you haven't fought him head on. Kisame said. After a moment of silence, Kisame spoke again, but I was the one who said I wanted to go alone, so how about I beat your target half to death as well? The target Kisame was talking about now was Naruto. Stop making a fuss, Kisame. Itachi said, glancing at Kisame. I'm a little tired. I really want to catch all the tailed beasts as soon as possible. The two walked into the woods together. There's no point in rushing. It will take some time. Itachi said to Kisame, then turned his head back. Is that really the case? There aren't many left, right? Nine tails must be the last one to be sealed. This is an established fact, otherwise the balance will collapse and the seal will shatter. The leader said so. Anyway, all Jinchuriki must be captured alive, so to put it bluntly, we just need to find someone and tie him up quickly. Kisame said. They both stopped under two large trees, and Itachi sat under them. That's also possible. If we fail to seal Deidara in the end, we can capture him later. Besides, the Akatsuki is too conspicuous right now. If we capture all nine tails Jinchuriki too quickly, Konoha village will act more aggressively, Itachi said as he sat in the shade of a tree. Advertisement. Hey, that's right. Kisame smiled and threw Lao Zi to the ground. Konoha village has very close relations with other ninja villages. If other people are involved, our actions will become more difficult. Now we should not be too conspicuous before we catch eight tails. It would be wise to quickly retrieve him. Itachi said to Kisame. I see, so that's indeed the case, huh? Kisame was stunned for a moment as he spoke. Are you calling us? Itachi also felt it. Have you been caught slacking off? Kisame said helplessly, and they both began to form their own illusions together. Too slow. Pain said as soon as Kisame and Itachi arrived. We just captured Jinchuriki, but we tied him up to prevent him from escaping, which delayed us a bit. So, what do you want from us? Kisame made up a little lie for himself. He had almost beaten the man to death, so why would he need to tie him up? There is one piece of information I want to tell everyone right away. Orochimaru has been killed, Pain said to his members. Hee. Kisame sneered twice. 10 years after leaving Akatsuki, this saves us the trouble of killing him. The way that guy died, and also the way Hidan died, I really want to see. The zombie partners Kisame mentioned are Hidan and Kakuzu. Hidan is our companion. Don't say that, the point is where Kakuzu went. Pain said to Kisame. Excuse me, it was indeed the one who killed Hidan and the others at that time. Kisame said, but was interrupted before he could finish his words. It's that group of people from Konoha, the Konoha genius, the Konoha shadow leader Yin Xiang who was known as the new copy ninja. Ju said. Tell me the situation. Pain looked at Ju and said. What is known is that he seems to have the same ability as Yagami. He can learn all ninjutsu except for the bloodline limit with just one glance. He also showed strong command ability when fighting with Hidan, and captured Hidan alive after just one encounter. Zetsu said while looking at everyone. That Hidan was captured before he even had a chance to display his immortality, Kisame said after hearing this. Yes. Ju nodded. And this Yin Xiang is cruel. Hidan didn't betray our information, so he chopped Hidan into pieces and fed him to the snakes. Even if he wanted to save him, he couldn't. Advertisement. That guy is really strong. Said Obito, who joined in place of Scorpion and was actually the one behind the scenes. Pain also sighed helplessly. But, it took a lot of skill to kill that Orochimaru. Who did it? Kisame continued to ask. Uchiha Sasuke. Pain said, looking at Itachi, but Itachi's expression did not change. The news that Uchiha Sasuke killed Orochimaru was naturally released by Yin Xiang. You're really capable. You're worthy of being Itachi's younger brother. Kisame said with a smile. He is gathering his companions now, and they are all troublesome characters. As an expert in collecting intelligence, Zetsu knew Sasuke's movements at the first time. For example, you should be familiar with this person too, one of the Kurigakure's Hozumi brothers. Pain said, looking at Kisame. It's Suigetsu. I miss you so much. Mangetsu Hazuka was already dead, so Kisame knew it could only be Suigetsu. Jugo of the Tenbin is also here, so you must be careful. Itachi, Kisame, he's probably targeting you. Everyone else should also be wary of Uchiha Sasuke. He might try to obtain intelligence on Itachi and Kisame, and use Akatsuki as a channel to obtain intelligence. Pain said. It must be said that Pain's reminder to Itachi and Kisame was completely unnecessary. Kisame, what kind of person is that? The one called Shueui. Afe looked at Kisame and asked. That was 10 years ago. At that time, he was a child smiling with a cute face, a child prodigy known as Demon Zabuza. Kisame said. Let's not talk about this for now. Itachi, Kisame, quickly bring 4 tails here. He needs to seal it together with 3 tails. The one from the Shadow Organization is also on the way to send 3 tails here. Pain said to Itachi. People from the Shadow Organization? Could it be Sasori and Deidara? Kisame said. Yeah. Pain nodded. Really? These 2 traitors are still able to enter and leave our organization freely. Kisame smacked his lips when he heard that. Chapter 78 Tracking Itachi and Sasuke. How did you convince Yagami to cooperate? Itachi asked after hearing about the Kage organization. This was also the first time he took the initiative to speak. After all, he knew that Yin Xiang was the leader of the Kage organization, and now he has learned from them that Yin Xiang and Yagami are different, and Yagami is actually helping the Akatsuki organization to collect the tailed beasts. What is he thinking? Is he still a member of Konoha? Conan went to negotiate. Pain glanced at Conan and said. Conan looked expressionless, but he was actually nervous inside. At that time, Pain did not delve into the reason, but now he was afraid that Itachi would delve into it, and that he would accidentally let the cat out of the bag and be discovered by Pain's Sharingan, which seemed to be able to see through everything. Itachi glanced at Conan but said nothing. Anyway, let's bring Four Tails back first, Pain continued. Got it. Itachi nodded before disappearing with Kisame. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it suddenly rained heavily in the land of fire. Yin Xiang and others came to the gate of Konoha wearing white raincoats and cloaks to meet up. Because Kurenai had a trauma from the battle with Itachi, Yin Xiang asked Kurenai to rest at home and only called Hinata, Kiba and Shino. Kakashi leads their class, Yamato leads Naruto and the others, and Yin Xiang is the overall commander. Don't we need more people? Naruto said, looking back at Kakashi. It's not simply about having more people. In this situation, 2 teams are ideal because there will be fewer targets for arrest. That is to say, if we only have 1 or 2 people, if we send out more than 3 teams, we will be easily discovered by the other side, the command system will be confused, and the speed of action will be reduced. Kakashi said to Naruto. Capturing alive requires much more skill than killing. Considering the cooperation between teams, it would be better to select people who have worked together for a certain period of time, Jiraiya said. This is the best organization we can choose right now, Tsunade also said. The candidates chosen by Yin Xiang are all very good, but the weather is not very pleasant for departure, it really is, Kakashi said while looking at the sky. Advertisement, it's more exciting when it rains, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Okay, let's go, Naruto shouted with his fists clenched. For that overly hot-blooded guy, this kind of rain is just right, Kiba said to Naruto. Now, give the order to search for Uchiha Itachi and capture him alive. Everyone must be extremely careful, Tsunade shouted to everyone. Yes. Everyone answered and ran out. Several people came to a small town near Konoha, the land of fire, and started their search from there. When they arrived here, the rain had basically stopped. Several people landed on a rooftop to make search arrangements. According to the information from Master Jiraiya, it is very possible that the Akatsuki organization has already entered the territory of the land of fire in order to capture Naruto. We will now start our respective searches within a radius of 5 kilometers from this town. If it's 5 kilometers, the radio won't work. What if we encounter any danger? Besides, the search requires 2 people in a group, so they can support each other if they encounter danger, little Sakura said immediately after hearing this. This depends on Kakashi. Yin Xiang looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi understood and used the summoning technique to summon the 8 ninja dogs. The voice of the ninja dog can be heard farther, and its sense of smell is more sensitive. In case of an emergency, it can notify everyone immediately and help everyone with the search. Each person will be accompanied by a ninja dog. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to Naruto, Yamato, who can suppress the 9 tails chakra, and Hinata, who has the Byakugan, will follow him. Yin Xiang looked at Naruto and said, please give me your guidance, Naruto-kun. Hinata came behind Naruto and said. Yeah. Naruto also nodded. To prevent any accidents, I will send Shadow Clone to follow you. If any emergency occurs, I will immediately remove the Shadow Clone and rush over. Yin Xiang said, and separated out 8 Shadow Clones. Will this be too exhausting for you? Kakashi looked at Yin Xiang and said, after all, Shadow Clone can only use 4 or 5 Jonin. It's okay, I still have plenty of chakra. Okay, if there is nothing else, let's meet here and disperse. Yin Xiang smiled and gave the final order, and everyone dispersed after hearing the word. Advertisement Yin Xiang's real body was sitting on the roof of the original place. Shouldn't we go look for it? Kakashi's ninja dog said to Yin Xiang. I've dissipated too much chakra, I'm a little tired. Yin Xiang smiled, actually he was just too lazy to go and wanted to slack off here. You were just being stubborn, the ninja dog said, and lay down at Yin Xiang's feet. Okay, this way I can take a break. The group spread out in the town and searched for a whole day. Among them, Naruto's group met Kabuto. This guy absorbed Orochimaru's corpse into his own body, causing half of his skin to turn into Orochimaru's. He also provided Naruto and his group with information about the Akatsuki organization. Naruto, Yamato and others were about to take down Kabuto, but he escaped using the body replacement technique. Little Sakura met Xiangling in the town. Sasuke and others also came to this place to look for Itachi's trace, but after a few turns, Xiangling got rid of little Sakura. After all, in addition to medical ninjutsu, Xiangling is also very good at perception. Except for Kabuto and Xiangling, the ninja dogs of other people also smelled Sasuke's scent, but eventually disappeared in a forest. After everyone gathered on the roof, they came to the forest. By using Kiba's ninjutsu to enhance their sense of smell, they successfully found Sasuke's scent, and they followed the scent to where Sasuke was. After a whole night of tracking, they arrived at another town next door. It was already the next morning and everyone needed to rest. At the same time, in Konoha village, Jiraiya met Tsunade and said that he had found the location of the Akatsuki base. Tsunade was excited to send people to raid immediately, but Jiraiya invited Tsunade to drink. Tsunade said that as a Hokage, how could he drink when the ninjas were on the front line, but the next moment he came to the tavern with Jiraiya. After drinking, Tsunade became much calmer and talked to Jiraiya about Orochimaru. He didn't expect that Orochimaru would really die like this. After all, he was once a companion, so Tsunade still felt a little uncomfortable. But Jiraiya didn't seem to want to talk about this, so he skipped the topic and talked about Rain Shinobi Village. He found out that Rain Shinobi Village was a country with little information access, and all the news was blocked within the country in order to cover up the domestic scandal. It was the split of Rain Shinobi Village, which had already been divided into two, and the leader of one of the sides WA Chapter 79. Jiraiya's farewell, Itachi's determination. It was dusk, Yin Xiang and others were still searching for Sasuke, while Tsunade and Jiraiya had already come out of the tavern. Akatsuki. The guy who can lead those people must be unfathomable. Besides, if you go there alone, it would be like walking into the enemy's trap. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat on a park bench in the dusk. It's almost time, I should go. Jiraiya stood up from the bench and said to Tsunade. Come back alive. Tsunade said with his head down. Jiraiya turned around and looked at Tsunade. If you die too. Tsunade is feeling very complicated now. Of the former Sarutobi class, the friends she grew up with, only she and Jiraiya are left. If Jiraiya dies too, she will be very lonely. Will you cry for me? Then I'll be really happy, but it won't be as good as the time when we cried, right? Jiraiya said jokingly. You idiot. Tsunade scolded. Then, let's gamble in your favorite way, Jiraiya said to Tsunade. Tsunade also looked up at Jiraiya at this time. Just bet that I will die. After all, you always lose when you gamble. As a condition, when I come back alive. Jiraiya said this, looking at Tsunade seriously, without saying anything for a moment. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. Jiraiya laughed. Men will become strong after being rejected. That is to say, if you don't have the courage to laugh about such things, you can't become a real man. It will be used as material for my next novel, Jiraiya said, holding up his novel. Is becoming stronger a man's mission? Tsunade said. I guess so. And men can't just pursue happiness, Jiraiya smiled. Huh. What are you trying to do to look cool? Tsunade laughed after hearing this. If you don't even have a woman, you can't even get dumped. Haha, that's right. Jiraiya laughed, then turned to look at the sunset. The two fell into silence for a moment. After a moment, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and said, if anything happens, have Toad contact me and I'll rush over immediately. No need, don't leave the village. The village now operates with you as the center, Jiraiya said, turning around. Advertisement, there are still many candidates for Hokage, said Tsunade. If the village's Hokage keeps changing, the village will not be stable. There is no Hokage more suitable than you in the village now, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya is still very manly when he is serious. Don't we still have Kakashi? And now we have Yin Xiang, who is excellent in all aspects. He helps me deal with many difficult problems. Besides, Naruto will grow up sooner or later, Tsunade said with a smile. Haha, you really think highly of Naruto. Well, I can understand that. Your brother Nawaki does the same, and so does your former lover Dan. They all said that becoming Hokage is their dream. Naruto probably has some of their shadows in him, Jiraiya sighed. The two chatted for a while. Jiraiya picked up the scroll leaning on the chair, put it behind his back and prepared to leave. Tsunade also nervously pinched the corner of his clothes. Okay, let's go, Jiraiya said with his back to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. Goodbye. Jiraiya waved as he walked away. As Jiraiya's figure gradually went away, Tsunade's tears fell unconsciously. On the other hand, Yin Xiang received a call from Itachi and secretly sent Shadow Clone to join Itachi. Itachi was indeed nearby, hiding from the Konoha shinobi. I just went to see Naruto. Itachi and Yin Xiang met deep in the forest. Itachi said to Yin Xiang and explained about Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. There was an eye here, which he implanted into Naruto's body. As long as Sasuke uses Mangekyo on Naruto, the distinguished heavenly gods will activate the jutsu to protect Konoha, making Sasuke loyal to Konoha. Okay, got it. Yin Xiang nodded, pretending not to know what distinguished heavenly gods were. About 3 tails. Why do you want to help Akatsuki gather all the tailed beasts? Itachi also directly asked his doubts. I have my own arrangements for this. 3 tails are ownerless tailed beasts and they are on the border of the land of fire, so they may easily cause unrest. As long as Naruto is not caught by them, their plans can be ruined. I will protect Naruto, you can rest assured about this. Yin Xiang explained to Itachi. Of course, you cannot reveal your true purpose. Advertisement, I understand. Itachi nodded. 4 tails has also been captured, and 3 tails has also been accepted by Akatsuki. The next step is to seal him. This should be the last time I report to you. The last time? What do you mean? Yin Xiang asked with a frown, suddenly remembering that Sasuke was going to challenge Itachi for a decisive battle. I will meet with Sasuke later, and this time it will probably be a fight to the death. I will give him my Sharingan, so that he can possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The next time he and Naruto meet again, he will replace me and become Konoha's helper, Itachi said calmly. Are you going to die? Yin Xiang said. I guess so, Itachi nodded. You've been planning this for so many years, but in the end you end up going to die. This plan is really bad. I thought you, Uchiha Itachi, were a very smart person. Yin Xiang said with sarcasm in his tone. To obtain the eternal Mangekyo, one can only use the eyes between brothers. I can't possibly hurt Sasuke. The power of hatred will make the Sharingan more powerful. I want Sasuke to gain such power. Then have you ever thought that what Sasuke needs more than strength is family affection? Yin Xiang asked back. These words touched Itachi's heart, and he was silent for a moment. What Yin Xiang said did make sense, but things had developed to this point, and it was too late to say anything. This is the only way now. Only the power of hatred can allow Sasuke to use my eyes to open the eternal Mangekyo, Itachi said while looking at Yin Xiang. Can I persuade you? Yin Xiang looked at Itachi and said seriously. I can't persuade you, Itachi answered immediately. What if the organization ordered you not to go? Yin Xiang continued. If that's the case, I intend to disobey orders this time, Itachi said decisively. Yin Xiang was speechless. He would do anything for Sasuke. He would even disobey the last order of Konoha, to which he had been loyal all his life. The Itachi in front of him was probably a shadow clone, and his location was uncertain now. It seems that it cannot be stopped. Oh, whatever you want. Yin Xiang waved his hand and immediately released Shadow Clone. Even if he died, he could still save him. Chapter 80 Save Jiraiya. After the Shadow Clone dispersed, Yin Xiang's real body also received the memory. It turned out that Itachi was gone after all. As far as I can remember, when Naruto and the others were rushing to Sasuke, they seemed to be blocked by Akatsuki. Now killing Sasuke has become one of Akatsuki's tasks. After all, Sasuke's target is a member of Akatsuki. Etc. Yin Xiang suddenly stopped and stood on the tree, looking panicked. What's wrong? Yin Xiang. Seeing this, Kakashi and others also stopped and surrounded Yin Xiang. No, nothing. Yin Xiang shook his head. He was panicked because he remembered that it was the time for Jiraiya to go to Rain Shinobi village, when Itachi died, and when Jiraiya died. His modifier could only save one person at the moment. Yin Xiang quickly contacted Yi Shen. Under the current circumstances, as the team leader, it was impossible for him to leave the team, and he also couldn't let them know that he could know some things in advance. After receiving the order, Yagami stood up immediately. Kakuzu and the other two who were eating in front of him were startled by him. What's wrong? You scared me, Deidara shouted to Yagami. I have something to take care of. The three of you stay in the base and wait for me to come back. After saying this, Yi Shen disappeared from their sight. What a nerve-wracking day, Deidara said as she looked at Yagami's position. Why are you still swearing? Is your organization so casual? Can the boss just swear? As a newcomer, Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that this boss was too generous. What do you mean by this organization? Is there any difference between this and Akatsuki? Aren't we all just a few of us? Huh, Deidara nodded and said. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly, Scorpion said as he sat aside. He didn't need to eat. Yi Shen rushed to Rain Shinobi village as fast as he could. He didn't know how many days Jiraiya had been away. It would take at least 3 hours for Yi Shen, who hadn't learned Flying Thunder God yet, to get from here to Rain Shinobi village. Advertisement thinking of this, Yin Xiang became a little anxious. While attaching lightning style to his body, he also tried to add wind style. It would have been better if he hadn't tried it. After trying it, Yi Shen rushed out with a bang. The speed was unknown how many times faster than lightning style, and it was almost invisible to the naked eye. What's going on? Yi Shen thought as he watched the trees under his feet flash by quickly. Lightning style plus wind style. It feels a little familiar. Oh, this thing is called swift style. After using it, the speed will be greatly improved. If there was someone around Yi Shen at this moment, they wouldn't even be able to see what was there. Yi Shen seemed to be transparent at this moment. At this speed, Yi Shen arrived at Rain Shinobi village in an hour. It was already night, and the weather in Rain Shinobi village was gloomy and it was raining heavily. Yagami used chakra to sense the surroundings and found that in a lake outside the center of a sewer not far away, Jiraiya was fighting with pain. Jiraiya had been forced into sage mode and his left arm had been cut off. This was a pleasant surprise, and in an instant Yi Shen understood how to use sage mode. Meanwhile, the 6 paths clones of pain have also appeared, and Jiraiya is already in a tough fight. We just reached a cooperation with Shao. It's not good to go there like this. Yi Shen thought about it and used the transformation technique to change himself back to Yin Xiang's appearance. Isn't this a bad idea? He went in as Yin Xiang to save Jiraiya, but Yin Xiang defeated the 6 paths of pain that Jiraiya couldn't defeat. How can this be justified? FKU, never mind. Yagami finally turned into Yagami. Compared to reaching a cooperation with Akatsuki, Jiraiya's life is more important. After all, Jiraiya can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Jiraiya seized the opportunity, dragged the animal into the sea, and brought him to the barrier, which was the stomach acid of the toad. Jiraiya killed the animal here, but the animal counterattacked before dying and pierced Jiraiya's right shoulder with the black stick. If Jiraiya took advantage of this opportunity and escaped directly, he would definitely survive, but after he killed the beast in front of him, he suddenly remembered that he had seen this man before. He was a man from the Fuma clan who had fought against him before. This made Jiraiya, who had already deduced that Nagato was manipulating them behind the scenes, unwilling to leave. Since he was his disciple, he had to finish the job himself. Jiraiya didn't listen to the advice of the two old toads used to assist Sage Mode. If I go out now, I might be killed, but this is the only chance to confirm Pain's true identity. If I just run away like this, I'm afraid no one will get so close to Pain again, Jiraiya said as he looked at the beast falling in front of him. Advertisement, and now is the time of decision as mentioned by the Great Toad Sage. I would like to trouble old Yamato to bring back the information on Pain so far in this Pain's body and give them to Tsunade. The ones who are called the old Yamato Big Sister are naturally Fukasaku and Gamashima who are on Jiraiya's shoulders. Let the child's mother do it, said Fukasaku. But, Jiraiya looked back worriedly, he was undoubtedly going to die. Please come back before dinner, Shima said to Fukasaku. Ah, don't worry, I will go back to eat with little Jiraiya after this. Fukasaku nodded and said. Shima also nodded. Really? Thank you very much, Jiraiya said afterwards. Jiraiya was also deeply moved by Fukasaku's willingness to accompany him to death. Come out quickly. I'm taking you away. Yagami, who was already not far away, said anxiously while looking at the lake. At this time, Pain and his 5 companions were squatting on the sea, waiting for Jiraiya to appear. The next moment, Jiraiya appeared on the sea and threw a shuriken at Shirado. The Pains had visual contact with each other, so he squatted down and dodged the shuriken. 5 Pains jumped up and surrounded Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya discovered that these people were all ninjas he had seen before. He seemed to suddenly understand what Pain's true identity was. At this moment, a hand stretched out from under the sea and grabbed Jiraiya's throat. The other 4 Pains jumped high and stabbed Jiraiya with black sticks in their hands. Yagami immediately rushed forward and used swift style to save Jiraiya in an instant, leaving them empty-handed. Are you okay? Yagami immediately used medical ninjutsu to diagnose Jiraiya. His throat had been completely destroyed. Fortunately, with Yagami's medical ninjutsu, he was able to save his throat. You are. Jiraiya opened his eyes, looked at Yagami, and said weakly. Chapter 81. One punch, one little Pain. Seeing Yi Shen appear, Pain didn't dare to attack again for a while. What do you mean? Tiandao looked at Yi Shen and said. He can't die yet. Yagami had finished treating his throat and turned to stop the bleeding on Jiraiya's arm. This medical ninjutsu is even better than Tsunade's. Jiraiya felt his throat had obviously recovered, it was too fast, it couldn't be called a medical ninjutsu. Who are you? The Sennin Fukasaku on Jiraiya's shoulder also fell to the sea and said to Yagami. I am the King of Darkness, the Punisher of Evil, the God of Night. It has been a long time since I introduced myself like this, but it still feels very meaningful when I say it now. Jiraiya's hand reached out for Yagami's mask at this time. If Yagami had not reacted quickly, Jiraiya would have succeeded. I just saved your life, brother, and you still look down on me. That's too much, Yagami said to Jiraiya without stopping the treatment in his hands. Jiraiya had also exited Sage Mode. Jiraiya didn't say anything. So our cooperation ends here? Pain continued looking at Yi Shen said. Conan also walked out from the pipe at the back and looked at Yi Shen with a frown. What was this guy doing? Not necessarily. It mainly depends on whether you are willing to let me take him away, Yashin said to Pain, and the treatment was over. It turns out that the two organizations have reached a cooperation. Even in this situation, Jiraiya is still collecting information. No, Pain said decisively. He got my information, I can't let him go, and this is Akatsuki's territory. Since you are here and have done this, you should stay here with us. Tisk. Yi Shen smacked his lips, feeling troubled. It seems that you won't be satisfied until I beat you up. Advertisement. Try it if you can, said Tendo Pain. Strange bullet fire arrow. Shirado Pain attacked directly, his fist separated from his arm and smashed towards Yagami and Jiraiya. Yagami immediately grabbed Sennin Fukasaku on the sea, and then jumped away from the spot with Jiraiya in an instant. Bump. The sea surface was filled with a lot of splashes. Yagami brought Jiraiya and Fukasaku to the ruins of the wall. The human way Pain appeared behind Yagami, holding a black stick in his hand and stabbed towards Jiraiya. It seemed that his first goal was to kill Jiraiya. Yagami let go of Fukasaku and grabbed the black stick of Rengendu. He tried to pull the black stick out of Yagami's hand, but it didn't move at all. Shirado also rushed up from the ground, his hands turned into cannons, and the light condensed by chakra shot towards Jiraiya. You two should leave quickly and stop getting in the way. Yagami shouted to Jiraiya, then casually waved his hand and a Rashomon rose up without even needing to summon. Bump. The chakra beam cannon hit Rashomon, completely blocking Shirado's attack. Then Yagami waved his hand to make Rashomon disappear. Jiraiya looked at Yagami deeply, and finally looked at Tendo Pain. He formed a seal with one hand, entered his own barrier, and disappeared on the spot. The guy who was in the way has gone. I didn't want to fight with you, but since you want to, then come on. Yi Shen said, and with one punch he turned the human being who had been holding the black stick into a bloody mist. Even the hellish person could not be resurrected. In the air that is invisible to the naked eye, there seemed to be a cylindrical fist wind that hit the air, soaring into the sky and dispersing the dark clouds above Rain Shinobi Village. Yi Shen used 70% of his strength in this punch. Too fast. And too powerful. Tendo Pain frowned and looked up at the dispersed dark clouds. Yagami's punch was so fast that even if he saw it, he would not have time to react. Swish. Pain didn't say anything. A ray of light flashed by, and a steel-toothed tail grew out from behind Shirato's butt. It attacked Yi Shen, determined to split Yi Shen in two. Clang! Night God didn't dodge at all, allowing the saw teeth to cut into his body. The imagined split in two did not happen, instead there was a sound of weapons clashing. Pain's eyes widened, he saw it clearly, the knife really cut him. Advertisement: why the sound of weapons be asterisk 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 G? Is his body structure so strong? The second one. Yi Shen threw a punch, and Shira Road was directly blasted into a bloody mist. The wind from the fist passed through Shira Road and hit the ruins in the distance, turning the entire ruins into powder. FK. Yagami's punch made Pain swear in the real world. He's stronger than the last time we fought. Is this guy a monster? Including the animal path killed by Jiraiya, now the human path and Shira path have also been scrapped, leaving only 3 Pains. The Hell path with little attack power and the Hungry Kido who can only absorb chakra, these two can only be living targets for Yagami. Under the speed of Yagami's swift style, they can't even see Yagami's figure. They only felt a flash before their eyes, and Yi Shen's figure appeared in front of them. In an instant, Hell path was killed by Yi Shen. Before they could react, Yi Shen appeared in front of Hungry Kido again. After the previous few times, they could barely see Yi Shen's figure this time. Hungry Kido stretched out his hands to absorb chakra, but Yagami's punch had no chakra at all and directly destroyed the Hungry Kido. Then Yagami rushed towards the last Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain also thought that Yagami would attack him, and immediately raised his right hand to release Shinra Tensai, but Yagami's speed was too fast and his fist was already in front of him. No. Conan appeared in front of Pain and spread his arms to block the punch. Yashin's fist stopped 1 centimeter in front of Conan. If it weren't for Yashin's extremely strong control over his own strength, Conan would have been blown up by this punch. Even Conan, an icy beauty, was frightened by Yagami's punch and tears came out of her eyes. Don't you know that you will be turned into a bloody mist with this punch? Yi Shen said to Conan, loosening his fist and helping Conan wipe the tears from her face. After all, Conan was also his woman. But that's Yahiko's body. Conan's tears were wiped away by Yagami, and she seemed to be more wronged. Yagami was also a very important person to her, and Yahiko and Nagato were also important people. Others didn't matter. If even Yahiko's body was destroyed. What if I failed to catch you? Are you stupid? Yashin slammed his head on Conan's forehead. At this moment, Nagato seemed to understand something, and understood why Yagami would help Akatsuki catch 3 tails. And agree to cooperate with Akatsuki. It turns out that he and Conan. Nagato, who was far away, was also frightened by Yagami's punch. He was also afraid that Yahiko's body would be destroyed. That punch would really mean there was no hope. Chapter 81. One punch, one little Pain. Seeing Yi Shen appear, Pain didn't dare to attack again for a while. What do you mean? Tiandao looked at Yi Shen and said. He can't die yet. Yagami had finished treating his throat and turned to stop the bleeding on Jiraiya's arm. This medical ninjutsu is even better than Tsunade's. Jiraiya felt his throat had obviously recovered, it was too fast, it couldn't be called a medical ninjutsu. Who are you? The Senin Fukasaku on Jiraiya's shoulder also fell to the sea and said to Yagami. I am the King of Darkness, the Punisher of Evil, the God of Night. It has been a long time since I introduced myself like this, but it still feels very meaningful when I say it now. Jiraiya's hand reached out for Yagami's mask at this time. If Yagami had not reacted quickly, Jiraiya would have succeeded. I just saved your life, brother, and you still look down on me. That's too much, Yagami said to Jiraiya without stopping the treatment in his hands. Jiraiya had also exited Sage mode. Jiraiya didn't say anything. So our cooperation ends here? Pain continued looking at Yi Shen and said. Conan also walked out from the pipe at the back and looked at Yi Shen with a frown. What was this guy doing? Not necessarily. It mainly depends on whether you are willing to let me take him away, Yashin said to Pain, and the treatment was over. It turns out that the two organizations have reached a cooperation. Even in this situation, Jiraiya is still collecting information. No, Pain said decisively. He got my information, I can't let him go, and this is Akatsuki's territory. Since you are here and have done this, you should stay here with us. Tisk. Yi Shen smacked his lips, feeling troubled. It seems that you won't be satisfied until I beat you up. Advertisement. Try it if you can, said Tendo Pain. Strange bullet fire arrow. Shirato Pain attacked directly, his fist separated from his arm and smashed towards Yagami and Jiraiya. Yagami immediately grabbed Senin Fukasaku on the sea, and then jumped away from the spot with Jiraiya in an instant. Bump. The sea surface was filled with a lot of splashes. Yagami brought Jiraiya and Fukasaku to the ruins of the wall. The human way Pain appeared behind Yagami, holding a black stick in his hand and stabbed towards Jiraiya. It seemed that his first goal was to kill Jiraiya. Yagami let go of Fukasaku and grabbed the black stick of Rengendu. He tried to pull the black stick out of Yagami's hand, but it didn't move at all. Shirato also rushed up from the ground, his hands turned into cannons, and the light condensed by chakra shot towards Jiraiya. You two should leave quickly and stop getting in the way. Yagami shouted to Jiraiya, then casually waved his hand and a Rashomon rose up without even needing to summon. Bump. The chakra beam cannon hit Rashomon, completely blocking Shirato's attack. Then Yagami waved his hand to make Rashomon disappear. Jiraiya looked at Yagami deeply, and finally looked at Tendo Pain. He formed a seal with one hand, entered his own barrier, and disappeared on the spot. The guy who was in the way has gone. I didn't want to fight with you, but since you want to, then come on. Yi Shen said, and with one punch he turned the human being who had been holding the black stick into a bloody mist. Even the hellish person could not be resurrected. In the air that is invisible to the naked eye, there seemed to be a cylindrical fist wind that hit the air, soaring into the sky and dispersing the dark clouds above Rain Shinobi Village. Yi Shen used 70% of his strength in this punch. Too fast. And too powerful. Tendo Pain frowned and looked up at the dispersed dark clouds. Yagami's punch was so fast that even if he saw it, he would not have time to react. Swish. Pain didn't say anything. A ray of light flashed by, and a steel-toothed tail grew out from behind Shirato's butt. It attacked Yi Shen, determined to split Yi Shen in two. Clang. Night God didn't dodge at all, allowing the saw teeth to cut into his body. The imagined split in two did not happen, instead there was a sound of weapons clashing. Pain's eyes widened, he saw it clearly, the knife really cut him. Advertisement why the sound of weapons be *********** G? Is his body structure so strong? The second one. Yi Shen threw a punch, and Shira Road was directly blasted into a bloody mist. The wind from the fist passed through Shira Road and hit the ruins in the distance, turning the entire ruins into powder. FK. Yagami's punch made Pain swear in the real world. He's stronger than the last time we fought. Is this guy a monster? Including the animal path killed by Jiraiya, now the human path and Shira path have also been scrapped, leaving only 3 Pains. The hell path with little attack power and the hungry Kido who can only absorb chakra, these two can only be living targets for Yagami. Under the speed of Yagami's swift style, they can't even see Yagami's figure. They only felt a flash before their eyes, and Yi Shen's figure appeared in front of them. In an instant, Hellpath was killed by Yi Shen. Before they could react, Yi Shen appeared in front of Hungry Kido again. After the previous few times, they could barely see Yi Shen's figure this time. Hungry Kido stretched out his hands to absorb chakra, but Yagami's punch had no chakra at all and directly destroyed the Hungry Kido. Then Yagami rushed towards the last Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain also thought that Yagami would attack him, and immediately raised his right hand to release Shinra Tensai, but Yagami's speed was too fast and his fist was already in front of him. No. Conan appeared in front of Pain and spread his arms to block the punch. Yashin's fist stopped 1 centimeter in front of Conan. If it weren't for Yashin's extremely strong control over his own strength, Conan would have been blown up by this punch. Even Conan, an icy beauty, was frightened by Yagami's punch and tears came out of her eyes. Don't you know that you will be turned into a bloody mist with this punch? Yi Shen said to Conan, loosening his fist and helping Conan wipe the tears from her face. After all, Conan was also his woman. But that's Yahiko's body. Conan's tears were wiped away by Yagami, and she seemed to be more wronged. Yagami was also a very important person to her, and Yahiko and Nagato were also important people. Others didn't matter. If even Yahiko's body was destroyed. What if I failed to catch you? Are you stupid? Yashin slammed his head on Conan's forehead. At this moment, Nagato seemed to understand something, and understood why Yagami would help Akatsuki catch 3 tails. And agree to cooperate with Akatsuki. It turns out that he and Conan. Nagato, who was far away, was also frightened by Yagami's punch. He was also afraid that Yahiko's body would be destroyed. That punch would really mean there was no hope. Chapter 82. After being seriously ill for more than 10 years, I am excited to walk again. For Conan's sake, let's let it go this time, Yagami then said to Pain. Forget it. Pain was stunned. You came to my territory, rescued the person I wanted to kill, and blew up all my clones, and you tell me to forget it? Yeah, forget it. Yi Shen nodded and said very affirmatively. Then, forget it. Pain knew he was no match for his opponent, so he could only nod. Come back to the Shadow Organization with me, Yashin then said to Conan. That won't do. No matter how scared he was, Pain stood in front of Conan and protected him behind him. Nagato. It's okay, Conan said, tugging on Pain's sleeve. Haven't you revealed my identity? Pain was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Conan. He knew that Conan would only call his name when there were no outsiders around, which meant that Conan no longer regarded Yashin as an outsider. Could it be that? It's okay. Conan shook his head and hugged Yi Shen's arm. Now that things have come to this, I will tell you that the two of us have already. Conan didn't finish his words, but those who understand understand. At this moment, even the wooden man Pain's face was shocked, not to mention Nagato, whose worldview was ruined. He had been with Conan for more than 20 years, but he still couldn't win her over. But he was won over after meeting Yagami once. This. Pain was stunned for a long time before he stammered out this. But I can't go to the Shadow Organization with you. Pain needs me more, Conan then said to Yagami. Let's find a place where there is no one and talk. Yi Shen nodded and then said to Pain. Come with me. Pain also nodded, looked at the bloodlines on the surrounding walls with some regret, and then led the way. The 3 of them came to a dark room where Nagato was. Advertisement. Is it safe here? Will we be discovered by Ju? Yi Shen said after entering the dark room. No, there's a barrier set up around it to prevent it, Nagato's real body said. That's fine. Yagami nodded, then jumped directly onto Nagato's wheelchair. What are you doing? Although Nagato knew that Yagami had no ill intentions, his current behavior made him panic. What are you afraid of? How can I let you react when I'm about to kill you? After saying this, Yin Xiang emitted a green light from his hand and patted Nagato on the back. Nagato immediately felt very comfortable. Then, while treating Nagato, Yagami pulled out the black stick stuck in Nagato's back. The moment the black stick was pulled out, the wound on Nagato's back healed. After all the black sticks were pulled out, Nagato was able to stand up straight. Then Yagami used both hands to treat Nagato. It took him an hour to cure his hidden disease. Nagato's complexion recovered visibly, but he still looked like a skeleton. But he can move freely now. After that, eat more meat and supplement more protein. Slowly take care of yourself for 3 to 5 months and you will be back to normal. Just consider it as my compensation for destroying your clone. Is that enough? Yin Xiang said, jumping off the wheelchair. This is. Nagato raised his hand. It had been a long time since he felt any pain and it felt very relaxed. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would have been very painful. Medical ninjutsu, can it actually do this? Conan looked at Nagato's complexion, which was obviously much better, and said with great surprise, his face full of joy. Of course ordinary medical ninjutsu won't work. I gave him my life essence, which is equivalent to exchanging 10 years of my life for his healthy body, Yagami said. Of course, it was all lies. He didn't use any life source at all. His medical ninjutsu was top-notch. As long as the patient was half alive, he could cure him to be alive and well. He said he could extend the patient's life by 10 years just to deceive Nagato. This guy was the easiest to fool. Hanzo of the Salamander lured the three of them into a trap with just a few words of peace talk. Obito tricked him with just a few words, and Naruto made him sacrifice himself with just a few words of persuasion. Now it's Yagami's turn to deceive Nagato. When they heard that Yagami used 10 years of his own life, they were both shocked. Even if he was with Conan, he wouldn't sacrifice 10 years of his life for Nagato, right? Advertisement. Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Xiang knew his plan had succeeded by looking at their eyes, and he added fuel to the fire. I'm only in my 20s, and Conan is already in his 30s. If I sacrifice 10 years of my life, can't I leave this world with Conan? Ya Shen. Conan was very moved when he heard that. He didn't expect that he did it this way. Conan hugged Ya Shen's arms tightly with tears in his eyes. Isn't this love? How could she know that Yagami was talking nonsense? He was only 18 this year, and he had no intention of growing old and dying with Conan. Thank you. Nagato also looked at Yagami and said with emotion, it seems that it is also good for Conan to be with him. Okay, don't be moved yet, try to see if you can walk, Yagami said to Nagato. Nagato nodded and stood up from the wheelchair with the support of his hands. He hadn't walked for so many years and he was really not used to it. After taking 2 steps, he tried to let go of his hands and move around. He was able to control his legs. He jumped off the wheelchair and landed on the ground with a happy look on his face. He never thought that he would be able to walk again in his life. About Uchiha Madara. Hearing Yagami talking about Uchiha Madara, Conan and Nagato both looked up at Yagami. They didn't expect that he even knew this. What I mean is that the person you saw was not Uchiha Madara, Yagami said to them regardless of their surprised looks. Actually, I had my doubts too. Conan nodded at this point and said, he just has the Sharingan, that doesn't mean he is Uchiha Madara. How did you know him? Nagato asked, looking at Yagami. Well, I naturally have my own intelligence channels. It was him who instigated you to establish the Akatsuki organization. He was also the one who controlled the organization behind the scenes. But he is not Uchiha Madara, and his goal is not for world peace. His name is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha. Obito? Both of them repeated the name, looked at each other, and shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of this name. But that Zetsu is indeed related to Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu is the product of Uchiha Madara's will. He has always been the one communicating with Obito and secretly push Obito to do certain things. The real person behind the scenes is this Black Zetsu. Yagami said to the two, but of course he knew that Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara had nothing to do with each other. Chapter 83. Get Nagato Conan to join the team. Who is this Uchiha Obito? Nagato asked. You know Hitaki Kakashi, right? Yagami said, and Nagato nodded. You know Namikaze Minato, right? Nagato nodded again. He was Namikaze Minato's apprentice and Hitaki Kakashi's teammate. As for why he ended up like this, I have no idea. No one has seen him since he disappeared from the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War. Everyone thought he was dead. When Yagami talks to Nagato, 8 out of 10 sentences are lies. He knows everything, but he just doesn't want to tell them. His goal is not world peace, but to destroy the current world. He has told you this, right? I've said it before. To destroy the current ninja world system, destroy the 5 major nations, and from now on Akatsuki will manage the world, and there will be no more wars. Nagato nodded and said, it seems to be different from what you said. The mission given to you is to destroy the existing system of the ninja world. In fact, it is to use you to collect the tailed beasts to destroy the world. Of course, it is different. Yagami said, it is not too late to stop now. Believe that I will create a peaceful world. You? Nagato was stunned. Could it be that the Shadow Organization was also established to create a peaceful world? Of course, I am also a war orphan, and I don't want there to be war in this world. Our goals are the same, but we are taking different paths. Yagami nodded and said, come with me, Nagato, join us and build a truly peaceful world. How are you going to build it? First, recruiting members. Conan and Nagato were both speechless. It would be fine if you dug up other people in Akatsuki, but now you are digging up the leader of Akatsuki and you are still talking in such a sanctimonious manner. Then, I will pacify the wars among the small nations, and subdue the shadows of the 5 great nations, making them obey my orders. With your strength, you can pacify the war between small countries, but it is impossible to subdue the shadows of the 5 major countries, Nagato said. Just conquer them. I have my own ways. We can start by pacifying the wars of small countries, Yin Xiang said confidently. Advertisement, the two were speechless again. Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko and me, and we will not give up this organization, Conan said, looking at Yahiko who has now become pain. Then merge the Akatsuki organization into the Kage organization and make it a subsidiary organization of the Kage. The question is whether you can take anyone else away from this organization. Otherwise, there will only be 2 of you. 3 of you. Yagami glanced at Yahiko and said. Conan and Nagato looked at each other and thought, most of the people in the organization were recruited by Obito, including Sasori, Deidara, Hidan and Kakuzu. Now Sasori and Deidara are already Kage's men, Hidan is dead, Kakuzu is missing. Zetsu and Kisame must be loyal to Obito, and Uchiha Madara was also brought in by him. By this calculation, there are really only 3 of them left. Even if there are only 3 of us left, we must retain the name of Akatsuki. Nagato then said to Yagami. Okay, I promise you that the name of the organization will be changed to Yin Xiang, is that okay? After Yin Xiang said this, he always felt something was weird. Yin Xiao. It sounds a lot like Yin Xiang when read this way. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, but the name of the organization has become very similar to my own name. Will it sound a bit awkward? Conan said in a low voice. This time it was Yagami's turn to be speechless. The name of the organization is Ying, and it is divided into several teams. The name of your team is Xiao, is this okay? This sounds reliable. Nagato nodded after hearing it. Yeah, I agree. Conan said with a rare smile. He was really happy today. Nagato did not kill the teacher and recovered his health. Yagami and Nagato also became friends, and he could always be with Yagami in the future. Well, at least let me see your true face. Nagato then said to Yagami, and Conan turned to Yagami. The last time they were intimate, he was wearing a mask. Yagami also thought about it. Obito had been wearing a mask all this time, which made them confused about his identity. This led to them not being able to truly trust Obito. If he took off the mask and let them see his face. Advertisement, they will definitely trust themselves. Especially Conan, he will definitely be happier after seeing his stunningly handsome face. Yagami thought about it, and then reached for his mask. Nagato and Conan also stared at Yagami's mask. The more mysterious the face, the more people look forward to it. As Yin Xiang lifted his hood and took off his mask, both of them were shocked. I didn't expect that he's so handsome. I guess I got a bargain this time. This is what Conan thought to himself, and his face turned red. Isn't this the perfect description of Yin Xiang from Konoha village? Nagato opened his mouth and looked at Yin Xiang's face. He really didn't expect this. It is rumored that Yin Xiang and Yagami have the ability to learn all ninjutsu at a glance, but Yagami can learn all ninjutsu, including blood limit, but Yin Xiang can't. So it seems that these two people are clearly the same person, but Yin Xiang is pretending to be weaker than Yagami. Was the purpose to prevent Konoha from bringing him into conflict with Yagami? How about it? Now you believe in my sincerity. Yin Xiang looked at the two people's surprised expressions and put his mask and hood back on. No wonder you wanted to save teacher Jiraiya, Nagato said to Yagami in surprise. If you kill Jiraiya, will Konoha let you go? Then my plan for world peace will be ruined. Yagami smiled and said, okay, come back with me, Yagami said as he pulled Conan's hand. Okay. Anywhere. Conan looked at Yin Xiang's face and nodded infatuatedly, not knowing whether he heard Yin Xiang's words clearly. You're not such a crazy person, Nagato said speechlessly looking at Conan. You don't understand. This is called love, Yagami said word by word, then took Conan's hand and walked out. Nagato followed behind. From now on, Obito's Akatsuki organization was disbanded. At this time, Obito was restraining the lively and cheerful Afei, blocking the way of Yin Xiang and others, preventing them from approaching the secret base of the Uchiha clan, to prevent them from disrupting the decisive battle between Itachi and Sasuke. I don't know how he will feel when he realizes that he has been poached. Chapter 84. Blocking the road, another day of tickets. After what Yagami did, the destruction of Konoha probably won't happen. Right here, everyone, follow me. On Yin Xiang's side, Naruto's clone saw Sasuke and was now rushing towards Sasuke. Wait a minute, Naruto, that chakra is. Hinata shouted hurriedly behind Naruto, but Naruto had already jumped on it. Hello everyone. Afei suddenly appeared, scaring Naruto so much that he fell off the tree. What's going on? Naruto fell on his butt and shouted. Oh my. Hello everyone. I unexpectedly meet you all from Konoha here, and it's 2.4.6.8. 9 vs 1. I'm really unlucky, ha. Afei looked at everyone and laughed. Everyone now gathered around Naruto, looking up at Fei who was standing on the tree trunk. There is no record of this guy in the information left by Kabuto, Kakashi said to Afei. Yin Xiang was a little worried at this time. If he didn't expose his Rinnegan or Sharingan, he would not be able to catch Hollow Afei just by displaying ninjutsu in front of everyone in Konoha. I'm a newcomer, please give me your guidance, Afei said after hearing this. Woof woof. Akamaru shouted at Afei twice. What nonsense. Stop acting so confident. Although it was the first time that Ya met a member of Akatsuki, he was not afraid of him at all. After all, there were so many people on his side, so why was he afraid that he could not subdue him? Don't act rashly, observe the situation first, Yin Xiang said to the people behind him. Well, we have an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers, Kakashi nodded. Alala, are you looking down on me? Afei said when he heard this. At this moment, Naruto's shadow clone attacked from behind him. Stop getting in the way. The clone held the Rasengan and hit Afei. Afei turned around and Naruto passed directly through his body and fell to the ground. He was a little confused for a moment. Advertisement. The enemy possesses penetrating ninjutsu, and ordinary attacks cannot hit him, Yin Xiang said to everyone. You really are worthy of being the leader of Konoha's shadow. You saw through my ninjutsu at a glance. Oh, so scary. But as a newcomer, I'm still pretty good, ha 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 ha. Afei said shyly. Damn it. Naruto's shadow clone turned around, took out a kunai and rushed towards Afei again, and Naruto's real body also followed. Stop, Naruto. Yin Xiang grabbed Naruto's body, and after the clone rushed forward, the kunai attack penetrated his body. Then Afei punched Naruto's shadow clone out, and it exploded in the air. Let me go. Sasuke is right in front of us, we have to defeat this guy quickly and get over there. Naruto said while struggling in Yin Xiang's hands. Find out what the enemy is capable of, then go ahead if you don't have it. Yin Xiang let go of Naruto's cloak and said, the enemy can penetrate all physical attacks in the Rasengan just now. Ninjutsu attacks can also penetrate, but when he attacks, he must materialize. Naruto also quieted down when he heard Yin Xiang's words. Next we just need to let Shino harass him with a large number of bugs and then break through him. If he wants to stop us, he must materialize. At this time we can attack and he won't be able to stop us. Yin Xiang stared at Afei and said. This time, Afei didn't mean to be joking anymore. You figured it out in just 2 moves? Where did this kid come from? Afei thought to himself. Shino. Yin Xiang then turned around and looked at Shino. Shino also understood and directly released a large number of insects to interfere. Everyone else, disperse and break through immediately. Yin Xiang then shouted to everyone. Okay. Everyone immediately dispersed and ran behind him from different directions. This is so disgusting, so many bugs, Afei said in panic when he saw the bugs flying towards him. Shino controlled the bugs and started biting him, but obviously all the attacks failed. Ninja technique. Road blocking technique, Afei said while standing on the tree trunk, then he dived into the ground and jumped out in different directions to disturb everyone. Shino also controlled the insects to track, but the opponent's movement route was uncertain and the insects were also dizzy. Shino, Naruto is next, Hinata shouted with her Byakugan on. Okay. Shino's bugs immediately flew towards Naruto. At this time, Afei also appeared from the ground to attack Naruto, but the bugs pounced on him and Afei could only hollow himself. The punch also missed and Naruto continued to rush forward. Advertisement, oh no. Afei held his head and shouted in place, then directly used Kamui to absorb Shino's insects, and then intercepted them in front of everyone again, successfully blocking everyone. Rakery. When it was Yin Xiang's turn, Yin Xiang directly did a rakery, paddling on the ground and running forward. The moment Afei appeared in front of Yin Xiang, Yin Xiang's hand also stretched out. Seeing this, Afei quickly hollowed down. Yin Xiang continued to move forward and suddenly turned around. Afei's hand was reaching out from behind Yin Xiang, and Rakery went straight to meet him. At this time, Afei was still in a materialized state. Sharingan under the mask widened his eyes, he didn't expect Yin Xiang to do such a thing. The speed was so fast that Hollow was already too late and quickly retreated, but Rakery still cut off one of his arms. Success! Everyone was delighted when they saw it. Don't stop, keep chasing, I will intercept him and catch up with him soon. Yin Xiang shouted to everyone, and everyone nodded and immediately ran towards Sasuke. It seems that we can't stop it. Ju's figure appeared from not far away and said. And Kisame, the people Sasuke brought will probably stop them as well, Black Zetsu said. The battle over there is about to begin, White Zetsu said. Let's go check it out, Black Zetsu said with a nod, and then the two dived back into the tree and disappeared. The smile has disappeared. Yin Xiang said to the masked Afei. Although his arm was broken, there was no bleeding. The arm on the ground was pure white. It was White Zetsu's arm. Ha. Ha ha ha, they ran away, but without the interference of those bugs, you wouldn't be able to hit me. After hearing what Yin Xiang said, Afei forced himself to be optimistic again and smiled at Yin Xiang. That's not necessarily true, Yin Xiang said with a smile. At this time, Yin Xiang didn't know what the situation was on Yi Shen's side. Ninja technique. Grappling technique. Afei suddenly rushed towards Yin Xiang, stretching out his only remaining arm. Yin Xiang also ran directly towards Afei, swung a kunai and pierced his head. At the moment when Afei was about to touch Yin Xiang, Afei materialized, and Yin Xiang instantly appeared in the kunai, and a Rasengan smashed down. Chapter 85. Sasuke and Itachi, the Battle of the Sea, very good comments. Bump. Ah-Fei was smashed into the ground by this flying thunder god Rasengan. This is. Ah-Fei's eyes widened, this is how his teacher punished him back then. After being hit by Yin Xiang's trick, all the bad memories came to his mind, and Ah-Fei immediately used Kamui to escape. Little guy, I can't scare you to death by transforming into Minato. Yin Xiang watched Ah-Fei leave without stopping him. Naruto, Kakashi and others also arrived at the secret base of the Uchiha clan. It turned out that Kisame did not run away, but came here. When Suigetsu and others saw Naruto and others, they temporarily joined forces with Kisame to prevent them from entering. You. Why are you here? Where is Yin Xiang? Kakashi asked Ah-Fei. Ah-Fei did not answer Kakashi's words. Could it be? Naruto and others were shocked by Ah-Fei's reaction and looked at each other. Could it be that Yin Xiang was killed by him? No, Yin Xiang can use Flying Thunder God. Even if things go wrong, she can still run away and won't die. Kakashi shook his head and said. Look at how miserable he is. Maybe he is the one who ran away. Yamato also nodded. Ah-Fei had one arm broken and a hole in the back of his clothes was made by Yin Xiang. He looked very miserable. That's right, Yin Xiang is very strong. Little Sakura also nodded and said. Chi, let's get rid of them quickly. Ye nodded, he had personally experienced Yin Xiang's strength. Woof. Akamaru also showed a fierce look. Look at you, you've suffered a great loss. Kisame also smiled at Ah-Fei, but Ah-Fei was not in the mood to joke now. What's going on inside? Said Ah-Fei. The fight has started. The two men are equally strong. Ju popped up from Ah-Fei's feet and said. Advertisement, equal in strength. Ah-Fei was puzzled. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that there was no way the Sharingan could be a match for Mangekyo. Itachi's body is holding us back. Ju also understood Ah-Fei's confusion and said immediately. Get out of my way. Naruto was relieved to know that Yin Xiang was safe and sound, and sent Shadow Clone to rush over with Rasengan. Suigetsu took the lead and split Naruto's clone in half with one sword. Really, they finally caught up with us. Is that a beheading sword? Kakashi frowned when he saw Shuei's weapon, and it seemed that the guy was using it very skillfully. Isn't that Zabuza's sword? Naruto also said after seeing the beheading sword. Well, judging from his appearance, he must have practiced for a long time. Kakashi nodded and said. That's the descendant of the Hizuka clan mentioned in the intelligence, Hizuka Suigetsu. His brother Hizuka Mangetsu is one of the seven ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. He can skillfully use 7 ninja swords. I'm afraid he is also a genius in swordsmanship, Yamato said to everyone. The woman next to her is the woman with the ability to perceive that I saw in town. Little Sakura looked at Chongling and said. As for Jugo, they knew nothing about him except that he was Orochimaru's experiment. Every one of them is a troublesome person. Kakashi looked at the 5 people opposite and felt a headache. Although there were 8 people on his side, none of them were easy to deal with. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, it's really annoying, Naruto shouted at the other party. There are 2 chakras fighting each other. One of them belongs to Sasuke-kun. Hinata also said with a white eye looking at the secret station of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke is right in front of us. There's no time to bother with him here. Yutanya. Ya was also an impatient person. He directly asked Akamaru to use an anthropomorphic ninjutsu and rushed forward. At this time, Yin Xiang suddenly appeared next to Naruto. Just in case, he had already planted the mark of Flying Thunder God on Naruto. When Yin Xiang arrived, he saw Ya was about to rush forward, so he stretched out his hand to stop Ya's Yutanya. Seeing this, Ya also stopped immediately. Hey, are you okay? Ya said nervously while looking at Yin Xiang's hand, but saw that there was not even a trace of it on his hand. Aren't you asking for a fight if you rush forward like this? Yin Xiang shook his head and said, Kisami's Samahata was already raised high. If anyone dared to go forward, he would definitely be hit with a stick, and he would spit blood if he didn't die. Advertisement. Bump. At this moment, a loud noise came from the Uchiha clan's secret residence, and the roof was directly pierced. Itachi jumped out from a cloud of smoke, made a seal every 3 seconds, and used Great Fireball on the hole in the roof. The one who walked out of the flames was Sasuke, who had entered the cursed state. Fire style. Great Fireball. Itachi and Sasuke used Great Fireball at the same time to collide in the air. Seeing that the two were evenly matched, Itachi directly used Amaterasu on the Great Fireball, and the black flames engulfed Sasuke. After both of their fireballs were engulfed by Amaterasu, just before they hit Sasuke, Itachi closed his right eye, causing Amaterasu to stop. Sasuke was also frightened by the black flames and took a half step back, standing there in a daze. After he reacted, he ran on the roof. Itachi then began to chase him with Amaterasu. If this wasn't a letdown. Amaterasu chased Sasuke and soon climbed onto his wings and burned. Sasuke rolled on the ground in pain, and a large area of the surrounding forest also burned because of Itachi's Amaterasu. Everyone on Yin Xiang's side was stunned. They didn't expect that the fight between these two brothers was really scary. Sasuke. Naruto shouted anxiously when he saw Sasuke being burned by Amaterasu. At this moment, Sasuke on the ground turned into a puddle of mud and disappeared. Itachi seemed to be coughing because of his eyes and body, so he lay on the ground and coughed. Itachi, you want to help him remove the curse seal, right? Yin Xiang thought to himself as he looked at Itachi. He wanted to rush over to save Itachi, but with so many people watching, it was too late. It's really intense over there, Mr. Itachi. Kisame smiled at Itachi, but did not take the initiative to attack. After all, his goal was only to stop them. If it was possible to avoid a war, it would be better not to start a war. Sasuke. Little Sakura also looked at Sasuke on the ground, and tears seemed to be about to fall. At this moment, Sasuke on the ground turned into a puddle of mud. This was Orochimaru's body replacement technique, and a tiny crack appeared on the ground. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke formed a seal below, and a large ball of dragon-shaped flame gushed out from the ground, opening a larger gap. Itachi immediately jumped away from his original position, and the fire dragon shot into the air. Soon after, more fire dragons sprang out from the ground, but Itachi dodged them all, only burning one of his sleeves. Then the entire roof basically collapsed. Still alive. Little Sakura shouted happily after seeing it. Chapter 86 Killin and Susanoo. Can you please not disturb them and let them have a good fight? Kisame said to everyone. Can you take off your head and let me play with it? Yin Xiang looked at Kisame and said. This kid. Kisame laughed when he heard that. He didn't expect that the kid would dare to say that. He immediately took out Samahata and prepared to stab him twice, but was stopped by Ah-Fei. He is very strong, don't attack him easily, Ah-Fei whispered to Kisame. That little brat? Kisame asked confused. He is the cause of my injuries, and he is also the commander-in-chief of this team. Ah-Fei nodded and said in a low voice. I really didn't expect this. So, he couldn't be the one named Yin Xiang. Kisame said as he looked at the young man in front of him who was not wearing a forehead protector, no vest, and was wearing a black kimono, making him look like he was out shopping. Yeah. Ah-Fei nodded. What are you mumbling about? Are you going to fight or not? Yin Xiang shouted at the two of them. Yin Xiang did this to provoke them and make them take action. Maybe she could take advantage of the chaos to rescue Itachi. How can you tolerate this? If I were you, I would definitely go up and chop him up, Shuei said to Kisame, his tone full of sarcasm. Their temporary alliance team could fall apart at any time. Boom, boom boom. At this moment, large dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning and thunder began to flash. The next moment, heavy rain began to fall. Sasuke jumped up from the ground, jumped onto the roof wall, stood on the commanding heights, and the sound of Chidori rang in his hands. The title of this book is Kirin. Sasuke said, raising the Chidori in his hand above his head, and the lightning in the air was also drawn to Sasuke's palm. Come on. Lightning condensed in the air and eventually changed into the shape of a Killin. That jutsu. Kakashi and the others stared at the Kirin with wide eyes. It's at least a Super S-level jutsu, Yamato said. Such a strong power. Naruto also stared at Sasuke with wide eyes. He thought that since he had learned the Rasen Shuriken, he could fight Sasuke, but he didn't expect that Sasuke also mastered such a powerful ninjutsu. Advertisement, disappear along with the thunder, Sasuke said, and waved his right hand. The Killin in the air also fell down. There was no good place on the entire roof now. It collapsed completely, making it impossible for Yin Xiang and others to see the situation inside the venue. Killin, I'll take it. Yin Xiang thought while looking at the sky. As the base collapsed, Itachi also lay on the ground. His coat was gone, he was motionless, and seemed to have stopped breathing. At this time, Itachi had fallen into a state of suspended animation. In Yin Xiang's perception, Itachi's chakra had disappeared. But suddenly, Itachi's breath jumped, as if there was something unfinished. Is it over? Sasuke looked at Itachi who had stopped breathing, breathed a sigh of relief, and collapsed on the ground. Did Sasuke win? Little Sakura looked over there anxiously. It seems so. Another chakra disappeared. Wait, there's another one, Hinata said while rolling her eyes. Is this the death you want to recreate? Just when Sasuke was about to faint, Itachi's voice rang out again. Sasuke was startled and quickly raised his head. He saw Itachi, who had stopped breathing, regained his breath and slowly got up from the ground. Damn it. Sasuke also roared and entered the cursed state again, but he no longer had wings. Itachi stood up from the ground, his mouth full of blood, red chakra burning on his body, and gradually became taller. It was Susanoo. Without this, I would have been killed. You've really become stronger, Sasuke. Itachi stood up and said softly with his head down. What is that? Susanoo was so tall that even Yin Xiang and the others could see her, but they could only see her head. Susanoo is the most powerful ability that the Uchiha clan will gain after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yin Xiang said to everyone. At this time, they had not even come into contact with the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the last battle with Deidara, Kakashi was ready to activate Mangekyo if Yagami hadn't interfered, but after the interference, it became unnecessary. Whose is it? Hearing Yin Xiang say this, little Sakura turned around and asked. Advertisement. If nothing unexpected happens, it's Uchiha Itachi's, Yin Xiang said. Sasuke-kun's chakra is almost gone. In this case, Hinata said worriedly, and looked at Naruto. If something happened to Sasuke, Naruto would definitely be very sad, right? Damn it. Naruto also shouted and jumped towards Sasuke, but as expected, he was chopped back by Kisame. Let's hurry up and save Sasuke, he will die if this goes on, Xiangling said anxiously. Let him die. He told us to wait here, Suigetsu said indifferently. Sasuke's life or death had nothing to do with him. The main reason why he was willing to follow Sasuke was to find all 7 ninja swords. So to Suigetsu, Sasuke's life or death is not as important as whether she can take a few more glances at the Samahata in front of her. The reason why Yin Xiang did not order the team to break through by force was because he did not want Naruto and the others to disrupt Itachi's plan. This was the last thing he could do for Itachi before he died. He was now teaching Sasuke how to use Susanoo. This time, I'll let you see my final trump card, Susanoo, Itachi said to Sasuke. Susanoo? Sasuke asked in confusion. When you gained the 2 abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, you gained another jutsu that resides in these eyes. Sasuke, have you used up all your ninjutsu? If there is still any hidden power, don't hold back, just use it. Now is the time for the real show to begin, Itachi looked at Sasuke and said. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the sky became clear again. This was during the battle. Itachi discovered that Sasuke had the power of Orochimaru, which meant that Orochimaru must be living in Sasuke's body now, and he was not dead yet. This was something Yin Xiang had not expected. She did not expect that Sasuke would go to Orochimaru's room and absorb Orochimaru's power after she left. This gave the originally dead Orochimaru a place to stay, which was equivalent to Sasuke's own death. It seems that the spell just now can only be used once, Ju said, looking up at the sky. At this moment, Susanoo grew larger again, and was covered in flesh, then armor, before entering Susanoo level 3. What's wrong? Is your chakra exhausted and there's nothing you can do? Itachi said as he looked at Sasuke who was retreating. Chapter 87 Yin Xiang angers Naruto. After Itachi's torment, Sasuke's chakra to suppress Orochimaru was gone, and sure enough, the next moment Orochimaru jumped out of his body, in the form of Yamada no Orochi. Is that Orochimaru? Yin Xiang also looked at the Yamada no Orochi. He didn't expect that he could survive with this. What a tenacious vitality he had. In fact, Yin Xiang also understood that he could not kill Orochimaru. No one could kill him. He was simply a bug in the ninja world. As long as his curse seal existed in the world and as long as a trace of his chakra existed, he could survive. Everyone was frightened by the 2 big guys. Itachi's Totsuka sword killed the snake heads one by one. When only the last snake head was left, Orochimaru crawled out from it. Orochimaru? Everyone exclaimed. Isn't that guy dead? Naruto turned around and looked at Yin Xiang, because it was Yin Xiang who did the mission report. He is indeed dead, but I think he is living in Sasuke's body in some way. When Sasuke is weak, he will come out and occupy Sasuke's body. Yin Xiang said to Naruto. Well, if it's Orochimaru, it wouldn't be strange if he came back to life. Kakashi also said after hearing this. As expected of Orochimaru, Yamato also sighed. I am the one who takes over Sasuke's body. Thanks to you for draining his chakra, I was able to get out. Orochimaru said with a smile as he pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Itachi didn't waste any time talking to him. One reason was that there was no need to waste time talking to him, and the other was that Itachi really didn't have any extra energy left, so he just stabbed Orochimaru through with his Totsuka sword. Do you think you can kill me with this little power? I am the immortal snake. Orochimaru's expression changed from excitement at the beginning to horror. Is this the 10-fisted sword? It turns out you hit it? Orochimaru and the Yamada no Orochi were turned into a pool of meat paste and were sucked into the gourd that released the 10-fist sword. In the end, a small white snake broke away from it and drilled into the crack in the wall. What is that thing? It looks very powerful, White Zetsu also asked. Advertisement. The Tensuka sword is a sealing sword. It is said that it can seal the person stabbed into the world of drunken dreams forever. The sword itself is one of the Kusanagi swords that possess the sealing jutsu. It is what Orochimaru has been searching for, Black Zetsu told him. It can actually be seen from here that White Zetsu and Black Zetsu are not the same person, but no one seems to have noticed. Itachi is indeed extremely powerful. White Zetsu also sighed after hearing this. It's time to end it, Sasuke. In this case, your eyes will be mine. Just as Itachi was about to walk towards Sasuke, he suddenly started coughing violently, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and knelt on the ground. Susanoo also dropped from level 3 to level 1. Seeing this, Sasuke threw a kunai with an explosive tag over. After a puff of smoke, he saw a shield, which was Itachi's other artifact, the Yasakami. Under the resistance of the Yasakami, Itachi stood up again and walked towards Sasuke with difficulty. Because of the oppressive feeling of Susanoo, Sasuke took several steps back in fear. Finally, he became angry and took out a series of kunai and detonating tags and threw them at Itachi. As expected, it was blocked by the 8-foot mirror again. There's no doubt about it, that's also a spiritual weapon, called the Yasakami, which can bounce back all attacks. If it attacks, there's also the 10-fist sword, which makes it simply invincible. Black Zetsu said with lingering fear, wishing he could rush up and kill Itachi directly. After all, Itachi's strength and intelligence are likely to hinder his battle plan. Sasuke was obviously forced into a corner, and rushed forward with the Kusanagi sword, stabbing Susanoo hard, but was bounced back and sat on the ground. Perhaps only when he meets someone like Danzo, who stabbed Susanoo with kunai, will he understand how stupid his action was. Sasuke stood up from the ground and backed away. He was really at a loss now. I'm going to die. I'm going to die if I keep going like this. Sasuke screamed in his heart until he pushed his way to a broken wall, with nowhere to retreat. Is it over? Sasuke's heart was filled with despair. Itachi had also come in front of him and stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand. Advertisement, what happened? What happened? Because that side was blocked, everyone couldn't see what was happening inside, Naruto asked anxiously. No, Sasuke-kun has no chakra left. Hinata looked over there and said, that Uchiha Itachi is already in front of him. Yin Xiang. Think of a solution. Can you still be considered the commander-in-chief of the team? Your way is blocked by just a few people. Naruto shouted to Yin Xiang anxiously. Even if you say so, I can't ignore the lives of my team members for a traitor, and my chakra has been consumed a lot before, Yin Xiang said helplessly. Yes, Yin Xiang has already separated many shadow clones, and is fighting the masked man alone, so he doesn't have much chakra left. Yamato also nodded. A traitor? Naruto heard Yin Xiang's words and repeated. Sasuke is our companion, not a traitor. Naruto shouted to Yin Xiang. He is just blinded by hatred, I will definitely bring him back. Whatever you say, in my eyes he is a traitor. There is no need for the team I lead for the first time to suffer casualties just for the sake of the traitor, Yin Xiang said indifferently. Naruto seemed to be irritated by Yin Xiang, his eyes turned red. Not good. Kakashi thought to himself that something was wrong when he saw Naruto like this. Yamato. Kakashi immediately shouted to Yamato. Yeah. I saw it. Yamato also nodded. It's over. Zetsu just dived underground to see the result and found Itachi lying next to Sasuke. It seemed that Sasuke won. Sasuke won. Where is Sasuke? Xiangling asked anxiously. They have been moved to a safe place. Let's go quickly, Ju said. It seems like you are in trouble. I'll play with you next time when I'm free. Ah-Fei's tone was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, it was very serious, as if he was a different person. At this moment, Kakashi found Sharingan in his eyes. After saying this, Ah-Fei also demonstrated his space-time ninjutsu and left with Shuei and others. Chapter 88 Inches Akatsuki Organization assembles. At this moment, everyone had no time to care whether they left or not, as a layer of tailed beast coat had already appeared on Naruto's body. FKU. Yin Xiang couldn't help but curse when seeing this. Sasuke is indeed a traitor. Naruto got angry just because of what he said. Yamato, do it. Kakashi shouted to Yamato, everyone, disperse. Everyone immediately dispersed upon hearing this, surrounding Naruto, and Yamato immediately used wood style. Don't move. I must teach this bra a lesson today. Yin Xiang was unhappy, and rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight with Naruto. Hey, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. Kakashi quickly came in front of Yin Xiang and locked Yin Xiang to prevent him from getting close. Yamato immediately used wood style and surrounded Naruto with a wooden cage. In fact, Yin Xiang was just a little angry. He was already a little unhappy because Itachi died, and Naruto was even more angry. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Itachi must have let him win. Now that Kakashi was stopping Yin Xiang, it gave Yin Xiang a way out, so he didn't go over. Naruto-kun. Hinata also looked at Naruto worriedly. After Yamato's operation, Naruto's tailed beast chakra was finally suppressed from leaking out. After Naruto came to his senses, he looked clueless. Huh? What happened? What happened? Where's Sasuke? Where are those Akatsuki guys? Naruto yelled while looking around. You brat! I must beat you to death. Yin Xiang was so angry when she saw that he forgot about it after provoking someone, and she shouted at Naruto with gritted teeth. Hey, don't fight him. Kakashi locked Yin Xiang tightly and said helplessly. They're gone. Sasuke won. Hinata said to Naruto with a blushing face. The opponent is using space-time ninjutsu, a target that cannot be tracked. Kakashi let go of Yin Xiang at this time, and Yin Xiang rushed directly towards Naruto and punched him in the head. Is this your attitude towards the master who taught you the Rasen Shuriken? Ah. What? Why are you hitting me all of a sudden? Naruto shouted in dissatisfaction after being punched, for no reason. Okay, stop talking. Little Sakura blocked Naruto's mouth and shouted. Advertisement, so, what should we do now, Kakashi-senpai? Yamato looked at Kakashi and asked. Of course this is decided by the captain. Kakashi looked at Yin Xiang and said. This mission is a failure. Yin Xiang said helplessly, it's bad luck that we failed the first time we led a team. Judging from the current situation, we can only go back and report what we saw, as well as the guy who knows the space-time ninjutsu. So, what about Sasuke? Naruto asked after hearing this. There's no way. Space-time ninjutsu can't track him. I guess Ya can't smell anything either. Yin Xiang looked at Ya and said. Ya also nodded. Hinata can't sense it either, right? Yin Xiang then looked at Hinata, and Hinata nodded. What about Shino? Does the bug have any information? Yin Xiang looked at Shino and asked. How do you know? A puzzled expression seemed to appear on Shino's tightly covered face. If I were you, I would also secretly put bugs on them, Yin Xiang said with a smile. You are the first person who has not forgotten my existence, Shino said gratefully, and then continued. The bugs are too far away to sense it. Well, as you can see, we can't catch up. We can only wait for the next chance. Yin Xiang then looked at Naruto and said, as if this guy was the captain. Damn. Naruto also whispered in frustration. There's still a chance. Let's go back first. Little Sakura also patted Naruto's shoulder and said. Afterwards, everyone tried to persuade them, but in the end it still depended on Yin Xiang, who led the team back to Konoha. At the same time, Yi Shen's side fell into deathly silence. Nagato, Konan, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Idara sat at the table in turn, with Yagami sitting at the main seat. They looked at each other, feeling awkward. Advertisement, hey. This can't be the Akatsuki organization again, right? Idara asked Scorpion in a low voice with his head down. It's too quiet. Everyone can hear what you say, idiot. Scorpion glanced at Idara and said. I didn't expect that, Kakuzu, you are here too, Konan said while looking at Kakuzu. I can't help it. He gave too much. Kakuzu was already over 90 years old, but he actually felt a little embarrassed at this moment. You are not establishing a new organization, you are just changing the name of Akatsuki, Nagato also said to Yagami. Haha, really, isn't this pretty good? We're all old acquaintances now, haha, ha 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 ha. Yi Shen's laughter was somewhat awkward. Let's talk about business, let's talk about business. From today on, our organization's primary goal is to invade. To convince small countries to join our organization. Rain Shinobi Village is the old territory of Akatsuki, so it's natural that it will be the first to enter our organization. After all, Nagato is here. Yagami mentioned Nagato and told them about Nagato's situation. Then they suddenly realized that they didn't even know what the boss looked like before. In order to enter and take over the Rain Shinobi Village, you must first drive out your old teammates, Zetsu, Kisame, and Afei. This task will be left to Nagato and Konan. Okay. Nagato and Konan nodded. Then there's the Honey Country, a small island located between the Fire Country and the Water Country. What we need is to quietly take control of this country, so as to control the trade center between the Fire Country and the Water Country. Since it is a covert operation, this mission is given to Kakuzu who has assassination experience. Okay. Kakuzu nodded. Then this, the Land of Fields, was previously Orochimaru's base. Now that Orochimaru is dead, someone has to take over this place. Since the Land of Fields needs to be reintegrated, Scorpion, I'll leave it to you. Scorpion has many spies under his command, which is enough to prove that he is also a good manager. Moreover, the situation in Tien Kingdom is complicated, and only Scorpion knows a little about it. Understood. Scorpion nodded. What about me? What about me? Now Deidara was the only one left without any arrangements, so he immediately jumped up and asked. Don't worry, because you have the ability to fly, the place you want to go is a little far away, here. Yi Shen pointed to a corner on the map. This place is far away from the 5 major countries. The situation of the island is unclear, and the composition of the island is unclear, but it is a very suitable place to be a base. Does this mean I still need to investigate? Deidara asked. Chapter 89 Resurrecting Uchiha Itachi. Well, that place is far away from the 5 major countries, so it is convenient for you to take action. Just blow it up when necessary. Yi Shen nodded. Okay. I like this mission. Yeah, Deidara nodded happily after hearing this. Get all of these done within 3 days. If you fail the mission, you will lose your head. Go. Yi Shen then said to everyone. Even stricter than Akatsuki. Kakuzu sighed helplessly and stood up. Everyone else also stood up and left quickly. Time was running out. As for Afei, he has returned to Akatsuki's secret base in the east. After returning, he brainwashed Sasuke and made Sasuke, Hazuka and the other 2 join Akatsuki. Then Ju came to Afei. We can't contact that guy Pain, and the same goes for Konan. And Pain's real body is also missing. Ju came up from the ground and said to Afei. What's going on? Afei felt a little flustered when he heard this. What was going on? I don't know. The information we got from Rain Shinobi Village is that someone invaded Rain Shinobi Village and fought with Pain, and was then rescued by Yagami. After that, I don't know. Zetsu shook his head. Could it be? Afei frowned and looked at Ju when he heard that. Could it be that Yagami has instigated a rebellion? Black Zetsu continued what Afei said. No way. White Zetsu was also shocked. If that's the case, things will be troublesome. Without the Rinnegan we won't be able to summon the Ghetto statue, and all the tailed beasts we collected previously would have been wasted, said Black Zetsu. We have already collected 5 tailed beasts. Shouldn't we give them all to that Yagami? White Zetsu said. Afei is feeling a little bit unwell right now, his head is buzzing. He never expected that Yashin could actually turn Nagato against him. Go to the Shadow Organization base and confirm it immediately. Got it. Ju also nodded, then dived underground and left. Advertisement. Are you in trouble? Kisame also came out from the corner and said. Well, you may be the only one left in Akatsuki. Afei nodded and did not hide it from Kisame. Really? In that case, it will be too difficult to collect the tailed beasts. Kisame smiled helplessly upon hearing that. Although he would not choose to betray Afei, it would be too much to ask him to take back the 5 tailed beasts by himself and collect other tailed beasts. Let's wait until Zetsu comes back. Have Sasuke and the others already left? Yeah. Kisame nodded. Sasuke and his team's first mission after joining Akatsuki was to capture 8 tails. I heard that 8 tails Jinchuriki can already fully utilize the power of the tailed beasts. I hope they don't die at the hands of 8 tails. And Uchiha with Mangekyo will not fail easily, said Afei as the Sharingan in his mask flashed red. I hope so. Then I'll go find 6 tails, Kisame said, carrying Samahata on his shoulder and left. Then it seems that I am the only one who can take care of 7 tails. After Kisame left, Afei thought to himself, but whether the Gedo statue is there or not, the tailed beasts still have to be captured first, or at least find out where Nagato and the others are. Yin Xiang and the others, on their way back to Konoha, suddenly encountered the clone of Tsunade's summoning beast Katsuyu. Master Katsuyu, why are you here? Kakashi asked Katsuyu. The reason why he called him master was because Katsuyu had a very high status in Konoha, even Tsunade had to respectfully call him master. Did Lord Katsuyu come all the way to greet us? Kiba asked. Since Lord Katsuyu is here, there must be an emergency. Yin Xiang shook his head and said. Indeed. Katsuyu nodded. During the Third Shinobi World War, the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, Eki no Gyoji, inherited a technique that razed the entire village to the ground. Because this technique was too dangerous, the third Hokage requested that it be sealed as a forbidden technique. In exchange, he promised that Konoha would stand up for the Tsuchigumo clan when they were in danger. Katsuyu first explained the whole thing to everyone. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yin Xiang will take the Sunset Red Squad back to report on the mission, and the others will immediately rush to Katsuragi Mountain for support. Got it. Yin Xiang nodded. Then you should rush to Katsuragi Mountain immediately. Yin Xiang then looked at Kakashi and others and said. Advertisement, understood. Kakashi nodded. Disperse. After Yin Xiang gave the order, Kakashi and others left. Katsuyu also disappeared, and Yin Xiang took Ya and others to continue rushing back to Konoha. Then, come back to life. At the same time, Yagami had already used the opportunity to resurrect a ninja, and the target was naturally Uchiha Itachi. When Yagami chose Uchiha Itachi, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes. After the light faded, Itachi appeared in front of Yagami. The Itachi in front of him did not have the code of the Akatsuki organization. The clothes on his body were the clothes he wore when he died in the battle with Sasuke. Ding ding ding. S-rank ninja, Uchiha Itachi is resurrected successfully, and his abilities are restored to their peak. Is this a direct resurrection, or a recreation of Itachi? Yashin thought in his mind, if this was a direct resurrection of Itachi, then would the body of Itachi in Afei's hand disappear? Ding ding ding. It's a new look, close black lens bracket, yes. It feels a bit more humane. Yi Shen complained in his mind. This is. Itachi opened his eyes, looked around, and then looked at his hands. Is it a reincarnation ninjutsu? Itachi was quite sure that he was dead. He vaguely remembered that before he lost consciousness, he controlled Amaterasu to burn Orochimaru's little snake to death. Why don't you use the reincarnation ninjutsu right then and try your eyes? Yagami said with a smile, then sat on the sofa. Eyes? Itachi looked up at this time, and his eyes turned into 3 Magatama, and then turned into Mangekyo. He himself could feel that these were his eyes, no doubt. You saved me, but what about Sasuke's eyes? Wouldn't everything I did before be in vain? And what's with these eyes? Why, are they so clear? Itachi said as he looked around. His eyes had almost been completely blind for a long time, but now he could see things very clearly, as if he hadn't activated the Sharingan. Don't panic, this is not your real body. Sasuke will also get your eyes. Yagami smiled and said, sit down and talk. I don't quite understand what you mean. What happened? Itachi sat opposite Yagami and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Just think of this as a secret technique. I have created a brand new you. You are both the same person and not the same person as before. Chapter 90 New Mission. So, you copied me? Myself in my prime? Itachi said. Well, you have a thorough understanding. Yi Shen nodded in admiration. This should cost the practitioner a lot, right? You don't have to worry about this. Yi Shen waved his hand and said. Yes. Itachi answered decisively, and Yagami suddenly remembered that the ninja resurrected by him would completely listen to him. Next you will be in the Kage organization. Hide your identity for the time being and wear a mask. Yagami took out a pure black mask and placed it on the table, handing it to Itachi. Itachi nodded and put the mask on his face, as if all the Uchiha clan except Sasuke had to wear a mask. Then Yagami told Itachi about the current personnel composition of the Kage organization and their respective tasks. Itachi's task would be arranged later. Itachi had no objection and nodded. So how is Sasuke now? Itachi then asked. Sasuke, he probably joined the Akatsuki and followed the Afei, the masked man who exterminated the clan with you. How could that be? I have already set Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes. If he gets close to Sasuke, he will be burned to death by Amaterasu. Itachi frowned when he heard this. Don't you know the ninjutsu of your Uchiha clan? Yagami asked back. Izanagi? Itachi's reaction was indeed quick, and he quickly thought of this technique. Only this technique could allow him to survive under Amaterasu. Yeah. Yi Shen nodded. Let's bring Sasuke to the Kage organization? Itachi asked tentatively. What's wrong? Do you want to protect him from close range? Yi Shen smiled when he heard this. Advertisement. That man is too dangerous. Sasuke will be in danger anytime if he is with him. Itachi nodded and said. Let's talk about it later. Sasuke's current goal is to take revenge on Konoha. Guess who his first target will be? Yagami said with a smile on his face. Danzo. Danzo is dead, and the third generation is dead too, so who will be his target? You who control the root, Itachi said after a moment of silence. Yeah. A playful smile appeared on Yi Shen's lips. It's okay for me to play with him. It can also hone his strength. Don't kill him, you promised me, Itachi said to Yagami. Don't worry. Yi Shen nodded. Let's go, I'll arrange a room for you. Someone is coming. Itachi just stood up, and the Sharingan in his eyes started to move, and he noticed something. It's Setsu. Maybe he noticed that Nagato and Konan are missing. Yagami nodded. Don't worry about him, let's go. Yagami arranged a room for Itachi first, letting him stay here to adapt, and then he walked out of the door of the Shadow Organization. No need to look, I'm the only one here. Discovered. White Zetsu exclaimed, then dived into the ground and ran away. After all, he didn't dare to mess with Yi Shen. There are two people in there. The other one is not Pain or Konan, so I don't know who it is, Black Zetsu said. After Ju disappeared from Yi Shen's perception, Yi Shen also sighed. This Ju seemed to be visiting every day, coming to visit whenever he had nothing to do. It would be better to move over there quickly after Deidara has settled things over there. Open black lens bracket drip drip drip. Close black lens bracket. Just when Yi Shen was about to go back, the modifier rang. It was obvious that the modifier was preparing to issue new tasks. Advertisement, ding ding ding. New mission is coming. Strategy mission. Capture Hokage's secretary, Kato Shizune, mission reward. Modification point X1. Battle mission. Defeat Uchiha Obito, mission reward. Modification point X1, lottery X1. Prestige mission. Prestige increased to 80%, current progress, 40%, mission reward, 20-man elite Jonin troops. Close black lens bracket. Having said that, the last lottery has not been drawn yet and the 2 modification points have not been used. Now there are a total of 3 modification points, 1 is reserved for Itachi and the remaining 2. There is also the 20-man elite Jonin team. To be honest, Yagami is still very much looking forward to it. That is a very powerful force and it is completely loyal to him. By then we can think of a way to let them learn Flying Thunder God, Rasengan and so on, then wouldn't that be a complete 4th Hokage army? Modify the prestige value, 100%. Yi Shen suddenly had an idea, and thought of a modifier that can modify everything. Why not just change your own prestige? It's not that troublesome. I was foolish before. Ding ding ding. Prestige value increased to 100%. Mission completed. Obtained 20-man elite Jonin unit. Unified the Kage organization's attire, and have been deployed to the Kage organization. Closing square bracket. Yi Shen, it's time to update my memory. Yin Xiang also received a prompt from the modifier. He had no idea what was going on over there. He only knew that he was operating the system. Fortunately, this was his clone, and his thoughts were exactly the same as his. It would not do anything that would be detrimental to him. It was already late at night, and everyone needed to rest after rushing back to Konoha. During the rest time, Yin Xiang released Yagami's clone and gained his memory. He then created a shadow clone and rushed to the shadow organization base. Sage mode, swift style, strategic layout, also conquered Nagato and Konan, not bad, worthy of me. Yin Xiang was also very happy after receiving the memory. It seems that her clone has not been lazy at all and has been busy with her career, especially swift style and this sage mode, which are very practical. But if this happens, the plot will change. I don't know what Obito will do to get the Rinnegan. Never mind. With this strength, even if Otsutsuki comes, he will have to think about whether he is my opponent. Yin Xiang thought about it and figured it out. Only those with weak strength need to know the plot. With strength, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Let's draw a prize. Yin Xiang looked back at Ya and the others. They were all asleep, he was keeping watch for them. So he closed his eyes and started drawing a prize. He chose the box in the middle. The box flashed a dark purple light. Yin Xiang reached in and took out a large scroll. After opening it, he found that it was the summoning contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. I won the lottery for something I didn't find in Orochimaru's lair. Yin Xiang looked at the summoning scroll, wrote his name on it, and threw it directly into the space that came with the modifier. In this space there is also a white eye dug out from the green eye, but for Yin Xiang who has now been reincarnated, this white eye is dispensable. Originally, Yin Xiang was going to crush it directly, but after thinking about it, it seems like it would be a good idea to give this white eye to Scorpion. Chapter 91 Jiraiya's Trace. Next is the modification point. There is only one modification point at your disposal, but Yin Xiang feels that with his current strength, there is no need to modify anything. This modification point can be used to deal with emergencies. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang closed the modifier. You go and have a rest, I'll take over next. Gino suddenly appeared behind Yin Xiang and said. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded calmly, not letting Shino notice anything wrong, then jumped onto the tree trunk and leaned against it for a while. At dawn the next day, everyone continued on their journey. Nagato and Konan have already carried out a cleansing of Rain Shinobi Village. All the people of Afei and Zetsu have been killed. Rain Shinobi Village has also been renamed Shadow Village, and the news has been released to the public that from now on, Shadow Village is the territory of the Shadow Organization. As for the name of the Kage Organization, ever since the last human head tree incident and Scorpion deliberately releasing the news, everyone in the ninja world knew about the Kage Organization's Yagami who killed people without blinking an eye and more than 30 Jonin were wiped out in an instant. The Kage organization was also terrified of Yagami, but for so long, they didn't even know what the boss of the Kage organization looked like. Afei and Ju had no choice but to move out of all the original Akatsuki bases to prevent Ya Shen from coming to them. As agreed, I brought 8 tails here. After Sasuke came back, he threw Killer Bee on the ground. It looked like Killer Bee was almost dead, but in fact it was just a tentacle of 8 tails. The members of Sasuke's team were in a more miserable state than each other. Sasuke was covered in wounds. Suigetsu was beaten into a puddle and could not recover, and Kering also fainted. Only Jugo was still barely okay. Well done, I knew you could complete this task. Afei nodded and said. Sasuke said nothing and turned away. Where are you going? Afei shouted at his back. Go and heal your wounds first, then Konoha. Sasuke turned around and said. Advertisement, let's talk. Afei stood up and said to Sasuke, and then the two came to a table. I want to ask you an important thing. After you know Itachi's way of survival, you can also choose to inherit his will and continue to protect Konoha. Tell the truth, what are you going to do? Itachi used his own life to interpret his way of survival to protect the village, but for me, the sadness of losing Itachi hit me harder than that way of survival. This is unquestionable. The peace gained by sacrificing Itachi is not what I want at all. I already know the truth, and I simply cannot inherit Itachi's will to protect Konoha. Sasuke said with his fists clenched tightly. Moreover, I will never forgive those 3 people at the top. The people of Konoha who welcome peace are also guilty of the same crime as Itachi's life. The 3 people Sasuke was referring to were naturally Danzo, as well as Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, who also knew about this mission. As for Danzo, he's already dead, said Afei. Dead? Sasuke's pupils shrank when he heard that. That was the main target of revenge. Yes, he was killed by a Jonin of Konoha named Yin Xiang. Now the root has changed its name to Shadow and he is the one in charge. Afei nodded. Yin Xiang? Who is that? I don't know where he came from, but he's very powerful. He has replaced Kakashi as the copy ninja. I heard that he can learn ninjutsu just by looking at it. Of course, that doesn't include bloodline limit. A new copy ninja. Could he be from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke asked after hearing that he knew all the ninjutsu at a glance. No, Afei shook his head. His eyes are more powerful than Sharingan. Rather than copying ninjutsu, it's better to say that he used enhanced ninjutsu. The last time I fought him, I didn't gain any advantage. If he is your target, I advise you to give up. I won't give up, Sasuke said decisively. Are you serious? Are you going to destroy something that Itachi would protect at the cost of his life? You told me before why Itachi didn't kill me. To Itachi, my life is more important than the village. The same goes for me. To me, Itachi's life is more important than the village. That's all, Sasuke said, looking into Afei's eyes. The Konoha high-level officials who treated the Uchiha clan differently, causing him to kill his father and mother and his brothers and sisters, and finally forced him into a desperate situation and killed him, and those people in Konoha who admired the Senju clan, are all garbage, all are targets of revenge. Sasuke almost roared at the end. Advertisement, it doesn't matter if you think of me as an emotional brat. Inheriting Itachi's will is just a nice thing to say. That's stupid talk from people who don't understand hatred. If anyone wants to deny my way of survival, I will kill all the people he cherishes. Then they will probably understand a little bit the hatred I carry. At the same time, Yin Xiang and others also returned to Konoha to report to Tsunade. Uchiha Itachi is dead. Tsunade was also shocked after hearing this. I didn't expect Sasuke's strength to have grown to this point now. I don't think so. There is a suspicion that Itachi was letting me win during the fight, Yin Xiang said while sitting on the sofa. Anyway, the result is like this. It may be difficult to find Sasuke next time. Tsunade nodded and said. She lowered her head and looked like she was worried about something. Shizune, you go out first, Yin Xiang said to Shizune. Yes. Shizune nodded and left the office. What's wrong with you? Are you worried about something? Yin Xiang came behind Tsunade, hugged her shoulders and asked. Yeah. Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya said 2 days ago that he found the Akatsuki base and went there alone. There has been no news since then. He hasn't come back yet. Yin Xiang frowned when he heard this. According to her medical ninjutsu, Jiraiya didn't even need to recuperate and could move freely immediately. Why hasn't he come back yet? Didn't you try to contact him? Yin Xiang asked. The ninja hawks we released didn't find him, and the toads we used to contact him didn't respond either. Tsunade shook her head and sighed. I hope nothing happens. Don't worry, that's Jiraiya. He's much stronger than you. Naruto and the others can deal with those people from Akatsuki, let alone Jiraiya. Even if he can't beat him, he will run away. Yin Xiang comforted Tsunade, but in her heart she was wondering where this guy Jiraiya had gone. At this time, deep inside the Shadow Organization's base, a toad was gently jumping along the edge of a room in the corner, its pupils looking around like human eyes. If this wasn't Jiraiya, who else could it be? Chapter 92 Yin Xiang's Mangekyo. You're making it difficult for me, Lord Jiraiya. Yagami walked out from the wall behind Jiraiya. This was exactly Ju's wood style, Tan Gen Yin. The next moment, Jiraiya was spit out from the mouth of the toad on the ground. Jiraiya with a broken arm stared at Yagami. He knew that Yagami's perception ability was strong, so he maintained the state of sage mode, allowing himself to be full of natural abilities and not be discovered. But this power couldn't last long, and by the time Jiraiya wanted to run, it was too late. Yin Xiang, there is indeed something wrong with you. Jiraiya called out Yin Xiang's name directly. You even know my name. When did it start? When I treated Nagato, right? Yagami thought for a moment and said, taking off his hood and mask, revealing his face. Jiraiya knows Yagami's identity. I'm afraid Yagami really can't let him go this time. I have long suspected that Yagami is someone inside Konoha, but I really didn't expect it to be you. I brought you into Konoha myself. Jiraiya stood up from the ground and said to Yin Xiang. But I really didn't do anything bad to Konoha. Look at Konoha's shadow now, isn't it much better than before? The Hokage's safety is also guaranteed, and Konoha has gained a new force. Isn't that great? But you are still a dangerous person and will bring danger to Konoha. Jiraiya looked at Yin Xiang seriously and said. Don't bother me, brother. I have arranged everything in Konoha in an orderly manner. I have fought, captured and killed the people from Akatsuki. I have also protected Naruto well and handled Tsunade's work perfectly. I also saved your life. What else do you want from me? Yagami said helplessly. He is really angry now. He saved Jiraiya, but this guy followed him all the way to gather information. This is indeed in line with Jiraiya's character, but now he is facing the situation that his identity will be exposed if he doesn't kill Jiraiya. Yin Xiang was not afraid of his identity being exposed, but if his identity was exposed, wouldn't his group of little wives in Konoha be gone? There was no one with 100% obedience, and it was difficult to guarantee whether their favorability would be directly reset to 0 or something. Jiraiya said nothing, formed seals with his hands, and prepared to run away. He knew that it was so difficult to beat Pain, let alone easily defeating Yin Xiang who could defeat Pain. Advertisement. It's useless, don't waste your energy. I set up a barrier before I came in, and your chakra cannot be used. Yin Xiang looked at Jiraiya and said. After hearing this, Jiraiya punched Yin Xiang directly. Yin Xiang stretched out his left hand, easily blocked Jiraiya's punch, and held it in his hand. Jiraiya tried his best to pull his hand out but couldn't, and the expression on his face showed great effort. What should I do? What do you want me to do? I don't want to kill you. Yin Xiang looked at Jiraiya and said with a painful look on her face. If Jiraiya died, not only Naruto would be sad, but Tsunade would also be sad. When he saw Jiraiya die, he cried too. Is he going to kill Jiraiya himself now? Seeing that he couldn't pull his hand out, Jiraiya took a step forward and kicked out, but was blocked by Yin Xiang's knee. Then he swung his long hair at Yin Xiang, and Yin Xiang grabbed Jiraiya's hair with her right hand. Now Jiraiya was locked here. It's useless, you are no match for me. Yin Xiang looked at Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya didn't say anything, but started laughing. Yin Xiang suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked down and found that the toad that had just spit out Jiraiya was gone. Jiraiya. Yin Xiang shook her head helplessly. It seemed that Jiraiya had already passed on the information about herself and Nagato and the others. Yin Xiang immediately contacted the main body through the ring. The main character received the message first. He was still being sweet with Tsunade at that time, but his sweet mood suddenly disappeared and he let go of Tsunade's shoulders. What's wrong? Tsunade saw that Yin Xiang's expression was not right, so she asked. How do you usually get in touch with the toad that contacts Jiraiya? Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade and asked. Bang! Before Tsunade could say anything, there was a bang on the table and a toad appeared, which looked like a gourd. This is Jiraiya's gourd toad. There is a barrier inside its body that can absorb Jiraiya into its body and hide him. This is the toad that Jiraiya just sent away. Advertisement. It came just as I mentioned it. It must be Jiraiya. Tsunade looked at the gourd toad happily. Yin Xiang knocked Tsunade unconscious with a knife from behind, grabbed the gourd toad and crushed it to death. Jiraiya, you have brought me trouble. Yin Xiang thought as he looked at the dead toad in his hand. Lord Yin Xiang. This is. Togen and Feng were guarding outside. When they saw Yin Xiang knock Tsunade unconscious and strangle the toad used to communicate with Jiraiya, they immediately rushed in. They didn't show anything on the surface, but their hands had already quietly placed on the hilt of the knife. Nothing. Yin Xiang looked up at them. His right eye had turned into a cross-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment he looked at Kujen and Feng, they turned into a pile of ash and scattered on the ground. This is the unique ability of Yin Xiang Mangekyo. Any enemy he sees will turn into ashes in an instant. Of course, this requires his chakra to touch them first. Yin Xiang then used the Tensagen in his left eye to see the inside of the gourd toad, which contained a corpse, which was the animal path pain that Jiraiya had killed. Yin Xiang's two eyes returned to their original appearance, and then the Tensagen in his right eye turned into a Mangekyo. It is also in the shape of a cross, but the ability is different. Yin Xiang used medical ninjutsu to wake up Tsunade. The moment Tsunade opened his eyes, he looked at Yin Xiang. At this moment, Yin Xiang cast an illusion on Tsunade. It is called an illusion, but actually it cannot be considered an illusion. Yin Xiang's eye will change a person's memory of established facts. Simply put, it is to replace a person's memory, and this person will definitely not doubt the authenticity of this memory. The matter is so real that it seems as if he has really experienced it. Yin Xiang calls the ability of his left eye, judgment, and the illusion of his right eye, amnesia. As for why the ability of the left eye is called judgment, it is because this move will only work when the opponent has murderous intentions towards oneself. The conditions for activation are also more difficult than Amaterasu. The opponent and oneself need to look at each other, and at the same time, one's chakra has touched the opponent. After the eyes meet, there is a chance that you will not die, so it is called judgment. Jiraiya, dead. Tsunade recovered, eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 93 Killing Fukasaku Sennin. The riot at Mount Myoboku. Just now, the memory that Yin Xiang replaced for Tsunade was. Jiraiya sneaked into Rain Shinobi village and was killed by Pain, and risked his life to send back a body of Pain. At the same time, the information provided was that the 6 people were all clones. After saying this, the gourd toad also died. Jiraiya is dead. Tsunade's eyes widened with tears streaming down her cheeks. She had no doubt about the truth of this matter. Yin Xiang nodded solemnly. To be honest, he was a little sad. He didn't expect that he would kill Jiraiya with his own hands. He could only blame this guy for being too obsessed with information. He heard things he shouldn't have heard and saw things he shouldn't have seen. But on the other hand, Yagami still did not kill Jiraiya. He also tried to use Mangekyo Sharingan to change the facts that Jiraiya had determined, but failed. It seems that this ability also has a CD, so he can only temporarily lock Jiraiya in this room. A barrier was set up around him, preventing Jiraiya from using chakra, and an elite Jonin was assigned to guard the door and take care of Jiraiya's food and drink. Inside was a single room with a toilet, so it could be considered a comfortable cell. Please stay here for the time being. Don't think about running away and don't force me to kill you with my own hands, Yagami said to Jiraiya, then turned and left. Even a gatekeeper is an elite Jonin. Jiraiya felt the chakra of the man at the door and thought, Shadow, do you want to unify the world? The view returns to Yin Xiang. Although Tsunade's memory has been changed and the gourd toad has been killed, we also learned from the clone that Jiraiya was not killed and was temporarily locked up. But there is another person who knows that Yagami saved Jiraiya, and that is the sage Fukasaku of Mount Myoboku. Once Fukasaku finds out something is wrong, he will contact Tsunade as soon as possible. Then not only will the fact that Jiraiya was rescued by Yagami be exposed, but also the fact that he modified Tsunade's memory will be exposed. For this reason, Yin Xiang can only choose to rush into Mount Myoboku and kill Fukasaku. Tsunade cried briefly, then wiped away her tears and clenched her fists. This idiot. Shizune. Tsunade called out to the door, and Shizune immediately ran in. What's wrong, Master Tsunade? Take the body out of the toad immediately and run tests. Tsunade shouted to Shizune. Advertisement, yes. Shizune nodded, took the toad from Yin Xiang's hand and ran out. Jiraiya died fighting for Konoha in the Ninja World. Don't be too sad. Yin Xiang patted Tsunade's shoulder and said. Don't worry, I understand. Tsunade nodded, her eyes full of strength. She has experienced too many life and death separations. Now all I can do is to avenge him based on Jiraiya's information. But the gourd toad is dead, and all we know is that the 6 people are clones. We have no idea where to start. Maybe other toads will know, Maybe said tentatively. His role here does not allow him to know Jiraiya's abilities. He cannot actively say Fukasaku's name, he can only guide Tsunade to say it, and then find Fukasaku's location. By the way, I have a scroll here that can take you directly to Mount Myoboku. Please help me go to Mount Myoboku and find a toad named Fukasaku Sennin. He is considered Jiraiya's teacher. Tsunade suddenly had an idea and took out a scroll from the drawer and said. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth inadvertently. Tsunade thought that Yin Xiang was happy to get the news, but she didn't know that Yin Xiang was happy to find Mount Myoboku. Go quickly and come back soon. Tsunade handed the scroll to Yin Xiang and said. Yeah. Yin Xiang picked up the scroll and sat on the sofa, unfolded it, used the reverse summoning technique, and came directly to Mount Myoboku. It must be said that the scenery of Mount Myoboku is really nice. You can see a lot of toads as soon as you see them. The moment Yin Xiang came in, a huge toad jumped in front of Yin Xiang. Who are you? The toad lowered its head and looked at Yin Xiang and said. I'm from Konoha. Yin Xiang took out Konoha's forehead protector from his arms. I have something urgent to do to find Sennin Fukasaku. Oh, I see. Sage Fukasaku is in a small room over there. You can see him if you walk from this direction. The big toad nodded and pointed Yin Xiang in a direction. After all, he was a ninja from Konoha who came to Konoha through the reverse summoning technique and could be trusted. Okay, thank you. Yin Xiang nodded, put away the forehead protector, and walked in the direction it was pointing. The next moment, the big toad's head rolled to the ground. Advertisement. Soon they saw a small hut with its door open. Shima and Fukasaku were eating inside. Fukasaku also looked like he was worried about something. I'm going to Konoha after dinner, Fukasaku said as he sat at the dining table. What's the situation with little Jiraiya now? Shima asked, nodding. He insisted on investigating Yagami's shadow organization and asked me to come back first. Now I don't know what's going on, so I have to go to Konoha to check it out. If Jiraiya hasn't returned yet, I have to tell Tsunade and the others about pain, Fukasaku said with a worried look on his face. Just then, Yin Xiang walked in. Who is it? Shima and Fukasaku looked at Yin Xiang at the same time and prepared for battle. Yin Xiang took out Konoha's forehead protector from his arms. I'm from Konoha, don't be nervous. From Konoha? Shima and Fukasaku looked at each other and let down their guard. Just when we were about to go to Konoha, someone from Konoha is here. Come sit down. It's a good time to have lunch. I'm here at the request of Lord Tsunade. I want to find out about Lord Jiraiya. We haven't been able to contact him. Yin Xiang said to them without sitting at the table. I plan to go to Konoha and talk to Tsunade in person about this matter. Please sit down first. After dinner, we will go back together. Fukasaku sage nodded and said. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded and walked towards Sennin Fukasaku. The next moment, a kunai pierced Sennin Fukasaku's throat. Before Shima could react, Yin Xiang appeared in front of Shima again and died in the same way as Fukasaku. Boss. Before Yin Xiang was ready to evacuate, a voice came from outside the door. With 2 bangs, 3 huge figures appeared outside. It was Gamabunta. Boss. Something happened. Someone invaded Mount Myoboku, and Gamali was killed. At this time, Bunta didn't know that Fukasaku was already dead. You. Who are you, boss? Gamayoshi was smaller in size, and when he arrived, he saw from the first perspective that Yin Xiang was holding the dead Shima sage in his hand. It seems that I can't leave so happily. Yin Xiang sighed as he looked at the figure outside. Chapter 94 Sage of 6 Paths appears. Give Sage of 6 Paths some face? Super. Shinra Tensai. Yin Xiang directly stretched out his right hand, and a light wave invisible to the naked eye began to spread from under his feet. In just a moment, the entire Mount Myoboku was enveloped, and a huge explosion occurred. Planetary devastation. Yin Xiang walked out of the ruined Mount Myoboku and used the planetary devastation to throw out a black ball. All the ruins gathered towards the ball. The flesh and blood of many toads also gathered towards the planetary devastation, forming a huge stone ball in the air. The purple-eyed man who destroyed Mount Myoboku has appeared. A huge and very old toad crawled out from the ruins, and the impact just now caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But soon, it stood up and restored its physical condition with the power of magic. Looking around, all the toads were sucked into the planetary devastation, and it was the only one left. Great Toad Sage? Yin Xiang looked at the old toad and thought, it seems to be a summoning beast from the 6 Paths era that has survived to the present day. It must be very powerful. Ninja technique. Iron Cannonball. Great Toad Sage's belly bulge, and then an iron cannonball hit Yin Xiang at an extremely fast speed and with great power. Yin Xiang used swift style to quickly dodge, and then came in front of Great Toad Sage, and thrust a kunai into its throat. Bang! Just then, a hand grabbed Yin Xiang's wrist. Yin Xiang looked up and widened his eyes. Sage of 6 Paths? Yin Xiang never expected that Sage of 6 Paths would appear here. Those eyes are strange. Why do you have these eyes? The Rinnegan in Yuya's pupils looked at the Rinnegan in Yin Xiang's pupils and said, he shouldn't have been here to take care of these things. But Gamamaru is his companion, and he doesn't want Gamamaru to end up unable to enjoy his old age and end up like this, so he mobilized his remaining chakra in Mount Myoboku, formed a physical body, and came out to protect Gamamaru, the Great Toad Sage. Hagoromo. Gamamaru also looked at Hagoromo in surprise. Its predictive dream told it that a purple-eyed boy would destroy Mount Myoboku soon, but it didn't know what the final result would be. It didn't expect Hagoromo to appear here. Yin Xiang tried to pull her hand back, but Yu Yi didn't try to stop her. She just let go of her hand and let Yin Xiang pull it back. Do you know me? Yu Yi asked after hearing Yin Xiang shout out Sage of 6 Paths. Advertisement. Of course I know you. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. I didn't expect you to appear here. Yin Xiang put away the kunai and nodded. What threat could the kunai pose to the Sage of 6 Paths? I didn't expect you to know my name. Although Yuya was surprised, her expression was calm. You have the power of Ashura and Indra. But you don't seem to be the heir. Can I kill it? Yui looked back at Gamamaru. He was already out of breath. The old Gamamaru had already used up all his strength just using one water cannon. Please give me a favor and let it go. It won't live for many years. Yui turned around and looked at Yin Xiang and said. I can't give it to you, Yin Xiang said decisively. Yuya was also stunned. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her knew her identity and wanted to go against her. Yin Xiang also felt a little get up. It was hard to say whether he was a match for Otsutsuki Hagoromo now, but the Great Toad Sage must die here today. In Yin Xiang's perception, there were no other living toads here except it. Things have come to this point, there is no room for regret. Sage of 6 Paths didn't waste any more words when seeing this, and a circle of shockwaves burst out around its body. This was Shinra Tensai. Yin Xiang's Shinra Tensai was still on cooldown, so he could only retreat temporarily, and in an instant he arrived at a very far place. Wood style. The birth of the tree world. Yin Xiang put his hands together, and countless trees rushed towards Toadpill. Seeing this, Sage of 6 Paths did not take any action. A large number of trees appeared behind him, which was also the birth of the tree world. The tree worlds on both sides collided with each other, and Yin Xiang's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and attacked Toadpill. At such a speed, it must be invisible to the naked eye, but the Sage of 6 Paths captured Yin Xiang's trail, and before Yin Xiang made a move, a truth-seeking ball blocked behind Toadpill. Bump. Yin Xiang's kunai stabbed the truth-seeking ball. Without the bonus of fairy arts, the truth-seeking ball was not damaged at all. Then another truth-seeking ball hit Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang stretched out his hand to block it, but was hit and flew away by the truth-seeking ball. Advertisement. Then more truth-seeking balls continued to hit Yin Xiang, all of them hitting Yin Xiang. Every moment, the truth-seeking ball had the power to penetrate the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Countless truth-seeking balls smashed into the ground, making a loud noise and raising a cloud of dust. "Is he dead?" said Gamamaru when he saw this. "No." Yui shook his head, and 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him and formed a circle, alert in the smoke. The smoke cleared and Yin Xiang stood there unharmed. At first he wanted to block it, but found that he couldn't do it at all, so he decided to just take the hit. After all, with his body, even if the truth-seeking ball hit him, it would only hurt a little. Until now, there is no harm at all. Gamamaru was also stunned when he saw this. No matter what, it is impossible for him to be unharmed. Yin Xiang's figure disappeared again and he punched Gamamaru. The 2 truth-seeking balls beside Yuya immediately unfolded and wrapped around Gamamaru, but this time was different from the last time. Yin Xiang directly punched the truth-seeking ball to pieces and pierced through Gamamuru's stomach. What? Yu Yi frowned upon seeing this. Only then did he realize that Yin Xiang's eyes had turned into a line. That was Sage Mode. He entered Sage Mode in an instant. Yin Xiang pulled his hand out, it was covered in blood, and his clothes were also covered in blood. "Now I have to wash before I can go back," Yin Xiang said, looking at the bloodline on his body. Seeing his old friend die in front of him, even Sage of 6 Paths became angry. The trees behind him rushed towards Yin Xiang again at an extremely fast speed. Branches rose from under Yin Xiang's feet and wrapped around his legs, making him unable to move. All the branches rushing towards Yin Xiang turned into sharp thorns, determined to poke Yin Xiang into a hedgehog. Fire style. Extinguish the great fire. Yin Xiang did not need to form any seals. A fierce flame ignited around him, and in just a moment all the surrounding trees were set on fire. He jumped out of the fire, did a backflip in the air, and made a big bird out of clay that stood in the air. The next moment, Yu Yi appeared behind Yin Xiang, and the immortal staff in his hand turned into a black sword, slashing towards Yin Xiang's waist. Chapter 95. One kick shattered the area within a 10-mile radius. Yin Xiang grabbed Sage of 6 Paths' knife with his backhand, then used Shadow Clone, and jumped off the big bird. The clay under the big bird directly bound Yuya's feet, making him unable to move. Ha! In the air, Yin Xiang detonated the big bird. This big bird was made with the fairy chakra, and its power was more than just a little bit. Even the 9-layer truth-seeking ball defense could not resist it. Yin Xiang landed on the ground and looked up at the sky, hoping that the Sage of 6 Paths would be killed by him, even though it was just a chakra collection. The result disappointed Yin Xiang. Yu Yi instantly saw through the clay's nemesis, lightning style. Lightning emanated from her body, and the entire big bird, along with Yin Xiang's shadow clone, was blown to pieces, while Yu Yi sat cross-legged in the air. "I didn't expect that there would be such a strong young man like you in the current ninja world." Yuya looked at Yin Xiang and said. As the Sage of 6 Paths, he had seen too many separations and deaths. Although he was angry at this moment, he would not lose his mind. After all, he is the founder of ninjutsu, so it's normal for him to see through ninjutsu in an instant. Yin Xiang didn't say anything at this time, staring at Yuya intently. After all, his opponent was the Sage of 6 Paths. Just saying his name would scare a lot of people to death, let alone a head-on fight with him. Although Yin Xiang could leave by making a reverse summoning seal with his hands, who knows if Otsutsuki Hagoromo will chase him to Konoha for revenge, which would cause an even bigger mess. "I will kill you today." After Yin Xiang said this, a layer of Susanoo appeared around him, and in an instant it turned into the 4th-level Susanoo, and then he formed a seal with his hands. The next moment, a huge meteorite fell from the sky and hit the planetary devastation in front of Yin Xiang directly. The planetary devastation directly crashed into the Sage of 6 Paths. Tengai Shinsei. Sage of 6 Paths looked back and saw a meteorite from the planetary devastation coming towards him. He did not try to dodge, but the truth-seeking ball behind him flew up, carved a big hole in the 2 meteorites, and passed through the middle of the meteorites. Advertisement. Then a second meteorite fell from the sky and hit him. Using the same method, the truth-seeking ball directly penetrated the center, and the entire meteorite disintegrated instantly. Senjutsu. Yin Xiang looked at Yuya, and he also used a senjutsu to defeat Tengai Shinsei, who was carrying a senjutsu. Now the two of them are in a situation where neither of them can do anything to the other. Yin Xiang's body can withstand all of Yuya's attacks, and Yuya can break all of Yin Xiang's ninjutsu and keep himself unharmed. To deal with him, it may still be necessary to use physical skills. Yin Xiang thought of this, and the next moment he directly used 8 inner gates, the 7th gate, and rushed towards Yuya. With the support of swift style and 8 inner gates, Yin Xiang's speed could no longer be described as so fast that it was invisible, it was simply like a space ninjutsu. He instantly appeared in front of Yuya and kicked out with extraordinary strength and full power, directly distorting the space. Even Yuya could not avoid it and could only allow Yin Xiang to kick him. It seems that physical skills are still the king. Yin Xiang was not a soft-hearted person, and he kicked Yu Yi directly on the head, splitting his entire body in two. The shockwave from the kick caused the entire ground to shake violently. Then Yuya's body turned into a bloody mist. With a loud bang, the ground within a radius of 10 miles collapsed directly, and a huge deep pit appeared, with no bottom to be seen at a glance. Especially the ground under Yin Xiang's feet, which turned directly into ashes. With the impact, Yin Xiang also did a backflip, and a towering tree quickly grew out of the ground. Standing on the trunk, Yin Xiang released the 8 inner gates and looked at the empty pit next to him. Even the Sage of 6 Paths has no chance of survival now. That's amazing. At this moment, Yuya's voice sounded behind Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang turned around in disbelief and saw Yuya sitting cross-legged on a tree trunk with an expressionless face. How could he survive? Then Yin Xiang found something wrong. The modifier did not indicate that he had learned any new ninjutsu, so he definitely could not escape in the situation just now. Don't be nervous, this is my last bit of chakra here. Yu looked at Yin Xiang and said. Then he said something that frightened Yin Xiang. Your ability does not belong to this world at all. No matter what kind of physical skills one has, or how strong one is, it is impossible to lift the ground into a pit of this ridiculous size with one kick. Advertisement. You saw me do it with your own eyes, why wouldn't you believe it? Yin Xiang said, looking at Yuya. Ha ha ha, your power doesn't belong to this world at all. At that moment just now, I didn't sense any chakra in you. It was completely your own power. How could someone use power simply to cause such a result? Yuya laughed when he heard that. What's so funny? Yin Xiang didn't understand and frowned. If he had used all his strength, even if it was his real body present at the time, he would have been kicked into powder, let alone a mere clone. What kind of great changes will happen to this world because of your arrival? What are you talking about? What world? What arrival? Yin Xiang knew exactly what he meant, but he didn't believe that a comic character could know that their world was fictional. Let me tell you a name that will surely interest you. It's Otsutsuki. Insolo. Zion. This is a name that is not recorded in the entire Hokage ninja world. You will meet him one day, and I'm afraid he is your only opponent. After saying this, Yuya disappeared. Otsutsuki. Insolo. Zion. Yin Xiang frowned. Who is this person? In the comics he knew. This name had never appeared. Yuya's eldest son was called Ashura, and the second son was called Indra. So who was this Insolo? Was he related to him? Judging from the name, it is indeed from the Otsutsuki clan. Could it be a character that appeared in the Boruto story that I haven't watched? After seeing my strength, he said he was my opponent, and he really said that, the entire Hokage ninja world. This guy really knows that this world is fictional. Yin Xiang bit his lip, his head buzzing. I didn't expect that the first time I met Sage of Six Paths would be in this situation, and I didn't expect Sage of Six Paths to say such a thing. Your mother. I just can't understand this world. She's not going to avenge the Great Toad Sage of Six Paths? Yin Xiang scratched his head and thought. In fact, Sage of Six Paths knew that they were no match for the man in front of them with just their chakra clones, so they decided not to waste their time. Chapter 96. I can't stay in this ninja world for another day. After thinking about it, Yin Xiang didn't wash the blood off his body. He went straight back to Konoha via summoning. As soon as he got back to the sofa, he gasped for breath as if he was frightened by something. You. What's wrong with you, Yin Xiang? Tsunade saw Yin Xiang's condition and ran over quickly. Why are you covered in blood? Are you okay? Don't leave me too. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang anxiously and shouted that Yin Xiang was the only man Tsunade had left in the world. It's okay, it's okay. Yin Xiang shook her head quickly. None of this blood is mine. Mount Myoboku. Mount Myoboku is in trouble. The blood on me belongs to the toads. What happened to Mount Myoboku? Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that, then asked nervously. Mount Myoboku was destroyed, all the toads were dead, the Great Toad Sage was also dead, and everything within a 10-mile radius was razed to the ground. 10 miles in radius. Who did it? Have you seen him? Was it Yagami? Or Pain? Tsunade could think of only two people who could do this or would do this. Neither. Yin Xiang shook his head. He called himself Otsutsuki. Insolo. Zion. He left before I could see his face clearly. The Great Toad Sage finally told me that Pain was the boy who possessed the Rinnegan. Yin Xiang simply pushed the blame onto this man named Insolo Zion, and he could also openly use Konoha's people to find out information about Zion, killing two birds with one stone. Rinnegan. Otsutsuki. Insolo. Zion. Tsunade said in shock. She had heard of the last name Otsutsuki before, and she also knew the boy who had the Rinnegan. He was one of the 3 stray children that Jiraiya took care of during the Third Ninja World War. The Otsutsuki clan is a legend. According to the legend, the Sage of Six Paths who created the ninja world were from the Otsutsuki clan. Does that mean there are still people from the Otsutsuki clan alive? Why did he attack Mount Myoboku? Wasn't the child with the Rinnegan Jiraiya's disciple? Why did he kill him? Tsunade is in a bad mood right now. What is going on? Ever since Jiraiya went to Rain Shinobi village. No, ever since Sasuke killed Orochimaru, things have been happening one after another. Yagami, Pain, the Kage organization, the Akatsuki organization, and now there is Otsutsuki. Each one is more outrageous and stronger than the last. What is going on in the ninja world? Lord Tsunade, urgent news. An Anbu appeared beside Tsunade and handed him a letter. Advertisement. Tsunade took the letter and almost fainted. What's wrong? Yin Xiang hurriedly walked over to support Tsunade. You see for yourself. I can't stay in this ninja world for another day. Tsunade handed the letter to Yin Xiang and said. Yin Xiang took the letter and read it. It mentioned that Akatsuki was merged into Kage, and Akatsuki changed the name of Rain Shinobi Village to Kage Village. Not only Rain Shinobi Village, but the daimyo of Tien Kingdom was assassinated, and no one knew who did it. There was also the matter of Uchiha Sasuke capturing Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This is no longer just chaos, the ninja world is about to explode. If the Akatsuki and the Kage merge, then no one will be able to stop them, right? Tsunade said worriedly. Actually, the Akatsuki organization just has one more Yagami. After all, the members are the same as before, with a few missing, Yin Xiang said. Dealing with Yagami alone is already a headache. Now we know that Pain killed Jiraiya, and they have joined the Kage organization. That Yagami is a match for us 5 Kage together. How are we going to avenge Jiraiya now? Tsunade sat back in his chair, feeling overwhelmed. It's my fault. I'm growing too slowly. If I were stronger, these people wouldn't be a threat to me. Yin Xiang came to Tsunade and said. How can you be blamed for this? It has nothing to do with you. If you say so, then I am not qualified to be the Hokage. Tsunade shook his head and said. At the same time, his obedience to Yin Xiang reached 95%, and Yin Xiang's words of comfort were also for this reason. Now that Jiraiya has died in battle, all intelligence on the Akatsuki and Kage organizations has been cut off. We have to start collecting it all over again. It may not be enough to rely on the Anbu alone. We should send out the Shadow people as well, Tsunade said to Yin Xiang. If we send out Shadow's people, what about your safety? The village still needs someone to guard it, Yin Xiang said. With Yagami joining us, I'm afraid they will soon attack Konoha. We just need to wait and be prepared to respond. Advertisement, that's true. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my composure. Tsunade also nodded. Naruto. Jiraiya needs to tell Naruto about this. He's still with the Tsuchigumo clan. He'll probably be back tomorrow or tonight. Yin Xiang nodded. I'll talk to him in person when he comes back. With Naruto's personality, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to accept this. There is no other way. A ninja's mission is accompanied by sacrifice. If you're willing, I can take over Jiraiya's position and continue to investigate Akatsuki and Kage. No, Tsunade said immediately. She was very sensitive about this matter now. She didn't want the people around her to leave one by one, as if she had some curse and all the relatives around her would leave one by one. Okay, don't get excited. I'll let Kujen and Feng go. That should be fine, right? Yin Xiang said. The two had already turned into ashes. It was a good opportunity to say they died outside after a while, and no one would suspect it. Yeah. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Go wash the blood off your body and change your clothes. Okay, I'll be back soon. Yin Xiang nodded and left Tsunade's office. After leaving, Yin Xiang returned home, took a shower, changed clothes, and then separated a new shadow clone. He took the Byakugan and rushed to the Shadow Organization base to replace the original shadow clone and become the Night God. After finishing all this, it was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yin Xiang cooked a meal and brought it to Tsunade's office, but she didn't have much appetite and only ate small bites when I fed her. No matter how sad you are, you have to eat. Health is the most important thing, Yin Xiang said to Tsunade while feeding him. Tsunade nodded, but appetite is not something that can be achieved easily. Yin Xiang, I can't hold on any longer. After dinner, Tsunade said while looking out the window. What's wrong? Yin Xiang asked. What happened today has overwhelmed me. I don't think I can handle the position of Hokage. I want you to be the Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 97. News of Jiraiya's death. Please vote and give a good review. This. Forget it. I haven't even completed a tracking mission. No one will recognize me, and I'm a guy with unknown origins. Yin Xiang said. Although his plan was to conquer the 5 major countries, it would be much easier after he became Hokage. But what Yin Xiang wants is true liberation, that is, to eliminate the existence of the daimyo, and from then on the only manager of the ninja village is the Kage organization. The 2 advisors will definitely agree, and the daimyo won't care too much about who the Hokage is. The Jonin of Konoha also recognize your ability, so you will be fine. Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang and said. Let's wait until we've dealt with the Jiraiya issue. At least you have to. Wait, you don't mean to ask me to be the Hokage and you to do what Jiraiya has unfinished? Yin Xiang suddenly understood something. Yeah. Tsunade nodded. I knew you would find out. If that's the case, it's even more impossible for me to take over the position of Hokage. You just sit back and relax in this position, and I will take care of other things. What would happen if Tsunade was allowed to gather intelligence? When Tsunade discovers the truth about the Shadow Organization, should he kill him or not? Tsunade also fell silent after hearing that. When Naruto comes back, tell him about Jiraiya first. He'll need to know. Yeah. Tsunade also nodded. That night, Naruto and others came back. When they were heading towards the Tsuchigumo clan, they met Six Tails Yugao. As soon as they left, Yugao met Kisame and was taken away by Kisame. The next morning, Tsunade first called Kakashi, Yamato, Lil Sakura, Sai and others and told them about this matter, so that at least they could comfort Naruto when he was excited. Kakashi then took Naruto, who had just woken up, to the Hokage's office. Seeing so many people, Naruto was a little confused for a moment. Naruto. Tsunade looked up at Naruto and called out seriously. What? What happened? Everyone looks so serious. Did something happen? Or is there any news about Sasuke? Naruto asked. Advertisement, Jiraiya, died in battle. Yin Xiang knew that Tsunade couldn't say these 6 words, so he said to Naruto. The office suddenly fell into a dead silence. Naruto's pupils dilated and his eyes widened. He stood there blankly for a moment before saying, What did you say? Jiraiya was killed by Pain when he sneaked into the Rain Shinobi village to get information about Akatsuki, Tsunade said. Pain? Who is that? Naruto asked with a trembling voice. According to the last information Jiraiya sent back, he is the leader of Akatsuki, a person who possesses the Rinnegan, Tsunade said. What did you say? Rinnegan? Hearing Rinnegan, Kakashi and Yamato were also surprised. Rinnegan? Little Sakura asked in confusion. Rinnegan is a dojutsu possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, who are believed to be the ancestors of ninja. I thought it was just a legend. Shizune also briefly explained the situation of Rinnegan. Did you ask him to go? Naruto asked Tsunade, not caring about Rinnegan or not. Everyone was silent for a moment, and after a moment Tsunade nodded, yes. Why did you let him do this? You should know Pervy Sage's character very well, and you let him go to such a dangerous place alone. Naruto shouted at Tsunade. Shut up, Naruto. Kakashi quickly reached out to stop Naruto. You don't understand the fifth Hokage's feelings, do you? After Kakashi said this, Naruto calmed down. Yes, they have been companions for decades. Now Tsunade must be in a worse mood than himself. Damn it. Naruto clenched his fists and turned away. Naruto. Where are you going? Little Sakura shouted to Naruto. If a pervy sage became the fifth Hokage, he would never let Grandma Tsunade take the risk of doing such a messed up thing. Naruto said and opened the door to leave. The toads of Mount Myoboku are all dead. Yin Xiang said to Naruto when he was about to leave. Naruto froze in his tracks and bit his back teeth tightly to stop himself from crying. He didn't expect that the toads were all dead. Advertisement. After a moment, Naruto left anyway. Naruto. Little Sakura wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Tsunade. Little Sakura, just leave him alone, Tsunade said. Mount Myoboku? What happened? Kakashi looked at Yin Xiang and asked, and then Yin Xiang told everyone about Mount Myoboku, as well as the merger of the Kage organization and the Akatsuki organization, and the change of Rain Shinobi village to Kage village. After hearing this, everyone was overwhelmed. At this time, Naruto was walking on the street, his mind full of bits and pieces with Jiraiya. Recalling the time when Jiraiya came to teach him the summoning technique, Naruto immediately used the summoning technique on the ground. As a result, after a puff of smoke, nothing happened, not even a tadpole. Naruto watched the summoning curse on the ground slowly dissipate, and finally tears burst out uncontrollably. Regarding pain, everyone needs to be on guard recently. According to Anbu's intelligence, Raigan's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured by the Akatsuki invasion, and that Akatsuki person is most likely Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade said to everyone. Sasuke? Little Sakura was shocked when she heard this. Did Sasuke join Akatsuki? Yeah, that's about it. Tsunade nodded. We met Six-Tails Jinchuriki in the Tsuchigumo clan, and he is safe and sound. So, has the Akatsuki organization started to speed up its progress? Kakashi said. Regarding Six-Tails Jinchuriki, I received information early last night that he is missing, Yin Xiang said. Kakashi was also speechless. These guys now know how to act in secret. So was it the Akatsuki? Or the Kage? Who took him away? Yamato asked. It's Hoshigaki Kisame, but he's wearing an Akatsuki uniform, and we don't know which side he's on. We also don't know whether Akatsuki still exists or not. The intelligence is so inconsistent right now, and we can't figure out how many people from Akatsuki have joined the Kage, Yin Xiang said. So the purpose of the Kage organization is also to collect the tailed beasts? I've never heard that they want to collect the tailed beasts before, Little Sakura asked with a frown. Alas. Just when we got some information about the Akatsuki organization, they joined the Kage. So far, we know very little about the Kage organization. Not to mention their purpose, we don't even know how many people they have. Chapter 98. The Movements of the Shadow Organization. Art is. Explosion. Drink. Boom. A huge drop of clay fell from the sky, and the entire town was razed to the ground in an instant. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Seibei? A middle-aged ninja wearing a crescent-shaped forehead protector shouted at Deidara in the sky. He just couldn't understand why Seibei was far away from the 5 major countries and was built on an isolated island in the sea. It had been so peaceful for so many years and no ninja from Seibei had ever gone outside. Who did they offend? How did you say that? I am the King of Darkness. That's too stupid. Lousy is Deidara from the Shadow Organization. From today on, your Bay of the Sea will belong to our Shadow Organization. Deidara wanted to imitate Yin Xiang and pretend to be cool, but that line was so stupid that he couldn't stand it. It's better to be straightforward. Shadow Organization, what is that? The ninja frowned. The Bay of the Sea is isolated from the outside world. The outside world does not know the situation inside, and the inside does not know the situation outside. Therefore, they do not know about the Shadow Organization, which is currently in its heyday. This place is called the Bay of the Sea. It only has one ninja village. The ninjas are called Bay Ninjas. The forehead protector is in the shape of a crescent moon, isolating it from the outside world, and the strongest ninja is an elite Jonin. But compared to the outside world, it's only the ability of a special Jonin. Deidara took out a small notebook and wrote down the information about Seibei, fearing that he would forget it after returning. The size of the Bay of the Sea is approximately 200 square kilometers, not too big, nor too small. There are only 2 towns and a ninja village in the whole village, and not many people. Let's change it to no one. Deidara put away the notebook after recording. What on earth do you want to do? We in Seibei have no grudge against you, the Seibei ninja below shouted to Deidara in the sky. I want this place to become an isolated island. Huh, Deidara nodded, and a large amount of clay spit out from the mouths of both hands, and directly turned into a giant Deidara on the ground. This is Deidara's nano C4 bomb. One more, huh? Deidara then created another one of himself, and now the clay on his body was almost used up. Advertisement. This is, the Jonin from the Bay of the Sea also stared at the two huge Deidara with wide eyes. The previous small bombs were already so powerful, how powerful would this giant bomb be? He instinctively ran away, and Deidara also increased his height, then formed a seal with his hands. Art is, explosion, drink up. There was no loud explosion like before. Two huge Deidara exploded silently in the air. When the Seibei Jonin didn't know what happened, his body turned directly into ashes. Including the residents and ninjas below, they all died in this silent explosion. The mission is accomplished, in exactly 3 days, huh? Deidara looked at his work with great satisfaction, then controlled the flying dragon under his feet and rushed back to the Shadow Organization base. At the same time, the daimyo of Tianjikuni had his hands nailed to the wall, and his whole body was hanging on the wall, still without breathing. The person in front of him was Scorpion, who was handling the finances of the daimyo of Tian Kingdom. He sealed all the finances in a scroll and prepared to take it back to the organization. However, this amount of money was dispensable to Yin Xiang. The reason why the Kage of each village must first obtain the consent of the daimyo before making any major decisions is because the daimyo is in charge of the assets of the ninja village, and only with their approval can the ninja village get the money. After all, the development of so many ninjas and ninja villages requires money to support them. The salary that ninjas earn from completing tasks is far from enough. Therefore, the daimyo who controls the economic power controls the ninja village and suppresses the Kage of the ninja village. To conquer the ninja village, the first thing to do is to make the daimyo disappear. Lord Scorpion. What should we do next? A ninja dressed in black was kneeling behind Scorpion. Spread the news that the country of fields will be renamed the country of shadows, and the daimyo's name will be Yagami. Scorpion said, and then picked up the scroll on the ground. Yes. The ninja nodded and left. Scorpion then left this place and returned to the Shadow Organization base. Let's go and change it back. With Deidara's level, they should be able to take over that island. In the Rain Shinobi village, Nagato said while standing on a high place and looking down. At this time, the Rain Shinobi village was no longer as closed as the Rain Shinobi village in the past. Advertisement now it has been fully liberalized and started to border other countries, which will greatly boost the national economy. The sixth great nation in the ninja world is being born. Well, the Shadow Organization base will probably be moved to that island. Conan nodded, and then the two returned to the Shadow Organization base. Kakuzu's mission is a bit more troublesome. He must secretly control the Land of Honey without being discovered by other people in the Land of Honey. He can only threaten the daimyo and turn him into his puppet. This mission would have been more appropriate for the Scorpion Society, but Kakuzu went to the Land of Rice in the dark. But Kakuzu didn't know how to cast a curse that would restrict anything, so he had to ask for help from Yagami. Yagami sent Itachi directly over and cast an illusion on the daimyo of the Land of Honey, turning him into a puppet. However, Itachi's illusion is still incomparable to the distinguished heavenly gods. For this reason, Itachi needs to stay in the Land of Honey for a long time and be manipulated by the daimyo of the Land of Honey behind his back. Since Itachi was wearing a mask and deliberately hiding his identity, Kakuzu didn't know who this person was. However, since he was sent by Yagami, he didn't ask any more questions and left the Land of Honey. That night, the members of the Shadow Organization gathered at the base. Then let's prepare to move into the Bay of the Sea. After receiving everyone's report, Yi Shen nodded. Although the Bay of the Sea is not big, it is enough for the top leaders of the organization to move in as a base. There is no need to squat in this cave every day. Where did those extra ninjas come from? They seem to be quite powerful, huh? After Deidara came back, he found that there were 2 more guards at the entrance of the cave. Although they were hiding, they still could not escape his perception. There are 20 of them, all of them are elite Jonin strength. Just listen to me, don't worry about where they come from. Yagami smiled and said, give all the money you brought from the daimyo of Tianguo to Kakuzu, and then we will prepare to move tomorrow morning. Okay. Everyone nodded. The next plan is to annex other small countries, start recruiting ninjas, and bring the small countries together to become the 6th major country, with the power to confront the 5 major countries. What if someone from another great power comes and starts a war? Asked Nagato. The 5 major countries can all live in peace, so what can one more of us do? We just need to show our strength that makes them afraid and they won't dare to act rashly, Yi Shen said. Chapter 99 Shadow Organization equals Engineering Team. The next morning, the Shadow Organization moved collectively, and 20 elite Jonin surrounded Jiraiya. After all, it would not be surprising if this guy escaped in any way. Yagami simply used Deidara's ability to create a 50-meter-long dragon, took up all the furniture that could be taken, and used the special feature of the Stingy Man to the ultimate. Led by Deidara, they came to the Bay of the Sea. From today on, this place will be called Shadow Stream. Let's build a house. The Night God Dragon landed, and when they were about to put away the dragon, they found that Deidara had transformed all his dragons into clay and absorbed them into his body. Are you crazy because of poverty? Yi Shen was stunned for a moment when he saw Deidara's operation. Has he become like this after following him for so long? I'm different from you. It's very troublesome for me to get some clay, Deidara said with a blushing face. These things are treasures to him. Yi Shen was speechless for a moment, looking at the barren land in front of him. It was obvious that this was Deidara's work. Yi Shen slapped his hands on the ground, and 2 rows of 3-story wooden houses appeared, and at the end a modern villa appeared. The area is about 3,000 square meters, and there are gardens and courtyards. Boss, let's go out and form an engineering team. We will definitely make money, Kakuzu said as he watched Yi Shen's operation. I am AF G person who is short of money. Yagami rolled his eyes at Kakuzu and said, besides, when we go out to build a house, I will do all the work and you will get the money, right? Stop standing there and start painting. Good. Learn. Receive. Everyone spoke weakly, and then these members of the Kage organization, who were so powerful in the ninja world and whose names made people tremble in fear, picked up paints and brushes and began to paint the house in their own way. Red secret technique. 100 machine operation. Scorpion didn't know what was going on. His 6 arms were not enough for him. He got excited while brushing and took out the scroll directly to use the 100 machine operation. Go ahead. Brother Scorpion. I leave everything to you, Deidara shouted, and threw the brush in his hand directly to the ground. There were more than a dozen clay figures beside him painting the wall under his control. Advertisement, hey, that shouldn't be the case. Yi Shen ran to Scorpion and stopped him. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. I would rather paint my puppet. Painting a house is too difficult, Scorpion said to Yi Shen with red eyes. Earth Grudge U. Kakuzu didn't know what was going on and got anxious, so he released 4 Earth Grudge U to paint the wall with him. Hey. Yashin had just stopped Scorpion when Kakuzu started to attack. Just as he was about to go over, Scorpion's 100 puppets were released. Only Conan and Nagato seemed to be enjoying it. It's rare to have such a leisure time. Nagato smiled as he looked at the people playing around. Yeah, I haven't felt happy in a long time. Conan also laughed. He didn't expect that the people from the Akatsuki organization could get along so happily. Do you really think of me as an engineering team? Yi Shen looked at everyone. With the 100 machines in operation, everyone could take a break. One house was painted in 5 minutes, and soon all the houses were finished. With Scorpion, the puppet artist, controlling it, the colors of the houses were perfectly matched. As expected of Brother Scorpion's art, Deidara nodded with satisfaction. If you dare to say this is my art again, I will kill you, Scorpion shouted at Deidara. Art is building a house, Deidara nodded and said. Kill you. Scorpion's 100 puppets rushed towards Deidara. Seeing this, Deidara quickly created a big bird and flew far away. Brother Scorpion, don't be angry. This group of people. Jiraiya looked at the people in the Shadow organization. They all had happy smiles on their faces. Jiraiya was also a little stunned for a moment. Why are they so happy? Is this really a rebel organization? Would the people in the rebel organization have such innocent smiles? Nagato, Conan, they are very happy too. Jiraiya looked at the smiles on Nagato and Conan's faces, just like when he taught them, they were real smiles from the heart. Even that Kakuzu was smiling with his eyes narrowed, like a kind father. Jiraiya's worldview was a little messed up. Advertisement, you didn't expect that these people would be so happy together. Yagami also came to Jiraiya and sat cross-legged, speaking softly, and the ninjas guarding him immediately dispersed a distance. I really don't understand, Jiraiya nodded and said. No, we are all orphans left behind by war. Orphans living in small countries have no childhood to speak of. As a result, when we grow up, apart from the power of revenge, we still retain our virginity deep in our hearts. We love to play more than anyone else, and we desire power, recognition, and peace more than anyone else. Jiraiya nodded unconsciously. He thought what Yagami said was right. Although what you said is correct, I still cannot agree with your choice. I am also a war orphan, but I did not choose to destroy the world like you. Who said we want to destroy the world? What we want to destroy is the system. If there are no ninjas, no 5 great nations, no daimyo in this world, and the world is unified, will there be no wars, no oppression, and no orphans? Then who is the ruler of this world? Isn't it your shadow organization? Where there are people, there are rulers. Where there are rulers, there will be oppression. Where there is oppression, war will naturally come. This is the rule of the world. Jiraiya looked at Yagami and said. At least we can bring a little peace to the world. Do you think the 5 major countries will surrender? That would just be another war, and there would be more casualties? I will use my power to make them all shut up. Yagami stood up and said, then walked away from Jiraiya. 20 ninjas immediately surrounded them. As for why Yi Shen made this decision, it was because of the new task assigned by the Modifier. Unify the 5 major ninja countries. Reward. A mysterious gift. The more mysterious it is, the more desirable it is. Yi Shen wants to see what this mysterious gift is. If he cannot complete this task, he will just treat it as a game. Then we will all live in the villa. The room on the top floor is mine, and you can choose any of the rest. Yi Shen pointed at the villa and shouted, you each choose a house to live in, and take him to the house in front of the villa. Yi Shen then said to the 20 ninjas. Yes. The 20 ninjas shouted in unison, you'll live on the top floor with me. Yagami then came to Conan and whispered. Okay. Conan nodded with a blush. Chapter 100. 5 steps to pick up girls. Win Shizune in 5 minutes. Back in Konoha, Shizune was still analyzing Pain's body. What the black stick on Pain's body was stumping Shizune. In order to complete the task, Yin Xiang also came to the medical room to assist Shizune. As early as when he first came to Konoha, Shizune's favorability towards him was already 20%. After showing her learning ability when he taught her some things about being Tsunade's secretary, Shizune's favorability reached 25%. There are also some scattered things later. Yin Xiang and Shizune spend a lot of time together. After a while, their favorability has reached 70%, so it is still very easy for Yin Xiang to defeat Shizune. Shizune usually has her hair down, and looks a little chubby and has a round face, but when she puts on a white coat and ties her hair up, she still looks very good. What on earth is this? Shizune looked at the black stick in his hand and fell into deep thought. He had never even seen this thing before. What is the purpose of inserting this thing into the human body? Won't it hurt the human body? Yin Xiang took the black stick from Shizune and, inadvertently, touched Shizune's hand. The first step to building closer relationships is to create inadvertent physical contact. Moreover, Yin Xiang's stroke was light, which contained some sexual suggestion. Shizune's body couldn't help but tremble slightly and looked at Yin Xiang, but Yin Xiang was concentrating on the black stick in her hand, as if it was really touched accidentally. After testing, it was found that the body had died a long time ago and was resurrected through some means, just like a real person. Shizune patted his chest to calm himself down and said, "That's amazing, Sister Shizune." Yin Xiang praised after hearing it. The second step to get closer to her is to praise her. No. These are all necessary knowledge for medical ninjas. Shizune's face turned slightly red and he said embarrassedly. You can tell at a glance that this is not something that ordinary medical ninjas can do. Yin Xiang smiled, and then returned the black stick to Shizune. Do you want to try using the chakra detector? Advertisement: there is actually technology in this world, and surprisingly, some of it is even more powerful than that in the real world. Chakra detection device? Shizune asked doubtfully as he took the black stick, not noticing that he and Yin Xiang were now holding hands. The third step to build closer relationships is to divert attention while having intimate contact, creating prolonged intimate contact. Well, Master Jiraiya's intelligence also said that these are all clones. Since he has both a physical body and clones, there must be something controlling them, right? The black sticks on his body are strange. Maybe these things are controlling the corpse? Yes. That makes sense. Shizune also nodded, and when he was about to turn around, he realized that he was still holding Yin Xiang's hand. I'm sorry, Shizune said quickly. After all, she was the one who grabbed his hand. After that, Shizune ran to pick up the chakra detection device with a red face to detect the black stick. No response. Shizune said after trying. What if we inject chakra? Yin Xiang walked behind Shizune, leaned against Shizune from behind, then grabbed Shizune's hand and injected chakra into the black stick. Shizune's body could be felt to tremble slightly. There's really a reaction, Shizune said while holding the black stick. Of course there's a reaction. I'm still injecting. I'll let go and try. Yin Xiang said, and loosened her hand, but still kept it lightly on Shizune's back. Shizune did not resist, and with a red face, she probed the black stick again, and there was still a reaction. Really, there is a reaction. You are so amazing, Shizune said happily when he saw the instrument respond. Please imagine the above scene boldly. Then this thing is a chakra receiver or something like that. Yin Xiang nodded and smiled. Sister Shizune smells great today. Yin Xiang rubbed the tip of her nose gently against Shizune's ear and said. After the above operations, Shizune's favorability towards Yin Xiang soared to 85%. With previous experience, Yin Xiang also knew that there was no need to wait until the favorability was full before taking action. It would be enough to do it when it was almost full. Advertisement is. Is that so? Shizune said with a blushing face. Let's go and tell Lord Tsunade the news. Then Shizune wanted to change the subject, turned around and shouted to Yin Xiang, but unexpectedly touched Yin Xiang's lips directly. The fourth step to build closer relationships is to create unexpected intimate actions. Shizune was startled, but Yin Xiang smiled slightly. This was all an action she had deliberately planned. Then Yin Xiang kissed him deeply tentatively. Even if Shizune pushed her away, it was Shizune who took the initiative to kiss her, so she would not be embarrassed. Shizune's eyes widened when he felt the touch of lips, and his heart started beating violently. He was at a loss at first, but later he fell in love with Yin Xiang's skilled kissing skills and simply closed his eyes. She is also a 30-year-old woman who has been taking care of Tsunade all the time. She is actually very lonely in her heart. Now that this handsome guy has done such a thing to her, how can she refuse? Therefore, the fifth step to build closer relationships is to have an unparalleled handsome face. Their movements became more and more bold, Shizune's body softened, and Yin Xiang carried him directly to the table. Their tongues entangled together, and then Yin Xiang reached out to take off Shizune's coat. Shizune's hand weakly grabbed Yin Xiang's hand. Shizune opened his eyes slightly and looked at Yin Xiang with lustful eyes. It's not good here. Shizune glanced at the corpse on the morgue behind Yin Xiang and said in a mosquito-like voice. Don't worry about him. Yin Xiang pulled off Shizune's coat without saying anything and kissed him again. Although Shizune pushed Yin Xiang's shoulders, he didn't use any strength at all and let Yin Xiang take off all his clothes reluctantly. The two then had an in-depth exchange in front of the animal's corpse. The beast said, If I had known this would happen, I would have let you beat me into a bloody mist. Can't you just let the dead man go? But after a while. Chakra receiver. So Pain's real body controls his clone through this thing? Tsunade asked Shizune while looking at the black stick in front of him. Well, this is roughly the conclusion we came to from our research. Shizune nodded, but without seeing Pain alive, these cannot be confirmed. Next time we encounter Pain's clone, try to dismantle these things and see if they still move. Or I can try to use these black sticks to control some other animals or something. Yin Xiang asked beside Tsunade. Chapter 101 Yin Xiang's love for everyone, Naruto's threat. You need the Rinnegan, Tsunade said. How do you know if you don't try? Yin Xiang smiled, and then body flicker technique left, grabbed a freshly dead sheep from the farm, inserted a dozen short black rods into the dead sheep's body, and then injected chakra. As expected, Yin Xiang, who did not use Rinnegan, failed. I originally wanted to use this to develop new ninjutsu, but it seems I have failed, Yin Xiang shrugged and said. So is there any other information? Tsunade asked. Besides this, the body died a long time ago, and their identity is unknown. The Rinnegan only has an appearance, and there is no chakra fluctuation when it is taken out. Okay, got it. Tsunade nodded. Then I'll check more, Shizune said and ran out. I'm leaving now too. Let's go home and relax tonight. Yin Xiang walked up to Tsunade and hugged her chest from behind and said. How can I have the energy to do that now? Tsunade's hair is almost turning white due to worry, so how can he have the energy to do those things? Then let's try something different. Yin Xiang smiled cunningly and called Shizune to play together in the evening. The scene must be quite wonderful. Shizune's figure is also quite good. Although it is not as good as Tsunade's, it is still very impressive compared with ordinary women. She has a small waist and her legs are thick where they should be thick and thin where they should be thin. She just lacks some experience. What's different? Tsunade was also curious when he heard it, but Yin Xiang just left with a sly grin without saying anything. The situation outside is so complicated now, but he can still be so optimistic. I'm really envious. Tsunade said as he looked at where Yin Xiang left. After leaving Tsunade's house, Yin Xiang ran to find Ino. This girl Ino was almost going crazy missing her, and if she didn't see her again, she was afraid that she would do something crazy. Speaking of Konoha's White Fang's rich and beautiful girls, we have to look at Yamanaka Ino. She has been beautiful since she was a child. After being nourished by Yin Xiang, she looks more mature. Every day she tries to exercise her body to a better shape. Now she has long legs and a thin waist, and she wears black fishnet stockings. Yin Xiang couldn't help but want to kill her right there. Advertisement, but there are still customers in Ino's store. After the customers left, Ino happily jumped on Yin Xiang's body. You finally came to see me. I missed you so much. You don't know that I am alone at night. So lonely. Ino blew air into Yin Xiang's ear and said this, and with the floral scent on her body, it was almost enough to mesmerize Yin Xiang. Close the door. I'm going to moisturize you right now, you little s*t. Yin Xiang didn't say anything and directly pulled the rolling door, and executed Ino on the spot. It is also a wonderful experience to be in this atmosphere of flowers. 2 hours later, the rolling door opened again. Ino looked very satisfied. From the blush on her face, it could be seen that Ino was very happy. After leaving Ino, Yin Xiang went to look for Yuhi Kurenai, Anko, Izumi and Yugao in turn. Each of them played different tricks, which made Yin Xiang fully enjoy it. If it were a normal man, he would have been ruined long ago. But Yin Xiang is different. He is a man with maximum physical strength. After all this operation, it was already night, and it was time to go home and have some fun with Tsunade later. Yin Xiang first asked someone to call Shizune to Tsunade's house, and then waited for Tsunade to come back in Tsunade's room at home. Coincidentally, the two arrived at the door at the same time. Shizune. Why are you here? Tsunade saw Shizune coming and thought something happened. It was Yin Xiang who called me here. Lord Tsunade, don't you want to talk to me about something? Shizune asked Tsunade with a puzzled look on his face. Yin Xiang. I didn't? Tsunade shook his head and said, what is this guy doing? Tsunade then opened the door and walked in, and found that the living room was pitch black, and there seemed to be a dim yellow light on in his room. The two looked at each other and walked over. After opening the door, Yin Xiang hugged them and threw them on the bed. Hey, Shizune is still here. Tsunade shouted to Yin Xiang in a horrified voice. Lord Tsunade. Are you guys too? Shizune understood something immediately after hearing what Tsunade said. It turned out that the two had been in collusion for a long time. Didn't I say we wanted to do something different tonight? Yin Xiang licked the corner of her lips. When the two of them were thrown on the bed just now, her chest trembled, which made Yin Xiang greedy. Advertisement, with Tsunade-sama. This? Shizune was so scared that she couldn't even speak. She had never thought of such a thing, and Tsunade was her brother's, equivalent to his fiancé, right? She and her sister-in-law had been dependent on each other for so long, and now she was doing this kind of thing together, which made her a little excited. Tsunade was also very excited. Yin Xiang pounced on her without saying anything. Soon, the room was filled with the two people's moans, which was much more exciting than Anko and Izumi. The next morning, Yin Xiang woke up between the two of them. Looking at the two who were still sleeping, Yin Xiang stretched, pulled her arm out from under Tsunade's chest, got dressed, and took a good shower. Last night was really a lustful night. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yin Xiang prepared breakfast for the two of them, and then went out first to let them have a good sleep as they were overworked in the past 2 days. Yin Xiang. At this moment, Naruto suddenly landed in front of Yin Xiang, jumping down from the roof of Tsunade's house, scaring Yin Xiang. You. When were you there? Yin Xiang asked first. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened between you and Grandma Tsunade last night, Naruto said to Yin Xiang with a sly smile on his face. Yin Xiang was speechless. She didn't expect to be discovered by Naruto. But looking at Naruto's state, he didn't seem as sad as he was the day before. Are you okay? After being enlightened by Shikamaru and the others, I also understood that ninjas will always experience such separations and deaths. I can't be depressed like that. I must become stronger to avenge Pervy Sage. Naruto nodded and said firmly. It's a good thing to be able to think positively and move forward. Yin Xiang nodded. So, why did you wait for me all night? Teacher Kakashi and the others said that you are the one who knows the most ninjutsu and has mastered them all in the entire Konoha. I hope you can teach me ninjutsu, said Naruto. I refuse. Yin Xiang of course directly refused such a troublesome matter. Then you and Suna. Whatever you want to learn, just tell me. Chapter 102. Teach Naruto Flying Thunder God. Tickets please, dears. Of course we have to learn super powerful ninjutsu, like Rasengan, Chidori, and Rasen Shuriken. In short, the stronger the better, Naruto said excitedly when he heard it. Okay. Let me think about it. Yin Xiang nodded, sighed, and then walked aimlessly on the street. Naruto followed Yin Xiang closely and kept chattering. This Naruto is such a creditor. I didn't expect that the first time I was friend after coming to this world was because of this guy Naruto. He had detained Jiraiya and destroyed the home of his summoning beast, so it was reasonable to give him some compensation, but as for what to teach him. According to the original plot, it should have been the time when Pain destroyed Konoha. At this time, Naruto should have learned fairy techniques and had a great improvement in strength and perception. However, now Mount Myoboku is destroyed, and his identity cannot be exposed as being able to use fairy techniques. There is no way to teach him the magic of immortality. Gurgle. Just then, Naruto's stomach rumbled. Yin Xiang looked at Naruto, and Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly. I haven't eaten for a day and a night, Ga. Let me treat you to a meal. Yin Xiang couldn't bear to see Naruto look so pitiful. In her previous life, she had sighed a lot for Naruto's miserable life experience. Really, Naruto's eyes lit up after hearing this. He didn't expect that he could get a free meal while learning ninjutsu. Yin Xiang then took Naruto to Ichiraku ramen. Order whatever you want. I've already eaten, so I won't eat anymore. Then I won't be polite. Uncle, give me one. Nope, 2 servings, super deluxe seafood miso ramen. Naruto shouted to Uncle Ichiraku. Okay. Uncle Ichiraku nodded and smiled. Naruto is so lucky, there are always people who treat you to a meal. It must be because I have good staff. Naruto nodded and smiled. Then again, Naruto has no chance of becoming a hero of Konoha. Yin Xiang thought after hearing this, and propped up his head to look outside the store. At a glance, he could see the conspicuous head statues of the 5 Hokages. Yin Xiang looked towards the 4th Hokage, Namikaze, on the water. Advertisement. At this moment Yin Xiang suddenly had an idea. Naruto, let me teach you Flying Thunder God. Huh? Flying Thunder God? What is that? Naruto looked back at Yin Xiang in confusion and asked. That is a space-time ninjutsu developed by the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and popularized by the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. It can move in an instant. It is much faster than the body flicker technique. It is an S-rank ninjutsu. It sounds awesome. Let's do this. I want to learn it. Naruto nodded and said. Ramen is here. Uncle Ichiraku made this ramen really fast. The dish was served in less than 5 minutes. Naruto started eating right away with an excited look on his face. For Naruto, today was a happy day. After dinner, Yin Xiang also brought Naruto to the training ground and first demonstrated to Naruto what Flying Thunder God was. Look, this is the Flying Thunder God. Yin Xiang took out a kunai from her bag and wrapped a spell around it. The spells would be different depending on the user. The 2nd generation's was a simple one, while the 4th generation's was the Sword of Ninja Love. Yin Xiang's is a small cross. Yin Xiang ran towards Naruto with a kunai, and the next moment he instantly appeared behind Naruto, holding a kunai in one hand, and the kunai in the other hand was already against Naruto's throat, so fast that Naruto couldn't react at all. Gudong. Naruto couldn't help swallowing. This was indeed much more outrageous than the body flicker technique. There are many other ways to use it besides this one. As long as you keep this technique, it will never disappear in your lifetime. Yin Xiang put away the kunai that was against Naruto's throat and showed Naruto the cross on her kunai. At the same time, he can also travel between Flying Thunder God techniques at any distance. However, the greater the distance, the more chakra it consumes. This is normal. When the 4th Hokage uses Flying Thunder God, he usually uses it with the Rasengan. Rasengan. Naruto nodded when he heard this. Jiraiya and Kakashi had told him before that Rasengan was the 4th Hokage's ninjutsu, but why did they all want to teach him the 4th generation's ninjutsu? For Naruto, who still doesn't know that the 4th generation is his father, it feels a bit strange. Advertisement. Okay, watch out. Yin Xiang nodded, threw a kunai at a target from Naruto's side, and at the same time, a Rasengan appeared in his hand and hit the air. The moment the kunai approached the target, Yin Xiang disappeared from Naruto's side. Yin Xiang appeared in front of the target, and the action of hitting the air just now hit the target. Yin Xiang also caught the Flying Thunder God kunai with his left hand. In addition to the Rasengan, you can naturally combine it with other ninjutsu that can be used in close combat. As long as the timing is right, the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu has no upper limit, Yin Xiang said as he walked towards Naruto. This technique can be used to attack, shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupt, surprise attack on the opponent, and divert the target. It can also be used to evade and escape in critical situations. It does not require hand seals to activate, so it can be said to be an all-purpose ninjutsu. That's awesome. Please teach me. I must learn this ninjutsu, Naruto said, nodding excitedly. Well, actually it's just attaching your own chakra to the kunai, forming a technique, and then feeling your own chakra, using the technique to achieve instant movement. It sounds simple. Naruto was eager to try it and took out a kunai directly. It sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to do. Otherwise, everyone in the ninja world would know how to do Flying Thunder God. You can try it first. Yin Xiang smiled and said, you can use your own ideas for this technique. It can be a pattern technique or text. Okay. Naruto nodded. With his previous practice of chakra nature transformation, Naruto had reached the threshold and began to inject chakra into the kunai. Blue chakra directly flowed out of the kunai and formed the shape of a sharp blade. This is a wind attribute chakra nature transformation, not a ritual created one. Yin Xiang looked at Naruto speechlessly and said. Really? Naruto nodded, retracted his chakra, and then tried to inject chakra again, but he stood there for a long time, staring at the kunai in his hand, without using chakra or making any other movements, just staring at the kunai. What's wrong? Yin Xiang asked when she saw Naruto like this. That ritual, what is it? Naruto scratched his head and asked Yin Xiang. Bang. Yin Xiang fell to the ground. Chapter 103. I'll give you a wife and make you the Hokage. In desperation, Yin Xiang had to explain to Naruto about the techniques first. Naruto knew nothing about this knowledge, and it took a lot of effort to make him understand what it meant. I'm telling you, you don't know anything about these liberal arts knowledge, and you still want to be Hokage? Yin Xiang said to Naruto. I hate these fancy things the most. It gives me a headache. Naruto smiled awkwardly. After you learn Flying Thunder God, I will teach you liberal arts knowledge. You have to learn it no matter what. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Konoha village or the classroom. Yin Xiang shouted at Naruto. Huh? How could this be possible? Naruto was confused after hearing this. He just wanted to learn some ninjutsu, but how did he encounter such a thing? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Perform a technique on the ground for me first. Yin Xiang interrupted Naruto and said to him. Naruto sighed helplessly and began to cast spells on the ground. Without chakra's control, the entire 10-meter area of the ground was covered with a dense layer of spells. Control your chakra. Also, what are you doing with all this dense stuff? It doesn't have to be beautiful, but at least it should be understandable to others. Do you understand it yourself? I've never seen a teacher as strict as you, alas. Stop sighing there. Since you want me to teach you ninjutsu and are willing to acknowledge me as your teacher, I can't let my disciple go out and embarrass me. Hurry up and remove this technique and start over. Yin Xiang shouted at Naruto with a look of disappointment. He is an impatient person to begin with, and the people he usually hangs out with are genius ninjas like Shadow, Anbu, and Scorpion. Now facing Naruto, he is already broken down by just a piece of theoretical knowledge. Advertisement. Yin Xiang immediately felt the headache of Kakashi and Jiraiya. You can practice here slowly with my shadow clone. I have a lot of things to do. Yin Xiang still had matters of Shadow and Anbu to deal with, and she didn't have time to spend a whole day with Naruto here. She just left her clone behind and ran away. Naruto didn't care. As long as it was Yin Xiang, it was fine. Yin Xiang left Naruto and came to the shadow base. When everyone saw Yin Xiang, they bowed respectfully. Yin Xiang came all the way to the deepest part of Shadow, which was his office. He had just finished reading some intelligence collected by Shadow. Recently, Tsunade sent Shadow and Anbu to frantically collect information about the Shadow Organization. When the Shadow Organization left the Land of Fire, the giant clay dragon caught Shadow's attention. He immediately went there and found the lair of the Shadow Organization. After listening to the reports from Shadow members, Tsunade had already seen the information and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The Shadow Organization, which had been nowhere to be found, was actually in the Land of Fire. There is also the matter about Rain Shinobi Village becoming Shadow Village and the Land of Fields becoming Shadow Land. The fact that the country and the Shinobi Village are not in the same place also made Tsunade smell something unusual. She felt that the Shadow Organization seemed to be planning a big conspiracy. But it is not Konoha's turn to interfere in the affairs of other countries. Master Yin Xiang, the two consultants are here. Just as Yin Xiang put down the information, a shadow member appeared in front of Yin Xiang and said, well, bring them in. Yin Xiang nodded. Now these two advisors didn't go to see Tsunade at all. They talked to themselves first about everything, as if Yin Xiang was the Hokage. Yin Xiang got up and prepared tea and placed it on the coffee table. The two consultants that came in led by Shadow. Yin Xiang, are you busy? When Udatane Kaharu saw Yin Xiang, the wrinkles on her face almost jumped off from her smile. Advertisement, just finished. Grandma Kaharu, Please take a seat. Yin Xiang also smiled and invited the two consultants to take a seat. Grandma Kaharu and Grandpa Homura, why do you have time to come to my place today? There is something we discussed and decided to ask for your opinion first. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other and then smiled. Why do you need to ask for my opinion? Isn't it better for you two and Lord Tsunade to make the decision on village affairs? Yin Xiang said as she sat opposite the two of them, pushing the teacup towards them. Haha, of course it has something to do with you. Mitokado Homura laughed, picked up the teacup on the table and blew away the hot steam. Well, first of all, you are not young anymore, it's time to get married. We have chosen a marriage partner for you, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the largest clan in Konoha, Hyuga Hinata. You should have met her, right? Poof. Yin Xiang spat out a mouthful of hot tea. Cough cough. Cough. Cough cough cough. Yin Xiang was choked so badly that she almost left this not-so-beautiful world. You, kid, be careful. Utatane Kaharu trotted over to Yin Xiang and patted him on the back, just like a kind grandmother. No, you too, are you being careless? Yin Xiang looked up at Utatane Kaharu and said, the crown princess really didn't want to do it, and the editors were very sensible and didn't give him this task, but he didn't expect the two consultants to do this. Besides, will the Hyuga clan agree? I'm not from a big family. I'm just an outsider from an unknown village. That's the second thing we want to tell you. Mitokado Homura smiled, we have nominated you as the 6th Hokage. The daimyo, Tsunade, and other Konoha high-ranking officials have agreed. After the Hyuga clan leader knew about it, he also agreed to your engagement. Now it depends on whether you agree or not. You are here to scare me. Yin Xiang was overwhelmed after hearing this. She had just rejected Tsunade, but she didn't expect that Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura also had this plan. Tsunade's performance during his tenure was really terrible. Konoha village was attacked several times, and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki came into contact with Akatsuki many times. This time, he also took Jiraiya with him and sent him to the Akatsuki base alone. Not only did he kill Jiraiya, but he also alerted Akatsuki and made them hide. Uchiha Sasuke was also not captured for a long time. He was indecisive and really unfit to be Hokage. Mitokado Homura went on to say, there are Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Nara Shikaku and so many others. How come the title of Hokage falls on me? Asuma is not strong enough. The Nara clan has been a family assisting the Hokage for generations. Other big clans have no intention of becoming the Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi has been a famous genius since he was a child and is also a disciple of the 4th Hokage. But he is the leader of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after all. He is very close to him and may be soft-hearted and protect him. Therefore, you are the most suitable candidate now. Utatane Kaharu said beside Yin Xiang. Chapter 104 The next target of the Shadow Organization. Stop kidding. I've only been in Konoha for a year, no, not even half a year. Even if the top management agrees, the other ninjas and villagers of Konoha know who I am. They won't agree. Yin Xiang waved his hand and said. You don't need to worry about these problems. Since we have made you the Hokage, we will naturally find a way to make the villagers recognize you. Mitokado Homura said. Spread rumors about me? Brag about my achievements and nominate me as Hokage when the time is right? Yin Xiang explained their plan clearly. You do have the qualifications to become Hokage. Mitokado Homura said with a smile and nodded. No matter what, you will definitely be the Hokage, Utatane Kaharu also said. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Yin Xiang sighed helplessly. Okay, I can be the Hokage, but I definitely won't marry Hinata. What's wrong? Don't you like the girl from the Hyuga family? Utatane Kaharu asked. It's not a question of like or not, at least my fiancé should be decided by me, Yin Xiang said. Hyuga is the largest clan in Konoha. We have already reached an agreement with them. It will be difficult for us to refuse now. After all, it was us who proposed it. Mitokado Homura said. You, me, it's difficult for me too. Yin Xiang scratched his head and said, Hinata was indeed very tempting, but he had already lost a lot of money to Naruto. Shadow Clone was still teaching Naruto Flying Thunder God, and he finally repaid him a little favor, now he wanted to steal his wife. It's not difficult. I've seen that little girl. She's pretty and obedient. She's suitable to be a wife. Just trust your judgment. Utatane Kaharu said with a smile. You don't know how terrible Hinata will be after marriage. Yin Xiang raised his eyebrows and thought, the main thing is that if he marries Hinata, what will happen to his young wives? That will be a big mess. Advertisement. Well, let me get along with her first, and we can talk about marriage later. Is this okay? Let's each take a step back, how about it? Yin Xiang finally said to the two of them. Okay. Both of them nodded. Next you just wait for our notification, then meet the daimyo and prepare to take over the position of Hokage. Yin Xiang nodded helplessly. If it were Naruto now, he would definitely be overjoyed. Of course, for Naruto at this time, replacing Hinata with little Sakura would make him more excited. We have finished our tea and explained everything. We will leave first, Mitokado Homura said as he put down his teacup. You should prepare yourself first. There will be some news about you circulating on the street in the next few days. Utatane Kaharu also said to Yin Xiang, and then the two left Shadow together. Oh, my god, I don't know what my little wife Hinata is thinking right now, Yin Xiang sighed. Haha, men, they are refusing one moment and calling you little wife the next. At this time, Hinata heard the news from Hyuga Hiyashi, and her head was buzzing. Marry Yin Xiang. Although Yin Xiang is very handsome and powerful, I like Naruto, and that has never changed in more than 10 years. I don't have much interaction with Yin Xiang. We just practiced together once and carried out a mission together. We only exchanged a few words, so I have to marry Yin Xiang? Hinata wanted to say, but she didn't dare to disobey Hyuga Hiyashi's words. It was like this 2 years ago, and it was also like this 2 years later. What's wrong? You don't want to? Hyuga Hiyashi asked after seeing Hinata's expression. I've also seen Yin Xiang. He's very handsome and is recognized by everyone in Konoha as a genius ninja that only appears once in a century. He's even more talented than Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and others back then. Although he has a poor family background, he will soon become Hokage. It's a blessing for our Hyuga clan to be able to marry him. But, Hinata lowered her head, unable to utter a word for a long time. If she dared to say that she liked Naruto, Hyuga Hiyashi would definitely slap her twice. Advertisement, it's sold now. When you have nothing to do, spend more time with Yin Xiang and get familiar with her as soon as possible. Hyuga Hiyashi said to Hinata without caring about Hinata's feelings. Yes. Hinata could only nod helplessly and look back. Hanabi was training his Byakugan. She also understood that she was being used for family marriage, and instead of doing nothing in the clan, it would be better to build a good relationship with the future Hokage, so she could only sigh helplessly. After leaving Hyuga Hiyashi, Hinata walked on the street, and seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her fists, opened her Byakugan, and found Naruto who was training. Soon he came to the training ground where Naruto was. She wanted to make up her mind and confess to Naruto, at least not to leave any regrets for herself. She was going to walk over with determination, but she found Yin Xiang standing under a tree not far away. Yin Xiang. Why are you here? Hinata was also startled and quickly walked back, hid behind a tree, and secretly watched Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang actually discovered Hinata a long time ago, but Yin Xiang's clone still didn't know what happened and was a little confused. What was this little girl doing here? Could it be? Is she here to confess to Naruto? No way, with Hinata's personality, she shouldn't do that. The clone thought about it and then rejected the idea, and simply ignored her, let her do whatever she wants. At the same time, the Shadow Organization is carrying out its next operation. The Rain Kingdom that we have already conquered is located at the junction of the Fire Kingdom, the Wind Kingdom, and the Earth Kingdom. It is the main battlefield for the war between these three countries. In order to prevent it from becoming a battlefield again, we must immediately expand our territory. First, we must border the Field Kingdom to form a larger country. Yi Shen unfolded the map and said to everyone. When talking about the Rain Country being the main battlefield of the three major countries, Nagato and Conan's expressions were obviously unhappy, because they lost their homes because of the fight between the three major countries. For this reason, our next target will be the Grass Kingdom, Taki Kingdom and Iron Kingdom located between the Rain Kingdom and the Field Kingdom. The most difficult one to deal with is the Iron Kingdom. Yagami pointed at the Iron Kingdom. This place has always maintained a neutral attitude during the many years of war. It has not participated in the war, nor has it been involved in the war. The five major countries also held negotiations here. Scorpion, who was collecting intelligence, said, there are some warriors in the country who fight by attaching chakra to their swords. The leader is called Mifune. In fact, it is not difficult to deal with them. The rare thing is that the Iron Country is a neutral country. If we take action against the Iron Country, the five major countries will probably not sit idly by. Yi Shen nodded and said. Chapter 105. Strategize Hinata, the action begins. Please vote. One more for the black humor brother, thank you for your long-term reward. Like the land of honey, secretly controlling Mifune. Scorpion said. There is no daimyo in the Iron Country. The only person in charge is Mifune. Let's make him a human puppet. Yagami thought about it and nodded, saying, I'll leave it to you, Scorpion. Understood. Scorpion nodded. Taki no Kuni, Kakuzu, take 10 Jonin and kill them all. Of course, if they surrender, stop. Yagami looked at Kakuzu and said. Leave it to me. Kakuzu nodded. His hatred for Takikuni has been going on for a long time. Now even if Yagami doesn't say anything, he will apply to go to Takikuni. King of Grass, Nagato, you. I'll do it, I'll do it. Deidara said anxiously before Yi Shen assigned any tasks. Now there was only the Grass Kingdom left, and if they didn't grab the tasks, they would lose them. You must be a good employee. Yagami gave a thumbs up and said, then go ahead. Try to subdue as many as you can. Don't fight if you can avoid it. Do you understand? Yagami said, looking at Deidara. Can't it explode this time? Deidara said after hearing this. We are not an evil organization, so of course we can't fight and kill everywhere. Yi Shen smiled helplessly. Then I won't go. It's too boring, huh? Deidara crossed her arms across her chest and said with a pout. Nagato, I leave it to you. Yagami nodded. This was also expected. Okay. Nagato also nodded. Where's Conan? Yi Shen nodded and found that Conan was not there. Advertisement. She went to see Sensei Jiraiya and seemed to have a lot to say to him, Nagato said. Okay. I got it. Let's start the action. 3 days. Yi Shen stretched out 3 fingers and said, and everyone dispersed immediately. Back at Yin Xiang, After a day of practice, Naruto finally mastered the technique of engraving the kunai, but it would take some time to master the Flying Thunder God. Hinata also watched from the side for a whole day because Yin Xiang was there, but she didn't dare to go forward until she left at night. As a result, she ran into Yin Xiang's real body who had just emerged from the shadow and was about to go home on the street. You. Hinata was extremely nervous facing her fiancé. It took her a long time to utter the word, you. It would not be appropriate to turn around and leave now, after all, she had already seen him. What's wrong with me? Hinata made Yin Xiang a little nervous. At this time, he didn't know what was happening with his clone. Aren't you training with Naruto? Hinata finally asked Yin Xiang. Ah, that's my clone. My original body has other things to deal with, so I can't always accompany him in training. Yin Xiang nodded in understanding. He never thought that having a fiancé for the first time would be such an embarrassing thing. Oh, Hinata nodded, and the two fell into silence again. Do you want to go out for dinner together? Yin Xiang said after a moment. No, okay. Hinata wanted to say forget it, but thinking of what her father said, she nodded in the end. Then Yin Xiang took Hinata to the barbecue restaurant. Although he knew that Hinata might also like Ichiraku ramen, it was a bit cheap to treat a girl to ramen for the first time. Besides, when eating at Ichiraku ramen, Hinata would probably think of Naruto unconsciously. When the waiter served the food, neither of them spoke, looking at the stove in front of them. At this time, the boy still took the initiative to speak about marriage. No, I'm not dissatisfied. Hinata said anxiously with a red face before Yin Xiang finished her words. She didn't know what she was thinking just now. After she finished speaking, she felt a little embarrassed and almost buried her head in her 91E. Yin Xiang couldn't help swallowing her saliva as she looked at the 91E being held up by Hinata. If things continued to develop like this, Hinata would definitely surpass Tsunade in the future. Ahem. Yin Xiang coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, picked up the barbecue with chopsticks and put it on the barbecue grill while saying, I'm not asking if you are satisfied or not. I want to say that if you are very resistant to this matter, I will find a way to cancel the engagement. Hinata raised her head when she heard Yin Xiang say this. She didn't expect Yin Xiang to be such a considerate person. She knew Yin Xiang was a good person before, but she didn't know him in depth. Combining the previous impression and Hinata's impression of Yin Xiang at this moment, the impression has reached 40%. Advertisement. That's right, Yin Xiang's approach is to let Hinata let down her guard and make her think that she is a considerate person, thereby increasing her favorability and winning Hinata over directly. Now Hinata has initially fallen into Yin Xiang's love trap. Really? Hinata looked at Yin Xiang and asked, her expression much more relaxed. So you are so resistant to marrying me? Yin Xiang smiled upon seeing this. No, not really, I just, Hinata thought about it but still didn't say that she had someone she liked. Then are you willing to marry me? Yin Xiang continued to tease, while putting the barbecue into Hinata's bowl. The whole set of movements seemed very natural. Not really. Hinata shook her head. This didn't seem right no matter how she looked at it. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Yin Xiang smiled when she saw Hinata's embarrassment. Let's eat first. So you were teasing me. Hinata blushed and said to Yin Xiang with a bit of coquettishness in her tone. Yin Xiang eased the awkward atmosphere with just a few words. Just treat me as a friend and have a normal chat. You can treat me as a friend like Kiba and Shino, where you can speak freely and say anything. Yin Xiang said. Hinata also nodded, and then under Yin Xiang's guidance, she was not as reserved as before, and put all the matters of the engagement behind her. After the meal, Hinata's favorability towards Yin Xiang reached 60%. She felt very happy and relaxed when she was with Yin Xiang. The most important thing is that Hinata found that Yin Xiang's values and outlook on life were very similar to his own. He sneered at the main branch house of the Hyuga family and said that the first thing to do after becoming Hokage was to integrate the main branch house of the Hyuga family. Before leaving, I said goodbye to Yin Xiang happily. It can be seen that Hinata is very confident in Yin Xiang. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Yin Xiang also went home. As expected, Tsunade was waiting for Yin Xiang in the living room. After knowing this incident today, Yin Xiang had not gone to see Tsunade. I guess Tsunade had a lot to say to her. You're back, Tsunade said with a smile when she saw Yin Xiang coming back. Well, are you still awake? Yin Xiang nodded, took off her shoes and walked into the living room. Chapter 106 Scorpion vs. Mifune. I've been waiting for you, let's have a few drinks together. Tsunade said, shaking the wine in his hand. Okay. Yin Xiang also nodded, then sat next to Tsunade. They chatted with each other for the past 2 days, and then Tsunade held Yin Xiang's hand. I'm sorry to give the responsibility of Hokage to you without your consent. Tsunade leaned in Yin Xiang's arms, looked up at Yin Xiang and said tenderly. I understand. You are under too much pressure and can't bear it anymore. I understand. I can help you carry this burden. Yin Xiang nodded and said, it's just that Hinata and I. Hinata is a good girl, you should be happy if I marry you. Tsunade said with a smile. What about you? What will you do? Yin Xiang asked. As for me, I never planned to get married. I originally planned to live the rest of my life alone. Now I have you. You can come to see me secretly a few times when you have time. Remember to come often. Tsunade said the last word in Yin Xiang's ear. Before completely getting rid of the burden of Hokage, Tsunade still has a bottom line for his obedience. Now it is 98%. I believe that when Yin Xiang takes over as Hokage, Tsunade's obedience will reach 100%. You little irritating girl. Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade like this, picked her up and took her into the room. The next day, as soon as Yin Xiang went out, people on the street started talking about her, and Yin Xiang also heard a few words. What? Yin Xiang captured Hidan, an S-rank rebel ninja from Akatsuki, in one encounter, and beat Kakuzu, an S-rank rebel ninja who had fought against the first generation, and made him flee in panic. There are also 15 S-level tasks to be completed, with a 100% mission success rate. Also, all decisions made by the Hokage since a long time ago were assisted by Yin Xiang, which brought great development to Konoha. Even the credit of killing Orochimaru fell on Yin Xiang, and for a time Yin Xiang was very famous. If the prestige value had not been changed to max before, it would have reached 80% by now. Advertisement. Speaking of modifications, after conquering Shizune, there are already 3 modification points, and the other task is to defeat Obito. After so long of getting along with the modifier, Yin Xiang also discovered that the system will only assign new tasks after he has completed both the strategy and combat tasks. So if you want to continue to get the reward, you have to hang Obito up and beat him up first. Speaking of Obito, he's not having a good time right now. 6 tails and 8 tails are locked in cages. Without the Rinnegan, there's no Geto statue, and he can't seal the tailed beasts. But now there's no trace of the Kage organization, and Zetsu has been searching outside for them like crazy but still can't find them. Kisame and Sasuke have now become shut-ins, and Sasuke has become completely aimless, which makes Obito so angry that even his already empty heart hurts. I can't stand it. I have to go to Konoha. Sasuke stood up and said to Afei. Everything is unclear right now. I advise you not to act rashly. Afei glanced at Sasuke and said. I don't care about the Kage organization. I have my own things to do and I don't have time to waste with you. Sasuke said and left with Suigetsu and others. Don't we need to stop them? Kisame said, looking at Sasuke's back. Don't worry about him, the guy who was asking for trouble. Afei nodded and said. There's news. At this moment, Ju jumped out from the wall. What news? Afei looked at Ju and asked. It was Kakuzu. Kakuzu led his men to attack Taki no Kuni. Judging from his attire, Kakuzu joined the Kage organization, and Black Zetsu followed him. Zetsu laughed. I didn't expect that Kakuzu actually joined the Kage organization. I thought he was dead. Finally, there are some clues. Afei nodded. But what should we do after we find the Kage organization? That Yagami is very strong. Kisame said. Quote. Yi Shen and Yin Xiang, one by one, they are all monsters that appeared from nowhere. Afei also sighed. Anyway, let's find the location of the shadow organization first. Advertisement. Understood. Ju nodded, then dived underground again. At the same time, Yin Xiang sent out another clone to teach Naruto how to learn Flying Thunder God, while he himself went straight into the shadow base. He was almost praised to the sky by the outside world, and even a shameless middle school boy like Yin Xiang couldn't stand it anymore, so it was better for him to hide in the shadow base. Unexpectedly, under his guidance, Shadow and the others became more and more cheerful. They also discussed Yin Xiang's affairs, and when they saw Yin Xiang, they all said that they had met the 6th Hokage. Yin Xiang was in a dilemma. If the trend continued, he would probably have to take over as Hokage tomorrow. Who are you? Scorpion broke into where Mifune was. More than a dozen warriors were guarding the door of Mifune and drew their swords at Scorpion. Buy-in. At this time, Scorpion had already installed the Byakugan given to him by Yagami, locked onto Mifune's position, and walked straight forward in the room inside. Seeing this, the samurai also attached chakra to their swords and slashed towards Scorpion. The 4 arms under the Scorpion cloak opened up, and transformed into knives, axes, saws and a round hole. It ignored them and walked straight forward. Then, countless poisonous Senbon were fired from the circular hole, instantly killing 3 samurai. The heads of other samurai also fell to the ground as Scorpion moved. Then, the circular hole turned back into an arm, took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off the other weapons. Scorpion also kicked open Mifune's door. Hello, I'm Scorpion of the Red Sand from the Shadow Organization. Scorpion politely reached out and knocked on the door, but Mifune was already pointing a knife at Scorpion. Scorpion of the Red Sand, what are you doing in our Iron Country? A drop of cold sweat fell from Mifune's forehead. He didn't expect that the Shadow Organization would come here. If the mission requires it, you will be my puppet. Scorpion said expressionlessly, with only one white eye showing under his cloak, looking a little scary in this dark environment. Upon hearing this, Mifune also made a quick move and came in front of Scorpion at an extremely fast speed. He swung his knife out, and with a swish, Scorpion's cloak was cut in half by this knife. However, only the cloak was left. Scorpion had already left the cloak and came behind Mifune, stabbing the back of Mifune's head with the poison kunai in his hand. Mifune reacted quickly. He turned around immediately and blocked Scorpion's kunai with his knife. Then he jumped back a distance. Unexpectedly, Scorpion's arm stretched out instantly, came in front of Mifune, and directly wrapped around Mifune. Sky-splitting slash. Sanchuan swung his sword with difficulty in Scorpion's arm and directly cut off Scorpion's arm. Several poisonous knives in his arm fell to the ground. If it was a step later, these poisonous knives would have pierced through his body. Interesting. Scorpion licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. Chapter 107 Kakuzu vs. Seven Tails. Sky-splitting slash. After chopping off one of Scorpion's arms, Mifune still thought he had a chance of winning, so he rushed towards Scorpion again, jumped high, and chopped him down with a knife. Unexpectedly, 4 arms stretched out from behind Scorpion, directly lifting him into the air. The palm of the 5th arm stretched out, directly covering his entire head. Feeling the pain in his head, Mifune couldn't help but howl, but Scorpion couldn't destroy his head and had to make it into a puppet. So many hands. Mifune thought to himself as he looked at Scorpion. He was doomed this time. The next moment, a poisonous needle appeared from Scorpion's finger and pierced directly into the back of Mifune's neck, causing him to faint. Scorpion then repaired his arm first, and then sent 2 human puppets to clean up the corpses, while he himself transformed Mifune. After learning the human puppet technique when Yashin's learning ability was at max, he could directly add techniques to living people and control them remotely, like the artificial humans of the future, and he could also transform their bodies. It has to be said that Scorpion's mission was not easy either. In order to find Mifune's location, he had killed more than 100 samurai along the way. If he failed to control Mifune, the Iron Country would definitely be in chaos, so this was a mission that had to be completed. Looking at Kakuzu, he was already going crazy with killing. He held the head of the daimyo of Taki country in his hand, and swung the daimyo's body directly at the leader of Taki village, Shibuki, knocking him far away. Kakuzu. You are Kakuzu, the traitor ninja from Takigakure. Shibuki shouted at Kakuzu. When Shibuki became the leader, Kakuzu was already a traitor ninja in the village. Those upper-level people who had hatred against Kakuzu had been killed by Kakuzu long ago. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu came to Takigakure again. I am now the Kakuzu of the Kage organization. This time I come to bring the Takigakure under the control of the Kage organization. Do you have any objection? Kakuzu came to Shibuki with the daimyo and said. The Jonin sent by Yagami also fell behind Kakuzu in unison. Their bodies were already covered with the blood of Takigakure. How could we, the Takiguni village, go along with you? Although Shibuki is a timid person by nature, he is willing to sacrifice himself for the Takiguni village. Really, you want to protect your village, but are your subordinates the same as you? Kakuzu laughed, and then countless black lines appeared under Shibuki's body, stabbing towards Shibuki, directly poking countless holes in Shibuki. Advertisement. Leader. At this moment, a huge red tail fell from the sky, and with a bang, it knocked down all the black lines. The person who came also landed in front of Shibuki, and then the tail directly turned into 7 tails, and was thrown towards Kakuzu and others. Kakuzu immediately threw the daimyo in his hand out and jumped backwards. The 10 Jonin also dodged immediately. The daimyo was directly turned into a pool of meat paste by the one tail. 7 tails. Kakuzu said as he looked at the red-tailed beast in front of him. He didn't expect to meet 7 tails here. The setting of 7 tails is a bit vague. I read a lot of information. Some said that 7 tails was sealed before 1 tail. When 1 tail was sealed, 3 eyes opened on the ghetto statue, namely 5 tails, 7 tails and 1 tail. However, the setting also said that the tailed beast should be sealed in order, which led to a bug in the anime. Here it is written that 7 tails was not sealed. Fu, run quickly, you are no match for these people. Shibuki said panically when he saw Fu. He thought she had run away, but unexpectedly she came back. I can now fully control 7 tails. I will protect our village. Like the other Jinchuriki, Fuya refused to listen to the advice. The tailed beast coat on her body gradually became colorful, and then wings grew behind her, gradually turning into 7 tails Chome. A beetle with big wings, huh. Kakuzu was not panicked at all after seeing it. After all, it was not the first time he saw a tailed beast. That's great, I'll capture you as well. Kakuzu looked at the 10 Jonin around him. They were calm and showed no fear. They seemed to have no emotions. Where did these guys come from? They are stronger than the Jonin of the big country, and they are like zombies. Kakuzu couldn't help thinking as he looked at them. Roar. 7 tails roared in the air, and its huge tail smashed down towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu simply stretched out his hands and caught her tail. Then the black lines on his arms spread out and tightly entangled 7 tails' tail, swung it several times in the air, and then slammed towards Shibuki. Bump. With a loud bang, 7 tails was smashed to the ground, and Shibuki was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Advertisement. Leader. Fu never expected that her action would harm Shibuki so much, and she indirectly became the murderer of the leader. This made her feel very guilty, but at the same time she also wanted to defeat Kakuzu more, and she began to condense tailed beast bomb directly in her mouth. Everyone take care of themselves. Kakuzu said to the 10 ninjas, and prepared to hide underground to avoid the tailed beast bomb, but the tailed beast bomb had already been launched, and the 10 ninjas did not dodge, but directly threw out a kunai, passing through the tailed beast bomb, and then the tailed beast bomb appeared behind 7 tails and attacked him himself. Bump. 7 tails was hit by the tailed beast bomb. He was howling in pain in the air with a dazed look on his face. There were large areas of scars on his body and blood was constantly oozing out. It looked very painful. As this, flying thunder god, Kakuzu stopped preparing to burrow underground. He didn't expect that they could even do Flying Thunder God, and all 10 of them could do it. After all, Yagami had long planned to build a 4th Hokage team. The 20 people he got from the system have all learned Flying Thunder God. If they really start fighting, it will definitely be dazzling. Their learning speed is much faster than Naruto. Kakuzu didn't dodge when he saw this. He directly split 2 earth grievances from his body and used head carving tongue and wind pressure respectively. The 2 ninjutsu were combined to hit 7 Tails, who had just endured the tailed beast bomb. This attack knocked 7 Tails to the ground. Kakuzu also inserted his hand into the ground. Countless black lines appeared from 7 Tails' side and tied him up tightly. The blood from her body kept flowing out like a wrung towel. It wouldn't be long before she would die from excessive blood loss. However, Kakuzu knew his limits and didn't take her life. Soon, under Kakuzu's oppression, 7 Tails also returned to the state of Jinchuriki and passed out. Kakuzu directly tied her up. Seeing that even 7 Tails was defeated by them, the Taki ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment and finally chose to lay down their weapons and kneel in front of Kakuzu. From today on, the land of Water Trap is renamed the Land of Shadow, the Takigakure is renamed the Shadow Village, and your shadow is called Yagami. Remember this, Kakuzu shouted to the people at this place. Chapter 108 Happy Night before inheriting Hokage. At the same time, Nagato also came to the Land of Grass. The Kusagakure village in the Land of Grass was once known as the strongest ninja, but after the country was destroyed, it never recovered. The daimyo of the Land of Grass is now thinking that it would be good to be alive, but unfortunately, he cannot survive today because Nagato appears in front of him. Who are you? The daimyo looked at Nagato in panic and rolled off the bed. Guards. Where are the guards? He shouted to the door. At this time, the dozen guards outside the door had been nailed to the wall by Nagato with black rods, like hanging pork. From today on, the Kingdom of Shadows will take over the Kingdom of Grass, and the daimyo will no longer be needed. Nagato directly performed universal pull, sucked the daimyo into his hand, and crushed him to death. Then he walked out of the room carrying the daimyo's head and headed for the Kusagakure village. The ninjas of Kusagakure were still very brave. Under the leadership of Kusagakure leader, they all died at the hands of Nagato. You have to carry rice. I didn't want to fight with you. Nagato sighed helplessly and left the Kusagakure village where the ground was covered with blood. Of course, Nagato did not attack the residents of Kusagakure village. He just told them that from now on the Land of Grass will be renamed the Land of Shadow, and they will all be residents of the Land of Shadow in the future, and he guaranteed that they will live better than before. The residents of a small country are not like those of a big country. They don't care who manages the village. They just want to live their own lives, at least to live well and not be involved in war. At this point, the 5 small countries of Rice Country, Iron Country, Water Trap Country, Grass Country, and Rain Country have become under the command of the Kage organization. Their land area is almost catching up with that of the Water Country. By the time the 5 Kage reacted, the Kage Country had become the 6th largest country, but they still know nothing about it. Seeing that everyone completed the task within 2 days, Yi Shen was very happy and sent them directly to other countries, including the Bird Country, Bear Country, Ghost Country, Phantom Country, and Snow Country to the left of the Rain Country, and took them all over while taking advantage of the opportunity. Advertisement. Deidara was also sent to the Snow Country by Yagami. From the other Dark Country, Yagami sent 8 elite Jonin there, leaving 2 to guard Jiraiya. While the members of her organization were working themselves to death outside, Yin Xiang's clone had inherited Yin Xiang's characteristics perfectly, hugging Conan and having fun every night, almost breaking Conan's heart. However, Conan was also enjoying this feeling more and more, his eyes were full of lust, and he knew to prepare sexy lingerie without Yi Shen saying anything, which was very tempting. The countries that the Shadow Organization is targeting now are sandwiched between the 3 major countries of fire, earth, and sand, and are surrounded by them. Among them, sand and fire are allies, so it is difficult to guarantee whether they will unite to attack Shadow. But Yi Shen also has a countermeasure. As long as they dare to take action, the Kingdom of Shadow will directly surround the Kingdom of Earth. After taking over the Kingdom of Snow, the Kingdom of Shadow will be in a state of encirclement of the Kingdom of Earth and can directly rush in an attack from all directions. At that time, it doesn't matter even if they give up their existing territory, because the territory of the Kingdom of Earth is still very large. Moreover, after the Kingdom of Shadow has taken over so much territory, these big countries will surely not take direct action. They have to think about it. Besides, he is about to become Hokage. At that time, it will be up to him to decide whether Konoha attacks the Kingdom of Shadow or not. The current Shadow organization is equivalent to gradually coming to the front from behind the scenes. Everything now is preparation. After taking over these countries, it will be necessary to integrate the resources of the genin, see how many ninjas can be produced, and then redivide the levels. After a day, everyone in Konoha knew the name of Yin Xiang. The 2 advisors and Tsunade also began to prepare for Yin Xiang's succession ceremony. Only on this point did they seem to be united. Shihihong and others also knew the gossip that Yin Xiang was going to marry Hinata. Among them, Anko, Izumi, Yugao, Yuhi Kurenai and Shizune didn't think it was a big deal. It was enough for Yin Xiang to come and see them more often. But the little girl Ino was going crazy. She locked herself in the room and cried all day. In desperation, Yin Xiang used a modifier to change Ino's obedience to 100%. Now, let alone Yin Xiang wanting to marry Hinata, she wouldn't shed a tear even if Yin Xiang wanted to kill her parents. Yin Xiang also felt one of the powerful aspects of this obedience. Ino did whatever she was told to do, even lying on the ground and barking like a dog without hesitation. She became a completely docile pet in front of Yin Xiang. Such an Ino also made Yin Xiang's adrenaline rush. She made Ino wear a miniskirt and a school uniform, without wearing any underwear, and the two stayed in the ninja academy for a whole night. Advertisement. Yin Xiang also invited Shi Yan and Quan. Both of them listened to Yin Xiang and wore the same clothes as Ino. It also made Yin Xiang feel the joy of 1v3 for the first time, which is simply indescribable. Today, Naruto also successfully used Flying Thunder God, but he was not very skilled yet. He fell flat on his face right after he flew over. He still needs more practice. Yin Xiang's mission was also completed. I just hope that Naruto will stop pestering me and threatening me to learn ninjutsu. The time came directly to the next night. Today, he had been informed by the two consultants that he would become Hokage tomorrow. The day before becoming Hokage, Yin Xiang naturally wanted to have some fun again. He had fun with each of his mistresses in turn, and finally slept for a night at Yuhihong's house. After all, Shourahong is very gentle and considerate. Yin Xiang can sleep comfortably with her, and Shourahong will give her a massage, which is really the envy of others. Tsunade stayed at home with Yin Xiang on her mind, and tried to find a way to free herself. The next morning, Yin Xiang took a bath at Yuhi-Kurenai's house, dressed herself neatly, and went to the Hokage building. The villagers also gathered under the Hokage building. Konoha was extremely lively early in the morning. There were so many people underneath the Hokage building that it was impossible to squeeze into the front row. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Naruto, Kakashi and little Sakura were standing on the roof not far away. Looking at the large group of people below, Naruto was also confused. Did something happen to Grandma Tsunade? I'm talking to you, what have you been busy with these days? Don't you even know about such a big thing? Little Sakura asked Naruto speechlessly. As for me, I have learned a super powerful ninjutsu. I will definitely give you a surprise the next time we go on a mission. Naruto said excitedly. So, what is the big deal? Yin Xiang, you will take over as Hokage today. Kakashi said. Chapter 109 Yin Xiang. 6th Hokage. Naruto was shocked when he heard that. If little Sakura hadn't pulled him, he would have fallen off the roof. You really don't know. Kakashi looked at Naruto and smiled. I had no idea. These days Yin Xiang has been teaching me that super powerful ninjutsu. He never mentioned this matter at all. I didn't expect that he would become the Hokage. I thought that the 6th Hokage would be Sensei Kakashi. Naruto said while looking at the rooftop of the Hokage building. At this time on the rooftop, Tsunade was wearing the 5th Hokage's coat and the Hokage's hat, and the two advisors were standing aside, waiting for Yin Xiang. I don't want to be Hokage, it's too troublesome. Kakashi also said while looking at the rooftop. I feel like I've heard this somewhere. Teacher Kakashi, where? Naruto thought, supporting his chin. I can't stand you. You're such a bother. You didn't even know Yin Xiang was going to be the Hokage. Just then, a voice came from beside Naruto, and Naruto looked up. It was the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. That's it. That's too much trouble. Naruto nodded and shouted, Ino, what is this outfit you're wearing? Naruto looked at Ino. This girl had completely changed her style. She was wearing a miniskirt, fishnet stockings, a waist-bearing school uniform, and a small black collar around her neck. It looked very strange, but it was hard to tell what was strange about it. After all, Ino usually wore fishnet stockings and waist-bearing clothes. This collar looks just like what Akamaru wore. Naruto pointed at Ino and shouted. What do you know? Ino punched Naruto on the head after hearing this. This is an accessory. An accessory. I think it looks good, haha. Choji held potato chips in his hand and laughed while stuffing them into his mouth. Here she comes. Look, that's Lord Yin Xiang. At this moment, the crowd became agitated and pointed at the rooftop and shouted. Everyone looked towards the rooftop and saw Yin Xiang just landed next to the two consultants. You're here. The time is just right. Uchiha Kaharu looked at Yin Xiang and said with a kind smile on his face. Good morning, everyone. Yin Xiang also nodded and greeted the three of them. Advertisement. I didn't expect that Master Yin Xiang is still so young. It turns out that the super handsome guy the first often see on the street is Lord Yin Xiang. Oh my god. Such beauty, such figure, such record, such ability. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. After the girl finished speaking, she unexpectedly fainted. He became Hokage at such a young age. It seems that our Konoha will be stable for a long time. Yes, since the 3rd generation, there have been many changes of Hokage in a short period of time. Now everyone can finally rest assured. Hurry up and put this on. Uchiha Kaharu unfolded the 6th generation coat in his hand and helped Yin Xiang put it on. Seeing that Yin Xiang was going to become Hokage, Uchiha Kaharu didn't know what moved him, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Yin Xiang put on his coat and came to Tsunade's side. Tsunade also took off the Hokage's hat from his head and looked at the villagers of Konoha. Everyone. Be quiet. Tsunade shouted to the people below. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Now the hill in front of the building was full of residents, and the rooftops were full of Konoha's ninjas, Anbu and shadows. Everyone was looking at Tsunade and Yin Xiang intently. I guess everyone knows about Yin Xiang. Tsunade shouted to everyone. I know. The entire Konoha gave a deafening unified response. The most talented ninja from ancient times to now in Konoha. A perfect ninja with zero mission failure rate. To avenge the third Hokage and kill the traitor Orochimaru, everything Yin Xiang did brought huge benefits to Konoha. He also trained many Kages and Anbu for Konoha. Today, Yin Xiang will take over as the sixth Hokage. Good. Okay. Master Yin Xiang, I have confidence in you. Master Yin Xiang is so handsome. The villagers immediately became noisy and cheered. Advertisement. Yin Xiang also looked at everyone, with his signature professional fake smile on his face. He smiled and waved to everyone. The people of Konoha have really good eyesight. They can see their own faces from 800 meters away. It's so cool. So, Yin Xiang, what's your last name? You never told me. When Tsunade was about to hand Yin Xiang the hat, he wanted to use his full formal name, but he had never asked him before. This was embarrassing. Yin Xiang was also confused by this question. He stammered for a long time and couldn't say anything. My last name is Shenli Yin Xiang. I was so nervous that I forgot it for a moment. It scared me. What's your last name? Unexpectedly, Tsunade's eyes widened when she heard Kamasato's last name and she froze in place. What's wrong? Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade's reaction and wondered if she had made up a surname and Tsunade really knew it. Let's finish the ceremony first. The last name Kamasato must not be revealed. Just call yourself Amazora. Tsunade didn't know what happened, and she made up a name on the spot. Although it wasn't as good as the one Yin Xiang made. Well, Yin Xiang, on behalf of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, and the fifth Hokage, I now grant you the duties of the sixth Hokage. Tsunade handed the hat to Yin Xiang and shouted at the same time, and the villagers also fell silent. I hope you can continue to lead Konoha and the Land of Fire with the will of fire. Create a better Land of Fire. I've got that. Yin Xiang took the hat, nodded, and put the Hokage's hat on his head. I have to say, this hat is really ugly. Then Yin Xiang faced everyone. Shen Yukong Yin Xiang, will be the sixth Hokage from today on. I promise everyone that I will not lose to my predecessors. I will definitely lead our Konoha to be better and better, so that everyone can live a stable life as soon as possible, without having to worry about war every day. From today on, I will never let Konoha be threatened in the slightest. The words were simple, yet powerful, and this was exactly what the ordinary residents living in the war-torn ninja world hoped for. Everyone cheered loudly, fireworks rang out, and the whole of Konoha was filled with joy. At this time, not far from Konoha, 3 ninjas from the Hidden Lightning Village were walking towards Konoha, led by a beautiful short-haired giant bear woman with fair skin, who was none other than the number 1 bear in the Raikage village, Samui. What's going on in Konoha? Are they celebrating something? Omoi, who was following behind Samui, looked at the salute in the sky and said, could it be that the lovely beauties of Konoha knew I was coming and came to greet me specially? What are you thinking about? Karui picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it hard at Omoi, but fortunately he dodged in time. As ninjas, you two should be more ruthless. Let's go and see what's going on. Samui said, looking back as she straightened her proud giant bear. Chapter 110 Pulling Tsunade as a guard. So, you were asked by the Raikage to deliver a letter. The scene changed. The ceremony was over and Yin Xiang was already sitting in the Hokage's position. Standing in front of him was Samui, and the other 2 were waiting at the door. Under the cover of the Hokage hat, Yin Xiang lowered his head, his eyes were always on Samui's bear, quietly thinking, young and big, huh? Yin Xiang nodded quietly in his heart. Yes. Samui nodded. Okay, I understand. Give me the letter. Yin Xiang nodded, took off his hat and put it aside. The moment he looked up, Samui was stunned. What's wrong? Yin Xiang asked. No, nothing, I just didn't expect the new Hokage to be so young. Samui shook her head and handed the letter to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang took out the letter, which was a very long letter. The letter roughly described how Sasuke had captured 8 Tails Killer B. Now the Raikage was going to organize a 5-Kage meeting to defeat Akatsuki, which had joined the Kage organization. In other words, they were going to defeat the Kage organization. At the same time, after Sasuke was captured, the Raikage would execute him. Yin Xiang put down the letter and sighed. Originally, this war was declared by Obito, but now the target of the crusade has become his own organization. What do you think? Samui looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Sasuke can be executed, but it will be done by us in Konoha. There is no reason for Konoha to let you execute him. I will go to the 5-Kage summit. Yin Xiang looked up and said seriously. The issue of Sasuke concerned the reputation of the village, and they could not agree to let the Raikage execute him no matter what. I understand. I will tell Lord Raikage your answer. Samui nodded and said. Samui obviously did not expect that the young Hokage would be so tough. His eyes and attitude looked very determined. He nodded and then stepped out. What a pity that after becoming Hokage, I can't flirt with girls like before. Yin Xiang looked at Samui's closed door, took one last glance at Samui's bear and thought to himself. Not long after, Naruto and others met the Cloud Shinobi on the road. Naruto and others were discussing about Sasuke, and the two groups had a conflict. It was then that Naruto learned that Sasuke had joined Akatsuki, and Yin Xiang had decided to execute Sasuke. This is different from the order Tsunade gave before. Before it was just a recovery, now it's an execution. Naruto and little Sakura, who knew about this, immediately ran to the Hokage's office and barged in without even knocking on the door. Advertisement. Get out, Yin Xiang said while lowering his head and writing the document in front of him. He knew who it was without looking up. Sasuke. Naruto didn't care what Yin Xiang said, he went straight to Yin Xiang's desk and shouted, but was interrupted by Yin Xiang before he could finish his words. Get out. Yin Xiang looked up and said to Naruto seriously. Naruto and little Sakura were both stunned, and seemed to realize that something was wrong. With little Sakura's pulling and tugging, Naruto walked out of the room, closed the door, and little Sakura knocked on it. Come in. Yin Xiang put down the pen in her hand. How could she indulge Naruto's bad habits? What if she did something embarrassing in the office in the future and Naruto just barged in? Yin Xiang. Hokage-sama. Little Sakura habitually called Yin Xiang, but then realized that it was inappropriate. Now Yin Xiang's identity was different from before, so she quickly changed her words and called her Hokage-sama. Why do you want to execute Sasuke? Grandma Tsunade didn't say she wanted to execute Sasuke before. Naruto didn't care and shouted at Yin Xiang while slamming the table. Execute Sasuke. Who told you that? Yin Xiang said with a calm smile. Seeing Yin Xiang's attitude, both of them were a little confused. Could it be that Cloud Shinobi and the others were lying? It's the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village. Little Sakura said. Am I the Hokage or are they the Hokage? Yin Xiang asked again. Of course it's you, said little Sakura. Then they had the final say on not executing Sasuke. It's you. Little Sakura was a little embarrassed when she said this. She really shouldn't have rushed here with Naruto. Sorry, I didn't stop them for the moment. Kakashi also walked in from behind, scratching his head awkwardly. Did you not stop him or do you also want to know the answer? Yin Xiang looked at Kakashi and smiled. This guy is very cunning. Advertisement. Ha, ha 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 ha, you know this guy Naruto, he can't be stopped. Kakashi laughed. Naruto, little Sakura, you two go out first. I have something to say to Kakashi. Yin Xiang said to Naruto and the others. Upon learning that Yin Xiang had no intention of executing Sasuke, the two of them left the office awkwardly and closed the door behind them. As what Cloud Shinobi said true. Kakashi said after Naruto and the others left. Of course it's true. They wanted Cloud Shinobi to execute Sasuke, but I refused. They said Konoha should do it. You also understand that countries should not make things too ugly. We can't let a traitorous ninja escalate to an international issue. Besides, Tsunade has been too indulgent towards Sasuke and didn't send anyone to hunt him down. There's no need to fool around when talking to Kakashi. When communicating with key personnel, sincerity is the key. If you don't take some action, Sasuke will think it's easy for the rebel ninja to get away with it. I'm ready to arrange Shadow to hunt him down. But Sasuke is your disciple, and I will help you save his life no matter what. Just pretend and you can rest assured. Yin Xiang said. I understand. Kakashi also nodded. He was not an unreasonable person. Also, I'm going to attend the 5-Cage summit soon, and Konoha will be left to your care at that time. Also, Naraku. Yin Xiang shouted out the window, and Naraku immediately appeared beside Yin Xiang. This is the new leader of Shadow. If you have anything, please communicate with her in time. Her code name is Naraku. New Shadow leader. But, you're going to the 5-Cage summit without bodyguards. Usually 2 is the standard. Kakashi nodded and looked at Yin Xiang and said. We still have to bring guards. Tsunade will go with me, and then we can bring Hong as well. Yin Xiang thought for a moment and said. Bring 2 women. Kakashi was stunned when he heard this. These are the guards. The 5th Hokage is the guard for the 6th Hokage. It's a big deal. What's wrong? You don't look down on these 2 women. Yin Xiang said with a smile. Of course not, how could I underestimate them? Kakashi said quickly. No matter whether it was Tsunade or Hong, they were not easy to mess with. Even if Tsunade-sama also became a bodyguard, wouldn't it be a bit, not good? That's true. Yin Xiang nodded. It was indeed inappropriate to pull someone out to be a bodyguard after retirement. Chapter 111. The Legend of the Kamisato Clan on the eve of the 5-Cage summit. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to let Aburame take the root and Yamanaka take the wind? Kakashi said. The 2 of them are missing. Yin Xiang said helplessly. We haven't seen them since we sent them to look for Ying. I'm afraid they have been killed. Yin Xiang shook his head and said. No wonder I haven't seen them recently. Kakashi also nodded. Then, Shikaku and Choza. The 2 clan leaders should just stay at home and let Guy and I go. He is enough on his own. Guy and Neji, bring at least 2 Jonin. Kakashi said. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded. Please help me arrange it and leave tomorrow afternoon. Understood. Kakashi nodded and left the office. At the same time, a face suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke and others who were rushing to Konoha and blocked their way. What? Our deal is done, I'm out of Akatsuki. Sasuke looked up at Afe and said. No, the deal is not complete. The 8 tails you brought back was a clone, a fake. To be honest, I'm really disappointed. Can't you even tell the difference between the clone and the real person? Afei said to Sasuke. So what? We have already taken the person away anyway. Shueyu said to Afei. Get out of the way quickly. Sasuke also said to Afei, recalling when he was deceived by the clone, but it didn't matter anymore, it was enough to do something for him once. Help me do one more thing and I will let you leave. Otherwise, we will have a head-on confrontation. Afei said, pointing a finger deep inside. Get out of the way. The next moment Sasuke was in front of him, and the Chidori in his hand stabbed towards his stomach, and the next moment it went straight through. Sasuke was also stunned. This was his first time fighting with Afei, and he didn't expect it to be like this. It's useless for you to go to Konoha now. Konoha has just changed its Hokage, and he won't indulge you like he did before Tsunade. I have killed 3 Konoha shadows on the way here. Don't expect you to enter Konoha alive. Afei turned around and said to Sasuke. Advertisement. Changed Hokage. Who? Sasuke asked in confusion. It's that Yin Xiang. Ju came out from under the tree and said. Yin Xiang. So, who is that guy? How come he became Hokage after only being in Konoha for such a short time? Sasuke also said after hearing this. Now there is a chance for you to kill him. Afei turned around and said. What a chance. Because you captured 8 tails, and Akatsuki captured the 2 tails before, it seems that the Raikage was angry. He organized a 5-cage meeting, and the 5-cage will gather. Whether you intercept him halfway or break into the meeting directly, you have a chance to kill him. Where is the 5-cage summit held? I want to kill him directly at the 5-cage summit, said Sasuke. Then let me lead the way. After White Zetsu and Black Zetsu separated, White Zetsu said, and led them away directly in front. Is he okay? Black Zetsu said as he looked at Sasuke and the others receding backs. HMPH, let him try now and see if he can kill Yukong Yin Xiang at the risk of his life. If he fails to kill him, I will do it myself on the way back. Afei said with his Sharingan turning in his eyes. How should Yi Shen deal with it? Project Tsuki no Mi must be advanced. Hasn't Kisame already gone to the land of grass to intercept Nagato? Let's go there too. After Afei finished speaking, a wave of Uzumaki rolled up and the 2 of them disappeared here. On the other hand, in the land of iron, Scorpion had already received the letter about preparing for the 5-cage summit, which made Scorpion not know what to do for a moment. Why did this happen? He immediately contacted Yagami. Don't panic. With our current human puppets, they can't see through it. Just let Mifune preside over it normally. If it is a 5-cage summit, then my real body will go there as well. At this time, Yagami had already become a new clone with replaced memories. I really don't know how to do it. I've never done this before, said Scorpion. Just prepare a round table, prepare a seat for Mifune to host, and then mark the seats of the 5 major countries behind them, and then just watch them quarrel. Oh, and when they come, greet them a little, and then strengthen the guard and pretend, and don't worry about anything else. Advertisement. Okay, then I'll do it this way. Scorpion nodded and began to control Mifune to handle these matters. Just as Yin Xiang saw Kakashi off, someone knocked on the door again. Come in. Yin Xiang shouted to the outside, and after the door opened, Tsunade came in. Why are you knocking? Just come in. Yin Xiang put down the pen she had just picked up when she saw it was Tsunade. I'm afraid that Hinata might be here and disturb your good time. Tsunade said with a smile, and then sat on the sofa. Now I can relax, you have to work hard. Hey, you just became Hokage and you're in trouble. Take a look. Yin Xiang picked up Cloud Shinobi's letter and came to Tsunade and handed it to her. Tsunade was also surprised after reading it. She didn't expect that the Raikage would take the initiative to propose the 5-cage summit. Fortunately, I retreated quickly, otherwise this task would have fallen to me. Tsunade then laughed. I suspect you did it on purpose. Yin Xiang gently poked Tsunade's forehead. You came to see me, is there something wrong? Yeah, Tsunade nodded and put on a serious expression. It's about Kamisato's last name. You really don't know anything. I don't know. Yin Xiang shook his head. How could he know shit about this? She just made it up. It has never appeared in either anime or comics. How could she recognize this? I have been an orphan since I can remember. I have been wandering all the time. Apart from remembering my own name, I don't know anything else, said Yin Xiang. The last name Kamisato. You know Sage of 6 Paths, right? Tsunade said after thinking for a moment. I know. Yin Xiang nodded. It's the old man with the Rinnegan. Hundreds of years ago, the Kamisato clan was known as the only clan that could fight against the Otsutsuki clan, also known as the Sage of 6 Paths. They were very powerful and even developed many ninjutsu before the Sage of 6 Paths. Later, for some unknown reason, the clan mysteriously disappeared. These are secrets that only our Senju clan and Uchiha clan know. The Kamisato clan was also deliberately hidden in an attempt to make them disappear in history. This. Yin Xiang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after hearing this. There really is such a group. They look pretty awesome, but I'm really not one of them. I think it might be because my parents escaped from the tribe and stayed away from the group, that's why they survived. Yin Xiang had to make a perfect lie and said it with a stiff upper lip. Chapter 112 Hinata's Gift, Meeting the Old Father-in-Law. The Kamisato clan is said to have special abilities, but there is no record of what they are. Could it be that you can learn all the ninjutsu just by looking at it? Tsunade said to Yin Xiang. I really don't know. Yin Xiang shook her head. It's weird that it has anything to do with Kamisato. I'm a modifier. Well, no matter who wanted the Kamisato clan to disappear in history, since you are still alive today, it is possible that some of them are still alive today. You must not reveal your last name to avoid trouble. Tsunade nodded and said. Okay, don't worry, even if someone comes, I will still deal with him. Yin Xiang said with a smile. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. Tsunade nodded. She felt relieved as long as she had been told. Then she stood up and said goodbye to Yin Xiang. See you tonight. Yeah, Yin Xiang nodded. Before he married Hinata, he still lived in Tsunade's house, even though the two consultants had prepared a house for Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang returned to his seat and just picked up his pen to get ready for work when the door rang again. There are so many chores to do every day, Hokage. Come in. Yin Xiang put down his pen and shouted towards the door. The door slowly opened, and unexpectedly the person who walked in was Hinata. Good afternoon. Hinata walked into the office and said with her hands behind her back. Why are you here? Yin Xiang was also stunned when she saw it was Hinata. Congratulations on becoming Hokage. Hinata closed the door and came to Yin Xiang, taking out an exquisite flat box from behind. You are the first person to give me a gift. Yin Xiang never expected Hinata to behave like this. In her impression, Hinata is not such a person. By the way, regarding the matters of the main family and the branch house, I will go to see your father later today to talk to him. You don't think I gave you a gift for this, do you? Hinata looked a little unhappy after hearing this. Advertisement. No, I'm just telling you. Didn't I promise you before? Yin Xiang took the gift and smiled. What is this? Yin Xiang looked at the flat box in his hand, reached out to open it, and found a short sword inside. You gave me a kunai when we first met, and now I'm giving you a short sword so you can have a weapon for self-defense. Hinata said with a smile, not as shy as imagined, really like the feeling a wife has for her husband. Thank you. I will always carry it with me. Yin Xiang nodded and took out the short sword from the box. It made a swish sound when it was pulled out. It was a very sharp knife. Okay, I'm here to give you a gift, then I'll be leaving first. Hinata didn't use an affirmative tone at the end, but an inquiring tone, which meant that Hinata wanted to stay with Yin Xiang for a while longer. It's almost time for lunch. Let's go have lunch together. Will you wait for me for a moment? Yin Xiang said, pointing to the sofa. Yeah, okay. Hinata said after thinking for a while, then sat on the sofa and looked at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang could finally concentrate on her work for a while. The morning passed quickly. Hinata couldn't help but be fascinated by Yin Jiang's serious look. What Uzumaki Naruto? Who is Uzumaki Naruto? Yin Jiang's current status made it inconvenient for her to eat out, so she asked Quan to prepare lunch for her and Hinata. She also had to prepare a secretary, and she could just let the secretary do the chores just like Tsunade had told her to do before. The secretary had to be capable. Yin Xiang quickly found a good candidate, Shiri Hong. Shiri Hong was not doing any tasks now and was completely idle at home. It was just right for Hong to be the secretary, which was great. After the two of them had finished their meal, Yin Xiang sent Hinata away first, and then called over Shorahong. Shorahong was very obedient to Yin Xiang, so she was naturally willing to be Yin Jiang's secretary. It was not until about 8 o'clock in the evening that Yin Xiang finished dealing with some previously accumulated information and a bunch of things that he had just taken on, and came to the Hyuga clan's residence to meet Hyuga Hiashi. When Hyuga Hiashi heard that Yin Xiang was coming, he quickly arranged good tea and rushed to welcome Yin Xiang. Although he was his son-in-law, he was also the Hokage of Konoha. Hokage-sama, how come you have time to come here? Hyuga Hiashi greeted Yin Xiang. After all, they were the largest clan in Konoha and would not be servile. No, don't be so polite to me. Yin Xiang said hurriedly to Hiashi. This man was not only her father-in-law, but also a high-ranking official of Konoha. This time she came to control people's hearts and deal with the affairs of the main branch house. After meeting Hiashi, Yin Xiang still had to get to know the patriarchs of other clans. Advertisement. Just call me Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang said to Hiashi. I'm afraid it's inappropriate, Hiashi said hesitantly. It's okay, we are all family. Yin Xiang said softly to Hiashi. Ha, yes, come in and sit down, Yin Xiang. Hiashi smiled and nodded after hearing this, and took Yin Xiang into the room. The two of them sat cross-legged in front of the tea table and chatted for a while before Yin Xiang got to the point. Uncle Hiashi, in your opinion, which is more important, Konoha or the Hyuga clan? Yin Xiang looked at Hiashi and asked. Uchiha was stunned for a moment, but quickly replied. The Hyuga clan is indeed important, but compared to Konoha, it is nothing. We, the Hyuga clan, are always ready to sacrifice for Konoha, especially after you become the Hokage. If Konoha survives, the Hyuga survive, and if Konoha dies, the Hyuga die. Is that so? Yin Xiang nodded. Actually, I came here today to discuss an important matter with you, uncle. Tell me, I will help you as long as it is within my ability. Hyuga Hiashi nodded and said. I want the Hyuga clan's main family and branch houses to become one, so that there will be no distinction between the main family and branch houses. Yin Xiang said straight to the point. This. Hyuga Hiyashi was also stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that Yin Xiang was going to talk about this. Faintly, Naruto's figure appeared in Hiyashi's mind, and the words he said when Chunin defeated Neji in the exam. From then on, his view of the branch house has actually changed. However, Hiyashi also has some difficulties with the fact that there is no distinction between the main house and the branch house. I'm afraid that won't work. The branch house's duty is to protect the main family's bloodline and the Byakugan's bloodline limit. That's why we have Caged Bird. Even if other people's Byakugan are taken away, it won't help. But if the Hyuga clan comes into contact with Caged Bird, it's very likely that they will end up like the Uchiha clan. Hiyashi looked into Yin Xiang's eyes and said, Chapter 113. Visit various races, Departure, 5 Cage Summit. Speaking of the Uchiha clan, indeed, everyone was dead, and all those with Sharingan had their eyes removed. The only 3 members of the Hyuga clan who truly possess perfect Byakugan are Hyuga Hiyashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi, and they are the only 3 who belong to the main house, and they must choose between 2 daughters to be the true main house, and the other one, the branch house. It will be like Hyuga Hiyashi and his younger brother Hyuga Hazashi. The existence of Caged Bird means that even if the Hyuga clan is wiped out one day, or if someone from the Hyuga clan's branch house is captured and has their eyes gouged out, it won't be a perfect roll of the eyes. At the same time, Caged Bird can also be used to control everyone in the branch house to ensure that there is no internal strife within the tribe. However, the reason why the Hyuga tribe had a rift was also because of this Caged Bird. Don't worry, I won't let that happen to the Hyuga clan. Yin Xiang said to Hyuga Hiyashi, but from his expression, he didn't believe it. After all, he had only heard about some things about Yin Xiang and had never seen with his own eyes how strong Yin Xiang was. Now that he said this, it was normal for Hiyashi not to believe it. This is too dangerous. Moreover, once the Caged Bird is released, the branch houses that have always been resentful of the main family may want to directly replace it, causing civil strife. By then, not only the Hyuga clan, but Konoha will also fall into chaos, Hiyashi said to Yin Xiang. As long as I'm alive, I won't allow any internal strife in the Hyuga family, Yin Xiang said firmly. If you insist, then you have to defeat me first. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up, intending to test Yin Xiang's skills. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded, then stood up. The two of them walked into the yard together, facing each other at a distance of 3 meters. If you are strong enough, I will consider your proposal. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Yin Xiang and said. Advertisement, yeah. Yin Xiang also nodded. 8 trigrams air palm. The next moment Hyuga Hiyashi made a direct move, and an airwave hit Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang simply raised his hand to block the 8 trigrams air palm. What? Hyuga Hiyashi was also surprised. Even if 8 trigrams air palm was not a very powerful gentle fist ninjutsu, its power was much stronger than ordinary kunai. How could it be taken on so easily? 8 trigrams. 136 palms. Hiyashi held back after all, otherwise he would have directly used 361 palms. He was really afraid of beating Yin Xiang to death. Yin Xiang just stood there, allowing Hiyashi's fingers and palms to attack her body. After Hiyashi's attack ended, Yin Xiang was completely unharmed. This defense is too outrageous. Hiyashi frowned as he looked at Yin Xiang. His Byakugan, which had already been opened, was observing Yin Xiang. There was no chakra flowing in his body at all, which meant that he really blocked the attack purely by relying on his physical strength. How is it? It's okay, right? Yin Xiang was still standing there looking at Hiyashi with a smug smile. He hadn't moved a step from the beginning to now. It was naturally impossible for her to fight with her father-in-law, so she decided to show her defensive ability. It seems that there is no need for me to hold back. Hiyashi also smiled and said, and then 2 blue chakras similar to lion heads appeared in his hands. Soft step. Double lion fist, 8 trigrams. 361 palms. He used the double lion fist to increase the power of the attack and used 361 palms. Hiyashi believed that the opponent's defense would be broken by him under such an offensive. However, the moment Hiyashi rushed in front of Yin Xiang and threw the first palm, Yin Xiang's figure disappeared. He punched the ground and a big hole appeared. He immediately turned around to continue attacking, but Yin Xiang grabbed his hands and directly neutralized his attack. Hiyashi tried to pull his hands away, but Yin Xiang was too strong and he couldn't pull his hands away. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yin Xiang opened his mouth and flames appeared in his mouth, but he didn't spray it out, otherwise he would have roasted his father-in-law directly. In that case, I win. Yin Xiang took back the great fireball, let go of Hiyashi's hands and smiled. Advertisement, I didn't expect that the use of ninjutsu does not require hand seals. Flying Thunder God has mastered it very skillfully. As an older generation ninja of Konoha, Hiyashi naturally knew what ninjutsu Yin Xiang used to disappear in front of him just now, and he was able to see through his double lion fist and 8 trigrams palms at a glance and interrupted them immediately. That's amazing. Hiyashi finally nodded and said, looking at Yin Xiang in front of him with emotion. In fact, deep down in his heart, he also wanted to integrate the branch house and the main family together, but when he thought about the future when the Hyuga family would be looked down upon by outsiders, he still had lingering fears. Now, with Yin Xiang as a guarantor, it is finally possible. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. As for the matters concerning the branch house and the main family, we will start arranging them after I return from the 5 Cage meeting. Yin Xiang said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back, Hiyashi nodded and said. That's great, Yin Xiang. At the end of the corridor, Hinata poked her head out and looked over here, thinking to herself that she had been here since the battle began, and she was worried that Yin Xiang would be in danger. Now it seems that she underestimated Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang then bid farewell to Hyuga Hiyashi and went to meet the major clans of Konoha, including the Nara clan, the Akamichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan, and other clans, and had friendly negotiations with them. Nara Shikamaru also told Yin Xiang that the Nara clan has always assisted successive Hokage, and the current Shikamaru is not mature yet, so he will continue to assist Yin Xiang. After dealing with all this, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Yin Xiang dragged his tired body back to Tsunade's house. In the pitch-black alley, a dozen shadow members quietly followed behind Yin Xiang to protect his safety. When Yin Xiang returned home, Tsunade seemed to have given up and fell asleep on the sofa. The sexy outfit under her nightgown was faintly visible, and she looked very expectant. Yin Xiang also pounced on her and woke Tsunade up. Tsunade opened her eyes and saw that it was Yin Xiang and began to cooperate. The two spent a wonderful night in the living room. The next day, after eating, Yin Xiang packed up her equipment, put on a black kimono as a coat, and wore a black loose-fitting outfit underneath. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to the modern world. When Yin Xiang arrived at the gate of Konoha, Might Guy and Neji were already waiting there. In addition to them, the ninjas of Konoha also came to see Yin Xiang off. After all, she was going to attend the 5 Cage summit, and everyone hoped that Yin Xiang could return safely. Everyone go back, I will be back safely. Yin Xiang waved and shouted to everyone, then slowly turned and left their sight. Chapter 114 The 5 Cage talks begin. Please give me a thumbs up. When Yin Xiang and others arrived at the Iron Kingdom, it was snowing there. The three of them took out their black cloaks and put them on, putting on hoods. At this time, Naruto stood in front of Raikage, trying to stop Raikage and make Raikage withdraw the order to hunt down Sasuke. Although Yin Xiang did not say that he would send ninjas to hunt down Sasuke, Raikage had already made it known that Yin Xiang went there this time to have a good talk with Raikage. Naruto, who was unaware of all this, together with Kakashi and Yamato, blocked Raikage's way halfway on the way to the venue in a rainstorm. If Yin Xiang knew Naruto would do such a thing, he would have explained it clearly to Kakashi and the others. The final result was of course no. The Raikage decisively refused and told Naruto that the whole world would start hunting down Sasuke. Sorry for waiting for a long time. Yin Xiang and the other two entered the venue, which was full of warriors in armor. The warrior said to Yin Xiang, and Yin Xiang nodded. Led by the warrior, the three entered the venue, which was a semicircular table with the first letter of their country hung behind each seat. Yin Xiang's position was in the middle. After entering the venue, Guy and Neji were behind the curtain. It was really interesting to travel with Guy. I wouldn't feel lonely as usual. Please put the Shadow's hat in front. Mifune said to the crowd. The 5 shadows took off their hats and placed them on the table, and then the lights in the venue were turned on. Who are you? I looked at Yin Xiang and said, Ah, isn't this the handsome boy who followed Tsunade at that time? I've been waiting for you for a long time but you didn't come to see me. Terumi Mei looked at Yin Xiang and licked the corner of his mouth. There have been too many things going on recently and he hasn't had time to go to Mist Shinobi to see his lil wife Terumi Mei, who looks very lonely waiting. See you tonight. Yin Xiang also leaned close to Terumi Mei's ear and whispered. Okay. Terumi Mei gently licked Yin Xiang's earlobe, not caring whether there were other people around. This made Yin Xiang want to kill Terumi Mei on the spot, but the current situation was really not appropriate. Advertisement, ahem. In response to the call from Lord Raikage, the 5 Cage have gathered today. I am Mifune, the one in charge. The 5 Cage talks will now begin. Mifune, who was controlled by Scorpion, said to the 5 Cage. I'll speak first, and you guys listen to me. Gaara spoke first, supporting his chin with both hands. The 5 Cage have really changed a lot. The two of you have become Cage at such a young age. You are really young and promising. Onoki interrupted Gaara and said to Gaara and Yin Xiang, Mr. Cage, it seems that your father has educated you well. It's a pity that you have no manners. Yes, that's why I'm sitting here as the Cage, Gaara said, glancing at Onoki. Ha 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 ha, what an arrogant guy. Onoki said with a laugh, not hiding his disdain for the young Cage at all. Tsuchikage-sama, please stop interrupting. Cage-sama, please continue. Mizuka's Terumi Mei said to Onoki, then looked at Gaara. I was originally a Jinchuriki. I was once detained by the Akatsuki and nearly died. That's why I believe that the Akatsuki's existence is very dangerous. I made requests to the 5 Cage many times, but they were all ignored, except for the former Hokage and the current Hokage. Speaking of which, it was too late to plan to join forces after all the Jinchuriki from each country were taken away. Gaara said, looking at the crowd. It's a great shame that the 5 major ninja villages are unable to set an example for other countries after their Jinchuriki were taken away. It's usually common sense to take them back secretly. It's impossible for them to seek help from other countries after they have just been taken away. Onoki sneered. Etiquette, prestige, and pedantic ideas raised when bored, Gaara said to Onoki. The two of them could be said to dislike each other. Let's not talk about whether this is pedantic or not. As Mizukage, I admit that we are indeed too passive. But even if the tailed beast is taken away, it cannot be immediately regarded as a threat. Controlling the tailed beast requires skills, knowledge, and time. The Jinchuriki need to grow with the tailed beasts and adapt to each other, but even so it is still difficult to control them. You're talking too much, aren't you, Kazekage-sama? Onoki asked, looking at Gaara. Advertisement. The only ones who can fully control the tailed beasts are Uchiha Madara, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, 4th Mizukage Yugura, and Raikage's younger brother Killer Bee, and Yin Xiang started speaking, and just as Yin Xiang was about to continue, Raikage suddenly went berserk. He punched the table. Stop talking nonsense here. I smashed the table in front of him with a punch. All the guards jumped out at this moment, including Neji and Guy. Neji's eyes were already open, staring straight at Ching behind Terumi. Hey, that guy. Hey, Mifune sighed, please be careful about your manners. Back off, Guy, Neji. Yin Xiang said to Guy and Neji. Upon hearing this, the two immediately returned to the high ground and continued to hide. The other four shadows also shouted for their guards to retreat. If a fight broke out, Guy would kick them all to pieces. Let's continue the discussion, Mifune said after the guards left. Konoha, Iwaki, Sand, and Mist, Akatsuki was formed by the rebellious ninjas in your village. Not only that, I also found out that some of you, including the former village chief, have used Akatsuki, I said, looking at the 4 cages. Used? Gaara raised his head when he heard this and looked at Ai in surprise. I don't trust you, and I don't want to negotiate with you, but the reason I summoned the 5 cage here is to hold you accountable. What's the matter with having been used before? This is where Gaara's focus is now. As the cage, you weren't told? Go ask the old guys in the village yourself. You used Akatsuki in the previous war. I pointed at Gaara and said. Nowadays, major countries have settled down and shifted from arms expansion to arms reduction. Because the tension between countries has eased, there is no threat of war. For the country, the ninja village that controls the military power has become a heavy financial burden. Having said that, there are certain risks in arbitrarily reducing the size of the ninja village. Once a war breaks out, it will also be a problem to rely solely on ninjas who have no actual combat experience. In that case, they will be defeated, said Onoki. Yin Xiang slammed the table and yelled, Brothers, it's Yang. I may be a little out of shape these days, please understand. Chapter 115. Sasuke raids the 5 cage summit. Yin Xiang looked at Onoki and complained in his heart, wondering if people talk too much when they get older. The 3rd generation old man talked just as much as Onoki. One of the ways to avoid the risk is to hire the combat mercenary group Akatsuki. Gaara also figured out why the former Kage hired Akatsuki. It takes effort and money to train excellent ninjas in your own village. Akatsuki, who make their living from war, is a first-line expert group. We can let them take on the war at a low price, and it can also bring the most satisfactory results. Don't just say nice things. Tsuchikage, the Sand Shinobi, used Akatsuki to destroy Konoha, that is Orochimaru. At that time, it was still unclear whether he had left Akatsuki, but because of him, your father, 4th Kage, and 3rd Hokage Hiruzen both lost their lives. I shouted to Onoki, and then looked at Gaara and Yin Xiang. It is very likely that someone was behind this. The most suspicious person is Mist Shinobi. You Mist Shinobi don't engage in diplomacy. Rumor has it that you are the birthplace of Akatsuki. I looked at Terumi Mei and said. Terumi Mei lowered her head in silence for a while, then raised her head. In that case, I will tell you the truth. We suspect that the previous one, the 4th Mizukage Yugura, was manipulated by someone, most likely Akatsuki, so we don't want to make a big deal. They are all the same kind of people, I said to Terumi Mei after hearing this. Watch your words, Raikage. To be honest, in this era of armament reduction, it's all your fault that you are seeking power and collecting ninjutsu at all costs. In order to compete with us, we have no choice but to hire Akatsuki. Onoki looked at Ai and said. What did you say? I stood up when he heard Onoki's words, but Onoki snorted coldly. I know the most about Akatsuki, so you should listen to what I say first. Yin Xiang looked at everyone and said, the leader of Akatsuki was originally a man named Yahiko. He was one of the Sannin in our village and a disciple of Jiraiya. Together with him were Nagato and Konan, who possessed the Rinnegan. During the 3rd World War, Jiraiya took pity on them and taught them ninjutsu, especially Nagato's method of controlling the Rinnegan, so that he could use this power to get on the right path. After Jiraiya left them, Yahiko founded the Akatsuki organization with the goal of stopping the war in the Rain Country and returning peace to the Rain Country. At that time, Akatsuki was not as powerful as it is now. It was just an ordinary ninja organization. However, Danzo, the leader of the Tone tribe of our village, found that this organization was gradually becoming a threat, so he joined forces with the leader of the Rain Shinobi village at that time, Hanzo of the Salamander, and killed Yahiko of the Akatsuki organization. Originally Danzo was going to kill Nagato and Konan, but Nagato used the power of Rinnegan and fought his way out. I don't think I need to explain to you what Rinnegan is, right? After that, they were used by others to create the current Akatsuki. Yin Xiang said to them. You mean, there is another person behind this organization who controls it? I looked at Yin Xiang and said. Advertisement, yes, it's a masked member of the Akatsuki organization, said to be Uchiha Madara. What? Everyone was startled when they heard Uchiha Madara's name. How is that possible? Didn't he die decades ago? Onoki looked at Yin Xiang and said, if Madara was still alive now, wouldn't he be older than himself? Are you sure? I stared at Yin Xiang with wide eyes. The name Uchiha Madara shocked almost all of them. This is what is called a person's name is like the shadow of a tree. You all don't believe that he could live to this day. Do you think it could be him? Is he senile and confused? Yin Xiang said with a slight smile, which was a naked mockery in Ai's eyes. You kid, I said to Yin Xiang while gritting his teeth. Calm down first and listen to me. Yin Xiang smiled. She was very happy that the Raikage was so angry, since the news that it was Uchiha Madara spread, it proved that someone was deliberately spreading it. Uchiha Madara couldn't be alive until now, so someone was doing evil in the name of Uchiha Madara. Is that so? Terumi Mei lowered her head in thought, and when she said this, the 5 Kage also fell silent. There is one more thing. You all know it. The Akatsuki organization was merged into the Kage organization. At that time, Yashin fought with you in front of the human head tree. You all will not forget it, right? Of course not. It's just that we don't know who from Akatsuki has joined the Kage, and whether it's all of them. If the opponent is really that Yagami, we really should think about a countermeasure, Gaara said. Hello. In the center of the round table, green branches and leaves spread out, and a man in white appeared inside, shouting to everyone. Everyone's guards immediately rushed out and stood in front of their own shadow. One after another, I said dissatisfiedly to White Zetsu. It's from Akatsuki. Terumi Mei looked at Zetsu and said. Yes. Onoki also nodded. Advertisement, Uchiha Sasuke is here. Guess where he is? White Zetsu shouted to everyone. What did you say? I was very excited after hearing it. Sasuke. Gaara frowned. Everyone, come together and find Sasuke, White Zetsu shouted to the ceiling. I instantly appeared in front of White Zetsu and grabbed White Zetsu's neck. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Answer me properly. This guy is very agile, White Zetsu said in his mind when he saw Ai's speed. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being rude. I grabbed White Zetsu's neck even harder and shouted. I really can't do anything with you, so I'll give you a little hint. Judui, I said. Before he could say anything, I broke Ju's neck. I was also an impatient person and wouldn't say much to you. Since you are unwilling to tell me the exact location, then you can just die. Let's start. I turned around and said to the guards behind him. Yes. Shie responded quickly, then made seals with his hands, apparently a perceptive ninja. No matter what, there's no need to kill him. If we catch him and interrogate him properly, we might be able to get information about Akatsuki. Terumi Mei looked at Ai and said. Akatsuki members won't reveal secrets. They're all stubborn people. Gaara turned around and said to Terumi Mei. Okazuki, Rikaku, quickly give the orders to track down Sasuke and enter the second combat stance. Mifune, who was controlled by Scorpion, also pretended to say to the 2 people beside him. Yes. They both shouted. Lord Leiyu. She had already sensed Sasuke's location and shouted to Ai. Let's go. Ai smashed the wall with one punch and walked out. Chapter 116 Do you want to live or die? I'm so sorry about the table and the wall. A dark-looking ninja said to Mifune. He was the future Raikage Darui. Hey, Darui, don't worry about it, just go, she said to Darui and then ran out. What a rude fellow. Cloud Shinobi's troublemaker is still the same even after becoming a 5 Kage, Onoki said, looking at the large hole in the wall. Shall we go? Neji turned around and said to Yin Xiang, it's right down here. At this time, Sasuke was already fighting with the samurai below. The samurai were naturally no match for him, and anyone who got close to him was killed. Yin Xiang never expected that Sasuke would be so brave to come here. Needless to say, his purpose was definitely himself. Facing someone he had never met before, Sasuke was very confident. Let's go. Yin Xiang stood up and the other 2 ran out. Halfway through, they saw a hole on the ground, which was probably caused by the Raikage. There are 6 people fighting down there, including Sasuke and the Raikage's chakra, Neji said, looking down into the pit, and then the 3 of them jumped down from the pit together. After coming down, Ai and Darui smashed towards Sasuke and Jugo. Jugo blocked Darui's attack, and Suigetsu jumped down and blocked Ai's attack with a beheading sword, but Suigetsu's beheading sword was also broken by Ai. Inside the venue, Gaara and Onoki started arguing. It turned out that the 2 of them disliked each other. The argument didn't make anyone clear, so Gaara and the other 2 decided to follow Yin Xiang and ran out of the venue. Jugo now also became his perfect form and laughed at Darui, I'm going to kill you. Compared to his appearance, his personality has changed a lot. Darui looked at Shigeo and said. Be careful, that guy has very powerful chakra. A sensory ninja, shouted behind Darui. Advertisement. His desire to kill is completely exposed. That guy Jugo, he knows that we are his companions, right? Suigetsu said to Sasuke while looking at Jugo's back. Then who should we start with? Shigeo shouted at Ai and others. Don't be so complacent. Ai rushed out at an extremely fast speed and punched Jugo, knocking him into the wall and causing him to faint. Shuei seized the opportunity and rushed towards Shi, ready to chop off Zai's head with a knife.
Darui appeared behind she and blocked Shueyu's knife. She also quickly moved to another position. This weapon is pretty good. Shueyu and Darui were in a stalemate, and Shueyu said to Darui. Darui's weapon was also a big knife, very similar to the beheading knife.
Don't think that if yours breaks, I will give you mine, Darui said to Shuei. Let's take care of one first. I pulled his fist away from Jugo and looked back at Sasuke. Just as I was about to charge at Sasuke, a lot of things similar to gunholes suddenly grew out of Jugo's body, emitting yellow chakra light and attacking Ai at zero range. Ai's reaction speed is of course not to be underestimated. He has already used lightning style to stimulate the cells out of the attack range.
Boom. The powerful explosion began to spread from where Jugo was, causing a storm. Sasuke took advantage of this opportunity to use Sharingan's illusion to lock Shi, trapping him in an illusion and causing him to faint. Kill him. Kill him. Who's next? Shigeo walked out of the wall and shouted. His arms were pierced and there was a hole in his chest, but he seemed to feel no pain.
Boom. The next moment, I, wrapped in lightning style, appeared, knocked Shogo over with one punch, and smashed Shogo into the wall.
Your target is me, Sasuke. Yin Xiang walked in front of Sasuke and looked at him. What does it have to do with you? I turned around and looked at Yin Xiang and said. Advertisement. Of course the only person here who can make Sasuke hate me is me, who has been the root leader and the Hokage. Yin Xiang glanced at I and said. I was stunned for a moment and put away his lightning style. Then I'll leave it to you to execute him personally. Kill him in front of me. I said to Yin Xiang. At this time, on Naruto's side, Afei was telling Naruto and others about the story of the Ashura brothers. Naruto and Sasuke were the next pair chosen by fate. The fate of Uchiha was revenge. Sasuke bore all the hatred of the Uchiha clan and wanted to blast the curse of hatred into this world. The strongest weapon, friend, strength, was hatred, and that was Sasuke's ninja way.
You are the Hokage of Konoha, Yin Xiang Yuzura. Sasuke's Sharingan turned in his eyes and directly turned into Mangekyo. It seems that although he dared to break into the 5-cage summit, he was not brave enough to underestimate the enemy. Yeah, are you here to kill me, Sasuke? You're really getting carried away. Yin Xiang curled her lips and said to Sasuke. Chidori. Sasuke attacked Yin Xiang without saying a word. A Chidori came towards Yin Xiang quickly. Yin Xiang did not dodge at all. Instead, she stood in place and grabbed the extended Chidori. A Chidori also appeared in Yin Xiang's hand. Is that so, Chidori spear? Yin Xiang also used Chidori spear directly. Yin Xiang's Chidori spear directly stabbed over Sasuke's Chidori spear. Everyone could only see that the Chidori spear in Sasuke's hand became more powerful, but it was not clear that it was Yin Xiang's Chidori spear. Ah, Sasuke felt the pain in his hand the next moment, and let out a wail. He quickly let go of his hand and dispersed his Chidori spear, but Yin Xiang's Chidori spear was still chasing him, and it went straight towards Sasuke's neck. How could Sasuke not know the power of this move, and quickly jumped away from the spot? After escaping from the attack range of the Chidori sharp spear, Sasuke also looked at his palm, which had been blackened by electricity. I was right next to Yin Xiang, and he clearly heard Yin Xiang say, is that so? Then he used the same ninjutsu as Sasuke. Isn't this the ability of that Yagami? How could this guy also do this? I am your only hope to fight against Yagami. Except for the bloodline limit, I can learn all the ninjutsu just by looking at it. Yin Xiang turned to Ai and said. HMPH, no wonder Konoha let a kid like you become the Hokage. Ai nodded in understanding, clasping his arms together. At this time, he had not yet turned into the one-armed Raikage. Chidori. Sasuke rushed towards Yin Xiang again, while Yin Xiang stood still, chatting with the Raikage calmly. Do you want to live or die? HMPH, that kind of thing doesn't matter. I snorted coldly. I understand. The next moment, Yin Xiang raised her foot high and kicked Sasuke, who rushed in front of her, directly into the ground. One could almost hear the sound of bones crushing. Chapter 117 Amaterasu. This ninjutsu is not even scary to dogs. I wrote this with a fever tickets. Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke's attack was not only seen through, but also had a broken bone, Xiangling quickly jumped down to heal Sasuke. Yin Xiang did not pursue him. After all, he did not want to kill Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke blocked it with Susanoo. Samurai, please retreat. This is a ninja battle. You don't have to sacrifice for it. At this time, Gaara also came and said to the samurai. Thank you, Lord Kage. The warriors also looked at the Kage with gratitude. Although their expressions could not be seen under their iron masks, they still retreated happily. I have something to say to Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara said looking at Yin Xiang, who nodded. The look in your eyes is still the same as before. Gaara crossed his arms and said to Sasuke below, taking revenge as food will not solve any problems. I have experienced all of this, it's not too late for you now. Don't be consumed by hatred and lock yourself in a lonely world. You will never come back. The Gaara of the past is now teaching Sasuke a lesson. So, even if I go back, what's there? Sasuke said, looking at Gaara. Gaara stopped talking. If you can convince him then Naruto won't fail, he is different from you. Kankuro said looking at Gaara. And the Raikage and those hurt by Akatsuki will not let him go. He has been wanted internationally since the attack on the 5-cage summit. He has no future anyway, Temari also said beside Gaara. I don't know if it was Yin Xiang's illusion, but I always felt that Temari looked much better than last time, and indeed had more flavor. Yin Xiang also remembered what she had not finished saying to Temari. When they were in front of the human head tree, Temari asked her who she was, but she didn't tell her at that time. She just said that they would talk about it later. It was not easy to come here and meet Temari and Terumi Mei, so how could she miss this opportunity? Yin Xiang directly changed Temari's favorability towards her to 100%. In this way, tonight would surely be another happy and wonderful night. Kankuro is right. Yin Xiang smiled and said, even Naruto's mouth-to-mouth was ineffective against Sasuke, let alone Gaara. Indra's reincarnations all came with earplugs, and Ashura's reincarnation even had a loudspeaker that was useless. Seeing Yin Xiang talking, Temari's face turned red for some reason and she kept looking at Yin Xiang secretly. Advertisement, Sasuke, you are very similar to me. You have always walked in the darkness of this world, so even the faint light should be able to shine into your eyes. It was the case in the past and it is the case now. Gaara continued while looking at Sasuke. I have already closed my eyes. My goal is only to exist in the darkness, Sasuke said contemptuously, looking at Gaara. I really can't stand it anymore. Back off, Gaara. Yin Xiang stood in front of Gaara and looked at Sasuke. The Raikage has issued a kill order for you. I think it's better for you to die in my hands than in the hands of others. You come and try it, Sasuke said, staring at Yin Xiang with his eyes. Okay. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot, appeared in front of Sasuke, and punched Sasuke. So fast, faster than Raikage. She, who had just emerged from the illusion, shouted as he looked at Yin Xiang's figure that appeared in an instant. It's even faster than the intelligence reported. Darui became excited after seeing Yin Xiang's speed. He didn't expect that there was someone in this world who was faster than Raikage. Sasuke immediately used the initial form of Susanoo to defend himself, but was directly shattered by Yin Xiang's incredible punch. Sasuke was knocked out, and after rolling on the ground, he half knelt on the ground, looking at Yin Xiang, his pupils trembling slightly. Susanoo. Sasuke immediately used his best trick and wrapped himself with the first form of Susanoo. The next moment, Yin Xiang used Swift Style to instantly appear in front of Sasuke, and knocked Sasuke out with one punch. At the same time, he attached dozens of Flying Thunder God to his shoulders, and the Susanoo skeleton on his body was also smashed into pieces by Yin Xiang. This kind of oppressive feeling. I haven't felt this kind of oppressive feeling for a long time. Sasuke hit the wall, using the Kusanagi sword to support his body and thought to himself. The next moment, he directly transformed his Susanoo into a third-level Susanoo. This was the limit of what he could do now. Flame control. Sasuke's Susanoo drew the bow and shot an arrow wrapped in black flames at Yin Xiang, but the next moment Yin Xiang used Flying Thunder God to directly come to Sasuke's shoulder and stood directly on his shoulder. Now the huge Susanoo could not be dealt with. Flame control. Sasuke wrapped black flames around his body and transformed them into spikes, piercing Yin Xiang's stomach. Die? Sasuke said as he looked at Yin Xiang, who was pierced. Advertisement. If you keep using your eyes like this, you'll be blind in a few days. Yin Xiang appeared in front of Sasuke, and the Yin Xiang on his shoulder slowly disappeared. The Uchiha clan can't even distinguish between illusions and reality? Damn it. Sasuke immediately controlled Susanoo and punched Yin Xiang. This time he was sure that the opponent was the real person and not an illusion. Bang. Susanoo punched down, and the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Everyone looked at Yin Xiang, only to find that Yin Xiang raised Susanoo's fist with one hand. You're so awesome. Terumi Mei also ran out of the venue, her eyes shining as she watched Yin Xiang fighting below. He was worthy of being the man she liked. I have to admit that the guy is quite capable. Ai looked at Yin Xiang and said. I didn't expect you to praise someone. Onoki sneered and said, don't forget, that's our enemy. That's my ally. Gaara said with pride. What? Sasuke was at a loss when he saw Yin Xiang actually took Susanoo's full-strength punch with his bare hands. Could the power gap between them be so huge? Do you have any other ninjutsu? Feel free to use them. Yin Xiang exerted a little force in her hand and directly threw Sasuke's Susanoo's arm away. This sounds familiar. Sasuke thought to himself after hearing it, and then stared at Yin Xiang with the Sharingan, Amaterasu. The black flames instantly burned on Yin Xiang's body. Seeing this, Sasuke also laughed. This is a ninjutsu that is absolutely impossible to dodge. You will be turned into ashes, ha 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 ha. Body replacement technique of the Great Snake. Yin Xiang was hit by Sasuke's Amaterasu by accident, but the next moment he used the body replacement technique of the Great Snake to completely avoid the damage of Amaterasu. Amaterasu? Even dogs are afraid of this ninjutsu. Yin Xiang laughed. Chapter 118 Project Tsuki no Mi. Using Susanoo must hurt every cell in your body. Yin Xiang said to Sasuke, looking at the expression on his face. Just as Yin Xiang was about to continue attacking, something white suddenly grew on her body. Not only Yin Xiang, but everyone present had this thing growing on their bodies, and then they turned into white Zetsu. What? This is. Terumi Mei immediately used the Misty technique on her shoulder to blow away the white Zetsu on her body. Everyone also used their own methods to dispel the white Zetsu on their bodies. This is the Spore technique of white Zetsu, which can absorb chakra. Another white zetsu extended to Sasuke's side, wrapped around Sasuke, and restored Sasuke's chakra. Dust release. Origin separation technique. After Onoki dispelled the white zetsu on his body, he rushed directly in front of Sasuke and used the origin separation technique. Sasuke's chakra disappeared in an instant. Hey, old man Onoki. Yin Xiang didn't expect that Onoki would suddenly attack, and Sasuke's chakra disappeared in an instant. Tsuchikage. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? I shouted at Onoki. I turned him to ashes. Onoki said to I. What did you say? That's my job, how can you? Why F2F? You still have a chance. Don't make such a scene, Rakage. Just then, Fei appeared with an unconscious Sasuke on his shoulders. My name is Uchiha Madara. I have something to tell you. After you understand, I have something to ask you. What? I looked at Fei angrily and still said this. My purpose is about Project Tsuki no Mi. Fei said to Yin Xiang and others. Lightning style, wind style. Yin Xiang drew a kunai in his hand and threw it at Fei's shoulder, who was carrying Sasuke. Fei's pupils suddenly shrank, but the kunai still pierced Fei's shoulder. It was too fast to be blocked. When Fei carries Sasuke, the body needs to materialize. Advertisement, boom. I punched Fei at an extremely fast speed, but Fei was still able to react. Fei took Sasuke to hollow in time and avoided Ai's attack. I punched the wall, and Fei also took Sasuke back to the Kamui space so that it would be more convenient for him. Regarding the certain plan, it's definitely not a good thing. Hand over Sasuke, I said behind Fei. What are you talking about, Uchiha Madara? Madara's ability is not just to hollow himself. He has to act more realistically. Yin Xiang said to Fei. Calm down first, Hokage, Rakage, there's no harm in listening. Onoki said to Yin Xiang and I while floating in the air. At this time, Fei jumped behind Xiangling and put Xiangling into the Kamui space. Treat Sasuke well. Fei said to Xiangling, then stood on a high platform. So are you all willing to listen? Fei ignored Yin Zhang's question because he couldn't answer it, but he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. How did Yin Xiang know Madara's ability? Why did you want to tame Sasuke? Gaara said, looking at Fei. Sharingan that can open eyes to Susanoo is very rare, so of course we have to manage the inventory of good eyes. Fei blocked the bleeding wound on his shoulder with his hand and said, I want him to train his eye power in actual combat with the 5 Kage. I was the one who sent Sasuke here. I wanted him to weaken the 5 Kage and take them hostage, but it seems that it is too much to ask. Why do you want to take hostages? Terumi Mei asked Fei. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the project Tsuki no Mi mentioned earlier. Fei looked at Terumi Mei and answered. What are your intentions? What exactly is Project Tsuki no Mi? Onoki said to Fei. I want to talk slowly, so I'll sit down first, Fei said, and sat on the stage. I'm asking you a question. Kankuro looked at his attitude and shouted at him in dissatisfaction. Everything is for the purpose of becoming one with me. Fei held up a finger, the complete body that unifies everything. Merge into one, unify everything. What's going on? Onoki shouted at Fei. There is another Uchiha stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is still underground in Konoha. I think Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi both know this. There are secrets written by the Sage of 6 Paths on it. If you don't have the power of the eyes, you can't even decipher it. Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, the content that can be deciphered will increase in sequence. Advertisement, your words are becoming more and more bizarre, Sage of 6 Paths and so on, Onoki said to Fei. This is true, he existed and left behind a stone tablet. Fei looked at Onoki and said. That's off topic. What does your plan have to do with Sage of 6 Paths? I said to Fei. Do you know why he became a legend and was worshipped as the god of ninja? This is the relationship between my purpose and this man. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Akatsuki also has the Rinnegan, so you should know everything, Terumi Mei said. Tell me about it. Onoki also said. He once saved the world from some monster. Monster. Gaara also reacted when he heard the word monster. Gaara, you were only a part of the sealed monster before. It was the combination of all the tailed beasts, the one with the strongest chakra, 10 tails. Everyone had never heard of 10 tails, but when they heard the word 10 tails, they reacted and their eyes widened. Aren't there only 9 tails at most among the tailed beasts? Tamari shouted excitedly. As I said, it's a collection of all the tailed beasts. Shukaku, Gaara's tailed beast, 1 tail. The 2 tails of the flame monster cat Kumokage's 2 tails. The 3 tails of the previous Mizukage. The 4 tails of Lava Style's old Murasaki. The 5 tails of Rock Shinobi's Fen. The 6 tails of the defected ninja Yugao. The 7 tails of Takainen's Fu. The 8 tails of the Rakage's brother Killer Bee. And the 9 tails of Konoha's demon fox. The tailed beasts from 1 tail to 9 tails are just the products of the dispersion of 10 tails chakra. They all come from the hands of the Sage of 6 Paths. Fei looked at Yin Xiang and said, there are too many mysteries about this person. He always felt that the information he had collected was enough to understand him, but now, he couldn't see through him. The direction of the topic is annoying. That's why Akatsuki wants to collect the tailed beasts. Kankuro said while looking at Fei. In order to protect the world from 10 tails, the Sage of 6 Paths developed a certain ninjutsu. And now this ninjutsu is still secretly inherited, the Jinchuriki sealing system. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths is the Jinchuriki of 10 tails. In order to suppress 10 tails, they sealed 10 tails in their bodies. They saved people from the pain caused by 10 tails and were worshipped as gods by people. However, the 10 tails chakra is too powerful and evil. After his death, it will definitely be unsealed and come out to cause trouble again. Chapter 119 Obito. Let's fight the Kage organization together. Out of fear, the Sage of Six Paths used their last strength before dying to split 10 tails chakra into 9 parts and scatter them around the world. 10 tails body, which lost his chakra, was sealed and sent to the sky beyond his reach, which is the moon. This is just a half-true, half-false story made up by Black Zetsu that Afe learned about. In fact, the person sealed is Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the moon is also the planetary devastation of 2 brothers from the Sage of Six Paths. Afe doesn't know all this. Black Zetsu took advantage of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara took advantage of Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito took advantage of Uzumaki Nagado's Akatsuki organization, which led to the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya. It has to be said that Black Zetsu is really a good screenwriter and director. This topic is too grand. Can humans really do this? Darui said after hearing this. To become the Sage of Six Paths of 10 Tails Jinchuriki is to be an existence beyond human. You want to collect the 9 scattered chakras, that is, all the tailed beasts, and obtain superhuman power. But what do you want to do after you get it? Sasori controlled Mifune and looked at Afe and said. After joining the Akatsuki organization for so long, this was the first time he knew this. Resurrect 10 tails, and then I will become 10 tails Jinchuriki, use that power to strengthen my own eye power, and then perform some kind of ninjutsu. Some kind of ninjutsu? What is that and what do you want to do? Onoki asked Afe. I will project my eyes onto the moon, a large-scale illusion called Infinite Tsukuyomi, and cast an illusion on everything on Earth.
I will control everyone in the illusion and make the world one. A world without barriers or disputes. Everything will become one with me. The unification of everything is my project Tsuki no Mi. What a joke. I won't leave the world to someone like you. I was the first one to disagree and shouted at Afe. The illusory peace is just a lie. Peace is only meaningful when it is achieved in the real world. Gaara also said. What's the point of living there? It's just an escape. Terumi May also said afterwards. Rather than unifying the world, it's better to say that you are creating a world that belongs only to you. Unoki also shouted. Advertisement. Me, is it inappropriate for me not to say something? Yin Xiang looked at the 4 people's passionate speeches, and she really had nothing to say. Then what contribution can you 5 Kage make? In fact, you should have understood long ago that there is no such thing as hope. Hope is the same as giving up. Hope is just a perfunctory lie. Hand over the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails and assist me in my plan. Otherwise, there will only be war. 8 tails. What's going on? Isn't it already? I seemed to understand something suddenly, and his face turned ugly. We failed to capture 8 tails and let him escape. That's what a perfect ninja as a Jinchuriki is. He's worthy of being your younger brother. Afe also gave a definite answer. After getting this affirmative answer, I also opened his mouth. Then, why did I break my table and my window? Why did I initiate the 5 Kage talks? And why did I quarrel with Konoha village? I just felt it vaguely. Darui also said, that idiot, he took this opportunity to go out of the village to play. Unforgivable. Iron Claw's punishment. I clenched his fists and shouted, and everyone seemed to be able to see the flames burning behind him. As for 9 tails, I'll be guarding it. If you have the ability, go to your house and try to catch it. Yin Xiang looked at Afe and said. 8 tails and Uzumaki Naruto will not be handed over to you. Gaara said looking at Faye. Me too, shouted Terumi May. Rakage, what do you mean? Unoki looked at I. Of course I won't hand over my brother. I shouted at Afe. Although I don't have strength, I have the power of the tailed beasts I have collected so far. You have no chance of winning. Afe said to this person. Advertisement. I won't give up hope. Gaara said, looking at Afe. Okay, you won't give up hope, right? Afe looked at everyone and said, then stood up. Then why don't we unite and fight against the Shadow Organization together? Everyone was stunned. Even Yin Xiang didn't expect what this dog Obito wanted to do. What do you mean? Didn't your Shao already join the Shadow Organization? I asked Afe. The top leaders of the Shadow Organization are Yagami, Nagato, Konan, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, and a mysterious guy wearing a mask. They have quietly taken over the Snow Country, the Dark Country, the Demon Country, the Bear Country, the Bird Country, the Rain Country, the Grass Country, the Taki Country, the Sound Country, and several other small countries, including the Iron Country where we are now. The 3 ships are Scorpion's human puppets. Everyone looked at Sanchuan after hearing this. Sanchuan was also stunned and then said, nonsense, how can I be a human puppet? There's not even a single expression on his face. Afe said calmly upon seeing this. Indeed, even if a human puppet could be made, it was still too difficult to control the expressions on a dead person's face at will. The intelligence collected by Ju. Yin Xiang thought to himself after hearing this. It seems that Ju's intelligence gathering ability is really strong. If you say so, the small country between the 3 kingdoms of earth, sand and fire is now the kingdom of shadow. Gaara said. Yes, as long as the three of you surround and attack directly, the Shadow Kingdom, which has not yet stabilized, will not be able to resist. Fei nodded. What is your purpose in revealing this information to us? Yin Xiang asked Fei. He couldn't let the five Kage really do what this guy said and launch a surprise attack on his country. Purpose. Is my purpose important? Don't you want to wipe out the Night God and the Shadow Kingdom? Of course it's important. Why should we start a war just because of a few words from you? The Shadow Kingdom now gathers so many small countries, and its land area is basically the same size as the Fire Kingdom, or even larger, making it the sixth largest country. Moreover, the Shadow Organization doesn't seem to have done anything that crosses the boundaries of our five major countries. Why should we take action against them? Terumi Mei was of course on Yin Xiang's side, and said what Yin Xiang said. No. Fei sneered when he heard this. The tailed beasts of your country are now in the hands of the Cage organization, and they just captured 7 tails. Now they only need 8 tails and 9 tails, as well as the 6 tails in my hand. After listening to what I just told you about 10 tails, do you still think it doesn't matter? Chapter 120 Yagami vs Obito and Kisame. The person who possesses the Rinnegan is Nagato. He is now in the Cage organization. I tried to intercept him 2 days ago, but unfortunately, he was rescued by Yagami. Fei spread his hands helplessly and said. 2 days ago, when Nagato was about to go to the next country, he was blocked by Kisame. On the way to fight with Kisame, Afei and Zetsu also came to support him. Yagami had expected this day to come, so he told Nagato when he left that he should contact him as soon as he met Afei. Yagami directly used Flying Thunder God and came to Nagato's side. Are you okay? Yagami protected Nagato behind him and said to Nagato who was breathing heavily. After all, Kisame and Afei were not easy to deal with. Flying Thunder God. Fei recognized Yashin's ninjutsu at the first moment, and thought of Yin Xiang. That guy could also use Flying Thunder God. They were probably the only 2 people in the world who could use Flying Thunder God. It's okay. Nagato shook his head and was relieved to see Yagami coming. That's unsportsmanlike, Uchiha Obito. You're trying to launch a sneak attack, aren't you? Seeing that Nagato was fine, Yagami turned around and looked at Obito and said. Obito was also stunned when he heard this. How did you know? It is absolutely impossible for his identity to be revealed. How did this person know? What? You are allowed to collect intelligence on us, but I am not allowed to collect intelligence on you. Yi Shen snorted and laughed. It seems like we have to kill him today, otherwise everything will be messed up. Black Zetsu said to Obito after hearing this. Obito said nothing, just nodded. Then let's fight him after a long time. Kisame is also a ruthless man and doesn't talk much. He jumped high with Samahata and smashed it towards Yagami's head. Advertisement. Yagami didn't have the good temper of Yin Xiang and didn't tolerate him at all. He grabbed Samahata, then pulled Kisame over, kicked him out, and at the same time cast the Flying Thunder God spell on Samahata. Seeing this, Kisame had no choice but to immediately let go of Samahata's hilt and use the force to push back. Obito took advantage of this opportunity to attack, took out a windmill shuriken from the space he was in, and threw it towards Yagami. Nagato was about to take action when he saw this, but was stopped by Yagami from behind. Yagami directly threw Samahata out, and while knocking the shuriken away, Samahata also hit Kisame and others. Kisame quickly stretched out his hands to catch Samahata, and at the same time took off the bandage on Samahata's body, which meant he was going to fight seriously. The next moment, Kisame appeared on Yagami's left side holding Samahata, and Obito appeared on Yagami's right side holding shuriken. The 2 of them attacked Yagami from both sides. Yagami simply stretched out his hands to resist the attacks of the 2 men, and even the skin on his hands was scratched. The next moment, Yagami grabbed their weapons and threw them out again. At the same time, wooden bars appeared under their feet and tied up their legs. Yagami directly fired a fire dragon flame bomb at Obito. Obito quickly hollowed himself and escaped from the attack. However, Yagami's target was not Obito at all, but Black Zetsu behind him. This B***************** D. Black Zetsu widened his eyes upon seeing this, and became extremely panicked. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. Kisame quickly formed hand seals and used the Water Dragon Bomb to attack. It collided with the Fire Dragon Bomb. Black Zetsu also took the opportunity to burrow underground and hide far away. Obito also didn't expect that this guy would fight against him and Kisame at the same time, and his mind was still on Black Zetsu. This guy can use Wood Style, Susanoo, and Rinnegan. Last time, he beat Itachi to a pulp. Kisame said to Obito as he cut open the wooden bars that bound him. What a tough guy. Obito also took out the flame fan from Kamui's space, which was the fan that was supposed to be passed down from generation to generation by the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and could rebound ninjutsu. Universal pull. If it were someone else, they would definitely ask the 2 of them to stay away from them and attack them from a distance, but Yi Shen was different. He was not afraid at all and directly used a universal pull to suck the 2 of them towards Yi Shen. The 2 of them were also experienced in battle, so they directly raised their weapons and smashed towards Yi Shen. Samahata also began to absorb Yagami's chakra. After the weapons touched Yagami, the round fan hit Yagami on the head and Samahata hit Yagami on the stomach. Not only did he not move at all, but he was also not hurt at all. Samahata also looked aggrieved. Advertisement. This guy has no chakra. Kisame shouted upon seeing this. How is this possible? Obito shouted in disbelief. Without chakra, what were all those ninjutsu he used before? However, the fact is that Samahata is simply unable to penetrate Yagami's body and absorb chakra. The next moment, Yagami punched Obito with incredible power. Obito quickly defended himself, but Yagami just fainted and kicked Kisame out with a painful kick. His left arm fell off and he flew backwards with Samahata in his right hand and hit a tree. Samahata also hurriedly healed Kisame, inputting a large amount of chakra into Kisame, allowing him to recover his left arm in an instant. What a good sword, Yi Shen said upon seeing this, but he didn't need this kind of sword. It was troublesome to carry it with him, and it wouldn't recover as fast as his own. The next moment Yagami directly started Tensagen, and in an instant he pulled a chakra line out of thin air from Obito's body, and then this chakra line poured into Yagami's body. In an instant, Obito was left without any chakra. My chakra. Obito felt his chakra being drained away in an instant. Kamui couldn't use it at all. Obito looked up and saw Yagami's eyes. What kind of eye technique is that? I've never seen it before. Yagami didn't give him a chance to be stunned. He came to Obito with a swift style, punched him on the chin, and gave him a rising dragon fist, knocking him flying backwards. Then he used Flying Thunder God to get to Kisame and kicked Kisame out. Then he used Flying Thunder God to get to Obito and punched him again. In this way, he punched or kicked the two men more than 20 times within 3 seconds, making both of them question their lives. By the time Nagato and Black Zetsu reacted, both of them were covered in blood and lying on the ground like dead fish. Just slowly feel your life slipping away. Yagami returned to Nagato and said to the two dead creatures on the ground. At the same time, the modifier also prompted that the task of defeating Uchiha Obito was completed. Yagami took Nagato to the land of demons where Kakuzu was and asked him to go to the land of ghosts nearby. I thought Obito and Kisame would die there, but I didn't expect Obito to come to Yin Xiang alive. I should have finished him off earlier. Chapter 121. Initiated by Yin Xiang, the Fourth Ninja World War. Back to the present time. Until now, my body is still aching. I am no match for Yagami. If we want to fight him, I'm afraid you are the only ones who can do it. Ah Fei said to the 5 Kage. Why doesn't it hurt you to death, you be asterisk 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 d. Yin Xiang complained in his heart. Even if the Cage organization hasn't attacked you yet, it's a fact that the tailed beasts are with them. It's also a fact that they have captured 7 tails. I'm afraid the next targets will be 8 tails and 9 tails. After all, they are just one step away. Nagato won't give up. What can you get out of cooperating with you? I sneered and said, we have tens of thousands of ninjas in the 5 major countries, but you only have 3 of you left, according to what you said just now. 100,000 white Zetsu. That's what I can offer. Ah Fei stood up and said to everyone. 100,000. Everyone was also shocked. This was not a small amount. White Zetsu are lifeless. They can serve as your frontline soldiers to detect the enemy's troop deployment and greatly reduce your casualties. How about that? That's sincere enough, isn't it? After saying so much, you still haven't told me what your purpose is. Yin Xiang saw that the 5 Kage were all tempted, and immediately shouted to Ah Fei. My goal is to get the Rinnegan back. Until I get the Rinnegan, I will always stand by your side. What if you get the Rinnegan? You betray us immediately, form a third-party force, and start a war with us. You are provoking the 4th Ninja World War. Unoki shouted at Ah Fei. It's mutually beneficial. The pressure that the Shadow Organization puts on you is always greater than the pressure I put on you. Did you think no one knew that you 5 shadows were defeated? Ah Fei said with a smile. Everyone frowned when they heard that. It was indeed a memory that they could not bear to recall. The guards of the 5 Kage also had deflated expressions on their faces. It was also the first time for them to see their own cage being deflated. Advertisement. I always feel that he looks so familiar. Guy looked at the masked Ah Fei and his brain was about to break, but he really couldn't remember who the other person was. I hereby propose that you form a ninja coalition and work with me to wipe out the Shadow Organization. Ah Fei opened his arms and said to everyone. At the same time, while Scorpion was not paying attention, he threw a black stick into Mifune's head. In full view of everyone, the black stick pierced Mifune's head, but Mifune did not react at all. Anyone would know that this is not a living person at all. Just like what the masked man said, he is a puppet. Raikage saw this and did not hesitate. He was the first to rush forward and beat Mifune into a pulp in an instant, even crushing his eyeballs. No matter what the final result of their negotiation was, it could not be known by the Cage organization. Scorpion was also very straightforward and left directly, because he knew Yin Xiang was there, and besides, no matter what the result was, they couldn't find the headquarters of the Shadow Organization. There were no people from the Shadow Organization in the Shadow Country at the moment. They were all scattered ninjas and ordinary residents who had just been recruited. They could fight if they wanted. We in Konoha are the first to refuse. Yin Xiang said immediately. According to the information I have read, it was you who invaded Konoha 17 years ago, released the 9 tails, and killed the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. The one who killed the 3rd Hokage was Orochimaru, a former member of your Akatsuki organization, and the one who killed the 1st Hokage was also Uchiha Madara of your Uchiha clan. In summary, it is impossible for me to reach a cooperation with you. In that case, I also refuse. Terumi May immediately agreed. The allies have refused, so I have no reason to agree. Gaara shrugged. HMPH, you captured the second beast of our village and caused Killer Bee to get lost. Will I cooperate with you? Unless I have a problem with my brain. Yi snorted coldly. Only Onoki looked melancholy, because according to Afei's intelligence, the land of Earth was now surrounded by the land of Shadow. If the land of Shadow decided to raid the land of Earth, he alone might not be able to resist, and the puppet of the three ships had heard their conversation. According to his thinking, if he was really surrounded and attacked, then the best way to break out would definitely be his own land of Earth. Maybe he was already planning to raid his own land of Earth. Tsuchikage, I don't think you will refuse. Afei looked at Onoki and said. What Onoki can think of, others can naturally think of as well. Looking at Onoki's expression that looks like he has eaten shit, he must be a little worried. Advertisement. Don't pay attention to him. Later, we will form an alliance between the three countries of fire, sand and earth and directly attack and destroy the Shadow Organization. There is no need to form an alliance with him. Yin Xiang shouted to Onoki. Onoki didn't expect Yin Xiang to say that. He looked up at Yin Xiang and thought of his strength just now. He felt that he looked very reliable. That's right. Instead of forming an alliance with him, who may betray you at any time, it's better to form an alliance with us. Gaara also agreed with Yin Xiang and nodded. I can also help if necessary. Terumi May came to Yin Xiang and said to everyone. I don't know what kind of magic potion this young boy has drugged me into. I had noticed before that something was not right between Yin Xiang and Terumi May, and now it turned out to be true. It seems that it won't work. Afei sighed helplessly. Afei sighed, then directly used Kamui to prepare to leave. Wait. At this moment, Yin Xiang called out to Afei to stop, and Afei also stopped Kamui, wondering if there was a turnaround or if Yin Xiang, the little devil, had some other tricks up his sleeve. On behalf of the land of fire, the land of sand, and the land of water, I challenge you to the Fourth Ninja World War. Tsuchikage and Raikage, do you want to come together? Yin Xiang said to Afei. This guy wanted to unite with the Five Kage to destroy his Kage land, so he would teach him a lesson and give him a taste of his own medicine. I'll join, Onoki said decisively. Compared to the Kage organization, your 100,000 white Zetsu are indeed a greater threat. I will join as well. I nodded and said. Damn, this kid. Afei cursed in his heart. This time, he lost more than he gained. Because Yin Xiang was alone, his plan was completely disrupted. Yin Xiang looked so mean. I felt like I had seen him before. In Afei's eyes, Yin Zhang's figure unconsciously overlapped with Yi Shen's. These two people are equally despicable. But their chakra auras are different, especially Yagami, who doesn't even have chakra aura, so they must not be the same person, Afei thought. Okay, I accept it. See you on the battlefield. Afei tried his best to resist biting Yin Xiang to death, and said in a flat tone, then used Kamui to disappear. Chapter 122 Yin Zhang's little action, Mizukage water flowed like a river, seeking votes. Then let's leave the Iron Country first. This is already the territory of the Shadow Organization, and there's no guarantee there might be any danger. Terumi May said as she looked at Mifune who was torn apart on the ground. Everyone agreed and nodded. Let's go to the nearby Moon Kingdom and find a hotel to talk. Yin Xiang suggested. Well, we'll be at the Moon Kingdom soon. Onoki nodded and said. You're flying, of course it's faster. I glanced at Onoki and said. Let's all fly. Yin Xiang smiled, touched everyone, and used the super light heavy rock technique on them, allowing them to fly. You actually know this technique. Onoki looked at Yin Xiang in disbelief. Didn't I tell you, if it wasn't a bloodline limit, I would be able to do it just by looking at it. Yin Xiang said with a smile. What an outrageous ability. But if you do that, it will consume a lot of chakra. Onoki nodded and said. It's okay. I have plenty of chakra. Let's go. Yin Xiang said with a smile, and then everyone rushed to the Moon Kingdom. It was much more convenient with the help of flying speed. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the Moon Kingdom. They walked into a hotel in a mighty manner, which scared the owner of the hotel. Seeing that these people were all wearing the hats of Deguying, the boss became even more panicked. He tremblingly prepared rooms for everyone, then directly vacated the hall, put all the tables together, and used them to continue the meeting. However, as soon as Terumi May and Tamari arrived at the hotel, they glanced at Yin Xiang from time to time, and then looked shy. No one knew what they were thinking, and they seemed to be very expectant. Advertisement. In fact, Yin Xiang was also itching to go. After all, she had already arrived at the hotel and would be staying here for one night. There would definitely be something fun tonight. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang also wanted to finish her current affairs quickly. So now we have formed a ninja coalition for the first time. Who will be the commander-in-chief of our coalition? Yin Xiang asked everyone. Of course I'll do it. I said immediately. After all, their Uchiha Sasuke broke into our Cloud Shinobi village. The war was initiated by the Hokage, and the proposal for the Ninja Alliance was also proposed by the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke is also a traitor to Konoha, and the masked man has an irreconcilable grudge against Konoha. I propose that the Hokage be the commander-in-chief. Terumi May said. Agreed. Gaara nodded and said, what a joke, he's still a child. He doesn't look very old. I shouted immediately after hearing it. Alas, this is where you're wrong. Ability has nothing to do with age. Besides, I'm young, not little. Yin Xiang glanced at I and said, thinking in his heart, Laozi's last life and this life combined. Damn, he's not even older than him. That guy who can attack through, even my dust release couldn't hit him, but the Hokage was injured. His strength is obvious to everyone. Onoki nodded. Among the young people of this generation that I know, the Hokage is definitely the best one. What do you mean? Do you also agree that the Hokage should be the commander-in-chief? I shouted at Unoki when he heard this. Onoki didn't say anything, just nodded. After all, when Onoki was in trouble before, it was Yin Xiang who helped him out. He still had to save face after living so long. I don't care, Yin Xiang said nonchalantly, which formed a sharp contrast with I who insisted on being the commander-in-chief, as if I was the sulking child. I still can't accept it. You and I are the only ones here who have experience in fighting on the battlefield. At the very least, the choice should be made between the two of us. I shouted at Onoki. Advertisement. Ahem. Terumi Mei stuttered a little awkwardly. Although she was still young back then, she had also been to the battlefield. And Mizukage. I also said when he saw this. Don't forget, behind the current Hokage there is the fifth Hokage, Senju Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the legendary Sannin. Even if the current Hokage is young, Princess Tsunade will definitely not sit idly by. Onoki stood up and shouted. The embarrassing thing was that he was almost the same height as everyone else when he stood up. Even so, if he makes the wrong decision on the battlefield, will you be responsible? Don't forget, the other side has 100,000 white Zetsu, and they are not alive. This is basically a battle between humans and monsters. I Wenyan continued. He didn't have to be the commander-in-chief, but Yin Xiang was too young. Compared to their quarreling, Yin Xiang was different. With the cover of the table, Yin Zhang's hand had been caressing Terumi Mei's thigh wantonly. Because they had formed an alliance now, they had asked the guards to rest. At this time, no one could notice the actions of Yin Xiang and Terumi Mei. Yin Zhang's hand slid into Terumi Mei's thigh. Terumi Mei hummed in a very subtle voice, which did not attract anyone's attention. She just lowered her head with a red face, which made people feel confused. There must be a reason for her to become the Kage of a village, let alone the Hokage of Konoha. If Yin Xiang wasn't strong and capable enough, how could she have become the Hokage? Gaara said, clasping his arms together. Although it's a bit hard to say this, the old guys in Konoha are indeed smart, and with that guy from the Nara clan here, there will be no problem with the strategy. I have considered many aspects and feel that Hokage is more suitable for the position of commander-in-chief. Onoki nodded and said. You guys, this, Mizukage, you say something too. I looked at Terumi Mei helplessly and said, everyone looked at Terumi Mei, the timing was a bit too coincidental. Yin Zhang's fingers were rubbing Terumi Mei's place. Terumi Mei was also trying hard not to shout out, her face turned purple from holding her breath, and her whole body was shaking. What's wrong with you? Unoki frowned and looked at Terumi Mei. Are you feeling unwell? Gaara asked in confusion. He was fine just now. Seeing this, Yin Xiang licked the corner of his mouth and quietly withdrew his hand. Terumi Mei then opened his mouth and gasped for breath, with water flowing like a river. However, he had no chance to tidy himself up. Terumi Mei waved to everyone, indicating that she had no problem. You decide. I, personally, support the Hokage. Terumi Mei said with a red face and lowered her head. She didn't dare to look up and look at everyone, for fear of being discovered, but this feeling was really exciting.